Chapter 1 The Battle. Petalburg Wood. Pokemon World. Hoenn region. Deep in Petalburg Wood, a 17-year-old boy was running wildly. I saw two Sapphire with a height of more than 2 meters, yellow and white stripe, and an anchor-shaped tail of half a meter behind him, crawling behind him, closely following him. And it is very terrifying to open the mouth of the blood basin, and the snake let her keep swallowing the two protruding fangs. As long as you are entangled, you will lose layers of skin if you don't die. An adult Sapphire is over 4 meters long, strong physique and toxic. It can be said that no one dares to provoke in the entire Petalburg Wood. Isn't it just too sluts snake in? Don't chase it so tightly. Anyway, after molting, it's of no use to you guys, so why don't you give it to me? The young boy called Hoenn shouted in dissatisfaction. Hi tilde. Two Sapphires, one male and one female, rage chased after the human who was running constantly in front of him. 2 snake-ins should be able to sell for a good price. If Hoenn had a choice, he would never challenge this monster with toxic, but as long as you follow the original plan, it's not a big problem. Seeing the trap prepared in advance in the distance, Hoenn showed a confident smile. Hoenn, who was running constantly, rose and fell in the wood, and with a few beautiful maneuvers, he once again opened the distance from these two giant snakes. The two huge Sapphires saw each other getting farther and farther away, and one of the female Sapphires suddenly let out a harsh growl. At the same time, speed up a lot. In the blink of an eye, we will catch up with the sprinting boy. Xiaolu, are you ready? Hoenn said silently in his heart as he ran. All right, no problem. 2 different voices were transmitted directly to Hoenn's mind. Okay, follow the original plan, Hoenn shouted in response. It's now. Hoenn quickly jumped to an open space and immediately shouted in his heart. At this moment, Hoenn and the two Sapphire are only less than 10 meters away. It seems that he can smell the stench in Sapphire's mouth at such a short distance. Whoa! Hoenn's high splash suddenly jumped up 2 meters above the ground, and 2 large nets opened on the ground, and immediately caught Sapphire behind him. Xiao, use focus punch. Xiaolu, use confusion. Hoenn, who was briefly suspended in the air, turned around and shouted hurriedly. From the side of the wood, 2 figures sprang out. One is Riolu with blue-black skin, another Ralts with a white body. Riolu stepped out, his scarlet eyes staring at the significantly larger female Sapphire. Concentrated, shrunk the fist of his right hand to his waist, and punched suddenly. The fierce wind breaking even brought a shriek. Ralt stayed where he was, 2 small hands on his chest, sending out waves of confusion. Riolu's focus punch is a fighting skill. In the face of poison-based Sapphire, there is no restraint effect, but focus punch's power is as high as 150 points, and the damage caused is not bad. And Ralt confusion is psychic skill, and it can do outstanding damage to Sapphire of the poison system. The combined attack of the 2 Pokemon instantly killed the originally aggressive female Sapphire. At this time, another male Sapphire, who was caught in the net, reacted. With a sharp anchor and snake tail, Hoenn broke the snake net that Hoenn purchased at the Devon Company at a high cost. Growl hissed warily. No problem, we have the advantage in 2 against 1. Hoenn was originally a little worried because Riolu and Ralt combined attack killed one of the Sapphire in seconds, and put it down. Hoenn stared at the remaining Sapphire, not letting go of the other party's every move, and instructed. Later, Xiaolu will stand in front. Xiaolu, you will use confusion in the back. The opponent is a poison type. Xiaolu can cause a lot of attack power, but Xiaolu, you are in front. Be careful of the opponent's recoil and protect Xiaolu behind him. Xiaolu, if Sapphire Xiaoiler can't handle him later, then you can use teleport to dodge Sapphire's attack. Riolu and Ralts nodded heavily. In such a situation, they had been rehearsed no less than 30 times before, and they were both very confident about the Sapphire who had only one left. The male Sapphire looked at the female companion who fell to the ground and became obviously raged. Swinging a huge anchor and snake tail, it rushed over. The other party is using iron tail. Xiaolu, go up and hold it, Hoenn commanded quickly. Luca. Riolu used 2 strong arms to block his chest. His left foot was in front, and his right foot was on the ground. He took Sapphire's blow, but the impact force brought by Sapphire made Riolu take 2 steps back. Take advantage of Xiaolu now. Use confusion, Hoenn commanded again. Ralt small hand waved and hit Sapphire with a ripple. Psychic is extremely effective against poison. Just after molting, the male Sapphire, who was in a weak state, received a confusion, and suddenly screamed in pain. Fierce eyes looked at Ralt, who had done him great damage, and wanted to take the lead in solving her. Xiao, use bullet punch to stop Sapphire. Hoenn's eyes narrowed and he quickly spoke up. Luca. Riolu made a sound again and quickly blocked Sapphire's forward path. The fist in his hand kept waving and slammed in front of Sapphire. Xiaolu, use confusion. Under Hoenn's command, Riolu stood in front of him, and Ralt didn't panic at all. Immediately, he raised his little hand again and issued a Confusion hit Sapphire. The effect is outstanding. outstanding. 2 consecutive attacks with outstanding effects. A Viper in a weak state is hard to resist. If one fights 2 like this again, there will be no good result. The male Viper, with a hiss, took the initiative to distance himself. Staring fiercely at one person and 2 pets, wagging his tail, he dropped his fainted companion and left. Hoenn didn't go after them either. His purpose was not to defeat the 2 Viper, but to get their snake in. Seeing that Viper finally disappeared in place, and after confirming that there was no danger around, he happily said to the 2 Pokemon, Xiaolu, thank you for your hard work. I'll go back later, and I'll cook something delicious for you. When the 2 Pokemon heard it, they were instantly overjoyed, and they all showed coveted expression. Rolf held Hoenn's leg charm and said, I want to eat sweet and sour persimmon soup. No problem, as long as Xiaolu like to eat, I will do it. Hoenn squatted down and rubbed Rolf's little head. Riolu is a little more reserved, but covet is no less in his eyes than Rolf. Hoenn took the initiative to touch Riolu's head and said, Xiao, I'm going to make tomahawk steak later. You have to do me a favor. Luca. Riolu knew that Hoenn would never treat him badly. Tomahawk steak was his favorite food, so he nodded happily. Okay, let's go back. Hoenn left with 2 Pokemon. Chapter 2 Good Harvest. Li Hoenn of Petalburg would put up a tent. There are some relatively large stones around, and many alarm traps are set around the tent. As long as there is a wild Pokemon approaching, the alarm will sound for the first time. At this time, Hoenn used a meat-picking knife with a focused expression to remove the excess fat from a steak. Luca. Riolu held a plate of fresh water that he had just poured and placed it in front of him. Thank you, Xiao. You will help me make a fire later. Hoenn took it, washed the steak inside, and marinated it with spices such as sea salt, star anise, Norman incense, etc. Riolu nodded sensible, ran to the stove, put together the firewood collected by Rolf, and skillfully started the fire. Rolf stared at Hoenn's every movement. Her short arms were not suitable for cooking, so she could only simply collect some firewood, and she just watched normally at other times. Okay. Hoenn put the processed steak on the grill. Riolu and Rolf were drooling as they watched Hoenn fry the delicious tomahawk steak attentively. It's not the first time that Hoenn's food has been eaten, but no matter how many times they eat it, they think it's extremely delicious. In Riolu and Rolf's eyes, Hoenn is not only their trainer and their closest partner, but also an almighty person. In addition to the first-hand delicious food, the most rare thing is that they know many unexpected abilities. Riolu, as a fighting-type Pokemon, knows the skills of fighting from birth, but compared with Hoenn, it is too far behind. Every move of Hoenn contains the beauty of fighting. Rolf's is also the same. The calm mind technique that Hoenn taught him can be said to be a magical skill. As long as you continue to practice according to the calm mind technique, you can clearly feel that the total amount of energy in your body is increasing. Hoenn, who was grilling tomahawk steak, didn't care about the idea of the 2 Pokemon. At this time, he was calculating today's harvest. The 2 skins that Viper has just shed are of excellent quality and appearance. They should be able to sell for 200,000 Alliance coins. There are some Pokeblocks to buy in stock, and some training equipment to boost your schedule. While thinking about it, Hoenn moved the rack slowly to prevent the steak from being burnt, and sprinkled fine sea salt on it. It didn't take long for Hoenn to have dinner ready. Come on, let's start. Hoenn cut the steak with a smile, handed it to the 2 Pokemon, and said gently, Luca. Riolu couldn't take it any longer at the moment. He immediately forked a piece of meat and put it in his mouth to chew. Rolf doesn't look suave and cute on the outside, but when he eats it, he is unusually fierce, and he is not inferior to Riolu when he eats meat. After a busy day, Hoenn was also hungry. He put the sliced beef on the dipping sauce and lightly tapped it, then put it in his mouth and chewed it carefully. Tomahawk steak is made of high-grade thigh meat, which has less fiber and is not hard to bite. The oily feel is relatively heavy, and it melts in the mouth like eating a piece of steaming ice cream. The bottom taste is the fragrance of sea salt plus the secret sauce. It has a rich layering, and the aroma is rippling in the mouth. You two are really eat slowly, don't rush. Hoenn put the rest of the steak in front of the 2 Pokemon and smiled as he looked at the 2 wolves like tigers. That's right, Hoenn is a traveler. In his last life, he was a professor of statistics, logic, computer, and engineering. In this regard, he also liked various extreme sports, and fortunately, following a fighting master, systematic learning learned combat skills. Later, he founded a company. Under his management, Tailwind's business went smoothly. After making enough money from the ups and downs of the business sea, he turned into a travel friend to travel the world. At the end of his life, he found himself in the world of Pokemon. In Lavaridge Town, Hoenn region, I got a Pokemon egg by accident, and got Riolu after careful hatching. Later, in the wild, I met the lonely Rolf, and they conquered them together and joined the ranks of partners. The 2 Pokemon were full of wine and food, their stomachs were slightly bulging, and their faces were full of enjoyment and satisfaction. Okay, you've worked hard today, go and rest. Hoenn cleaned up the pots and pans and put them in the backpack. The all-purpose backpack is the crystallization of technology in this world. A seemingly unremarkable backpack backpack that can hold hundreds of items. Only needing the affordable price of 20,000 alliance coins is equivalent to having a space bag. Okay, you all go to bed early. Hoenn put the two Pokemon into the sleeping bag while he was preparing for a vigil outside the tent. Petalburg Woods is large, and where it is now is deep, with not many people around. Be careful at night and watch out for wild Pokemon attack. After all, not all Pokemon are friendly and tame. Like Seviper, Beedrill, Nidoking family, they are very fierce. As soon as someone breaks into their territory, they will take the initiative to attack. Tomorrow, it's time to leave Petalburg Woods and go home. Xiao has now reached level 20. He also has the ability of evolution, so he can no longer suppress his evolution. After cleaning up the things this time, he has enough money to buy him a skill machine. Xiaolu can reach level 20 after practicing for a few more days, and evolution can become Kirlia. Hoenn was thinking while he was cross-legged calm mind. This is Hoenn's unique cultivation method, which he learned from a Qigong master in his previous life. In calm mind state, you can quickly recover physical strength, and you can also be alert to the surrounding situation. After collecting Seviper skin, Hoenn didn't linger. All the snake-shaped Pokemon will be compared with each other. Once they recover their physical strength, then they are likely to catch up with Hoenn and attack. As soon as the sky lighted up, Hoenn woke up the two Pokemon and packed up and left. Hoenn is familiar with the road. He often goes in and out of Petalburg Wood, and he already knows it well. In the forest, walk quickly and walk towards the main road of Petalburg Wood. Walking in a low grass, Hoenn suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from the front. Luca, Lalu. The two Pokemon on either side of Hoenn sounded vigilantly, staring at the place where the sound was not far away. Hoenn is the same. His muscles are tight. If it is a wild Pokemon attack, it will shoot immediately. Chapter 3 System. Here comes the mission. Fire childhood tilde. Fire childhood tilde. A fiery red cheerful chick ran out of the grass. Is one of the royal three of Hoenn region. Torchic. After Torchic ran out of the grass, he was stunned when he saw Hoenn and the two Pokemon who were waiting for him. Then, from the grass, a girl jumped out of the grass, hugged Torchic, and complained, "Hey, Torchic, don't be naughty anymore." The girl was dressed in sportswear with a cute bobby pin on her head and bangs slid down the sides along her cheek. There are two small tiger teeth, which make the girl cute and charming. The iconic dress made Hoenn recognize each other at a glance. The daughter of the prestigious bird professor of the Hoenn region, Bird Sapphire. When he found out that it wasn't a wild Pokemon doing sneak attack, Hoenn released his alert ape. "I'm sorry, Torchic is the first time he traveled, and he is more curious about the things around him, so he runs around. Sorry to disturb you." Sapphire wrapped Torchic in his arms, lest he run away again. "It's alright." Hoenn compared Riolu and Rolf, indicating that they don't need to be on guard. "My name is Sapphire." Sapphire introduced himself. Hoenn said concisely. Sure enough, as he knew, the girl in front of him was Birch Professor's daughter. When Hoenn crossed into this world, he immediately checked the relevant information. It was found that he was traveling through a special chapter of Pokemon, not the world of animation. There is no Ash here, and no Gary, only red and blue. "Hoenn, are you also a trainer?" Sapphire asked curiously when he saw Hoenn's two Pokemon. Hoenn had just exited his mouth, and suddenly, in his mind, a mechanical gentle female voice appeared. Mission objective, fight against Sapphire and defeat the opponent. Quest reward, 1000 reward point. Open black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure. Close black lens bracket. None. I go. The mission is finally here. As a traveler, Hoenn also has a system, but this stupid system has only issued a mission since the time of travel. And now to play against Sapphire is the second time. "Are you going to fight me?" Hoenn asked actively. "Of course," Sapphire said happily. "Let's start then." Hoenn took a few steps back at will, leaving enough space as a temporary battle. "Yeah." Sapphire didn't talk nonsense, and immediately pulled away. In the world of Pokemon, battles between trainers often occur. It's normal to learn from each other and communicate with each other. Between most trainers, there will be a 1v1 battle, and the winner will not be decided until one of the Pokemon has exhausted all the stamina. "My first Pokemon, it's Aaron." Sapphire unleashes her Pokemon. Automatically, Aaron's specific data appeared in Hoenn's mind. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon. Close black lens bracket. Aaron. Attribute Steel, Rock. Level 10. Characteristic Rock Head. Even if you use a move that will take damage from the reaction force, your stamina will not decrease. Introduction. Aaron has a thick armor on his body, and it is not an easy thing to break through. This is Hoenn's Crossing. The system's own function can see the specific level of all Pokemon. The level of each Pokemon is equivalent to the strength of the Pokemon. The higher the level, the stronger the strength. Hoenn shook his head silently. Sapphire knew that he had a fighting type Riolu, but he even released Aaron, who was restrained 4 times by the fighting type. This is a bit reckless. Xiao, you go. Riolu, who was standing on Hoenn's side, silently walked in front of Aaron. 2 fists were placed in front of his chest on alert. Hoenn nodded secretly. His Riolu restrained the the opponent in terms of attribute, and his level was also much higher than the opponent, but it didn't make any sense. Aaron, use Metal Claw. Sapphire commanded his Aaron's attack right away when the match began. Aaron started running towards Riolu. Don't look at Aaron's height is only 0.4 meters, but he is composed of Arbor, and his weight can reach 60 kg. Running, it is quite a bit powerful, but the speed is quite low for Riolu, which is leading in both level and speed. Xiaowu waits for Aaron to get close and then dodges. Aaron's body is heavy and it is difficult to adjust the direction within a short distance. After dodging, use Rock Smash. At the beginning of the battle, Riolu had activated the power of aura in his body to connect Haoyan with him. In this way, you don't need to use your voice to command in battle, and you don't let your opponent know your intentions at all. Riolu didn't move when he heard the word, but in fact he had already determined Aaron's direction in his mind, and put his right hand between his waist and abdomen to prepare for a move. Just when Aaron was about to rush to Riolu's side, he raised his paws and wanted to make a move. Riolu simply turned sideways, perfectly dodging the attack. Then, with his right hand tucked in his waist, he suddenly attacked, hitting Aaron with a punch. Rock Smash. Fighting skill. Concentrate your energy on your fist, and then move. Although this skill is judged by the Alliance, the power is only 40 points, but the Aeron Steel and Rock series take 4 times the damage. The effect is outstanding. Riolu unreservedly punched Aaron several meters away. Aaron was hit by a blow. His eyes rolled in circles. He fell to the ground, and lost all his physical strength. Sapphire's mouth widened, revealing cute little tiger teeth, looking unbelievable. Chapter 4 Team Aqua appears. Immediately after Aaron was defeated, Sapphire released the second Pokemon, Torchic. It's up to you. This time, Haoyan took the lead. Xiaowu used Bullet Punch to end the battle. Riolu acted immediately, dodged to Torchic's side, and quickly waved his fist. A fierce Bullet Punch ended the battle. Ding dong tilde. Congratulations to the host for completing the task and getting 1000 reward points. In Haoyan's mind, the system's inherent prompt sound appeared. Okay, it's amazing. The battle just now was over before Sapphire could react. Haha, your Aaron and Torchic also have great potential. Haoyan, who received the reward point, was in a good mood, and walked up to Sapphire to comfort him casually. You should have just traveled. The Pokemon battle experience is young, and the training is just now. Start. After your 2 Pokemon evolution, they will be greatly improved. Well, I'll do my best. Although the battle failed, Sapphire did not lose heart. As Haoyan said, she just got from Little Root to Hoenn, started to travel and belonged to a rookie trainer, so it is normal to lose the battle. By the way, brother Haoyan, are you planning to go to Rustboro City? Sapphire asked with anticipation, showing 2 cute tiger teeth and widening his beautiful eyes. Yeah. Haoyan nodded lightly, without hiding anything. Petalburg Woods connect Petalburg City and Rustboro City. That great. Sapphire jumped up happily. I lost my way just now in pursuit of Torchic. Fortunately, brother Haoyan is also going to Rustboro City. Can you take me along the way? No problem. Let go. Haoyan didn't reject the lovely Sapphire. He also dropped by anyway, and he is familiar with the plot and knows that Sapphire is a lovely girl with a sense of justice, and it is not a bad thing to get along with him more. Brother Haoyan, Aaron's movement is a little slow. How do you deal with a fast opponent? Along the way, Sapphire has been asking Haoyan questions. Haoyan didn't hold back and explained to her. Aaron moves slowly. This can't be changed. It's made up of his body structure. Even if evolution becomes Lyron in the future, or even Agron, movement speed will be a disadvantage. When playing against an opponent, if the opponent is fast, consider the ability of Rock Tomb. First trap the opponent's actions, and then attack. After Haoyan's explanation, Sapphire suddenly realized, but he suddenly thought for a while, and after a while, he said full of doubt, Brother Haoyan, I just thought about it. Even if Aaron follows your tactics just now to execute, but I feel like I'm still going to lose. In terms of strength, Brother Haoyan, your Riolu is stronger. Sapphire's remarks made Haoyan's evaluation of her a little higher. Haoyan has a systematic helping hand, which can see the level and data of all Pokemon at a glance. This data is invisible to others. Of course, others don't see a specific level though. However, the strength of the Pokemon can be distinguished from some other characteristics of the Pokemon. For example, it can be judged from simple appearance conditions such as height and weight. Secondly, it can be judged by the aura of the Pokemon. It's like a beggar walking into a 5-star hotel, and a billionaire walking into a 5-star hotel. There is a natural difference between the two in aura. Come on Sapphire, as long as you keep training and combining with actual combat, your Aaron will also become stronger. Haoyan comforted. If you want to improve the level of Pokemon, there is only one way to go, and that is to train to improve the overall physical fitness. Yeah. Sapphire nodded heavily. The goal of her trip was to challenge all the leaders in the Hoenn region and get their badges. Chatting with Sapphire along the way, I have passed through Petalburg Woods and came to Route 104 on the outskirts of the forest. Route 104 belongs to the main road, and there are trainers passing by in 2s and 3s. Not far away, there are many passers-by, watching and making noise. Curious this Sapphire was instantly attracted and ran to the front to see what was going on. Hoenn also followed and found that these trainers were watching a landscape fountain pool. Next to the spray was an old man in a hat, who was anxious. Are you sure your cast form fell into this pool? Sapphire was asking the old man. That's right, I'm 100% sure. I have searched in the fountain pool just now, but I can't find my cast form. What can I do? The old man wearing a hat, his clothes were already wet, and it was obvious that he had been in the water just now. Leave it to me. Sapphire was a warm-hearted person, and he jumped into the fountain pool and searched silently inside. After a while, Sapphire found the problem and released Aaron. Immediately commanded, Aaron, bite the edge of this fountain pool. Put out the water in it. Aaron immediately followed Sapphire's instructions and climbed to the edge of the fountain's mouth, nibbling at it. There was a sour click sound. Aaron's teeth, but even iron ore can be easily bitten, and he can bite out a big hole in the fountain pool. Immediately, the water in the pool flowed out towards the damaged outer opening. Cast form. The old man found at a glance that his cast form was stuck in the pipe of the sewer. The iron fence in the mouth of the sewer pipe was damaged. After the cast form fell into the water, it kept trying not to get sucked down the drain. It is for this reason that I have searched almost the entire pool, but have not found the reason. Sapphire also found cast form and picked it up. Cast form's body temperature dropped drastically after prolonged soaking in water. Press the baby ball casually. Torchic, help him restore the temperature. Torchic ran to cast form's side and sprayed a small ember into the air, helping hand cast form regained its body temperature. Thank you so much. The old man in the hat quickly ran to the side and thanked Sapphire. Sapphire waved his hands in disapproval and said, You're welcome. Taking help from Sapphire, Hoenn watched silently. Hoenn, who is familiar with the plot, knows that Sapphire will be fine and will rescue cast form. And this old man wearing a hat is Stone, the president of the Devon Company. The people Hoenn was watching silently were 5 people gathered not far away. He knew that these 5 people were the initiators of this incident. These 5 people are the people of Team Aqua. Because the sound of the system appeared in his mind. Mission objective: protect Sapphire and Stone, and defeat the Team Aqua members. Quest reward: 1000 reward point. Open black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure: close black lens bracket. None. Chapter 5. Riolu takes off the overweight protective gear. It's all messed up. The original plan was designed, but a silly girl broke the fountain. A man wearing a water supply bureau's clothes, holding a communicator, reported in a low voice. Behind him, there are 4 accomplices with bad faces. These people are the people Hoenn has been silently observing. These people are actually Team Aqua, with a layer of skin from the water supply bureau. The original plan of these Team Aquas was very simple: to destroy the fountain, and then suck the stone Pokemon that walk here every day into the fountain pool. Then they kidnap Stone in the chaos. This is their purpose, but they didn't expect to kill a Sapphire halfway, disrupting their purpose. I see. However, no matter what happens, the mission cannot be changed. Today, Stone must be kidnapped. A gloomy man's words came from the communicator. Find a corner where there are few people and directly kidnap. Yes. Several people from Team Aqua cast a vicious glance at Sapphire not far away, silently disappearing around, waiting for an opportunity. And the changes of these people, Hoenn sees it. Thank you so much. Stone saw his cast form, regained his vitality, and quickly thanked him. You're welcome, Tilda. Sapphire smiled, showing her cute little tiger teeth. The trainers around, seeing that there was no fun to watch, left on their own. Route 104, which was originally not crowded, became colder. Hello little girl, my name is Stone. What's your name? Stone asked friendly. My name is Sapphire. Sapphire handed the floating baby back to Stone. You're amazing, walking through Petalburg Woods alone. Stone praised Sapphire. No, I got lost in Petalburg Woods. Sapphire scratched his head embarrassedly. Actually, I met a big brother in Petalburg Woods. Without him, I'm probably still in the forest and can't get out. While Sapphire was talking, he was looking for Hoenn with his eyes. At this time, Hoenn squatted down, dismantling the things on Riolu's body. Brother Hoenn. Sapphire walked to Hoenn curiously. Stone also came over with cast form in his arms. What are these? Sapphire looked at a few strange equipment lying on the ground and couldn't help asking. Before Hoenn could speak, Stone, who was beside him, recognized it and said in shock, this is a 10 kg level overweight protective gear. Actually, there are 4 overweight protective gear produced by Devon. As the president, Stone is naturally clear. Overweight protective gear. Sapphire didn't know, so it was the first time she heard of it. Stone added, yes, after wearing the overweight protective gear, increase the fit weight. It's used to train Pokemon strength and speed. A piece of 10 kg. There are a total of 4 pieces here. That means a total of 40 kg. A Riolu wearing an overweight protective gear that is twice as heavy as himself. This is really incredible. What? Hearing Stone's explanation, Sapphire was shocked. When co-authoring and fighting Hoenn, Riolu actually wore a 40 kg overweight protective gear. But even so, his Aaron and Torchic have no room to fight fight back. With a bang, Hoenn undid the last piece of Riolu's overweight protective gear and threw it on the ground, making a dull sound, and put Ralts out of the baby ball too. Sapphire, release your Pokemon and protect yourself. Don't leave the rest to me. Hoenn looked at the surrounding forest. Sapphire was stunned for a moment, then nodded heavily. Although she had known Hoenn not long ago, Hoenn, who was gentle towards others, always had a smile on her face. But now, there was no extra expression on Hoenn's face. Instinctively, Sapphire felt something was happening around him. 2 Pokemon were released, blocking Stone's side. Stone also felt a little strange from the expressions of the two, and looked around cautiously. Either get out, or come out by yourself, Hoenn said loudly, facing the woods not far away. Through Riolu's aura power, you can probably feel where the 5 members of Team Aqua are hiding. Several members of Team Aqua had already set up ambush, but no one expected to see through them. But they are not worried. After all, in terms of numbers, they still have a great advantage. He simply stopped hiding, and swaggered out of the wood. Team Aqua had taken off the Water Bureau's suit and was wearing a uniform, and was recognized by Stone as soon as it appeared. Hoenn Region 2 Evil Organization, Team Aqua and Team Magma. For the sake of their respective so-called great ideals, they do evil in the Hoenn region, spurned by the people of the Hoenn region. Knowing about Team Aqua made Stone's forehead cold sweat, combined with the fact that Castform fell into the fountain pool for no reason just now. You don't have to think about it to know that it is Team Aqua's conspiracy. Boy, I advise you not to mind your own business. The team leader led by Team Aqua said arrogantly, our goal is Stone, and it has nothing to do with you. Don't kill yourself. Subsequently, his Pokemon was released in a demonstration style. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Mightyena. Attribute, Evil. Level, 18. Characteristic UD, in abnormal state. The speed is increased by 50%, and the effect of paralysis to reduce the speed is ignored. Open black lens bracket Introduction close black lens bracket. Mightyena is united and loyal. Wild Mightyena will form a collective that is very cohesive and cooperative. The rest of the Team Aqua members also released their own Pokemon. However, except for the team leader, Mightyena, the others are Poochyena, who is only level 15 and has not yet evolved. A small team assembled to complete. Seeing that the other party came prepared, Stone was obviously prepared for this plan. It seemed that he was doomed this time, and a layer of cold sweat ran across his forehead. They are here to find me. There is no need to drag these 2 children. Stone originally wanted to take the initiative to attract Team Aqua, but when he was just about to go out, Hoenn's Pokemon moved. Riolu suddenly appeared beside Mightyena, raised his fist, and smashed the unprepared Mightyena with one punch. The fighting skills used, Rock Smash. The effect is outstanding. With one move, Mightyena was smashed a few meters away and hit a tree directly. There is no chance to stand up again, just fall to the ground. One shot kill. This sudden change confused everyone, but after Riolu made a move, he didn't stop at all. Waving his fist, he constantly shuttled among Poochyena, using his fist to keep making moves. When the 5 of Team Aqua reacted, 2 more Poochyena were defeated. This is how the same thing. Back off and don't get together. Team Aqua captain shouted in disbelief. Chapter 6 Capture. Team Aqua et al. Back off. Want to dodge Riolu's attack rain? That's too late. Riolu, who took off his overweight armor, freed his attack and speed. Xiaolu used teleport to send Xiao over there. Xiao continued to use Rock Smash and defeat them. After Hoenn finished his instructions, he also moved. His target was the members of Team Aqua. If Team Aqua's plan is destroyed, Team Aqua will definitely hate itself and must arrest all of these Team Aqua members so that their identity will not be revealed. Team Aqua can run rampant in the Hoenn region, and its sphere of influence is so large that it cannot be resisted by Hoenn now. Raul put his little hand on his chest and activated the psychic energy in his body, sending Riolu to the front of the last 2 Poochyena. Riolu had already prepared his fist and smashed it directly. The effect is outstanding. After one move, he didn't even look at it. His figure kept moving, and he ran towards the last Poochyena, the fist in his hand glowing with a slight white light. The panicked Team Aqua members had no time to react. The 2 Poochyena had already fallen to the ground and lost their fighting power. Quick, run! Team Aqua's squad leader shouted in horror. Having lost the combat power of Pokemon, they have no resistance at all. The infamous Team Aqua members also know their place in the hearts of the people in the League. Once they are reacted by the Alliance's investigators, what awaits them will be prison. But they were just about to run away. At this time, Hoenn was already approaching. Using his hand as a knife, he slashed towards the neck of a panicked Team Aqua member. What? The Team Aqua member who was hit fell to the ground before he could let out a cry of pain. People in the Pokemon world have good physical fitness, but most people focus on using Pokemon to fight. I neglected my own practice. As a fighting master, Hoenn can handle several Team Aqua members with ease. 3 to 5 and 2 to knock down 4 ordinary members of Team Aqua, leaving only the team leader of Team Aqua, Riolu, who had dealt with Poochyena, also leaned over. Hoenn looked at the Team Aqua squad leader who had no way to retreat, pointed at the few Team Aqua soldiers who were lying on the ground and had their noses bruised, and said, "If you don't want to be like them, I advise you to be the best. It's easy to capture." Team Aqua captain, his face covered in cold sweat. He didn't expect that just a minute ago, they were still clamoring for Hoenn to stay out of business, relying on the advantage of the number of people. But in the next minute, on their side, he was the only one left, and he didn't even have a chance to escape. We are Team Aqua. Do you know what the consequences of offending our Team Aqua are?" The only remaining Team Aqua team leader shouted sternly. Hoenn's eyes turned cold, and he stepped forward, tucked his right hand between his waist and abdomen, and suddenly punched. It slammed into the abdomen of Team Aqua squad leader, directly smashed the team leader out 2 meters. The team leader only felt that his abdominal pain was unbearable, and the organs in his abdomen seemed to be churning. He fell to the ground with a gray face, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain. "I gave you a chance, but you don't listen." Hoenn took back his hand coldly. Since then, all Team Aqua members have been subdued. On the other side, Stone and Sapphire were both dumbfounded, especially Stone. He originally thought that he would be taken away by Team Aqua without any resistance, but the situation was completely different from what he imagined. Sapphire opened his mouth slightly, revealing 2 cute little tiger teeth. Looking shocked, she didn't expect that Hoenn was not only a great trainer, but also a master fighter. The shot is quick, ruthless, and accurate, without a trace of procrastination. After packing up the members of Team Aqua, Hoenn smashed their communicator. He took out a few rope from the backpack and threw them to Riolu. "Xiao, tie these people up." Riolu took the rope and tied up several Team Aqua members. "Thank you so much." Stone thanked Hoenn with a face full of the rest of his life. "Just a little thing. President Stone, please inform Officer Jenny, the league's search officer, to deal with these Team Aqua. By the way, if one kidnapping fails, there will be another time President Stone travels, so be careful," Hoenn said. After the system beep, he confirms that the task has been completed. He is in a good mood, and a faint smile reappears on his face. "Mr. Hoenn is right. I will contact you immediately." Stone immediately took out his communicator and contacted the relevant personnel. "Brother Hoenn, your Riolu and Ralts work well together. Also, you are amazing. We solved these Team Aquas in 3 or 2. Sapphire looked at Hoenn with some admiration. Hoenn smiled softly and casually chatted with Sapphire. Since a long time ago, Hoenn has been training Riolu and Ralt to cooperate. Stone on the side has already used the communicator to contact him. "I believe that in his capacity, it will not be long before the investigators of the Alliance will come to arrest these Team Aqua." And the bodyguards of Devon Corporation, knowing that the president was in distress, probably rushed out immediately to protect him. Rustboro City is not far from here. There is a helping hand with flying Pokemon. It is estimated that it will not take long to arrive here. That means Stone and Sapphire are safe. Thinking of this, Hoenn began to pack up and prepare to leave. "Mr. Hoenn, please wait." Stone saw Hoenn silently, and put the overweight protective gear that Riolu took off into his backpack. "What wrong?" Hoenn put away his things and looked at Stone. Stone fumbled around on his body, found a dark gold card, gave it to Hoenn with both hands, and said kindly, "If there is no Mr. Hoenn today, it is estimated that the old man has been teased by Team Aqua was kidnapped. This card is our Devon Corporation's VIP card. There is a discount for purchasing the product we produce. I'm in a hurry today, and I didn't bring anything with me. I can only give this VIP card to Mr. Hoenn. Please don't dislike it." A hint of surprise flashed in Hoenn's eyes. Devon Corporation is a company with a wide coverage, especially related to metal and equipment. It is in an absolute leading position. In the years that Hoenn has traveled through, he has purchased a lot of equipment from Devon Corporation, and he has spent at least 2 million Union coins before and after. "But I've never heard of a VIP card." President Stone is polite. "Then I'll accept it." Hoenn didn't push back and accepted the card directly. Not far away, there were a lot of noisy voices, presumably the Alliance investigator and Devon Corporation's bodyguard. Hoenn said goodbye and left here with 2 Pokemon. Calm, and powerful. This young man is unusual. Stone watched Hoenn's figure disappear into the woods, and his heart was full of emotion. Chapter 7 Kanto's White Vanilla. After parting with Stone and Sapphire, Hoenn returned to Fall Arbor Town. This is Hoenn's birthplace. Fall Arbor Town is a small town, and there are no gyms, so not many trainers pass by. Smaller towns like Fall Arbor Town are not as prosperous as Lily Cove City. The people here are not as busy every day as in big cities, and live a busy life for money. Although the economic conditions of Fall Arbor Town are a little behind, the people here are very leisurely. Passers-by had soft smiles on their faces. Fall Arbor Town is very close to Mt. Chimney, and volcanic ash drift here from time to time, making the local plant flourish. Because of this, it is very suitable for planting tree fruit, which can be said to be the tree fruit planting base of Hoenn region. Hoenn came directly to the door of a pharmacy called Wanatang. Wanatang. Wanatang is a century-old shop, and Hoenn went deep into Petalburg Woods because this old shop issued a mission to find Sapphire Snakein. There are many Pokemon shells that can be used as medicine, such as Arbok's Shedgen, Nidaking's Horn, Paris Mushroom, and even Crobat's Excrement, which can be made into medicine. After striding in, a waiter immediately stepped forward. Mr. Hoenn, long time no see. Hello Miss Renhui, I'm looking for Mr. Hejun. Hoenn replied with a smile. Hoenn is an old acquaintance here, and often collects medicinal herbs from the century-old shop in Helping Hand. Okay, please come this way. The service staff Renhui led the way and brought Hoenn to the VIP reception room. Mr. Hoenn, please wait a moment. I'll go and invite Mr. Hejun to come out. Okay, sorry to bother you. After sitting down, Hoenn gently took off his backpack and put it on the ground. Although Hoenn had put it down as smoothly as possible, the heavy backpack still made a dull sound on the ground. The backpack can hold a lot of things, but its own weight is also extremely heavy, reaching a weight of 100 kilograms. Mr. Hoenn's strength is really great. Although it was not the first time for the waiter Renhui to meet her, she couldn't help but sigh every time. Ha ha ha, brother Hoenn, long time no see. Not long after, a thin middle-aged man appeared with a smile. Hoenn casually greeted the person who came, and then simply took out the snakein he had originally obtained from his backpack. Hejen's eyes lit up, knowing that Hoenn didn't like polite words. He immediately put on gloves and carefully inspected the snake skin in front of him. Take out a special knife, gently cut a small incision on the snakein, and put it in your mouth to taste. With a face full of surprise, he said, when it enters the throat, it is obviously bitter, and there is a little fishy smell. These two snakeins are the best, 100% from a healthy, adult, strong Sapphire. It's really rare that the integrity is so high. Hoenn didn't speak, and tapped his fingers on the table, waiting for Hejun to make an offer. The middle-aged Hejen rubbed his hand, and said with a hilarious smile, brother Hoenn is not the first time to trade. Brother, I'm not going to lie with you. Let's do it. The two snakeins are worth 600,000 alliance coin. What do you think? There was a hint of surprise in Hoenn's eyes, and the price quoted by Hejun was obviously 30% higher than the market price. As the saying goes, there is no trader and no business, and after working together so many times, Hoenn knows that this Hejun is a master who does not see the rabbit but not the eagle, and will not offer high prices for no reason. This is obviously asking for him. Hoenn took a sip of tea and said slowly, tell me, this time, what other tasks are there? Hejen was detected by Hoenn at a glance, and he was not annoyed. He had been in contact with Hoenn for a long time, and had become accustomed to Hoenn's sophistication in detecting people's heart. It's just that he is still not used to it. Hoenn's young and handsome face is matched with a sophisticated and steady heart. After organizing the language, he asked, brother Hoenn, you must also know Kanto region Zaifu. Let the company develop a panacea. Hoenn nodded, indicating that he knew that he had 2 bottles in his backpack. The panacea can remove the effects of poisoning, paralysis, sleep, burning, and confusion of Pokemon. In the wild or in battle, any abnormal state will greatly reduce the Pokemon's combat effectiveness, especially in some life and death junctures. Once the Pokemon falls into an abnormal state, it is very likely to fall into death. The panacea, once taken, can cure all abnormal conditions. As long as the trainers have the conditions, they will prepare some panacea to deal with emergency. It's just that the output of this panacea has not been high, and the demand has been large, so the price has remained high. Seeing Hoenn nodding, Hejen continued, now, in Wanatang, we have developed a heal powder that is no less effective than a panacea, and can also relieve the abnormal state of Pokemon. It's just that the taste is relatively bitter, and the cost is relatively low, only 1/5 of the panacea. Once it is listed in the future, it will definitely be very popular. At present, the current price of panacea is generally around 100,000 alliance coin, which is really unaffordable for ordinary trainers. 100,000 alliance coins can be regarded as the annual income of an ordinary family. If the selling price only needs 20,000 alliance coin, it is indeed promising. The price is cheap, the price is high, and the taste is bitter. Hoenn knew that the other party must have something to say, so he waited quietly. Hejen continued, but to make heal powder, there is one essential medicinal material. It's white vanilla. The medicinal herb of white vanilla is only found in the depths of the Vidian Forest in the Kanto region. This is also the key to restricting the mass production of our heal powder. Hoenn understood this when he heard this. The other party wanted him to go to the depths of the Vidian Forest to find white vanilla. The Vidian Forest in the Kanto region is larger than the Petalburg Woods in the Hoenn region, and the risk factor is also higher, and there are often groups of Pokemon with strong territorial awareness in the depth. It is quite difficult to go deep into it, but the greater the danger, the greater the gain, and the two are always proportional. Hoenn spoke slowly and directly asked the core question, white vanilla, what's the price? Seeing Hoenn's interest, Hejen couldn't help but get excited. Before that, they had already found several powerful trainers, but they all refused. It is not that they are not interested, but that it is too difficult to obtain. Then he said excitedly, a perfect white vanilla. We recycle the price of 200,000. If the quality is good, the price can be higher. 200,000 a plant, a very good price. Hoenn was obviously a little moved, but now he needs to prepare properly before going deep into the Vidian Forest. I'll go back to Kanto when I have time. Dispose of the current snake in first. Hoenn agreed casually and handed a card. Okay, with brother Hoenn's help, it's done. He knew Hoenn's personality and wouldn't agree easily. Once he agreed, it would be done. He happily took the card in Hoenn's hand, handed it to Renwei next to him, and waved his hand, motioning her to put away the snake in front of her. Union card, similar to bank card. It's just that this kind of alliance card is an anonymous method. Because the cities of this world are highly free, there is only one loose alliance to unify the currency. If you want to cultivate your own Pokemon, then you need massive funds as support. Obtaining medicinal materials and selling them is a good way to make money. Chapter 8. Prepare for two little guys. Evolution. After finishing the formalities at Wengatang, Hoenn went to the fruit wholesale center in Fall Arbor town. After buying a lot of tree fruits and many high-quality ingredients, I went home. Hoenn's home is in the outer suburbs of Fall Arbor town, near Yantu Mountain. Yantu Mountain is a volcano. The mountain spring passes through the hot volcano, and the water left behind is rich in minerals, also known as the hot spring. Hoenn bought a house in a hot spring stream. People in this world respect travel and do not stay in one place for a long time. A large villa with 5 acres of land is only priced at less than 200,000 alliance coin. Great value. Of course, there is no so-called land term. On the way home, there are flying Pokemon flying past from time to time. These flying Pokemon have a trainer sitting on them. There is a significant speed difference between flying in the sky and walking on the ground with your feet. Hoenn also wanted to capture a flying Pokemon. He already has a candidate in mind, but this Pokemon is not common in Hoenn region, and Hoenn didn't randomly capture a Pokemon as a means of transportation. Because a trainer, it takes a lot of time, energy and money to cultivate a Pokemon. Capturing one at will, free-ranging, is not in line with Hoenn's character. As long as it is subdued, it will be carefully cultivated and become the closest partner. Home. As soon as Hoenn got home, he released 2 Pokemon. Luca, Lalu. The 2 Pokemon had been on the road for days, but Hoenn didn't let them out, and was suffocated in the baby ball. As soon as I returned to a familiar place, I immediately became happy. Luca tilde Luca tilde. Lalu tilde Lalu tilde. Both Pokemon pointed to the backyard of their home. There is an open-air hot spring pool in the backyard. Hoenn led the hot springs from Yantu Mountain to the backyard of his home. Every time I finish a task outside, or after training, I will take a bath in a hot spring to relieve my body fatigue. Okay, you go first. I'll put things away first. Hoenn said to the 2 Pokemon gently. Luca tilde Lalu tilde. The 2 little guys ran away happily. The warm running water ran across Hoenn's chest like a gentle touch. Hoenn soaked in the hot spring pool comfortably, enjoying the leisure time. Riolu was obviously a little more active, and it was like a swimming pool in the hot spring pool, swimming around. Fortunately, the hot spring pool is large enough to allow Riolu to swim freely. Ralts was relatively quiet and caring, standing by the hot spring pool, massaging Hoenn's temple with his delicate little hand. Hoenn was soaking in the hot spring and enjoying a massage while thinking about the neckland. Selling Seviper's snake in. I got 700,000, enough for a month's living expenses. 700,000, a month's living expenses. An ordinary family has worked hard to save money for 10 years, and they don't know if they have 700,000. Here in Hoenn, 700,000 is just 1 month's living expenses. That's right, because Hoenn has 2 little guys to support. The 2 little guys, what they usually eat and drink, are the top ingredient. Beef, only eat N7 level and above. Milk, only drink 4.0 grams of milk protein. Tree fruit, only eat the best of the best. Although feeding Pokemon some ordinary meals can also achieve satiety, but Hoenn is unwilling. Only with good nutrition can Pokemon have better physical strength and will to practice. Feeding and nurturing are 2 different things. The next plan is to make Xiao evolution into Lucario. Let Xiaolu evolution become Kirlia. This trip, I got 2,000 reward points, enough to exchange for 2 bottles of potential potion. Hoenn thought silently in his heart. If Riolu wants evolution, it has to achieve a certain level of intimacy with the trainer. Ralts wants evolution to become Kirlia. It's relatively simple, level up to level 16. The 2 Pokemon already have the conditions for evolution. It's just that Hoenn has been suppressing their evolution. The purpose is to let them unleash all the potential of their bodies in the process of evolution, so that their growth after evolution will be more obvious. Now there are enough reward points, which can be used to exchange the potential potion of the system, so that the potential of the 2 Pokemon can be released perfectly. Luca tilde Luca tilde. Riolu stopped swimming, but came to Hoenn's side and looked at Hoenn silently. Lalu tilde Lalu tilde. Ralt did the same, stopped the massage and silently looked at Hoenn like Riolu. Riolu has the power of aura in his body and can sense the trainer's mind. Ralts has psychic in his body and can keenly know the trainer's thought. They all sensed information about their evolution from Hoenn. This came around. Hehe, I know you're all looking forward to it. Let's rest a day, and I'll help you with evolution tomorrow. Hoenn smiled and said to the two Pokemon whose eyes were full of covet. Luca tilde, Lalu tilde. The two Pokemon are no longer entangled and play happily. Anyway, with Hoenn around, they don't have to worry about it. Just listen to Hoenn. Chapter 9 Partner Evolution. Full of expectations for the future. The next morning, Hoenn woke up early. Take Riolu to warm up in the yard and prepare for the evolution later. Ralts is a psychic Pokemon, and Calm Mind, who sits silently on the side, is the best practice. 983, 998, 1000. Okay, Xiaowu, take a rest first. Hoenn took Riolu and did 1000 sit-up. Riolu was out of breath and lay on the ground tired. And 1000 sit-up for Hoenn is not the end of his. Continue to speed up the exercise. 1000 sit-up. If not for deliberately slowing down and waiting for Riolu, Hoenn can finish it in 15 minutes. Luca tilde. Riolu agreed, and watched Hoenn exercising frantically with adoring eyes. After a while, Hoenn's sweat completely wet the ground, and the 2000 sit-ups were completed. They began to busy breakfast for the two Pokemon. After warming up and having breakfast, Hoenn took two Pokemon and stood in the cultivation yard. The spirit of Riolu and Ralts has reached its peak. Hoenn looked at the two Pokemon with satisfaction and took out 2 bottles of potion. The potion in Hoenn's hand is the potential potion exchanged from the system store. Potion of potential. Take it in the Pokemon Earl Dervish stage to maximize the potential of the Pokemon's body. Open black lens bracket. Remark close black lens bracket. There will be obvious tingling sensation after taking it. Xiaowu, I will take this bottle of medicine later. There will be obvious tingling sensation. Hold on. Hoenn handed the medicine to Riolu. Riolu solemnly took the bottle and nodded heavily. Ralu tilde. Ral cheered for Riolu on the side. Riolu opened the potion and drank it in one gulp. As soon as the medicine enters the throat, it has a light fruity sweet taste, accompanied by a strong tingling sensation. This tingling is initiated from within the body, like puncturing the cells with a needle and then fusing the cells together. Fortunately, this pain did not last long. Xiaowu, let go of your power now. You don't need to suppress it anymore. Hoenn and Ral stepped aside, silently waiting for Riolu's transformation. After hearing the word, Riolu immediately released the suppression in his body. A sharp breath emanated from Riolu. The long suppressed energy quickly revolved in Riolu's body, and even Hoenn and Ral could clearly feel it. My partner, this is a step in your transformation. Hoenn cheered for Riolu silently. Ralu tilde. Ral hugged Hoenn's thigh, also looking forward to the evolution of his companion. The white light representing evolution finally arrived, wrapping Riolu tightly in an instant. Like a signal, the energy in Riolu's body is rolling. Evolution's white light began to dissipate, and it was already a brand new Pokemon that appeared in front of Hoenn. Lucario, with more black stripes on the surface, more hair on the back of the head, darker skin, and reddish feet. The milky white fur on the body became longer. The thighs also became hardcover, and the body was much taller than before, with spike growing on the backs of the hands and the soles of the feet. Luca, feeling the explosive power in his body, Lucario threw his fists excitedly, feeling the changes in his body. Lucario's data also changes with evolution. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon close black lens bracket. Lucario. Attribute Heal. Fighting. Level 20. Characteristic Heart of Justice. When attacked by evil type move, the attack will increase due to the sense of justice. Open black lens bracket. Introduction. Close black lens bracket. Lucario has a calm temperament and is extremely loyal to trainers. Xiaowu. Hoenn looked at Lucario tenderly, with incomparable joy in his heart. Lucario is his first Pokemon, his first companion to this world. Lucario quickly rushed into Hoenn's arms and hugged him tightly. Thank you, Hoenn. Lucario's voice transmitted to Hoenn's mind, and these simple words contained gratitude, trust, and various emotion. Ralts on the side waved his cute little arms happily. With Lucario's example, Ralts' evolution went well. Perhaps because of the psychic and fairy system, the tingling sensation of the potential potion was not very strong for Ralt. After evolution's white light, Kirlia's appearance changed drastically. The body is white and looks like she is wearing a tutu, and she has very slender green legs. Kirlia's hair didn't completely block her eyes like Ralts's, but instead had shoulder-dropping bangs. Her 2 red horns have also shifted on either side of her head, and now look like 2 hairpins. Become more delicate. Become more girly. Open black lens bracket. Pokemon close black lens bracket. Kirlia. Attribute Psychic. Fairy. Level 20. Characteristic Telepathy. Pokemon with this feature will not be attacked by other Pokemon on your side. Introduction. Kirlia can sense the emotions of humans and Pokemon more acutely than Ralt, and will use her developed mind to manipulate spiritual power. Like the excited Lucario. Kirlia flew into Hoenn's arms as soon as the evolution ended. Hoenn looked at evolution, his two close partners, and felt relieved. The stronger the partner's strength, the more confident he will be to protect himself in this world. Looking forward to the future. Chapter 10 Testing and Summarizing Skills. Home in Fall Arbor Town. Bang tilde bang tilde bang tilde. Continuous metal collision sound. A metal plate specially used for testing was punctured by Lucario. Lucario was sweating profusely in order to create this effect. The metal plate used for testing was connected to the computer by Hoenn. A string of data is displayed on the computer. The highest peak is 298 kg per punt, and the strength is very good. The values of various indicators of physical fitness are also very large. As long as you maintain this level, it will not take long for you to master and become proficient in sword stance. When the time comes, your strength will reach to an increase in the index. Hoenn looked down at Lucario's data analysis on the computer. In Hoenn's conception, Lucario is a perfect fighter with decent attack and speed. The combination of fighting and steel attributes is even more impressive. And an excellent warrior must master the skill of sword dance. Sword dance can greatly increase the attack power of Pokemon in a short period of time. However, the premise of use is that the physical fitness of the Pokemon reaches the standard. I also feel a lot stronger. Lucario waved his arms, feeling the strength of his body, and used the power of aura to communicate with Hoenn. Since Lucario evolution, the power of aura in the body has skyrocketed, and he can flexibly use the power of aura to communicate with Hoenn. Come on, this is a new pair of overweight protective gear. You can try it on. Hoenn took out the overweight protective gear prepared in advance and handed it to Lucario. This pair of overweight protective gear is based on the original 10 kg, and an additional 20 kg is added. One for each hand and foot. If neatly dressed, the overall weight is 120 kg. Yeah, Lucario put on the overweight protective gear with some effort under Hoenn's helping hand. After Lucario evolution, his weight is only about 60 kg, and this overweight protective gear is twice his weight. It's a little uncomfortable at first, but you'll get used to it. You usually wear this protective gear. Just follow the training plan I made for you. Hoenn patted Lucario on the shoulder and said to him warmly, I understand. Although after Lucario evolution, the strength has been greatly increased, but when he faced Hoenn, he could still feel a strong suppression from Hoenn's body. This repression was not intentionally released by Hoenn, but an invisible pressure. It's like a fighting white belt facing the feeling of a fighting master. Xiao, evolution becoming Lucario is not the end, but the beginning. Opening up the differences between individuals start from now. Hoenn taught Lucario earnestly. Lucario didn't say anything, but nodded with a firm look in his eyes. Okay, Xiao, go to training. Hoenn patted Lucario on the shoulder softly. Lucario agreed, then took firm step, walked to the training target on the side, and began to repeat the most basic punching and recruiting training. Hoenn watched with satisfaction for a while. Lucario did not slack off because of the huge increase in strength after evolution, but was full of passion for training. Coaching for a while, then turned to another Pokemon. Xiaolu tilde. Hoenn waved to Kirlia. Kirlia took the lotus step shyly, and Frillish walked to Hoenn's side, leaving a small distance. After Xiao's evolution, apart from his appearance and strength, his personality has not changed much. But after Xiaolu evolution became Kirlia, her appearance, strength, and personality have all changed. Xiaolu, who used to stick to Hoenn all day long and begged for a hug at every turn, had become somewhat shy now, who had always loved to dig into Hoenn's arm. Maybe it's because of her appearance as a girl. Her heart has also changed. Hoenn deliberately pretended to be injured and said to Kirlia, why do you feel that after evolution, you don't seem to like me as much as before? Are you still the old Xiaolu? Seeing Hoenn wrong look, Kirlia was a little anxious. Quickly connecting Hoenn's mind, Nuo said, no, Xiaolu is still the same Xiaolu, that little Lu who liked Hoenn. Really? Hoenn was waiting for Kirlia's opening, and suddenly bent down, put her in his arms and kneaded. While kneading, he smiled and said, I'll check to see if it's still the same Xiaolu. Kirlia didn't expect Hoenn to suddenly attack. She was a little caught off guard, and her face blushed. However, Xiaolu didn't give Hoenn a chance to continue attacking, and a teleport broke away from Hoenn's embrace. After a few words of teasing, Kirlia's face was flushed red by Hoenn. Kirlia took the initiative to ask for training, and Hoenn let her go. Xiaolu, the skill you need to master now is teleport. Your psychic has been improved after evolution, and the efficiency of using it should be much smoother than before. Hoenn said softly. Yeah. Kirlia agreed and started to cast it. Swish. The figure disappeared and appeared again, 40 meters away. This is the limit I can use now. Kirlia's soft voice came from Hoenn's mind. Well, Xiaolu, try it out. Use it continuously for a short period of time, and see what your limit is. Hoenn spoke again, taking out the timer to count the time. Yeah. Kirlia adjusted her breath lightly and started to use teleport. Brush tilde brush tilde brush tilde brush tilde. Kirlia Kirlia's figure kept flashing around. This is my limit now. Continuously releasing teleport. Kirlia's face flushed. Xiaolu, you did a very good job. The interval between teleport is only about 5 seconds. The number of consecutive releases reached 4 times, which greatly exceeded my expectation. Hoenn softly touched Kirlia's cute little head and praised. Kirlia no longer dodged, but stood obediently by the side. Although she was very tired, she was very happy to be praised by Hoenn. Xiaolu, you only need to concentrate on cultivating 2 skills now. Give priority to training teleport, and then train fantasy light when you have time. Hoenn concluded. Teleport can be said to be a god skill. Quickly changing your position, whether on offense or defense, can go a long way. Kirlia is not yet the final evolution body, which means that her current combat ability is lower than Lucario, who has completed the final evolution. And teleport is the most important part. Yeah. Kirlia nodded lightly and consciously walked to the side to start training. After arranging the training of the 2 Pokemon, Hoenn began to think about the neckland. Chapter 11. Sapphire took Hoenn to gym. Time flies. It has been more than half a month since Hoenn went home in the blink of an eye. In the yard at home, Hoenn is observing the training process of the 2 Pokemon. Lucario's figure appeared in front of a target without warning, and he suddenly threw his fist. With a bang, there was a metallic crashing sound. Then, Lucario disappeared, appeared again, in another training target, and made another move. Repeat the path. Okay, well executed. Hoenn, who was watching the battle, clapped his hands and praised the 2 sweaty Pokemon from training. Using teleport, Kirlia teleports Lucario to the opponent's side, and then shoot. After the attack, teleport Lucario to a safe location. Such a combined attack was specially trained by Hoenn to soften the characteristics of the 2 of them. Luca. The 2 Pokemon, Lalu. Were both delighted to be praised by Hoenn. Okay, Xiaolu, continue your training. Try to get used to the weight of the overweight armor as soon as possible. Hoenn patted Lucario's shoulder and said. Lucario nodded and stepped aside to train. Xiaolu, use the calm mind technique to restore the energy consumed. Hoenn bent down, rubbed Kirlia's head, and said softly. Continuous use of teleport is a lot of consumption for Kirlia. Kirlia's face flushed slightly. The expression is a little shy, but also a little enjoyment. She walked silently to the shade, sat down with her leg crossed, and practiced the calm mind technique that Hoenn taught her. Hoenn also silently turned around and went back to his room to go about his business. The 700,000 I earned last time have been spent almost. After this period of training, both Xiaolu and Xiaolu's levels have been raised to level 26, and their strengths have also improved. You can take on tasks with a higher degree of difficulty to make some money. Hoenn was thinking silently as he returned to his room. In the Alliance Center, tasks will be released. As long as the trainer completes the task, the corresponding bonus will be obtained. There are ordinary tasks such as finding object, going somewhere to investigate, and part-time bodyguard. There are many tasks to choose from. The higher the risk factor, the higher the corresponding bonus. After Hoenn returned to his room, he turned on the computer and browsed the web. Just as he was about to open the Alliance Center website to see what suitable tasks were available, Hoenn unexpectedly saw a message that attracted him. According to this newspaper, the prestigious Professor Oak will arrive in the Hoenn region from Kanto region next week. In Rustboro City, a one-day lecture on Pokemon. The content of the lecture is how to cultivate Pokemon. Those who want to participate, please register quickly. Professor Oak came to Hoenn region to give a lecture. Hoenn region and Kanto, Johto, these 2 regions, the distance is relatively close. This also leads to more connections between the 3 regions. For example, it is normal for Professional Oak to come to Hoenn region to give lectures. Next week, Hoenn was very interested in Professor Oak's lecture. Professor Oak's research on Pokemon is very deep, and he also has a set of nurturing methods. Listen to Professor Oak's lectures and refer to them. Maybe there are some helping hands. As for the task of making money, it can be done at any time, and it is not in a hurry. A few days later, the day of the lecture was approaching. Hoenn set off ahead of schedule and headed to Rustboro City. Rustboro City is a quintessential Arbor city, home to the heavy industry company Devon Corporation. To the north of the city is Meteor Falls, which is rich in various minerals. The gym here is the gym of the rock system. The architectural style of the entire city is relatively calm and atmospheric. When Hoenn passed the Pokemon Center, there was an uncertain female voice calling his name behind him. Brother Hoenn. This female voice has a hint of cuteness, and there is a bit of naughty in the cuteness. Hoenn can hear it right away. It was Sapphire whom I met some time ago. Sure enough, it's you, Brother Hoenn. Sapphire immediately became excited when he saw Hoenn looking back. It's such a coincidence that you are also in Rustboro City, Hoenn asked, looking at Sapphire, who showed 2 cute tiger teeth. Yeah, what a coincidence. Sapphire put his hands behind his back and asked curiously, Brother Hoenn, did you come to Rustboro City to attend the lecture at Professor Oak? Yeah. Hoenn nodded. There are more people coming and going in Rustboro City than usual, most of them coming coming to attend the lectures at Professor Oak. Professor Oak's lecture will start the day after tomorrow. Sapphire blinked his big bright eyes and asked, I don't know Brother Hoenn. What other arrangements are there besides attending the lecture? Arrangement. Hoenn was done. As soon as Sapphire saw Hoenn's expression, he immediately became happy, took the initiative to grab Hoenn's arm, kept shaking, and said with anticipation, since Brother Hoenn is fine, why don't you help me? I've been challenging Kanna's gym every day for the past few days, and I lost every time. I don't know what to do. Brother Hoenn is so powerful. Can you help me? Sapphire looked full of expectation. Hoenn is really hard to refuse. Anyway, Professor Oak's lecture only started in the evening, and there was a lot of free time in the afternoon, so it didn't matter to help Sapphire. Okay, Hoenn agreed. Sapphire was instantly happy, and pulled Hoenn to go to gym. Chapter 12. Sapphire. Good brother, tell me quickly. Kanna's gym, like many buildings in Rustboro City, adhering to the heavy, sturdy style. Because the leader uses a rock-type Pokemon, the rock-type Pokemon is relatively heavy. Moreover, the movement is relatively large, so when the gym was built, the battlefield was specially reinforced. Inside the gym, there was a lot of voices. Because there are many trainers who come to Rustboro City from various regions to attend the lectures of Professor Oak, there are also many more trainers coming here to challenge than usual. On the battlefield, there are already several trainers fighting. As soon as Sapphire arrived here in high spirit, he went to get a number plate. Together with Hoenn, sit in the audience and watch the battle. If you want to challenge gym leader, you must first defeat the trainee trainer in gym. Only by defeating all trainee trainers can you be qualified to challenge the leader. After defeating gym leader, get the badge of that gym. The number of badges can be more intuitive to know the strength of the trainer. Brother Hoenn, look, that's Roxanne leader over there. Sapphire pointed to a young girl in the distance. Hoenn followed her directions and looked over. Roxanne was wearing a tutu skirt and a red bow tie on her chest. A red turban tied her long hair. The overall feeling is very quiet, but there is a sense of playfulness. Is commanding a nosepass and is playing against a trainer. It's the nosepass. Every time I challenge, I lose to him, Sapphire said with a look of annoyance. Hoenn glanced at Roxanne's nosepass, and the data naturally appeared in his eyes. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket nosepass. Attribute rock. Level 16. Characteristic magnetic force. Magnetic force attracts steel-type Pokemon, making it impossible to escape. Introduction. Nosepass will attract and collect iron with strong magnetic force to protect the body, and its magnetic force will be significantly strengthened in critical moments. Gym leader's job is to screen out capable trainers for the league. Therefore, when gym leader faces the challenger, the Pokemon used are similar to the strength of the challenger's Pokemon. As long as you pass the test, you can get a badge. It does not use its own main battle Pokemon. Gym leader's main battle Pokemon, the level is generally between 40 and 50. If they use the main battle Pokemon they then almost cut off the possibility of rookie trainers getting badges. You said you challenged a few times and lost all of them. Do you use Aaron to challenge every time? Hoenn asked Sapphire after watching Roxanne fight on the field. Yes, my Aaron is a steel type. Doesn't it just restrain the rock type? My Torchic is restrained by the rock type nosepass in terms of attribute. I have never used Torchic to play. Sapphire replied with some doubt. Yeah, Hoenn agreed softly, his eyes still on Roxanne on the battlefield. It's rare for a girl to actually like and be good at some rude rock. When Roxanne was fighting, she knew exactly what her opponent's next move was. Roxanne is also said to be a top student at Rustboro City's Pokemon School. Because of his excellent grade, he successfully passed the inspection of the Alliance and was directly defined as a leader. Against the battlefield, Roxanne's nosepass stood still. With his short arms, he sucked up a stone and threw it at his opponent. While the opponent was dodging, Roxanne immediately spoke up and instructed nosepass to use rest move. The stamina and energy lost before are quickly replenished. This also completely collapsed the mentality of Roxanne's opponent. The defense of nosepass was very high. It is not easy to wear off his physical strength. Now a move rest directly to replenish the physical strength. Let all the effort just now go to waste. I admit defeat. The challenger simply gave up the game. It's so annoying. Roxanne leader's nosepass is so stupid. I finally saw a little hope of victory, but it was wiped out again. Sapphire saw the defeated challenger step down and had a feeling of empathy. Actually, it's not difficult to win nosepass. Hoenn took his eyes back and said slowly, really? Sapphire's eyes suddenly lit up. He hugged Hoenn's arm excitedly, and swayed excitedly beside him. Good brother, tell me quickly. Please, just say it. Sapphire shook Hoenn's arm while looking at him wistfully. Sapphire was impressed by Hoenn's previous performances at Petalburg Woods and Route 104. Okay, stop now. I'm almost stunned by you. Hoenn joked. Don't look at Sapphire's cute look, but she's really strong. Shaking for a while, Hoenn felt a sense of motion sickness. Yeah. Sapphire's eyes widened, looking at Hoenn motionlessly, his eyes full of hope. Hoenn didn't take it anymore, and directly told Sapphire all the details he had just observed and the matters that he needed to pay attention to during the battle. I see. No wonder I've been losing all the time. So here's the trick. Sapphire listened to Hoenn's explanation, feeling empowered. Chapter 13. Brother Hoenn's prediction was too accurate. In the gym, the referee motioned for Sapphire to come on stage. Next challenger, Sapphire. After several days of challenges, most of the staff in the gym recognized Sapphire. You don't have to be like other trainers. You must defeat the trainee trainer before you can challenge gym leader. She can go straight to the stage. Sapphire's sister, it seems that you are very confident this time, Roxanne said with a smile to this persistent little sister. Well, the secret of your nosepass has already been taken by foresight. After Hoenn's explanation, Sapphire was full of confidence in this battle. Oh, then it seems that I have to take it seriously. Roxanne was a little surprised by Sapphire's date. Come on, I can definitely do it. Sapphire cheered himself up silently, then looked at Hoenn who was sitting in the audience. Roxanne followed Sapphire's gaze curiously, and also saw the handsome Hoenn. Hoenn felt Roxanne's gaze. A warm smile appeared on his face, and he nodded kindly to her. He looked handsome. Roxanne also responded with a smile. Challenger Sapphire against Hana's gym leader Roxanne. The game start. The referee waved the flag and the game officially started. Come on, Aaron. Sapphire released his Pokemon first. Is it still Aaron? You have failed so many times in a row. Don't you plan to make a substitution? Roxanne slowly pressed the baby ball and released the nosepass. She didn't take Sapphire's challenge too seriously. HMPH. Don't underestimate me. This time I'm sure to win. Sapphire shot back with one sentence. He immediately began to direct Aaron to act. Aaron, use Harden. Aaron got the master's order and started to act immediately. Harden is a buff skill that can increase defense by 1 level in a short period of time. Oh, I've changed my strategy this time, and no longer choose a hard attack. But if you don't attack, then I'll make a move. Roxanne also gave orders to Nosepass. Nosepass, use Rock Throw. With his short arm, Nosepass attracted a stone from the ground and threw it towards Aaron. With a bang, the stone smashed into Aaron's body. The metal and the rock collided, and a little ember collided. Aaron shook his head, not feeling much. Sure enough, as Brother Hoenn said, Nosepass doesn't have many attack methods, and he is good at defense, and his speed and attack are behind. Aaron of the steel type doesn't take much damage. Sapphire did not panic. Nosepass, use Thunder Wave. Seeing that Aaron was hit, there was not much damage, and Roxanne directed Nosepass to make a move again. The energy in Nosepass's body was converted into Thunder Wave of the electrical system, and he attacked Aaron not far away. Once Thunder Wave hit, it is very likely to paralyze the opponent. Pokemon in a paralyzed state, their speed is reduced by half, and it is very likely that during the attack, it will be paralyzed and the attack will be invalid. Facing Roxanne's move, Sapphire became more and more composed, because before the battle, Hoenn had predicted Roxanne's action. Sapphire immediately commanded, Aaron, use Dig. Aaron acted immediately, quickly dig on the ground, and got in. The defense of the Nosepass is good, but the speed is negligible. In addition to learning rock-type skills, Nosepass can also learn a lot of electricity-type skills. In order to make up for the lack of speed, Roxanne will definitely let Nosepass learn the Thunder Wave skill. After your Aaron uses Harden, plus the advantages in attributes and ordinary skills, it won't cause too much pressure. So, Roxanne will 100% use Thunder Wave to limit your Aaron. At this time, just use Dig to deal with it. The word taught by Hoenn lingered in Sapphire's mind as the battle began. Hoenn couldn't predict Roxanne's actions too accurately. Oh, Dig. Roxanne's eyes on the battlefield finally became serious. Sapphire changed the previous rampage fighting style and began to no detour. It made Roxanne feel tied, but she was a gym leader, and she quickly adjusted. Dig is a ground-based skill, and if it is hit, it will be an outstanding damage. Even if Nosepass is good at defense, it can't resist like this. Roxanne immediately said, Nosepass, use Protect. Nosepass was guided, and immediately began to mobilize the energy in the body, forming a protective shield outside the body. Protect, you can block the opponent's attack without getting hurt. Of course, this premise is valid only if the gap between the two sides is not too large. Aaron emerged from the ground and hit Nosepass directly. The white shield of the Nosepass can avoid damage, but the impact is unavoidable. Was knocked out by Aaron several meters. Sapphire's eyes lit up, and Hoenn's exhortation came to his mind again. Dig, it's just a false move. The real killer move to defeat Nosepass is Aaron's Metal Claw. With the bonus of this department, Metal Claw is much more powerful than Dig. Thinking of this, Sapphire was full of excitement, clenching his fists and giving the order, Aaron, use Metal Claw. Aaron seemed to feel the trainer's excitement. All the strength and energy in his body gathered in his hand, and he waved his claws toward Nosepass, who was stumbling and wanted to stand up. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A sound of metal and rock rubbing sounded, and the teeth of the people around were sore. Aaron fought Nosepass several times, and finally left a 3-finger scratch on the opponent's rock body. The effect is outstanding. Chapter 14. join Roxanne. Shall we go together? Challenger Sapphire. Against Hana's gym leader Roxanne. Victory. The referee waved the flag and announced the result of the battle. I won. Did I really win? After the victory, Sapphire was not ecstatic but froze in place, somewhat in disbelief. Yes, you won. Roxanne put away the nosepass and walked to Sapphi in front of Reed. He said to her with a smile. Is it true? Sapphire looked at Roxanne blankly. Of course. Roxanne nodded affirmatively, reaching out to hug Sapphire, the lovely little sister who persists in challenging. It's a pity that Sapphire didn't give her a chance and ran towards the audience immediately. Brother Hoenn. Brother Hoenn. Sapphire hugged Hoenn and buried his head in Hoenn's waist. Karen cried with rain. I finally won. I finally won. Hoenn rubbed Sapphire's head lightly and spoke softly to comfort her. Sapphire challenged Jim over and over again, to no avail. I naturally fell into self-doubt. In particular, she is also the daughter of Birch, professor of the Hoenn region. The consecutive challenges were unsuccessful, and it was conceivable that she was under enormous pressure. Finally won and the pressure was relieved. Okay, what a fool. Shouldn't you be happy to win? Hoenn patted Sapphire on the back. Well, thank you, brother Hoenn. Sapphire wiped away the tears of joy on his face and looked up at Hoenn with gratitude. Okay, Roxanne leader is still waiting for the badge to be awarded to you. Come and collect it. Hoenn pointed to Roxanne beside him and said softly to Sapphire. Yeah. Sapphire's little face smiled again and ran to Roxanne's side. Sister Sapphire, this is where you should get the Kana's gym badge. Roxanne took out a badge and handed it to Sapphire. Thank you. The playful Sapphire took it with both hands, then ran to Hoenn's side and showed it to Hoenn excitedly. Roxanne's gaze, following Sapphire, fell on Hoenn again. Her eyes were full of curiosity. The first few Sapphire challenges were forced by her nosepass to lose consecutively, but this time, Sapphire is like a different person. The whole person is refreshed and full of confidence. As soon as the battle started, he had already taken the initiative. In the end, there is a beautiful tactic to win. As soon as Sister Sapphire finished the fight, she ran to the man's side. Obviously, he taught Sapphire's tactic. The more Roxanne thought about it, the more interested she became in Hoenn's interaction with Sapphire. He simply walked over and took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Hello, my name is Roxanne. Hello, Hoenn. Hoenn was very measured, and with a light touch, he withdrew his hand. The etiquette of shaking hands is divided between men and women. When shaking hands with a woman, the woman must take the initiative to extend her hand, and the man cannot extend his hand first. Secondly, in the process of shaking hand, you can only hold the first few fingers, and after holding it, you must release it immediately. Otherwise, it is easy to arouse the woman's disgust and be considered a pervert. Hoenn's handsome appearance, coupled with the gentleman's actions, made Roxanne feel a good first impression. Mr. Hoenn is also a trainer, right? Roxanne asked when she saw Hoenn's baby ball pinned to her waist. Hoenn didn't answer yet, and Sapphire, who was excited, immediately said, yes, brother Hoenn is amazing. If he hadn't told me where the nosepass was flawed, I wouldn't have won at all. After speaking, Sapphire looked at Hoenn with admiration. After Sapphire said this, Roxanne was even more interested in Hoenn. It can't be called a flaw. I just happen to know some of the characteristics of nosepass and use the characteristic to counter it, Hoenn said proactively. Roxanne looked at Hoenn with a calm expression, and said softly, I think Mr. Hoenn is a little faceless. He probably hasn't obtained the Kana's badge yet. I don't know, Mr. Hoenn. Are you interested in a fight with me? Roxanne has a good memory, and everyone who gets the badge from her remembers it well. The young man laying Hoenn in front of him didn't have the slightest impression, and obviously he hadn't obtained the badge of Kana's. And Sapphire is so respected, it is natural to know that Hoenn's strength is not weak. Seeing the happy Roxanne, only then will he take the initiative to challenge Hoenn. Battle. It's a good choice to play against gym leader. You can also test your own Pokemon practice during this time. Hard work. The ultimate goal is to stand on the battlefield, to fight, to win. Actual combat is necessary, but in time, it was too late. Accompanying the Sapphire challenge at Kana's gym has already spent an afternoon. In less than an hour, Professor Oak's lecture will be held. Sorry, Miss Roxanne. I'll be attending a lecture at Professional Oak later. Next time, let's have another battle next time we meet. What do you think? Hoenn outright refusal. This time, the main purpose of coming to Rustboro City is to participate in the lecture of Professor Oak. Although Hoenn region is relatively close to Kanto and Johto region, Professional Oak does not often come to Hoenn region. Yes, Roxanne patted her forehead lightly and said, Mr. Hoenn, if you don't remind me, I will forget it. Professor Oak's lectures are not to be missed. As a top student at Kana School, Roxanne is also looking forward to Professor Oak's lecture. Why don't we go together? Roxanne invited Hoenn. Hoenn looked at the time. It was almost time, and nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go together. Chapter 15. The world is still in its infancy. Kana School. Before the time for the lecture, the huge circular classroom was already full of people. At the periphery, many trainers kept coming in. Come late, there are no seats. Hoenn and the others came early and occupied a relatively advanced position. I read a research report by Professional Oak earlier about the proportion of Pokeblock used to make rock-type Pokemon, and the proportion of sand scales should not exceed 46%. Although sand scale fruit is of great benefit to rock-type Pokemon, it is still necessary to control the amount of intake. Roxanne bowed slightly and said to Hoenn. Hoenn also bowed slightly, because there was a sapphire between him and Roxanne, and said with approval, I also read the report you mentioned. Rock-type Pokemon, they actually need to add a lot of fiber. They actually need to supplement with cellulose so that they can produce a lot of lincon in their bodies, which can improve their softness. Roxanne and Hoenn came all the way and chatted with each other. To Roxanne's surprise, Hoenn's knowledge of Pokemon is enormous. Can say a lot of unexpected points. Pokemon's temperament, nurturing direction, and areas of expertise are all well informed. Not losing to her, a top student at Kanna's school, there are even many ways in which Roxanne is inferior. The deeper the chat, the more curious Roxanne became about Hoenn. Hoenn and Roxanne had a lively chat, but Sapphire in the middle was a little depressed. She just got the Kanna's badge. She was so excited that she couldn't get into Hoenn and Roxanne's mouth. The content of their chat was all technical terms that she didn't understand, and it also gave Sapphire a feeling of being robbed of a good friend. Brother Hoenn, it's time to get ready, and the Professional Oak should be coming soon. Sapphire grabbed Hoenn's shoulder and shook it, speaking with some dissatisfaction. When Sapphire was a little jealous, the two who kept chatting looked at each other. The same woman, the sensitive Roxanne, obviously felt a trace of dissatisfaction from Sapphire's body, and stopped. The keen Hoenn also felt Sapphire's emotion, and was a little helpless about the temperament of Sapphire's little girl. Giving Roxanne an apologetic look, Roxanne responded with a smile. As time passed, the time for the lecture gradually approached, and the people around began to quiet down. Hoenn took out the recorder and notebook from his backpack, waiting for the arrival of Professional Oak. The door behind the ring classroom was open. A man of about 55 years old wearing a white traditional research uniform with slightly gray hair came out with a briefcase. Behind him was a 20-year-old girl with a peaceful face. Hoenn recognized the two at a glance. It was Kanto region, and even the entire Pokemon world, a long-established master of Pokemon research, Professor Oak. The girl beside her is Professor Oak's granddaughter, who is also his assistant and Blue's sister, Nana Mi. Professor Oak tilde. Professor Oak tilde. Everyone sitting in the circular classroom greeted Professor Oak one after another, and Professor Oak also responded politely with a smile and nod. Afterward, Professor Oak walked to the podium, took a document from Nanami's hand, and the staff checked the microphone and started tonight's lecture. Good evening, everyone. Now start tonight's lecture. As we all know, living around us, there is a special kind of creature that knows how to breathe fire, spray water, and have various magical abilities. So, we call it Pokemon. According to our observations, the number of Pokemon found in Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Unova, Sinnoh, Kalos, Alola, Galar and other regions has reached 600. And every day, new Pokemon are discovered by the world. I have been working on classifying the attributes of Pokemon. There are 18 attributes of Pokemon. Tonight, I cut out a part of the data to share with you how to cultivate Pokemon. In Professor Oak's opening remark, Hoenn got a key message. That is the Pokemon discovered so far, and the number is only 600. This number comes from the mouth of the most qualified Professional Oak. That also means that the development of Pokemon in this world is still in its infancy. In the beginning, it also means opportunity. Opportunity means that there may be huge gain. Just based on this key information point, Hoenn's participation in the lecture today is already worth it. Chapter 16 Roxanne, why don't you come to my house and sleep tonight? Okay, the content of today's lecture is over. If you have other ideas, please feel free to communicate with me. Thank you all. Professor Oak closed the document and handed it over to Nanami, who was beside him. The two walked to one side of the podium and bowed to the lecturers in the circular classroom. The audience under the stage applauded vigorously and sent their applause to the knowledgeable professional. Professor Oak usually spreads some Pokemon-related content on the radio. Compared with the content on the radio, the content of the lecture is relatively in-depth. Most of the people who attended the lecture did not fully understand much. Most of the people, like Hoenn, use a voice recorder to record the content shared by Professor Oak, and then go back and digest it slowly. Even Roxanne, a top student at Kanna's school, needs to ponder over and over again to understand the several knowledge points that Professor Oak just raised. As for Hoenn, he was one of the few present and was able to fully understand all the knowledge points that Professor Oak said. When Professor Oak packed up and was about to leave, Hoenn stepped forward with his notebook. Sapphire just listened to Professor Oak's lecture and was dazed. Although her father was Birch Professor, she had been fascinated by her since she was a child, but knowledge cannot be fully understood in a day. Not when Hoenn got up. She was also dumbfounded. Follow along. Curious Roxanne originally originally wanted to leave, but when she saw Hoenn walking towards the podium, she followed. The corners of Hoenn's mouth rose slightly, and he greeted Professor Oak. "Hello Professor Oak, can I delay you for a few minutes? I have a few questions I would like to ask you." Professor Oak was stunned for a moment when he saw Hoenn carrying a notebook, obviously coming prepared. He gave several lectures and shared it. After the lecture, someone took the initiative to ask questions, which was the first time. Being a good teacher, he also laughed and said to Hoenn, "No problem, just ask if you want to ask anything." After getting the answer, Hoenn went directly to the topic, glanced at the contents of the notebook, and said, "Professor Oak, I have read your report online. One of them really impressed me. The title of the report is Reflections on the Effects of Limbo on the Latter Nervous System and Polymorphism in Pokemon. It is mentioned in the report that the dietary fiber in limo fruit can improve the functioning of the nervous system of Pokemon. I wonder how many samples you have tested. Also, what is the specific range of values for improvement, and are the upper and lower thresholds extremely proportional?" Sapphire, who followed Hoenn forward, looked on. She understands every word that Hoenn said just now, but when these words are combined, she doesn't understand what they mean at all. Roxanne, who was on the side, was also slightly stunned. He didn't expect Hoenn to come to these obscure technical terms casually. Moreover, she glanced at Hoenn's notebook, and she couldn't understand the questions listed in Hoenn's notebook. Even Professional Oak was surprised. He didn't expect that the young man in front of him, who looked only about 17 years old, asked such a deep question. It's not like a young man at all. It's more like a professor who has been immersed in Pokemon research for decades and has the same level as him. Oak heard such a deep question and knew that Hoenn had come prepared, so he immediately put away his smile, spinning quickly in his mind, and slowly gave the answer. A total of 17 samples were tested, and they were tested according to different stages. The specific improvement value range is about 17%, approximately 21%. As Professor Oak answered, Hoenn recorded it, and continued to ask questions between the gap, and the questions he asked became deeper and deeper. In the next time, Hoenn started orderly. According to the questions he had prepared before attending the lecture, he asked Professor Oak for confirmation one by one. Professor Oak also has questions and answers. The chat between Professor Oak and Hoenn, in Sapphire's view, was like a book from heaven, shaky and sleepy on the side. Even top students Roxanne, just barely keeping up with the rhythm, understood only a third of it. Crack tilde. On Hoenn's notebook, he recorded Professional Oak's key answer. "Excuse me Professor Oak, I have finished asking my question." Hoenn thanked Professor Oak. Professor Oak is worthy of a long-standing reputation as a professor who specializes in Pokemon. The research on Pokemon is very in-depth, and the problems from small to large are thoroughly analyzed. "Nyan, young man, you are too polite." Professor Oak looked at Hoenn's young face with a dazed expression. Hoenn's sharp question, in a trance, made him feel like he used to have a graduation defense in front of a teacher at Hoenn University. "What do you call young man?" Professor Oak was very interested in young Hoenn. "My name is Hoenn, please advise." Hoenn humbly stretched out his hand. Professor Oak shook hands with Hoenn, and Nami asked for a piece of paper next to him, wrote a number on it, and handed it to Hoenn. "Hoenn, this is my phone number. If you have any questions about Pokemon, please feel free to contact me. Of course, if you have time, you are welcome to visit my Pallet Town laboratory in Kanto region." Hoenn took the note and left his phone number to the other party, and responded, "I may go to Kanto in a while, and then please don't bother me." "Okay, you come to Kanto, but you must come to me." Professor Oak was extremely happy. The invitation just now was not a polite word. He wanted to invite from the heart. Hoenn looked up at the time. It was already late for the end of the lecture, and with one more question, it was almost 11 o'clock in the evening. He took the initiative to say goodbye to Professor Oak. "I'm sorry to delay you for such a long time." Professor Oak shook his head somewhat indifferently and said, "Although it was you who asked the question just now, your question inspired me a lot." After a few words of courtesy with Professor Oak, Hoenn took Sapphire and Roxanne and left on his goal. "This lecture is worth it," Hoenn said with emotion. In fact, Hoenn is very familiar with the attribute, characteristic, race values, etc. of Pokemon. However, this is the real Pokemon world. Pokemon are living beings, not just these simple numbers. There will be obvious individual differences in different habitats, the likes and dislikes between different Pokemon, how to cultivate Pokemon to grow faster, and some features hidden in the body, all of which need to be mastered. While Hoenn was sighing, Sapphire, who was in trouble, said to Hoenn, "Brother Hoenn, it's so late now, and the Pokemon Center has closed. Where are we going to rest at night?" Sapphire's words interrupted Hoenn's emotion. "I really forgot about this. This afternoon, when I came to Rustboro City, I was thinking of finding a hotel to check in, but was told by Sapphire to Kana's gym. Rustboro City is not a tourist city and there are not many hotels. It is estimated that it has already been occupied by tourists who came to attend the lecture, and there is no spare room. For a while, it was really troublesome. Why don't you come to my house to sleep tonight? Roxanne said coldly. Hoenn and Sapphire looked at Roxanne at the same time. Chapter 17 Feet Shameless. Roxanne. It was the first time for Roxanne to invite a man to rest at his home. Although with Hoenn there is Sapphire, but it was the first time that Hoenn met, which was a bit shameless. But Roxanne didn't think about it in this regard. Her thoughts were simple. Hoenn gave her the impression that she was a wise, smart, and powerful trainer. Communicate with him more. Learning is not a bad thing. By the way, the next day, you can learn from Hoenn and learn from each other. That's why it was proposed to let Hoenn and Sapphire live in her house. Sapphire was so sleepy that now as long as there was a bed for her, she would probably fall asleep immediately. Leaning on Hoenn's arm, he said with difficulty, Brother Hoenn, why don't we go to Roxanne Leader's house to rest for the night? Is it convenient? Hoenn hesitated, not to mention that it was only the first time I met Roxanne. A man spends a night at a girl's house. If it goes out, it may damage Roxanne's reputation. Convenient. I usually live in the backyard of gym. It's not in the way, Roxanne said generously, since the other party said there is no problem. Plus this time, it is really difficult to find a hotel. Hoenn is not hypocritical, and directly replied, well, then I will disturb Miss Roxanne. Let go. Roxanne led the way. Hoenn and Sapphire followed behind her. Am I being a little too shameless? Roxanne recalled his own initiative, blushed indiscernibly. But at night, walking in front again, no one saw it. The backyard of Karna's gym is Roxanne's home. Some gym leaders, for convenience, will live near the gym. It is convenient for the usual work of taking care of gym. It here. Please come in. Roxanne led Hoenn and Sapphire into her house. Roxanne's house is very clean and tidy. In the living room, there are many books and materials about Pokemon. It matches the appearance of Roxanne's issue dolly. Sister Sapphire, you can sleep here tonight. Roxanne brought Sapphire, who was fighting with her upper and lower eyelid, to the guest room, and carefully helped her make the bed and prepare the quilt. Well, thank you Sister Roxanne. Sapphire was a little tired after training for days. In addition, fighting against Roxanne this afternoon took a lot of her energy, so the whole person looked very tired. Took off his coat, fell on the bed and fell asleep. Mr. Hoenn, please this way. After Sapphire was settled, Roxanne took Hoenn to another guest room next to her. I took out the sheets and bedding from the closet and wanted to lay it out like I did for Sapphire. How embarrassing that is. I can't thank Miss Roxanne enough to take her in. I'll do the trivial things like making the bed myself. Hoenn took the sheets and quilt from Roxanne's hand. Seeing this, Roxanne smiled and said, Mr. Hoenn, then I'll trouble you. No trouble, Miss Roxanne. Hurry up and rest. Hoenn started to make the bed. After Roxanne explained the location of the bathroom, she also returned to her room to rest. Silent all night, Hoenn kept the habit of waking up early, but he didn't expect Roxanne to wake up earlier than him. Pushing open the door, he saw Roxanne wearing a Teddiursa t-shirt, making breakfast. The t-shirt was huge, and at first glance it looked like a homely outfit, almost covering up the pants. Half covered and half exposed, it has the feeling of being a captivate at home. Hearing the voice, Roxanne turned around and greeted Hoenn. Good morning, Mr. Hoenn. Good morning, Miss Roxanne. Are you making breakfast? Hoenn also responded with a smile. Just started, Roxanne replied, frying an egg. Skilled in movement, it can be seen that she is usually a girl doing housework. I'll help you. Hoenn stepped forward and took over the work from Roxanne. I'll just come. How can I let the guest do it? Roxanne wanted to get the job back. Miss Roxanne is willing to take her in. I'm very grateful. If I don't do something, I feel very sorry. I usually cook at home, so just leave these things to me, Hoenn said with a smile. Now that Hoenn has said so, Roxanne no longer refuses. On the side, right, the two usually cook, and they work well together. While washing the dishes with water, Roxanne asked Hoenn, Mr. Hoenn, what did the latter nervous system refer to when I chatted with you professional oak yesterday? Hoenn responded casually. Nerve cells gradually converge forward, forming a brain, and branching out from the back of the brain to several longitudinal nerve cords, between which are connected by transverse nerve. A lot of professional terms. Roxanne sounded a little confusing, trying hard to keep up with Hoenn's rhythm. It's a pity that these professional terms are too profound for her to fully understand. In order to take care of Roxanne's understanding, Hoenn made a simple answer. The stepped nervous system is mainly used to describe the Pokemon of the insect type. Many insect-type Pokemon in the infant state. In order to avoid the pursuit of natural enemies, the brain takes the initiative to decentralize the thinking ability to various parts of the body. This allows their bodies to quickly attack or defend when they are injured. With Hoenn's patient explanation, Roxanne suddenly realized, in my heart, I admire Hoenn's powerful and wise brain more and more. Immediately afterward, Roxanne continued to ask questions, and Hoenn was responsible for answering. As her understanding of Hoenn deepened, Roxanne felt more and more that it was definitely the right thing to invite Hoenn to be a guest at home as a shameless. Chapter 18 Kana's Gym. If it wasn't for my stomach that couldn't take it any longer. I would definitely eat 3 bowls. Sapphire stroked her belly, obviously bulging. Yeah, Hoenn's scallion oil noodles is really delicious. I didn't expect a plain bowl of noodles to be so fragrant. Roxanne was a little more ladylike, but her belly was obviously bigger. After Hoenn made breakfast, Sapphire just woke up, and the three sat in Roxanne's dining room to eat breakfast together. Roxanne originally thought that Hoenn was just helping to cook breakfast out of the courtesy of the guest, but when she saw Hoenn's guild operation, she knew that Hoenn often went to the kitchen. But what surprised her even more was that Hoenn's breakfast was exceptionally delicious. A plain bowl of scallion oil noodles is so delicious. She has always had a small appetite, so she also ate 2 big bowls. Haha, just eat if you like. Hoenn smiled lightly, preparing to clean up the things on the table. Eating is the easiest desire to satisfy, and Hoenn will never settle for this aspect. I'm coming. I can't let the guest do it anymore. Otherwise, my host would be too rude. Roxanne took the lead and started to clean up. Let's come together. Seeing this, Hoenn packed up with Roxanne. Miss Roxanne was really annoying last night. I won't bother. I'll say goodbye first. After packing up, Hoenn said goodbye to Roxanne. Thank you, Sister Roxanne. Sapphire stood beside Hoenn, obediently agreeing. Sapphire got the badge of Harnasgym and is ready to go to the next city. Hey Tilda. Mr. Hoenn, didn't you agree yesterday that you will have a fight with me when you have the chance? Roxanne never thought of letting Hoenn go so easily, and he became more and more curious about Hoenn. Good cooking skills. Pokemon are knowledgeable and humble and courteous. Roxanne wanted to know how powerful Pokemon was, knowing so many things. A battle. Hoenn was stunned for a moment, but he just mentioned it casually yesterday. He didn't expect Roxanne to care so much. After attending Professor Oak's lecture, Hoenn plans to go to the Alliance Center to see if there are suitable tasks and earn some living expenses. It didn't take much effort to fight against Roxanne, so he agreed casually. No problem. Okay, then let's go to gym. Roxanne got Hoenn's affirmative answer and led the way. I'm going too. Sapphire was also full of curiosity about the battle between Hoenn and Roxanne, and followed behind the two in 3 steps. Outside the gate of Kanna's gym, a large number of trainers gathered. Roxanne paid more attention to the battle with Hoenn. As soon as I came to the gym, I informed the gym staff to suspend the challenge of ordinary trainers in the morning. Set aside time to fight Hoenn. Gym staff who got the order, get into action immediately. Inform trainers who come to challenge that it will not be open in the morning. Gym is not open. Not surprising. Although gym leader takes on the task of being challenged by trainers, gym leader is also a human being. He also has his own personal affairs to deal with, or to practice, or to relax on vacation. This is human nature. The trainer who originally wanted to challenge thought that something was wrong with Roxanne, so he refused to accept the challenge. But when they learned that Roxanne did not accept the challenge because she had to play against another person, immediately aroused their curiosity. They all gathered at the door of gym, wanting to find out, want to see who it is. There is such a large line. Can make a gym leader take it so seriously. As word of mouth spread, more and more trainers began to rush to Kanna's gym, gathered at the door, craned their necks and looked inside. Before the battle started, Roxanne felt helpless. Unexpectedly, one of her unintentional actions caused so many trainers to gather at the gate of gym. Originally, I just wanted to have a quiet, undisturbed battle with Hoenn. Now it's all known to everyone. Sorry, Hoenn, I'll deal with it first. Roxanne gave Hoenn an apologetic smile. There are too many trainers at the door, and when you push me, it is easy to cause a trampling incident. It's okay, you can go. Hoenn nodded understandingly. Roxanne walked to the door and looked at the trainers who wanted to find out, and she had a headache. In order to evacuate the crowd, the staff had to open the auditorium to accept these trainers. After being channeled, the audience filed in. Gym in each city belongs to a landmark building. In order to attract trainers who come to challenge, they are built relatively large. Gym is a large battlefield except for the middle, and there are audience seats on both sides. Under the guidance of the gym staff, a large number of trainers took their seat and finally saw Hoenn's battle against Roxanne. Who is this man? Why is it worth taking so seriously by Roxanne leader? And it is especially closed for gym to not open in the morning. Most people have a question. Hoenn usually works low-key and doesn't have many friends. Relatively less well-known, but worthy of Roxanne leader. Big fanfare. He will definitely not be a weakling. The trainers sitting in the audience began to look forward to the upcoming battle. Sorry Hoenn, I didn't expect so many people. Roxanne said a little embarrassedly. Hoenn said, at least 300 trainers were present to watch the game. Although there are usually not so many people watching the battle, there are also a lot of people. Roxanne is used to fighting in front of everyone, but Hoenn is not gym leader, so he shouldn't be used to the scene of being watched by so many people. It is easy to become nervous when a person looks under so many eyes. When you're nervous, it's easy to make mistakes. Although the battle is against Pokemon, the trainer himself is even more tested. A little little mistake can easily lead to a deviation in the results of the game. However, Hoenn didn't take these audiences seriously, and said actively, "It's okay, let's start." After speaking, he took the initiative to walk to the corner of the battlefield. Hoenn in his previous life was the boss of a large company and often gave speeches in front of the company's employees. Even at the summit forums of some enterprises, he often attends and delivers speeches. These 300 people, a piece of cake, will not affect him at all. Ah, okay. Roxanne was stunned for a moment, seeing Hoenn's calm expression. Her curiosity about Hoenn became stronger and stronger. Follow Hoenn and stand on the other side of the battlefield. Since then, the battle between Roxanne and Hoenn has begun. Chapter 19 Against Roxanne's Nosepass. A quick hill. When Hoenn and Roxanne both stood on the battlefield, a referee with a flag stepped forward and said to them, "Challenger Hoenn, the use of 3 Pokemon is limited, and can be replaced in the middle of the battle. The challenger Roxanne is limited to 3 Pokemon, and cannot be replaced during the battle. Both sides until one of the Pokemon loses all stamina. It is judged to be a loser. At the same time, during the battle, if the Pokemon leaves the battlefield, even if it does not lose physical strength, it will be judged as a loss. Are both parties clear?" The referee looked at the two of them. "Clear. No problem. Let's start." Hoenn and Roxanne both nodded, confirming that both parties understand the rules of the battle. The referee waved the flag and said, "Challenger Hoenn vs. Hana's gym leader Roxanne. Battle start." As usual, leader releases his Pokemon first. Roxanne took the lead and released the Nosepass directly. Hoenn glanced at Roxanne's Nosepass, the one that fought Sapphire yesterday. The Nosepass of the rock system is perfectly restrained by Lucario's steel and fighting system. I touched the baby ball between my waist and abdomen. Before Lucario was released, I could already feel Lucario's fighting spirit. Hoenn raised the corner of his mouth lightly, pressed the baby ball, and slammed it into the opposing battlefield. After the red light passed, Lucario stood on the opposing battlefield. "Luca!" As soon as Lucario came out, he shouted loudly and his momentum was full. With a handsome blue-black appearance, Lucario aroused acclamations from the people around him as soon as he appeared on the stage. "What kind of Pokemon is this? It seems so strong. I'm going. This appearance is absolutely amazing. I also want to capture a Pokemon like this. Any knowledgeable person, tell me what this Pokemon is called and what attributes it is." This Pokemon, called Lucario, is mainly found in the Sinnoh region, but even in the Sinnoh region, it's rare. Lucario's attributes are steel and fighting. In the auditorium, there were several trainers with more knowledge. Explained. "Steel and fighting completely restrained my Nosepass, and judging from the momentum, the strength must be higher than my Nosepass." Roxanne was a little surprised when she saw Hoenn's Lucario, but she felt reasonable. Unexpectedly, Hoenn's Pokemon is Lucario from Sinnoh region. It makes sense, because everything Hoenn has shown can be said to be perfect. So perfect, and a trainer who is proficient in Pokemon. How can you use ordinary good? Come on, Xiao, use power-up punch. At the beginning of the opening, Lucario has already used the power of Aura and Hoenn to connect with each other. After receiving the order, Lucario's eyes narrowed, and he stepped on the ground with both legs, leaving a footprint on the ground, and quickly waving his fist towards Nosepass. For Hoenn's sudden move, Roxanne was caught off guard for a moment. Although she has extensive knowledge, she knows Lucario's attribute, but she doesn't know Lucario's characteristic. You can use the power of Aura in your body to connect trainers. There is no need to command through words. However, it is normal to be unclear. Even in the Sinnoh region, wild Lucarios are rare, not to mention the Hoenn region. Nosepass, use protect. Roxanne reacted and commanded immediately. The energy inside Nosepass turned out of the body, forming a white energy shield that blocked the body before Lucario's fist came. Bang tilde for a moment. Lucario's fist hit the Nosepass shield. Although it was a close call, the damage was avoided, but the shock carried by Lucario directly knocked the Nosepass away a few meters. Xiao continued to use power-up punch. Hoenn kept a faint smile on his face when he gave the order. Roxanne's reaction was completely what he expected. The level difference of 10, the restraint in attribute, the gap between strength and speed. These factors add up, and Lucario can take out Nosepass with just one punch. Only by using protect and hitting the neck file will you have a chance. But Hoenn didn't give Roxanne a chance at all. Lucario began to charge again, waving his fist, and landed firmly on Nosepass. This time, without the protection of the white energy shield, the Nosepass was blown away with one blow. The effect is outstanding. Nosepass fell directly to the ground, lost his fighting power, and his eyes were spinning in circles. The originally noisy scene was dead silent. Nosepass, who is good at defense, actually kills it in one move. This Lucario is too strong. Among them, many trainers have played against Roxanne's Nosepass. They have all suffered badly. Although there are some that can be defeated, they are all reluctantly achieved, and no one has ever killed so neatly. If there is a leaderboard on defense ability, whether it is physical defense or special defense, Nosepass Nosepass can be on the list. Brother Haoyan's Lucario is so strong. Among the crowd, Sapphire was the most surprised. The last time Sapphire saw Haoyan, Lucario didn't have evolution. It was Riolu. In less than a month, Riolu has completed the evolution. Moreover, the sharp-eyed Sapphire also saw something familiar to her from Lucario's limb. Overweight protective gear. From the appearance point of view, the weight is definitely heavier than the last time. That said, Lucario hasn't reached his full potential yet. When Sapphire looked at Haoyan again, his eyes were full of admiration. Chapter 20 Roxanne's main battle Pokemon. It's a little troublesome. Roxanne threw the Nosepass back into the baby ball and lost the first round, which she expected. After all, she can judge from the momentum that Haoyan's Lucario is stronger than Nosepass. There is also restraint in attribute. Losing is normal, but it was Lucario's eyes that troubled Roxanne. Lucario's eyes flashed slightly red. Although Roxanne is not the leader of the fighting department, but she knows Power-Up Punch, the signature skill of the fighting department. Power-Up Punch, just like the name. As long as you hit the opponent, you can increase the attack of the striker by 1 level. In other words, when Lucario defeated Nosepass, he increased an attack buff by the way. After thinking for a while, Roxanne released her second Pokemon. Come out, Probopass. Probopass. Related data naturally appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Probopass. Attribute Steel, Rock. Level 32. Characteristics Magnetic Force makes the opponent's non-ghost type Steel type Pokemon unable to escape, unable to replace or escape. Introduction because it will release a strong magnetic force. It will cause the nearby electrical appliances to become unusable. As soon as Probopass came out, he immediately exuded a powerful pressure. This is an advantage that comes with rank. Suddenly someone acclaimed Roxanne leaders Probopass, but the second tier of her Pokemon. Although it is not comparable to the first echelon in terms of strength, no matter what, it is still the main battle Pokemon. Unexpectedly, this Haoyan forced Roxanne leader to use the main battle Pokemon. It is undeniable that this Lucario named Haoyan is very powerful, but is it necessary to use the main battle Pokemon? The trainers around were puzzled. Haoyan, your Lucario is very powerful. Actually, with his rank, you are fully qualified to obtain the badge of Kana's gym. Roxanne said to Haoyan looking at Lucario in the field with a warlike look. But I think you and your Lucario want more than just a badge. So, I released my main battle Pokemon. Roxanne's remarks responded to the audience's doubt. It's my honor to allow curator Roxanne to use the main battle Pokemon. Haoyan's expression was still calm. At first, nothing changed. The reason why Haoyan fought Roxanne was not because of the badge of Kana's gym. The purpose is to let him and the Pokemon know their strength clearly. Although in level, Probopass is 6 levels ahead of Lucario. But the battle between trainers is not just about the level. The restraint of attribute, the trainer's on-the-spot reaction, the amount of damage between skills, and the appropriateness of the trainer's command, etc. all determine the winning or losing of the battle. It's not just a simple rating. Let's start then. Roxanne smiled, but her beautiful eyes were full of seriousness. She hadn't encountered such a strong challenger in a long time, and she couldn't help feeling fighting. Of course, Haoyan nodded with a smile. The audience in the auditorium saw Haoyan facing Roxanne's main battle Pokemon, Probopass, still full of calmness, and expressed admiration for continuing to fight. Also looking forward to this fight. To be able to witness such a battle is so worth it. If curator Roxanne used the Probopass when I challenged, no matter how hard my Aaron tried, no matter how good his tactics were, he would never win. The strength of Probopass for Aaron has been completely crushed. Brother Haoyan, come on. Sapphire, who was in the auditorium on the side, felt the heavy momentum of Probopass. His little hands gathered nervously, looked at Haoyan, and cheered Haoyan silently in his heart. Chapter 21 Second Round. Win. The second round, the battle begins. The referee waved the flag and announced the start of the battle. Facing a relatively high-level opponent, Haoyan immediately took the lead. Xiao, use the Aura Sphere. The speed of Probopass can't be avoided. Hearing this, Lucario immediately folded his hands in front of his chest, forming a basketball-sized energy ball. Lucario closed his eyes and used the power of Aura in his body to pull the Aura Sphere and attack the Probopass. Aura Sphere is a skill that Riolu Evolution automatically learns as Lucario. In the damage judgment of the Alliance, the power reaches 80 points. Lucario's attack racial value is excellent, but it is better than his special attack than his physical attack. Roxanne was a little hard to get used to, and Haoyan didn't use his voice to command. However, she is good at defensive counterattack, and her backhand moves are what she is best at. Probopass used the triple attack to disperse the Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere is a fighting skill, and Probopass and Nosepass have an additional steel attribute. If you suffer from fighting skills, it will be 4 times the damage. Although Probopass has a high defense, but 4x damage is no joke. Probopass suddenly condensed 3 different colors of light, greeted the Aura Sphere. Probopass is low, only his movement speed is slow. Condensed energy speed. The speed of long-range attacks is not slow. Triple Attack and Aura Sphere are both energy-based skills. The two moves collided together, and suddenly there was a strong explosion. The intact battlefield was hit by both sides, and it was suddenly dusted. That's it. Xiao continued to use Aura Sphere. After it's condensed, throw it directly. You don't need to use the power of aura to pull it. Haoyan's words resounded in Lucario's mind again. Luca. Lucario gave a loud shout, crossed his hand, and condensed the basketball-sized Aura Sphere again. After condensing, he immediately threw it towards the Probopath. There is no need to use the power of aura in the body to pull. This time Lucario's move speed is obviously much faster. Seeing this, Roxanne immediately used the Probopath to disperse the Aura Sphere with a triple attack. In defensive counterattack, defend first, and then seek counterattack. Roxanne is confident that her Probopath, if compared to long-range attack, is definitely worth it. Lucario. After all, the slow-moving Probopath relies on using high defense and long-range attack to fight. Boom! The attack from the two Pokemon were once again intertwined in the air, and a huge explosion sounded. On the battlefield, the dust was flying again. Two consecutive attacks have been blocked. It's time to try another move. Yeah, Probopath's movement speed is very slow. If you attack melee'ly, it may have a good effect. That's right, constantly using Aura Sphere will only drain the energy in the Pokemon's body. Roxanne's Pokemon, the least afraid of consumption. If it drags on for a long time, it will be Haoyan's side who will suffer. In the audience, there were a few older trainers who seemed to be more mature, and they were talking eloquently. Several of them are veterans who have earned 4 badges. Sapphire listened in his ears, and he couldn't help worrying about Haoyan in his heart. After all, that's Roxanne's main battle Pokemon. Brother Haoyan, come on. Just when most people thought that Haoyan would change his move, Haoyan asked Lucario to act again. The iconic hands are crossed, and a basketball-sized Aura Sphere reappeared, throwing it towards the Probopath, or the Aura Sphere. Roxanne squinted at Lucario's attack because of the dust, and began to wonder in her dissatisfaction. However, at the critical moment of the battle, there was not much time for her to think. Probopath, keep using the triple attack. Like the previous two, there was an explosion. A puff of dust blew up on the ground. The dust was flying all over the sky, reducing the visibility of the battlefield a lot. And Haoyan, at the moment of the explosion just now, issued an order to attack Lucario. Xiao, rush over and use feint. Lucario's face froze, leaving a footprint on the ground, and he rushed forward immediately. In the dusty battlefield, Lucario was not visible. Although the dust is flying, it will also affect Lucario's vision. But Lucario can use the power of aura in his body to feel the approximate location of the opponent. Probopath doesn't move very fast, and it's not difficult to capture his position. This is Haoyan, the real attack. Roxanne looked at the dusty field, and her rich battle experience told her that this was unusual, especially when she saw a blue-black figure appearing in the dust mist. She reacted. At this time, she finally knew what Haoyan's ultimate move was. Immediately shout, Probopath, use Protect. Roxanne is worthy of being a gym leader, and the response is very fast. Her Pokemon, Probopath, responds quickly too. A white energy shield appeared outside the Probopath, attempt to block Lucario's attack, but Haoyan asked Lucario to use feint. Feint is an ordinary skill, and its power is also very low, only 30 points. However, it has a special effect, which can attack the opponent who uses Protect and remove its protective effect. Lucario's fist landed exactly on Probopath's body. The huge impact force directly knocked the Probopath out. The normal type of attack, even if it hit for the steel and rock type Probopath, the damage is only 1/4 of the original, and Lucario has no common stats and deals less damage. But what Haoyan wants is not damage, but impact. Lucario can carry overweight protective gear on his hand, and with the addition of gravity acceleration, the impact is even greater. What Haoyan was waiting for was now, and he immediately commanded, "It's now." Lucario uses power-up punch. Lucario, who is in the same mind with Haoyan, doesn't know Haoyan's mind. The crazy force under the feet in the battle took a deep footprint, and used all the strength to step forward. Simultaneously throw out Bite Fist. Clang tilde. In the dust mist, a little ember flash. That's a collision between metal. The effect is outstanding. With one hit, Lucario had a huge advantage and victory was in sight. Facing the victory within reach, Haoyan did not let Lucario continue to attack, but instead reminded Xiao, Probopath will fight back later. Be careful to avoid. Probopath was hit repeatedly, and Roxanne finally understood Haoyan's plan. Anxious face flush. With Lucario close, Probopath is completely weak. The large iron block that moves extremely slowly has no chance to counterattack at all. In a hurry, he immediately shouted, Probopath, use Thunderbolt. Although Probopath is a steel and rock type Pokemon, it can learn many electric skills. The next best thing is to use Thunderbolt. Thunderbolt is the most powerful and fastest condensing skill among all the electrical skills of Probopath. Probopath sent out a sizzling spark. With Haoyan's reminder, Lucario was already ready to dodge, and he avoided this move by turning sideways. spark shot to the edge of the field. Haoyuan's eyes narrowed, and he directed Lucario to launch the final attack. Right now, Xiao uses Force Palm to solve the opponent. Lucario's eyes, full of desire to attack, raised his fist and smashed it down at the unsteady Probopath. There was a loud bang of heavy objects landing, echoing in the opposing battlefield. Dusty. After a long time, after the dust and fog dissipated, everyone also saw the battle situation clearly. The referee raised the flag and announced the result. Haoyuan challenges Kanna's gym leader Roxanne. Second round, win. The whole place was silent. Chapter 22. Crazy. Still wearing overweight protective gear. The outcome of a game is often decided in an instant. In less than 10 seconds, Haoyuan's Lucario had already eliminated Probopath, who was good at defense. What just happened? Is there any great god to explain? Many of the trainers didn't respond. An experienced trainer who has won 4 badges praised. This Haoyuan tactic is too perfect. This is absolutely the perfect tactic to write in a textbook. Let Lucario use the Aura Sphere 3 times in a row. Because of the restraint in attributes and the slow movement speed of the Probopath, Roxanne leader will definitely find a way to blow up the Aura Sphere. If you want to blast away the energy type Aura Sphere, you can only use the same energy type attack. 3 hits in a row, destroy the opposing battlefield, Young Gusan, to reduce visibility. Finally, take advantage of this critical moment and dash forward to cause damage. At first everyone thought that the Aura Sphere was used to attack, but it was actually used for cover. It's just perfect. After the explanation of the experienced trainer, the surrounding audience understood the general idea. One of the trainers who responded more quickly asked suspiciously, I remember that Roxanne leader let Probopath use Thunderbolt at the end. At such a close distance, it didn't hit Lucario. God explain why. When the experienced trainer heard this question, he couldn't help but patted his hands in admiration. Good question. A perfect plan must have insight into people's heart. Lucario has an absolute advantage after getting close. If it wasn't for the calculation, Roxanne leader would fight back. Prepare in advance. It is impossible to escape at such a close distance. The veteran trainer's analysis made the surrounding audience acclaim again. Sapphire, who was listening to the discussions around him, remembered that when she was challenging Roxanne leader's nosepath, Haoyuan asked her to make moves in order. Later, Sapphire made moves in the order Haoyuan gave her and won against Roxanne. But at the moment, Sapphire was surrounded by great joy and didn't think about it. As an outsider now, I recall the scene back then. Exactly the same as now. Every step of Roxanne leader is within Brother Haoyuan's plan. Brother Haoyuan, you are a master of tactics. Looking back at the battle, Roxanne was a little reluctant to admit that her Probopath lost. A strong sense of frustration lingered in her heart. Her Probopath, although not the main force of her first echelon, is at least one of the best Pokemon in the second echelon. I didn't expect to lose so much, not even touching each other. However, I have to admit that Haoyuan's tactic can be said to be flawless. Facing Haoyuan, Roxanne has a feeling of being detected. Taking a deep breath, he pressed the baby ball and retracted the Probopath. He looked at Haoyuan, who was standing by the side with a complicated expression. After adjusting his breathing, he said, Haoyuan, according to the rules, I still have a chance to play a Pokemon. You are the strongest challenger I have ever seen. To respect you, I decided to fight with my Golem. As soon as Roxanne said this, it immediately caused a commotion from the surrounding people. Golem, that's Roxanne-letter's first-tier Pokemon. My god, a challenger actually forced Gym Leader to use the first-tier main battle Pokemon. Will this be too much? Isn't Gym Leader's responsibility to teach trainers? How can it be possible to use the main combat power of the first echelon in battle? Teach AP. Do you think such a strong Haoyuan still needs to be taught? Also, the current Roxanne leader completely regards Haoyuan as an opponent of the same level. You have watched it for so long, don't you understand? Yeah. Haoyuan nodded lightly. Roxanne took a deep breath and slowly took out a baby ball. Inside was her Golem. As the trainers in the audience said, Golem is one of her main strengths. There is no doubt about that. Press the button above and throw the baby ball out. After the red light passed, a huge round rock stood directly on the scene. Roar, roar, roar. The huge circle roared. As soon as he appeared, the momentum was obviously stronger than the Probopath just now. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Golem. Attribute, rock, ground, level, 40. Characteristic, rock head. Even if you use a move that will take damage from the reaction force, your stamina will not be reduced. Introduction, his body is as hard as a rock, and even explosive can't hurt him. Level 40. Haoyuan felt unprecedented pressure. This Golem's level was 14 levels higher than Lucario's, but at the same time, the strong pressure also produces a huge power. Xiao. Haoyuan looked at Lucario on the battlefield. Lucario, who has the same mind, also looked at Haoyuan. Haoyuan felt a strong fighting spirit in his eyes. The opponent's level is very high and the strength is very strong. It is precisely because of this that I want to fight against each other. I want to fight him. Lucario used the power of aura to transmit information to Dao Haoyuan's mind. mine. Well, Xiao, come here. Haoyan understood Lucario's intention and waved to him. In order to let Lucario release to the fullest, Haoyan gently took off the overweight protective gear on his body. Take off the overweight protective gear weighing 30 kg on your arm and throw it on the ground. There was a dull thud. 1, 2, 3, 4 in total. All eyes were on the overweight protective gear that was thrown on the ground. This is an overweight protective gear. During the battle just now, was Lucario wearing overweight protective gear? Also, listening to this voice, it doesn't seem to be light. Company authored just now that Lucario was wearing overweight protective gear during the battle. For a time, everyone on the battlefield fell into a state of shock. Chapter 23. It seemed a little late. Hoo. Golem bellowed a belligerent roar at Lucario. Lucario flicked his limbs and moved. After unfastening the overweight protective gear, the body is filled with a sense of lightness. Lucario's level is 14 levels lower than Golem, but Lucario is not inferior to the other in terms of momentum. In terms of attributes, Xiao restrains Golem, and in turn, Golem's ground system restrains Xiao. Golem's speed is slower than Xiao, but his attack power is not bad. It is very likely that he will use a large-scale skill like Earthquake, so he needs to be careful. Haoyan silently calculated the pros and cons of Lucario and Golem in his heart. In his mind, a battle plan has been formulated. The level represents the overall strength of a Pokemon, but the key to victory in the battle depends on many factors. Attribute, trainer reactions, tactic, terrain factors, etc. can all influence the outcome of the game. Of course, the premise is that the strength gap between the two will not be too large. There is a saying that, in the face of absolute strength, any strategy is useless, but the strength is similar, so the strategy, or even some small skills or advantages, may be a turnaround. Haoyan challenges Harnaz gym leader Roxanne. The third round start. The referee waved the flag. The third round of the game start. As soon as he got up, Roxanne made the first move. Golem, use Earthquake. Golem slammed his foot on the ground, and the energy in his body began to surge. Several cracks of different depths appeared on the ground, and the cracks also contained strong ground-based energy. Earthquake is an AoE skill that attacks indiscriminately. Xiao, start the speed and start dodging. Facing Roxanne's move, Haoyan's expression was solemn. Lucario started dodging around before the Rithra. Without the limitations of the overweight protective gear, his speed was unleashed. Dodge Golem's first attack. Lucario's speed is so fast. Compared to just now, it's nearly double. Roxanne was secretly surprised. When Lucario and Probopass were fighting just now, Roxanne had seen the overweight armor on Lucario. It's just that Roxanne, like most people, is not familiar with Lucario, and thinks that the overweight protective gear is some kind of decoration, or part of Lucario. As the battle continued, Roxanne suppressed her surprise and said to Golem, approach Lucario and use Earthquake. Hearing this, Golem immediately took 2 steps and used Earthquake again. With Golem as the center, there are several cracks around it. Haoyan's beautiful eyebrows wrinkled, and he still repeated the command just now. Xiao, dodge to the side. The Earthquake skill, because it is an area skill, will consume a lot of energy in the body if it is used frequently. Lucario unfolded his movements again, dodging everywhere. In terms of speed, Lucario is far ahead of Golem, and if he concentrates on dodging, he can still do it. In the auditorium, the trainers were discussing in a low voice. Don't look at how Lucario can dodge every time now, but as the saying goes, if you stay long, you will lose, and this situation won't last long. Yes, Golem uses Earthquake, although it consumes a lot of energy, but Lucario, who concentrates on dodging, will also lose a lot of stamina. I don't like Haoyan's Lucario in this round of battle. The two knowledgeable trainers were exchanging opinions with each other. I don't know much about tactic, but my feeling is that Lucario will lose, because his opponent is Roxanne leader's main battle Pokemon. This one, I'll buy Roxanne to win. A passerby interjected into the chat of 2 knowledgeable trainers. The 2 knowledgeable trainers looked at each other silently. There's nothing wrong with this logic. Golem, who is chasing Lucario on the field, is Roxanne letter's main Pokemon, and it is the main force of the first echelon. Will lose. Disaster. This idea is the idea of most of the trainers present. Basically, there are not many people who are optimistic about Haoyan. Brother Haoyan, come on. Sapphire crossed his hands, silently praying for Haoyan. Luca tilde. As Lucario was dodging, he was hit by a fist-sized rock. This was the third time. When Lucario was dodging, he was hit by the surrounding gravel because the space to dodge was too small. But fortunately, Golem's Earthquake attack was still dodged. The surrounding grounds have been shaken full of gravel. Roxanne has been letting Golem use Earthquake, although Golem's energy is draining a lot, and the frequency of using Earthquake has begun to slow down. But Lucario was almost pushed into the corner and could only dodge awkwardly. From the beginning to the present, Haoyan never took the initiative to let Lucario attack one. This is abnormal. Roxanne, who suffered a loss one, will not be easily fooled. He has been watching the battlefield vigilantly. It's almost there. Xiao, Go, use the Aura Sphere. Hoenn, who had been holding back, finally gave the order to attack for the first time. Lucario, who stopped dodging, put his hands on his chest, condensed an Aura Sphere the size of a basketball, and threw it towards Golem. Roxanne, who had been in a tense state, finally saw Lucario take a shot. He calmed down a little, and commanded, Golem, use Protect. Compared to Probopath, Golem has no energy attack. Most of them deal damage with physical attack, so it can't be like a Probopath, using a triple attack to resist Lucario's Aura Sphere. Golem's physical defense is very high, but his special defense is relatively average. If it hit, it will cause a lot of damage. Roxanne could have left Golem on Earthquake without defending, but it wasn't necessary. For her, in the current scene, Golem has already forced his opponent into a corner and has the advantage, so there is no need to fight with his opponent recklessly. The moment Roxanne shouted and Golem started to hack, Hoenn also gave an order. Xiao, rush towards Golem's side and use Rock Smash. Lucario stomped his feet on the ground, leaving a deep footprint on the ground, and quickly attacked Golem. The moment Lucario moved, Roxanne guessed what Hoenn was thinking. However, it seems a little late. Chapter 24 Roxanne. Congratulations, Hoenn. Hoenn's real idea is to fight in close quarters. In the first 2 rounds, Lucario used the power-up punch twice in a row, which meant that he was up 2 levels. Such a big advantage, how could it be discarded at will? But before that, Golem had been using Earthquake, so Lucario had no chance to get close at all. Originally, because of Golem's pressing step by step, the distance between the 2 sides was not far. While launching the charge, Golem was using Protect, and if he wanted to block the Aura Sphere, he had to let Lucario get close. After shifting off the Aura Sphere, before Golem could move, Lucario's fist had already arrived. It slammed into Golem's body, and a burst of rubble flew. Although the effect is outstanding, Golem is not like Probopath, which received 4 times the damage bonus. Moreover, the advantage of level is there, and it is impossible to fall down with 1 blow. Regret in Roxanne's heart. If Lucario used the Aura Sphere just now, let Golem use Earthquake, and the 2 sides will trade 1 move for another. The one who suffers is Lucario, who has a relatively weak defense, but in front of her, there was no time for her to regret it. Now that Lucario is close, Golem uses physical attack to fight. Compete close home, let fight, let compete. Golem, use Fire Punch. Hot breath came out of Golem's hand, and he punched Lucario. Hoenn's expression condensed. He has been pulling for so long just now, and now is the time to decide the outcome. He immediately shouted in his heart, Xiao, Force Palm. Although Fire Punch can have an outstanding effect on the Steel-type Lucario, it does not have the bonus of this type. The power of Fire Punch is correspondingly smaller. Lucario dropped the defense, raised his fist again, and slammed Golem. Boom! The fists of both sides hit their opponent. They all took a step back from each other. Force Palm has the bonus of Origin Fighting, plus the attack is boosted by 2 levels. In terms of total damage dealt, Lucario has the upper hand. Don't stop, Xiao, keep going. Lucario raised his fist and it was a blow. Golem, attack. Golem also showed no weakness and went up to meet him. At the same time, Hoenn and Roxanne spoke at the same time, commanding the 2 Pokemon to attack again. You punch each other, and I punch each other. Arrah, no frills, fight with each other. Lucario is usually taught by the fighting master Hoenn, and in terms of skills, he is obviously several grades stronger than Golem. Moreover, it has the advantage of speed, and uses skills to dodge and move to avoid attack. With the bonus of attack power, each attack can deal huge damage to Golem. On the contrary, Golem relies on the advantage of level, and is much stronger than Lucario in terms of defense and endurance. Clang! Lucario's chest that was hit was hot. He took a few steps back, gritted his teeth and insisted, and then he stood firm. Boom! Golem's hammered back, rubble flew, and was knocked back a few steps. One stumbled and fell to the ground. Golem, who was struggling to get up, wanted to get up, but he was too physically exhausted to do it. He persisted for a while, and finally fell to the ground. In the end, Lucario took down Golem by virtue of his speed, attack, and skill. The moment Golem fell, Hoenn rushed towards the opposing battlefield and supported Lucario, who was crumbling. Quickly took out a berry from the backpack and stuffed it into his mouth, which could help him reduce the damage of fire attribute. Lucario, who had been fighting a lot, was obviously a little weak, but his eyes were full of joy after victory. Xiao, you've worked hard. How could Hoenn not understand Lucario's mood at this time? Not only gratified that he challenged the strong to win, but also a little distressed for him after being injured. Although it is normal, Hoenn treats 2 Pokemon equally and does not treat them differently. As close as Kirlia, and even more interacting with Kirlia. But Lucario was his first Pokemon, his first companion. The bonds of the 2 are not generally deep. Go back and have a rest. Hoenn pressed the baby ball and took Lucario back. In the 3rd round, the challenger Hoenn wins. In the silent gym, the result was announced as the referee waved the flag. The trainers in the audience stood up one after another and applauded for the wonderful battle in the field. Inside the Kana's gym, there was overwhelming applause. 3 rounds, each of which which is exciting. Hoenn's perfect tactics and Lucario's tenacious battle are impressive. Yeah, brother, Hoenn won. Sapphire jumped up excitedly, waving his arms happily. I haven't tried it for a long time, and I have played against such a strong challenger. Although I lost, it made my blood boil. Golem, I believe you are also satisfied. Roxanne's emotions were mixed, with regrets and annoyances for losing the game, but more of it was the excitement after the bloody battle. Press the baby ball to take Golem back to the baby ball. Then he took out a badge representing Kanna's gem, walked to Hoenn, and handed it over. Congratulations, Hoenn, this is the badge of Kanna's gem. This battle has finally come to an end. Chapter 25. Take quest number 6002 and go to Dewford Town. After fighting Roxanne and getting the badge, Hoenn said goodbye. Although he won Roxanne's main battle Pokemon, Hoenn is not proud. Through this battle, the gap in strength became clear. If Lucario is on the same level as Golem, then it will be a very easy win. What's more, Golem is just one of Roxanne's many Pokemon, and Hoenn, there are only 2 at present. There is still a long way to go to improve the strength of Pokemon and expand the team. If you want to concentrate on cultivation, there is a prerequisite, and that is money. After earning the living expenses first, you don't have to worry about life anymore, and you will have enough time to practice. Now Hoenn, at the Union Center in Rustboro City, reading the missions released by the Alliance. Task number 8293. Task content: Slateport City Shipping Company recruit temporary sea bodyguard, responsible for protecting the safety of personnel and materials on board, with a reward of 500,000 Alliance coin. Close black lens bracket. Time: 20 days, including food and shelter during the voyage. Close black lens bracket. Requirement: bounty hunters who have obtained 4 or more badges, or reached C rank or above, can receive the quest. Close black lens bracket. Although this task is simple, as long as it is simply responsible for the security work, it will take too long. It take too much time. It's not worth it. Hoenn crossed it out and looked at the next task. Task number 5042. Task content: the task released by the Safari Zone of Lilycove City. Capture the 5 Aerodactyls that escape, and complete the task to get 2 million Alliance coin. Close black lens bracket. Time: none. Close black lens bracket. Requirement: none. Close black lens bracket. The bounty for this task is good, and there are no requirements. It's a pity that I don't have a Pokemon that can fly, otherwise it would be a good choice. Hoenn opened again, looking for a task that suits him. After searching for a while, Hoenn's eyes suddenly lit up and he saw a task that suits him. Open black lens bracket. Task number 6002. Close black lens bracket. Task content: investigate and solve the abnormal Mawile in Dewford Town Granite Cave. Close black lens bracket. Quest bounty: 1.5 million Alliance coin. Close black lens bracket. Time: none. Close black lens bracket. Requirement: obtain 4 badges, or reach C-level bounty hunters to receive the quest. Close black lens bracket. The amount has gradually increased from the original 500,000 Alliance coins to 1.5 million. The difficulty should not be small. Mawiles live in group, and they are very resistant to steal. But the distance is close. The bounty is indeed rich. You can give it a try. Hoenn carefully checked the content of the task. 2 weeks ago, Mawile, who was living in Granite Cave, suddenly attacked people who entered the cave indiscriminately. As time went on, Mawile's character became more and more violent, and even passing by outside the cave would be attacked. More than a dozen innocent tourists have been attacked by Mawile, and the residents of Dewford Town are overwhelmed. Mawile's character is relatively docile. It should be that something happened in Granite Cave, which led to Mawile's riot. Hoenn decided to receive the task after reading the details of the task. Go to the task desk. A sweet-looking, uniformed customer service lady with a professional smile said to Hoenn, "Hello, please show your relevant document." Okay. Hoenn took out a small badge from his backpack and handed it to the other party. The customer service lady took the badge and swiped it on the computer. Seeing the information on it, she was obviously stunned for a moment. B-level badge for bounty hunter. Bounty hunters refer to a group of people who specialize in completing tasks and obtaining bounty. The bounty hunters are divided into SSS, S, A, B, C, D level. In fact, it is similar to the level division of trainers. SSS level corresponds to champion, S level represents elite, A level represents gem, and B level represents superior trainer. In each stage, you need to complete a certain difficulty and number of tasks before you can advance. Hoenn was also promoted from C level to B level some time ago. The smile on the customer service lady's face brightened and she said to Hoenn, "Sir, may I ask what I can do for you?" According to the information on the computer, this is a B level bounty hunter badge. Judging from the appearance of Hoenn, he is only about 17 or 18 years old. At such an age, he has reached the level of a B level bounty hunter, which is rare. Reaching the B grade at a young age, the future is absolutely promising. "Excuse me, I'll pick up the quest number 6002. Hoenn replied. "Okay, please wait a moment." The customer service lady tapped her fingers on the keyboard, and she quickly quickly found the corresponding content. Glancing at the contents above, he couldn't help but worry. Sir, are you sure you want to receive the quest number 6002? What wrong? Hoenn asked curiously. The customer service lady lowered her voice, leaned forward a little, and said to Hoenn in a low voice, according to the data, quest number 6002 has been accepted by 4 bounty hunters before, but unfortunately the last 4 bounty hunters have accepted it. Were killed in the granite cave. Look, do you want to change the mission? Hoenn smiled kindly at the customer service lady, thanked the other party for the reminder, and said, thank you, but no need. I'd like to ask you to help me take mission 6002. Bounty hunters are a high-risk industry. The bounty of quest 6002 has been increasing. If it is not dangerous, then it will be strange. Before receiving the task, Hoenn had already prepared. Okay. The customer service lady didn't say more after seeing this. Fingers operate skillfully on the keyboard. After a while, he helped Hoenn take over the task. Mission 6002 was temporarily sealed. Before Hoenn was about to leave, the customer service lady kindly reminded Hoenn to pay attention to safety. Hoenn smiled and thanked the other party for their concern, then left the Alliance Center, preparing to leave for Dewford Town. Hoenn's life motto is that Zug is only cautious in his light. Zug the great god is wise and close to the demon people are so prudent. Hoenn too. If you are not sure enough, you are willing to give up the task, and will not make fun of your own light. Chapter 26. In addition to Mawile, others also riot. After receiving the task, Hoenn did not set off immediately. Instead, buy a ton of saffron spray inside Rustboro City. The saffron spray, when applied, emits an unpleasant smell to wild Pokemon. Let the weak Pokemon around you not dare to approach. A must for traveling. For insurance, Hoenn also bought a lot of chocolates in Rustboro City. Mawile liked to eat this fruit. Maybe throwing it out at a critical moment can attract Mawile's attention. After getting ready, Hoenn set off towards Dewford Town. On a hot summer day, the cold sea breeze is very comfortable on the body. Hoenn is now sitting on a passenger ship bound for Dewford Town. It's still May, and the sea is still a little cold, so it's not the season for tourism. Passenger ships are not doing very well. During the boat ride, Hoenn found the frowning ship owner. If it's normal, even if it's not the peak tourist season, there are a lot of trainers coming to challenge Dewford Gym. But now, curator Tang Shu is not here. The gym is closed, there are no outsiders, and business is difficult. The captain said with a sigh. The curator Tang Shu is not here. Where has he gone? Hoenn asked. Gym leader can extract a part of the daily expenses of gym from the local tax, and enjoy the special allowance of the league every year. In addition to screening potential trainers by the Helping Hand Alliance, they also undertake part of the local security work. Curator Tang Shu went to Birch Professor to help study what happened in Granite Cave, but unfortunately, I haven't found the problem so far. Hey, the captain replied with a sigh. Hoenn comforted the ship boss a few words, and then asked a few more things about Granite Cave and Mawile. The passenger ship also arrived at Dewford Town. Dewford Town is a beautiful island. There are good surf venues and beautiful soft sandy beaches. After Hoenn got off the boat, he saw the surrounding merchant. Because of Mawile's injury incident, few tourists came. Doors are closed and business is sluggish. Hoenn didn't waste time, put on his backpack, and went directly to Granite Cave to find out. Granite Cave is actually a karst cave. Because of the special topography of the cave, there are many strange scenes inside. People who usually come to Dewford Town for tourism will also drop by to play in it. It is a good tourist attraction. Because of Mawile's riot, few people went there, and the bustling tourist attractions became deserted. Just approaching the entrance of the cave, the baby ball pinned to his waist was shaking slightly. Hoenn pressed the baby ball and released the 2 Pokemon. Hoenn, there is an aura I don't like in it. As soon as Lucario came out, he used the power of aura to talk to Hoenn. The smell you don't like. Hoenn's good-looking brows wrinkled slightly. In fact, before that, Hoenn probably guessed that there should be something in the Granite Cave that had a mutation that caused the Pokemon to become manic. But I didn't expect that. Before entering the cave, Lucario could already feel it, which proves that this mutation emits a lot of energy. Xiao, can you feel what specifically makes you dislike it? Hoenn asked. Lucario paused, as if thinking about how to describe it. It's hot inside. Kirlia, helping hand Lucario added. Yeah, it's hot. Lucario nodded, agreeing with Kirlia's word. It's hot. Hoenn didn't quite understand that the weather in May was relatively cool, so it couldn't be called hot. Then, after 2 more questions, neither Lucario nor Kirlia could say what it was. After spraying a lot of saffron spray on his body, Hoenn took 2 Pokemon and began to enter the cave. In the cave, it is not dark. Because it has been developed into a tourist attraction, there are some lights around it. Hoenn took 2 Pokemon and just walked a few steps. 2 Mawiles sprang from the side, and when the 2 Mawiles found outsiders, they looked like they were going to attack. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Mawile. Attribute Eel Fairy Level 15. Characteristics Machamp Pincers. Changes in attack ability will not be reduced by the opponent in any way. Introduction: Mawile has a yellow, doll-like body, but don't be paralyzed by his cute face. On his head, there is a big jaw that evolved from Hoenn. When take a bite, Xiaowu used Force Palm to deal with the one on the left, and Xiaolu used Hypnosis to control the one on the right. Haoyan attacked first, because he saw violence in Mawile's red eyes. Obviously these two Mawiles are already on the verge of going wild. After Lucario got the order, he acted quickly and attacked a Mawile quickly. The effect is outstanding. Mawile, who was hit by Lucario, was stunned. Kirlia put her hands on her chest, glowing in circles, hypnotizing the other Mawile who was about to attack. Having settled the two Mawiles, Haoyan was about to continue walking with the two Pokemon. However, it was found that several other Pokemon appeared from around the cave. These Pokemon seemed to have heard the sound of the fight just now and searched for the source of the sound. Their state was the same as the two Mawiles who just fell to the ground. His eyes were full of cruelty. Damn, didn't it mean that only Mawile rioted? Why did they do this too? Chapter 27: Exploring the Mutated Granite Cave. In the dim light of Granite Cave, 17 pairs of eyes emitting red dim light appeared. There was a trace of ferocity in these eyes. In addition to Mawile, there is Aaron, and even an evolution body of Aaron, Lyron. The level is a lot higher than the surrounding Pokemon, reaching level 33. When these Pokemon saw the invader, they rushed towards Haoyan. There are so many opponents. Once they are set on fire, it is not a joke. When these Pokemon came running, Haoyan took out the baby ball with his backhand and took Lucario back. He picked up Kirlia. Xiaolu, go to the inside of the cave and use the teleport. Kirlia was ready, waving her hand, the energy surging in her body. Shu Tilda appears 30 meters behind these steel Pokemon. Xiaolu, when you're ready, continue to use teleport. As soon as he landed, Haoyan quickly hugged Kirlia and started running into the cave. After losing the target, the steel-type Pokemon reacted quickly. Turning the gun, he wanted to continue to attack Haoyan. It's a pity that they are all heavy, and it is difficult to turn around for a while. Taking advantage of this time, Haoyan had already run nearly 20 meters. After a few seconds, Kirlia cast teleport again, completely disappearing from the eyes of the group of steel Pokemon. Wu Tilda. After escaping the pursuit of the group of steel Pokemon, Haoyan released Lucario again, and he and Kirlia were on guard around carefully. Xiao-O, are you alright? Haoyan saw that Lucario entered the cave, and there was a trace of irritability in his eyes that he suppressed with reason. That smell that I hate is getting heavier and heavier. Lucario responded with some discomfort. Well, you go back to the baby ball to rest first. Haoyan took out the baby ball and put Lucario back. What about you, Xiaolu? Do you think there's anything wrong? Haoyan has decided that if both Pokemon feel uncomfortable, then decisively give up this task. He had so much saffron spray all over his body that it had no effect on these wild Pokemon. It seems that the power that caused their riots is not weak. Kirlia closed her eyes, felt it carefully, and shook her head. I don't feel anything unusual. I just feel that it is very hot in this cave. Just as Kirlia was answering the question, Haoyan keenly noticed that a Zubat flew past not far away. This Zubat moves lightly and without aggression. He probably smelled the strong smell of saffron spray on Haoyan's body from a distance, shook his head and took the initiative to fly away. Haoyan closed the scene in front of his eyes. Following Kirlia's word, he asked, hot? Kirlia nodded earnestly, pointed to the depths of the cave, and said earnestly, it's hot. It's even hotter inside. Haoyan was silent. After entering the cave, he didn't feel hot at all, but felt that the inside of the cave was cooler than the outside. But why? Both Lucario and Kirlia feel the heat in here. Also, why steal Mawile and Aaron they riot? On the other hand, will Zubat of the poison and flight type be alright? Could it be that there are a lot of fire stones here? The fire energy emitted by the fire stone is why Xiaolu and Xiaowu feel hot. Steel-type Pokemon are afraid of fire and are radiated by fire-type energy, so they entered a state of riot. But fire stone, most of them appear in places where the temperature is relatively high. How can a shady cave give birth to a fire stone? Unless, Haoyan thought of a situation, a large number of fire street will appear in a short period of time in a cool cave one. If there are a lot of fire stones in the cave, then this trip, even if it is dangerous, is worth fighting for. Haoyan's eyes brightened. Evolutionary stone, ITE. There are 10 kinds in total. Can be used to evolution different Pokemon. For Pokemon of the same level, the Earl Dervish state and the final evolution state have a big difference in combat power. Take Dustone as an example. You can turn Murkrow evolution into Honchkrow, and the combat power will skyrocket. However, the output of evolutionary stone, ITE, is not much. A scarce Dustone, the market price is around 1 million alliance coin. If the quality is good, the price is double. Hoenn region, there is the volcano of MT smoke, and the output of Firestone is slightly more. The price is also the cheapest, but the cheapest Firestone, the market price is also 300,000. Good quality, more expensive. To make the steel-type Pokemon in the entire cave go crazy, at least 20 or even more Firestones are needed, and it is was possible to achieve this level. Thinking of this, Hoenn's heart was as fiery as the fire stone. However, Hoenn was not lost because of such a huge captivate. Go in and check it out. It definitely going, but not in this state. From the backpack, he took out fresh water and food, handed it to Kirlia, and said, Xiaolu, you have something to eat first. Then use the calm mind technique to restore the energy lost just now and adjust the state. When you recover, we will go into the cave to find out. Here, just leave it to me to be vigilant. Kirlia took it obediently and ate it silently. Kirlia's teleport is the basis for Hoenn to dare to go deep and escape danger. After half an hour, Kirlia got out of calm mind and opened her bright eye. The spirit, the best aid has already been mentioned. Xiaolu, hold me. Hoenn bent down and motioned Kirlia to jump on his back. Without wasting any of Kirlia's physical strength, the two of them can launch teleport at any time. Kirlia's face flushed slightly, and she jumped onto Hoenn's back shyly. Hoenn clenched Kirlia tightly, took a deep breath. His eyes were like electric vigilant, and he slowly walked towards the depth of the cave. Chapter 28 Mutation. Alarming the Alliance. Little Root Town. Birch Institute. Birch Professor, with bloodshot eyes, brought several researchers on a table full of materials, constantly flipping through it. What is it that caused the Mawile mutation in Granite Cave? Birch Professor muttered to himself while flipping through the information quickly. He hasn't slept for 2 days and 2 nights, and has been researching the cause of Mawile's mutation. Beside Birch Professor, there is a young man with blue hair and dark skin, leaning on the table tiredly. This blue-haired youth is Tengshu of Duford Gym. After consulting a lot of information, Birch Professor did not have any result, and he was a little impatient. Accidentally bumped into the lamp on the side. The lamp snapped and fell to the ground. The sudden voice suddenly woke up Tengshu, who was lying on the rest table. As Tengshu picked up the lamp in confusion, he muttered to himself in a low voice, I thought the meteorite fell again, which surprised me. Tengshu, what did you say? Birch Professor, who was relatively close, keenly heard what Tengshu said, and immediately asked, what did I say? Tengshu had been sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights, and he hadn't slept well, which caused his brain to spin very slowly, and he couldn't react for a while. What? Birch Professor said. I ask you, what happened to the meteorite you mentioned just now? Birch's heart suddenly flashed, as if he had grasped the key point. Some time ago, a small meteorite landed in Duford Town. Tengshu immediately replied when he saw Birch Professor's serious expression. Meteorite? Did the meteorite fall near the Granite Cave? Birch Professor's bloodshot eyes suddenly showed a different look, and he put down the information in his hand and asked, okay, it seems so. It was night, and I don't know exactly where it fell, but from the sound, it seems that the meteorite is not big. Professor, listen to what you mean. Is the mutation of Granite Cave caused by a meteorite landing? Tengshu's head finally started to turn, keeping up with Birch Professor's rhythm. Birch Professor did not answer, but quickly sat down in front of the computer and began to inquire. After a while, Birch Professor shouted, Firestone it's Firestone's problem. Tengshu and the surrounding researchers immediately surrounded him, waiting for his explanation. The meteorite landed and brought a lot of heat energy. The Firestone was created because of the accumulation of heat energy in a short period of time. In Granite Cave, there are a lot of Mawile. Steel-type Pokemon don't like fire-type energy at all, and being roasted by fire-type energy will make them miserable. Pain is what made them mad. It took so long to finally know the answer of the mutation. Tengshu immediately asked Birch Professor, Professor, what are we going to do now? Report to the Alliance. Let the Alliance send personnel, and quickly go to Duford Town to support. Birch Professor said solemnly. In addition to Mawile, Granite Cave also has Aaron, and even a powerful wild Lyron. Now these Steel-type Pokemon have just started, and they can still withstand the fire of Firestone, but over time, they will definitely escape from Granite Cave. At that time, the Manic Steel-type Pokemon, once roaming around the island, the consequences will be unimaginable. We must clear these Firestones before the Steel Pokemon go crazy. After listening to Birch Professor's analysis, Tengshu also realized the seriousness of the problem. Duford Town is not big, just a small island. The thought of what would happen if a wild, manic Pokemon ran out of Granite Cave into a residential area. Duford Town can't stand such strong winds and waves. Tengshu got up immediately, and together with Birch Professor, asked Evergrande City, which is the headquarters of the Alliance, for support. After explaining the seriousness of the matter to the headquarters of the Alliance also attached great importance to it. Immediately decided to send 50 superior investigators to remove the mutation this time. As for the mission sent by the Alliance Center, no one cares at all. Such large group incident cannot be solved by one person's rank. Chapter 29 Actively request to be ridden. Satisfy him. Hoenn, keep going. It will get hotter and hotter. Kirlia's voice appeared in Hoenn's mind. Well, if the route is wrong, you can tell me again. Hoenn held Kirlia in his arms and proceeded cautiously in the cave. Along the way, dodged several calls at Mawile and Aaron. These Mawile and Aaron looked even more violent than the ones they met at the door. Bang tilde bang tilde bang tilde. Hoenn passed a corner and saw a level 32 Lyron tackle the wall of the cave with his hard head. At this time, in addition to being violent, he was also extremely painful. It seems that the non-stop tackle can make him a little easier. Hoenn stopped, wanting to wait for the Lyron to leave before moving on, but it didn't work as expected. The smell of saffron spray was quickly transmitted in the not spacious aisle. Lyron, who didn't stop at tackle, sniff hard, and smelled a smell that he hated, immediately look around for the source of the unpleasant smell. He found Hoenn right away. After discovering the target, Lyron moved his forehooves and opened his mouth wide, wanting to bite towards Hoenn. Depend on. Hoenn, who has always been gentle, scolded. In the cave, the space is limited, and it is not easy to dodge. Seeing that Lyron was about to rush in front of him, Kirlia was ready to use teleport. At a critical moment, Hoenn took out a chocolate fruit from his pocket, aimed at it, and threw it towards Lyron's mouth. As soon as Chao Keguo threw it out, Hoenn immediately shouted, Xiao Lu, teleport. Shoot tilde. Hoenn and Kirlia appeared about 20 meters behind Lyron. After landing, Hoenn did not flee immediately, but turned around to pay attention to Lyron's situation. Hoenn felt that the chocolate chip just now should have been thrown into Lyron's mouth. Although I have not systematically learned the skills of basketball, as an athlete, I still have this nod. Chocolate, except Mawile like to eat. Another effect is that it can slow down fire damage. Although it is radiated by firestone, it should also have an effect. Boom! Lyron couldn't hold back and hit the wall directly, causing the surrounding rubble to fly. But for him, who is covered in iron, this damage is nothing. Lyron shook his head and stood up, turning around to look at Hoenn. There was no further attack. It worked. Keen Hoenn immediately noticed that Lyron's furious eyes were filled with a hint of clarity. Immediately from the backpack, he took out the chocolate fruit and threw it in front of Lyron. The somewhat bulky Lyron, he swallowed the chocolate fruit. After taking it, the rage in his eyes has been reduced a bit. Out tilde out tilde. Out tilde out tilde. Lyron lowered his head, changing his previous arrogance and moaning in a low voice. Hoenn, the fruit you gave him can relieve his pain. He asks you if there is anything else. Kirlia translated thoughtfully. Although Hoenn doesn't understand the Pokemon language, he can probably guess the meaning by looking at Lyron's expression and demeanor. With Kirlia's translation, that's even more certain. You tell him that as long as he doesn't attack us, I'll give it to him again. Hoenn asked Kirlia a helping hand to translate. He also took out a few chocolate nuts from his backpack and shook them. Kirlia heard the words and began to communicate with Lyron. Chiru tilde chiru tilde. Out tilde out tilde. Lyron responded with a voice, and looked at the cocoa in Hoenn's hand hopefully. He said no problem. Kirlia replied, okay. Hoenn held Kirlia in one hand and Chao Keguo in the other, and walked slowly towards Lyron. Although I know that cocoa worked wonders in this situation, but facing the fierce Lyron by nature, Hoenn did not let his guard down. It's no joke to be bitten suddenly. Fortunately, this Lyron is also sensible, standing still, waiting for Hoenn to approach. 5 meters away from Lyron, Hoenn threw out the cocoa in his hand. The cumbersome Lyron, who was very sensitive at this time, caught it in one bite and swallowed the chocolate fruit. After eating 3 chocolates in a row, the rage in Lyron's eyes disappeared, and he completely recovered his clarity. Looking at Lyron, who had completely regained consciousness, Hoenn could finally relax a little, no longer tense all over. Xiao Lu, help me ask him if there are some red stones that make him feel so uncomfortable. Hoenn, who was relieved, tried to ask Kirlia to help communicate. According to Hoenn's meaning, Kirlia conveyed to Lyron, Chiru tilde chiru tilde. Chiru tilde chiru tilde. Lyron raised his head suddenly, and roared Kirlia excitedly. Ow, ow, ow. Lyron, who suddenly got up, immediately made Hoenn's muscles tense, holding Kirlia's thighs with both hands and staring at Lyron. If Lyron makes an offensive move, Hoenn immediately leaves with Kirlia. Fortunately, Hoenn thought more. Lyron simply shouted at Hoenn, but had no intention of attacking. The big iron said that some time ago, a stone fell from the sky and smashed into the cave. Then it didn't take long for some strange stones to appear, and as soon as these stones appeared, they had a splitting headache. The big iron also said that they hated these red stones, but they didn't dare to get too close. Kirlia's translation was timely passed to Hoenn's mind. Sure enough, because of the meteorite, many fire stones appeared in the cold granite cave, which is the reason for the riots of these steel-type Pokemon. Hoenn finally understood the source of the mutation that happened here, which was exactly what he had guessed. Then Hoenn said again, Xiao Lu, tell him for me, I can help hand them, change the cave back to its original state, and ask him if he is willing to help us. Translator Kirlia is on the line again. Chiru tilde chiru tilde chiru tilde. As he spoke, he was waving his little white hand. Out tilde out tilde. Lyron looked at Hoenn with hopeful eyes. Big Iron said he was very willing to help hand us. He also said that this was their home and that he was going to guard their home. Please help him make his home the same as before. Kirlia translated. Out tilde out tilde out tilde. Lyron said roar again. The big iron asked us, what should we do? Hoenn thought for a while, and then said, let him take us to the place where the red stones fell. We'll clear the stones away. If you simply rely on Hoenn and Kirlia to dodge and move forward in this cave, the speed will drop a lot. With a Lyron leading the way, the efficiency will be much improved. Chiru tilde Chiru tilde Chiru tilde. Kirlia translated Hoenn's words to Lyron. After listening, Lyron immediately fell down and motioned for Hoenn to ride on his back. Originally, I just wanted to let Lyron open the way in front, but I didn't expect Lyron to be so active. Actively request to be ridden. That being the case, Hoenn satisfied him. With one easy step, he stepped onto Lyron's back. Continued to move towards the cave. Chapter 30 Granite Cave. Restore the peace of the past. Not to mention, the ride feels really cool. When Hoenn used to watch Pokemon anime, he often fantasized about riding on the beautiful Rapidash, or riding on the mighty Arcanine, wantonly. Too bad his Earl Dervish Pokemon is Lucario and can't satisfy him wishes. Riding a Kirlia too, maybe, now, isn't the time. Doghead saves life tilde, but riding on the Lyron is quite tiring. The bumps along the way made Hoenn have to clamp hard. Met some normal Mawile, and little Aaron, when they wanted to attack. Lyron snorted and drank the other party back. Hoenn took out some chocolates by the way and distributed them to these Manectile-type Pokemon. After taking it, their pain was relieved. Anyway, Hoenn bought a lot of chocolates when he left for Dewford Town. Although these low-level Aaron and Mawile, there is not much helping hand in combat, but it's worth it to make them feel better. After Hoenn sat down, Lyron explained that the wild Pokemon also knew that Hoenn was helping them and joined the team one after another. Others living in the cave, Dazuiwe, Geodude, who are not affected, dare not approach at all. Lyron, a combination of rock and steel, can be said to be a tyrant in Granite Cave. The skin is rough and the flesh is thick, and the level is also high, and no other wild Pokemon dare to mess with it. What's more, there are a group of younger brothers behind him. From time to time, he stuffed a chocolate fruit into Lyron's mouth to slow down the fire energy radiation brought by the gradual penetration. Lyron with 4 legs is much faster than Hoenn with 2 legs. It didn't take long for Hoenn to see that there was no longer a dim cave in the distance. A huge stone about 10 meters in diameter smashed directly through the cave. Sunlight scattered from the gap. Around this huge meteorite, there are a bunch of fire stones emitting red light. With a group of younger brothers, Lyron was still 50 meters away from the fire stone, and was no longer willing to move forward, just there to watch from a distance. When he got here, Hoenn no longer reluctantly. He jumped lightly and stood firmly on the ground, putting down the Chao Kegwo in his backpack on the ground so that these Pokemon who approached would not feel uncomfortable. He led Kirlia forward slowly. The fire stone, which emits red light, illuminates the surrounding area with a reddish glow, giving it a somewhat eerie feeling. Roughly counted, there are more than 30 fire stones here. Even if one is 300,000 Alliance coin, there are nearly 10 million here. The strange environment was directly ignored by Hoenn. This place is simply a treasure. Hoenn's heart was beating, but at this moment, he was forcing himself to calm down. The more enormous interests are in front of them, the less they can be dominated by greed. To start, take a close look at your surroundings. There were only a few Zubats sleeping in the surroundings, and there was nothing unusual about the others. It seems that the most difficult level has been solved by Hoenn's Chao Kegwo. After carefully confirming that there is no danger around, Hoenn walked towards the fire stone. Crouch down and take a closer look at one of the fire stones. The surface of the fire stone exudes a faint red light, and it does not feel hot when touched, but has a cold feel. According to this quality, even if it is not high quality, it is at least a medium quality product. According to the market price, it should be able to sell for between 400,000 and 450,000. Hoenn put down his backpack and took out a small shovel from it. Xiaolu, pay attention to the situation around you, and if there is anything unusual, let me know immediately. Hoenn explained and started to mining. Yeah, Kirlia nodded, activating the energy in her body, feeling the changes around her. $36 tilde. Hoenn wiped his sweat and finally put the last fire stone into his backpack. There is no danger in collecting fire stone. With Kirlia on guard and a group of steel Pokemon guarding outside, it's going very well. Looking at the remaining meteorites in front of me, it's a pity. I want to put this meteorite in my backpack, but unfortunately it is too big. Although the backpack is very powerful, it is still impossible to carry meteorites that are more than 10 meters wide and 20 meters long. But this time, I have harvested a total of 36 fire stones, and I am very satisfied. Hoenn clapped his hand, packed up his tools, and prepared to leave. The backpack is relatively an isolated base, completely blocking the radiation of Firestone. The surrounding steel-type Pokemon dared to approach. Big Mouth tilde Big Mouth tilde. Out tilde out tilde. Mawile and Aaron, surrounding Hoenn, kept showing goodwill to Hoenn's growl. They said thank you and helped them restore their home to its original state. Kirlia's voice transmitted into Hoenn's mind. You're welcome Tilda. Hoenn crouched down and touched the heads of the steel Pokemon around him. What about the Lyron? Hoenn glanced around, but didn't notice the temporary mount just now. If there wasn't that Lyron just now, maybe the process wasn't that fast. Okay, this place has returned to its original state. Then I have to leave. Hoenn stood up and raised his feet to leave. The matter of Granite Cave has been resolved. It is no longer necessary to stay here. After tossing for so long, I'm hungry too. It's time back to Dewford Town. Looking for something to eat. Just as he was about to leave, a male and a female Lyron walked out of the cave. Out tilde out tilde out tilde. Out tilde out tilde out tilde. The dude's one was Hoenn's temporary mount just now. The mother's was the one that Hoenn met just after entering the door and led a group of Mawile and Aaron to attack him. The mother's Lyron, whose eyes had regained clarity, followed behind her father's Lyron. Hoenn looked at the two Lyrons and their intimacy with each other, and suddenly said, "So you are a couple." The mother's Lyron walked in front of Hoenn and made a slight roar sound. Out tilde. She's apologizing to you and shouldn't have attacked you. Kirlia translated. It's okay, I can understand. Hoenn leaned down and touched his mother Lyron's head. Mother Lyron also rubbed Hoenn's hand affectionately. Out tilde. Gong Lyron stepped forward, put a bright bead in front of Hoenn, and arched the bead in Hoenn's direction with his head. Hoenn was a little curious and picked up the bead. Automatic, relevant data appeared in Hoenn's mind. Huge pearl, a rather large pearl that exudes a beautiful silver glow and is of great value. Close black lens bracket. Effect, temporarily unknown. Close black lens bracket. This huge pearl is really big. It's the size of an adult fist. If you take it to the market and sell it, you can sell it for a high price. The big iron said, in order to thank us, this thing was given to us. Kirlia explained in a timely manner. For Pokemon, who is good for them and who is bad for them, they can feel with their hearts that Hoenn has restored their home with practical action. This made them grateful. Thank you. Then, Hoenn accepted the big pearl. Out tilde. The two Lyrons were very happy that Hoenn accepted the big pearl, and they stepped forward and rubbed him affectionately. Hoenn and these steel-type Pokemon played for a while and said, okay, let go. Out tilde. Big mouth tilde. Spontaneously, these steel Pokemon escorted Hoenn and Kirlia out of Granite Cave. Granite Cave regained its former calm. Chapter 31. After a long time, it has been solved by someone. After one day, shoot tilde. In the waters outside Dewford Town, a swarm of flying Pokemon flies over. A strong air current rolled up, causing the sea water to keep rolling. Most of the Pokemon that flew over were green-bodied, with two pairs of Tropius with green leaf wings on their bodies. Tropius is gentle, easy to catch, and easy to raise. It is the most suitable Pokemon for manned flight. Among this group of flying Pokemon, the one with the most momentum and flying at the front is a Salaman. Among this group of flying Pokemon, he is undoubtedly the king. There are people sitting on these Pokemon. These people are the superior investigators sent by the Alliance to help hand Dewford Town to solve the mutation of Granite Cave. Hula la tilde. All flying Pokemon, led by Salaman, landed in the sea near Granite Cave. Is this the Granite Cave? A man fell on Salaman. The man is about 50 years old, even though his beard is white, but he is not old at all, and his open clothes reveal strong chest muscles. This person is Hoenn region, the oldest, strongest, for elite Drake, who is good at using and cultivating dragon-type Pokemon. Yes, Mr. Drake, this is it. Tangshu got off a Tropius and nodded heavily. When I passed by the Dewford Town residential area just now, I saw that the residential area was in good condition. Tangshu breathed a sigh of relief as there was no trace of steel-type Pokemon invasion. Dewford Town was his home, and he knew almost everyone on the island. After becoming gym leader, he also chose to build gym on this small island. He has deep feelings for Dewford Town and does not wish any loss to the residents of Dewford Town. Well, pay attention to all investigators. According to the plan at the time of arrival, start to deploy. Drake shouted, and the surrounding superior investigators began to act. Around Granite Cave, they released their own Pokemon one after another, staring vigilantly at the entrance of the cave, just in case there is a grumpy steel-type Pokemon in it, rushing out from it and hurting people. Seeing the planned action of the superior inspector, Tangshu couldn't help feeling emotional. Mr. Drake, thank you so much. Tangshu sincerely thanked him. After the Alliance received Tangshu's request for help, an emergency meeting was immediately held to discuss resolving the aberration in Dewford Town. To be honest, most people in the league don't really care about Dewford. There are possible mutations in town. Because Dewford Town is so small, the local population is not much, only 10,000 people. Before Tangshu sent a request for help, the Alliance just sent out a bounty quest, and planned to spend 100 to 2 million to find someone to deal with it. But when Tangshu came forward to ask for support, the attitude of the Alliance changed. On the one hand, in addition to being aware of the seriousness of the situation, on the other hand, it was because of Tangshu. Tangshu is very young, only 25 years old, and has already served as a gym leader. Tangshu can be said to be a different kind of gym leader. To be a gym leader, two conditions must be met. First, its own strength must be excellent. Second, there must be solid background support. The first point is that Tangshu is in line. As for the second point of family support, Tangshu can say that he did not get involved at all. The family status is ordinary, and there is no strong family background. The influence is only covered in a small place in Duford town. The strength is stronger than Tangshu, and the people with strong family power can't say a lot, but there are definitely a lot. But it was Tangshu, an outlier, who became a gym leader that everyone envied. All of this is because of a close friend of Tangshu. That's one of Kantoregin's 4 elite, Bruno. It is rumored that Bruno and Tangshushi have one person to learn fighting skills together. Bruno has mastered the secret art of gang. Tangshu mastered the profound meaning of softness. Bruno has reached the level of one of the 4 elite, and Tangshu, who is 10 years younger than Bruno, is very likely to reach the same level as Bruno in the future. Therefore, what the league sees is Tangshu's potential, and let him become gym leader. One of the 4 elite, Drake, is not too young. After he retires, it is very likely that the young Tangshu will grow up and take over his position and become one of the 4 elite. Small things don't matter. Drake smiled and said, let's start then. Yeah. Tangshu nodded heavily. Teams D and E are responsible for guarding the periphery of the cave, and no steel-type Pokemon is allowed to rush out of the encirclement. The B and C teams form a protective formation, protecting the researchers headed by Birch Professor, and they are in the middle of the team. Team A, responsible for the safety of the rear of the team. Let go. Drake Elite arranged the team in an orderly manner, showing the style of a general. Under the leadership of Drake Elite, we began to move towards the depths of Granite Cave. Birch Professor, the data seems to be a little unusual. The machine shows that there is no strong fire attribute energy here. A researcher, holding the detector, whispered to Birch Professor beside him. Check it again, it shouldn't be wrong. When we were in the air just now, we have roughly seen a part of the meteorite, and the machine may not be able to sense it in time. Birch Professor said with some uncertainty. The investigators headed by Drake entered the cave in a mighty manner. It's been a while. No abnormality was found. Granite Cave, it's very quiet here, and I haven't found any crazy steel Pokemon. Everyone, be careful, don't be fooled by the current calm. It is very likely that this is the calm before the storm. As the team leader, Drake Elite said to the people around him. But in fact, since the team entered the cave, they did not feel any obstacles, and the journey was smooth. Hearing what the team leader said, the investigators immediately kept their spirits high and continued to go deeper. A group of people walked vigilantly for another 10 minutes. There's a bunch of Aurons in there. The direction is 3 o'clock, and the distance is about 80 meters. Suddenly, one of the investigators in the team, with better eyesight, saw a group of Aurons in the distance, and immediately reminded the surrounding people in a low voice. Everyone be careful. Tangshu, who was walking with Drake Elite at the front of the team, shouted in a low voice and became nervous. The team walked silently in the direction of Aaron. Everyone followed their eyes and saw the group of Auron, but there was nothing unusual about that group of Mawile. Just lay there and rest. One of them, Aaron, who was resting on the rock, felt someone around him and woke up suddenly. After waking up, he was shocked when he saw a large group of people who were waiting for him, staring at him. Out tilde, shouted proudly, and he was so frightened that he let go of the girl and ran away. Aaron, who woke up around him, was attracted by his companion, Growl, and also woke up one after another, seeing so many people. Immediately, like the first escaping companion, he strode his short legs vigorously. Escape. Drake Elite, headed by the team, had a black question mark on his face. Didn't they say yes? The steel-type Pokemon rioted, and attacked when they saw people. Why did you run away as soon as we met? Tangshu was also at a loss, not knowing why. This is different from what I learned before. Cough. Everyone, move on. Drake headed cough. With a loud voice, to hide the embarrassment, he waved to the investigators behind him. People, keep going. Slowly, as they went deeper, more steel-type Pokemon were discovered. Steel-type Pokemon, when they saw a large number of them, they immediately hid away. Drake Elite, without saying anything, continued on with the investigators. It's just that the speed is much faster, and the expressions of the surrounding investigators are no longer as cautious as they were at the beginning. When they rushed to the depth of the cave and saw the meteorite, they realized that someone had already come here. There are footprints left on the ground. The meteorite is full of chisel marks. The Firestone, which affected the riot of steel-type Pokemon, has already been taken away. In other words, before them, someone had already taken the lead to solve the mutation here. Drake Elite looked at Tangshu speechlessly, and Tangshu also looked at Birch Professor helplessly. Birch Professor waved his hand awkwardly. The co-authoring alliance attaches so much importance to it, consuming a lot of manpower and material resources, sending so many people here, and making a perfect battle plan, all of which are useless. After working for a long time, it has been solved by someone. It's like a public tour. Report. These footprints are all of one person. A search officer reported according to Dracolee, immediately aroused embarrassment from the surrounding people. A large group of them came here so solemnly, but they didn't expect the other party to handle the mutation alone. Who is it that he can go deep into the cave alone and solve the mutation of the Steel-type Pokemon? Everyone is full of curiosity about the person who can solve the mutation here. Chapter 32. With a fiery heart, Kirlia's face is flushed. Hoenn didn't know about the Alliance's plan. He only knew that the bounty issued by the Alliance Center had already arrived. Bounty hunters have an iron rule. Even internally, it remains anonymous, with only one number. No real identity information will be left. Because bounty hunters are different from trainers, they earn money by completing tasks. For example, a bounty hunter gets a certain treasure when he completes a certain task. If the identity is exposed, it is easy to arouse the coveting of others and lead to the fire. Of course, if the bounty hunter actively exposes his identity, that's another story. At this time, Hoenn was lying comfortably on the beautiful beach of Slateport City, enjoying the sea breeze. This trip to Granite Cave was quite rewarding. If you make money, you must be kind to yourself. Slateport City is a port city, a port connecting Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh and other regions. Beautiful port with beautiful beaches of course. Located in the south of Slateport City, Hoenn rented a private beach where he planned to spend his vacation and relax. Ding bell tilde ding bell tilde. The phone rang. Under the sun umbrella, Hoenn was shirtless, showing his perfect abdominal muscles, and answered the phone leisurely. Good morning, Mr. Hoenn. I'm Keiko, the VIP customer service of Blue Sky Auction Company. The batch of fire stones that you consigned to our auction company before have all been auctioned. After deducting the handling fee, the remaining 12.03 million Alliance coins have been transferred to the account you reserved. Please check. After the customer service lady finished speaking, Hoenn opened the laptop and checked the relevant procedures. The balance on the account is correct and the money has arrived. Okay, I got it, Hoenn said to the phone in a good mood. Okay, Blue Sky Auction Company. Look forward to working with you next time. I'm your VIP customer service Keiko. I wish you a happy life. Goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Hoenn stretched out, took out the big pearl that Lyron gave him, and played with it carefully. His eyes gradually began to drift away. Lucario was clumsily playing with a skateboard, trying to ride the wave as it rolled over. Kirlia soaked her white and tender calf in the seawater and picked up beautiful shells on the beach. This time the harvest is really good. There are more than 13 million Alliance coins in the account now, and those skill machines can be bought. You can also concentrate on repairing during this time, without worrying about living expenses. Hoenn raised his head and lay comfortably on the beach chair. Most Pokemon, by leveling up, can only learn some common skills, and if you want to make the Pokemon's fault tolerance rate higher, then the trainer needs to buy a skill machine produced by Sever to increase the fault tolerance. Of course, the skill machine is not invincible. Most Pokemon can only learn skills that do not contradict their own attribute. There are a few exceptions. Fire-type signature skills like Flamethrower. There are also a handful of Water-type Pokemon that can be learned through the skill machine. Slowpoke, Gyarados, and Octillery may be very talented, and Water-type can also learn the signature skills of the fire element. After taking a sip of cold drink, he looked up at Hoenn, and saw a group of Wingull flew through the air. After a while, it's time to go to Kanto and visit Professional Oak. By the way, take that Pokemon and expand the team. Luca tilde. When Hoenn was thinking and planning the future, he suddenly heard Lucario's growl. Looking away, Lucario staggered on the surfboard. A big wave hit, and he shot him on the shore at once. Looking at the embarrassed Lucario, Kirlia on the side was covering her mouth and snickering. Hoenn put away his thoughts, stood up, took a surfboard with a smile on his face, and walked over. Xiao, I'll teach you sir. Also joined the ranks of Sir. Xiao, your talent is really good. The things I taught you, you have mastered it so quickly. Hoenn turned to Lucario, who was standing firmly on the surfboard, and extended his thumb. Before crossing, Hoenn grew up at the seaside and was no stranger to everything on the seaside. Surf is his hobby in his spare time. Okay, you have mastered the theory, and you will have to fight it later. Hoenn took a surfboard and stood up. With Lucario, wait for the wave. Wow lala tilde. A tide rolled in. Hoenn stepped on the surfboard under his feet, and immediately used the power of the waves to slide on the sea. The posture is unrestrained, the movement is skilled, and it is a surf player. Although Lucario has mastered the theory and made progress, he was still a little nervous and overwhelmed when the wave came. Standing on the surfboard, not long after standing firm, it fell into the water because of the imbalance. However, Lucario, who fell, was not discouraged but rather excited, because after Hoenn's coaching, he has made progress and probably found the key point of balance. Hoenn, who slid back, began to teach again. Lean your body slightly forward and keep the center of gravity behind your right foot. Don't try to resist the onslaught of the wave. Get used to the power of the sea and then conquer it. Lucario stood firmly on the surfboard this time. Another tide rolled over, and Hoenn gently pushed Lucario forward. This time the waves were a little smaller. Lucario finally found his balance and slid on the sea like Hoenn did. Beautiful, that's it. Hoenn couldn't help but sigh. Gradually, Lucario began to adapt to the rhythm and began to really ride the wind and waves. Surf is a game and a practice. Practicing surf can enhance Lucario's balance, making it easier for him to dodge opponents' attacks in a pinch. In addition, surf can also exercise courage, and it is easy to be afraid of the rolling wave. All it takes is to overcome this fear. In this way, you will have the courage to move forward in the face of adversity in the future. After finishing Lucario, Hoenn took the initiative to walk to Kirlia's side, splash water on her, and play with her. The shy Kirlia, not to be outdone, responded to Hoenn. However, her tender white hand, holding the shell again, did not cause much kill. In order to avoid Hoenn, he stepped back again and again, accidentally tripped himself, and almost fell. Hoenn's eyes were quick and his hands were quick, and he hugged Kirlia at once. Feeling Hoenn's fiery heart, Kirlia's little face quickly turned red. Chapter 33. This feeling is so good. After playing for a day, the sun gradually sank into the bottom of the sea. Hoenn returned to the rented villa with 2 Pokemon. In this private sea area, there is only one villa, which is very private and will not be disturbed by others. At the same time, it belongs to the management scope of the hotel, and any services you need will be delivered quickly. Fire Punch and Thunder Punch. If these 2 skills are taught to Xiao, they can greatly supplement the attack surface. On this basis, a brick break must be used to prevent the opponent from using a skill like Aurora Veil that can reduce damage. Let's learn these 3 skills for Xiao for the time being. At this time, Hoenn was outside the living room, holding his chin with his left hand and operating the laptop with his right hand, browsing Sever's website and selecting a technical machine on it. Every Pokemon has many skills that can be learned, but if you want to master the skills, you need long-term training. Although Hoenn has a lot of money in his account, he can buy a lot of skill machines, but cramming them all at once will not be of much use. Better yet, pick a few skills first to strengthen your training. After you are proficient, you can do other skills training. After finalizing Lucario's skills, Hoenn continued to browse the web to find skills suitable for Kirlia. Xiaolu is good at using energy attack. Just choose Thunderbolt, Mystical Fire, Energy Ball. Hoenn operated on the webpage and finally clicked OK to place the order. Skills, except Brick Break, or all popular skills. After all, the total cost is 6.5 million. Set the delivery address, pay and wait for the goods to arrive. Although the headquarters of Silver Corporation is in Kanto region, there are corresponding stores in each region. Ding dong tilde ding dong tilde. The doorbell rang outside the villa. Hoenn closed the computer and went to open the door. Hello Mr. Hoenn, I'm the hotel's exclusive VIP service consultant. A pretty woman in business attire, with a few neatly dressed waiters behind her, saw Hoenn open the door and immediately bowed. The ingredients you ordered have arrived. Do you need us to help you move into the kitchen? Okay, please. Hoenn nodded softly. As Hoenn opened the door, the neatly dressed waiter carefully moved 2 boxes with ingredients into the kitchen. After saying the interruption, he left the villa lightly. Xiaolu, come over to help with cooking. Hoenn greeted, and Lucario jumped up from the sofa. Kirlia even used teleport directly to send it directly to Hoenn. Compared with other people's cooking, it is sent to the front. Hoenn prefers to do it himself. Moreover, Hoenn is confident that his craftsmanship is no worse than that of a professional cook. Xiao, help me cut the ham into thin slices. After Lucario got the order, he immediately went to the operation with great excitement. Although he doesn't know how to cook, he can still handle some basic tasks. Xiaolu, pick those shrimps out of the shrimp line. Kirlia used teleport again and disappeared in front of Hoenn's eyes. Involving Pokemon in the chores of life can make Pokemon more involved. Just like Pokemon is training, Hoenn, the trainer, will also participate. They who are pure-minded will feel valued by the trainer, and will practice harder. They will feel ashamed because they fail to meet the requirement, and they will also be excited because of a word of appreciation from the master. The bonds between the two are the accumulation of these bits and pieces. With the help of 2 Pokemon, Hoenn's cooking time was greatly shortened. It didn't take long for the food to fill the long table in the villa's dining room. They crispy on the outside, but actually sizzling with oily ham on the inside. Cover the surface with cheese so that it can be slightly burnt, and the cheese prawns can be brushed. A little sesame oil and steamed fish soy sauce are simply prepared as a sauce, sprinkled with a little green onion, and a delicious steamed sea fish. After low temperature sterilization, cut into thick and thin red fish sashimi respectively. There is also a dessert made of high quality kelp, which is full of dietary fiber and relieves the heat, and green bean. All kinds of delicious food are available. A gorgeous seafood feast is in front of you. Lucario was already drooling, knife and fork in hand, ready to start. Although Kirlia is a little reserved, covet in her beautiful eyes is ready to come out. Okay, everyone, let's start. Hoenn poured a glass of champagne on the 2 Pokemon, blowing the cool sea breeze, ready to taste this seafood feast. As soon as he got up, Lucario acted quickly, grabbed a sea prawn with the thickness of Haoyan's arm, and prepared to eat it. It's just that he is not used to using knives, forks and chopsticks. Although he moves fast, he can't put his mouth down very well. Simply don't care too much, just bite the meat in one bite. Biting clack. Kirlia, though a psychic Pokemon, is smarter. However, I am not used to this method, and I use my chopsticks to pick up the spines in the fish with my chopstick. I'll help you. Haoyan took a shrimp and took the initiative to help Lucario disassemble it. Remove the husk, leaving only the plump flesh, and hand it to Lucario. Pick up the bone spurs of the sea fish skillfully with chopstick, then take the sauce, pour it on top, and put it on Kirlia's side. Luca tilde, Lalu tilde. The two Pokemon immediately began to feast on them. Haoyan's patient and careful actions made them feel cared and valued by others. This feeling is so good. Chapter 34. My family has a daughter who is just growing up. Time flies so fast. Haoyan has been at the private beachland crossing with two Pokemon for nearly a month. The sea breeze is blowing every day, enjoying the sun, and training is not boring. Xiao, the move of brick break is to imagine your palm as a knife and chop it down. It's not just raising your hand and then slashing. Instead, use the strength of the waist and abdomen to drive the body and chop down. On the beach, Haoyan was wearing his perfect abdominal muscles and moved in, coaching Lucario. Come on, Xiao, watch me do it again and feel the details of my movement. When Lucario heard the word, he immediately watched Haoyan's movements with full attention, not letting go of any detail. Haoyan slumped off his horse, slammed, and quickly slapped his palm, causing a fierce sound of breaking wind. A neat demo was shown to Lucario. Luca. There was adoration in Lucario's eyes. The movements Haoyan demonstrated just now were completely natural, without wasting a single bit of strength, and he completely concentrated his strength on one point. If I had to describe it in one word, it would be perfect. Although only towards the air came out, but Lucario believed that if Haoyan's palm hit him, he would definitely be knocked out a few meters. Okay Xiao, you can do it for me again, Haoyan said to Lucario. Luca. Lucario gave a loud shout and waved his arms as Haoyan taught him. Shoot tilde. The sound of breaking the wind was a little smaller than that of Haoyan. Well, the action is correct. More practice in this area. Haoyan nodded. As a fighting Pokemon, Lucario has a good understanding of fighting skills, and it's easy to understand. Okay, take a look at your Thunder Punch and Fire Punch. Haoyan continued. Luca. Lucario brewed for a while. The energy in his body was flowing quickly and concentrated on his fist. The fist suddenly became hot and waved towards the air. Haoyan, who was standing on the side, clearly felt the hot breath. Luca. Lucario froze again, punching. There was no fiery breath this time, but there are some more crackling sounds. It is the flashing of thunderlight. Yes, you have cultivated very well. Keep it up. Haoyan gave Lucario a thumbs up. Lucario is not a lazy Pokemon, and with his usual training, Haoyan will also accompany him, and he will not slack off. Thunder Punch and Fire Punch. These two skills complement each other. As you use it faster and faster, you can do Thunder Punch with your left hand and Fire Punch with your right. Such a move can surprise the opponent and greatly increase the damage. Haoyan patted Lucario on the shoulder and encouraged him. Luca. Lucario nodded heavily. He was also very strong with covet. Only strength can protect Haoyan, he liked. Okay, let's continue practicing. After Haoyan finished speaking, he prepared to make lunch to reward Lucario, who had worked hard. Before turning around, a strange emotion flashed across Haoyan's heart. Immediately, he turned back. I saw Kirlia, who was practicing Calm Mind with her leg crossed under the sun umbrella, with white light spot gathering around her. Affected by Haoyan, Lucario, who was busy practicing, also turned around immediately. Xiaolu wants evolution. Haoyan and Lucario hurriedly took 2 steps, but he didn't dare to get too close, and rubbed his hands nervously beside him, waiting for the white light of evolution to come. There is no need to worry about Kirlia's cultivation. Unlike Lucario, Kirlia does not need to cultivate the body, but concentrates on improving the spiritual power to improve the level. Psychic and Fairy, she only needs to regularly practice the Calm Mind technique taught by Haoyan, and the energy in her body can rise steadily. There were more and more white light spots around Kirlia. The white light representing evolution finally slowly descended. Wrap Kirlia in it. Xiaolu. Haoyan couldn't control his excitement in his heart. After waiting for a long minute, the white light of evolution finally dissipated. Kirlia has completely changed, and evolution has become Gardevoir. Gardevoir's body is white and looks like she's wearing an elegant dance evening gown with a green inside hem. The hairstyle has also changed into a curly shape that extends down to the lower part of the head. The fingers are slender and straight to the hand, like wearing gloves. There are spikes around the face, like wearing a prom mask. The green belt on the chest is attached to the middle of the horn, and also attached to the glove-like arms, which looks like wearing a long skirt. If Kirlia was a girl before, Gardevoir is now a mature girl. Xiaolu. Haoyan looked at the charming Gardevoir and ran over immediately. He hugged her tightly, filled with joy. Haoyan tilde. Gardevoir's gentle voice appeared in Haoyan's Hoenn's mind. There was a slight blush on his face, as shy as ever. However, his hands were wrapped around Hoenn's waist, and his head was gently resting on Hoenn's shoulders. I have a daughter in my family who is just growing up. Chapter 35 Gardevoir. I also have the responsibility to protect Hoenn. Shanaido. Brother, let's have a serious battle. I also want to be a good helper for Hoenn just like you, so please don't hold back and attack with all your strength. Luca. Sister, don't worry, I will fight seriously. On the beach, Lucario and Gardevoir stand on opposite corners, preparing to fight. Gardevoir had just finished the evolution and begged Hyaroyan to fight Lucario 1. Gardevoir is shy on the outside, but inside, she is actually a strong girl. In every battle of Hoenn, most of them will use Lucario to fight. On Route 104 playing against Team Aqua and challenging Kanna's gym, both use Lucario. Even Granite Cave chose Lucario because she couldn't play. Even in battle, he just uses teleport to assist Lucario, or helping Hoenn to escape. In the past, when she was a weak Kirlia, she hoped in her heart that she would evolve quickly and become a powerful Gardevoir. Now that she's finally evolution, she wants to prove that she's capable. Like Lucario, I can use my own strength to protect the people I love and important. I won't command one of you later, let you play freely. Hoenn was like a referee, talking to the two Pokemon by the beach. In fact, Gardevoir's idea, Hoenn is clear. That didn't stop her from challenging Lucario. Shanaido. Gardevoir nodded first, and at the same time, her state had been adjusted to the best. A pair of gentle and beautiful eyes were full of fighting intent. Lucario was also serious. He felt the same way about Gardevoir's thought. Hoenn is also his respected and admired trainer, and Covet uses his strength to protect him. The battle begins. Hoenn waved his hand, and the two Pokemon immediately began to act. Shanaido. Gardevoir put his hands on his chest, and suddenly there were circles of energy ripples, which radiated invisible towards Lucario. Hypnosis. Before the battle starts, there is a certain distance between the two sides. Use hypnosis to try to hypnotize Xiao. Even if the hypnosis is unsuccessful, it can reduce the opponent's will accordingly. Hoenn nodded slightly toward Gardevoir's move choice, and started the battle in a very standard manner. The moment Lucario made his move, he quickly left a footprint on the beach and quickly approached Gardevoir. At the same time, the right hand emits a slight white light, and the claws stick out towards Gardevoir. This is the metal claw of steel. The tough-willed Lucario, although not hypnotized, an invisible ripple hit him, causing his footstep to pause slightly. The tense fighting state was brought into a slack. Seeing this, Gardevoir joined his hands on his chest. The fire energy was gathering, and a flame attacked Lucario. First use hypnosis to affect Xiao's will, causing the attack to be a little vain. Then take advantage of Xiao's instability, and then use mystical fire to attack. The moves are very smooth, and there is no stagnation. It seems that Xiao has already made a battle plan before. Hoenn could see that Gardevoir had prepared for this battle in advance. Nodding silently in secret, not fighting unprepared battles is also a good habit. Feeling the oncoming flame, Lucario was a little dazed, and quickly reacted. During this period of time, Hoenn's special training for him has made a great improvement in terms of flashing and moving. Both feet slammed into the sand, and immediately ejected to the side, rolled in a circle on the beach, dodging Gardevoir's attack. Some embarrassed Lucario shouted, shaking off the sand from his body, and his whole body was full of momentum. The first round of testing just now completely made him serious. Gardevoir's small face was expressionless. With a wary look, he greeted Lucario. Lucario gave a loud shout and strode forward. Waving his fist with white light, he charged towards Gardevoir. Gardevoir, who had been on his chest, used the teleport before Lucario attacked and disappeared from Lucario's line of sight. Dodging back to its back, aroused energy, and once again spewed out a fiery flame, hitting Lucario. Both sides of the battle have the skills to restrain each other. Lucario's steel attribute skill restrains Gardevoir's fairy type. Gardevoir, who is familiar with energy type attack, uses mystical fire to be a great threat to Lucario. Therefore, when facing the opponent's attack, they will choose to avoid it. Gardevoir took advantage of the teleport and evaded Lucario's attack. Lucario also used the dodging to avoid Gardevoir's attack. Hoenn looked at Lucario, whose skin was slightly reddish due to being burned by part of the flame because he did not dodge in time, and dodge at least to one side. Gardevoir gasping for air fast because of the heavy use of energy. Although Xiao was attacked by the aftermath of mystical fire, he did not cause much damage. Xiao from the beginning up to now, it has not been hit once, but the energy consumption is too large and it is unsustainable. The final battle is about to start, but the outcome should be no surprise. Hoenn already had an idea about this battle in his heart. Lucario and Gardevoir in the battle were even more aware of their physical condition. Lucario took the initiative to attack, but this move was a false move. At the same time as making move, it is more about observing the energy fluctuations around. He wanted wanted to use his relatively abundant physical strength to consume the remaining energy of Gardevoir. Shoot tilde. The Gardevoir in front of him disappeared. Lucario immediately used the power of aura in his body to look around. The figure of Gardevoir was found, and it appeared beside him, only less than 20 meters away. It seems that the extensive use of teleport consumes too much energy, resulting in the transmission distance is not far enough. Lucario was overjoyed at this time, and immediately stepped on the beach. His body speed increased a lot again, and he rushed in the direction of Gardevoir. He waved the white light in his hand and attacked. Shanaido. Looking at Lucario who was getting closer, Gardevoir knew that his energy was low and he couldn't keep up. If it can't burst, it is very likely that the energy will be exhausted and the battle will be lost. She doesn't want to lose. I don't want to lose either. Can't lose. The tender white palm was placed on the chest again, but at this time it did not immediately make a move. Instead, it is condensing all the energy in the body, squeezing all the remaining energy together, and making the most powerful move. Hot flames erupted violently. Lucario felt that it was not good, and had already given up the attack, and also used all the energy to form a white shield in front of him. Defense magic. Protect. But the huge flames still surrounded the protective cover. The huge impact force directly knocked Lucario out more than 10 meters. Chapter 36. Embark on a trip to Kanto. Hoenn's pupils dilated rapidly, and his thighs burst out with great strength, rushing towards Lucario's direction. He quickly helped Lucario, who was hot all over, and stuffed a high-quality citrus berry into his mouth that could restore his strength. Lucario agreed, except that his body was a little hot. The injury was not serious, and with the recovery of citrus berry, it was not a big problem. Thank you for your hard work. Go back to the ball and rest. Hoenn took out the treasure ball and put Lucario back into the ball. Then he quickly ran to Gardevoir's side and gently supported her slender weight. After releasing the enhanced version of mystical fire, Gardevoir's energy has long been exhausted. At this time, she only resisted with will. Hoenn, who won? Gardevoir asked expectantly, looking at Hoenn with big watery eyes. Of course it's you. Didn't you see that I went to take care of Lucario first, and then came to see you? Hoenn's eyes were full of tenderness, and he smiled softly at Gardevoir. After receiving Hoenn's exact reply, Gardevoir finally relaxed. In fact, in the battle just now, the winner was Lucario. In places like the beach, Lucario's speed is practically limited. Running on the beach and running on flat ground are two completely different concepts. The soft sand on the beach creates huge resistance terrain. Gardevoir is dominant. Secondly, Lucario still has physical strength after the battle, while Gardevoir's energy has been depleted and he can no longer fight. However, these Gardevoir actually know it. However, she wanted to let Hoenn know that she was also very strong, can also helping hand him fight. This is enough. Hoenn also knew this very well, so he told Gardevoir that she won the victory. Besides, Gardevoir is a girl. Need to be coached. The Union Center in Slateport City. Hoenn was looking for tasks on the task review machine. Gardevoir and Lucario have both reached level 30 during their training. Time to start your Kanto journey. Get ready to capture a long-awaited Pokemon. With him, you can quickly travel to various places. Slateport City has a lot of ships that transport goods going to and from various places. Ready to pick up an escort mission. Go to Kanto for free, and make a little money along the way. I bought 5 skill machines, and took another extravagant one. I took a month vacation, which cost a lot. Task number 8293. Task content: Slateport City Shipping Company recruit temporary sea bodyguard, responsible for protecting the safety of personnel and materials on board, with a reward of 200,000 Alliance coin. Close black lens bracket. Time 20 days, including food and shelter during the voyage. Close black lens bracket. Requirement: obtain 3 or more badges, or reach D level or above. Only bounty hunters can accept quests. Close black lens bracket. Although the money is not much, the time is suitable for going out tomorrow. Just this task. Hoenn chose the task and walked to the task desk. The procedure for handling this task is also very simple. For AB rank bounty hunter, it is a bit condescending to accept such a simple task. There was originally an interview, but when the employer heard that Hoenn was AB level bounty hunter, he immediately agreed. Even the interview was skipped. Back at the villa, Hoenn packed his things, checked out, put on his backpack, and took 2 Pokemon with him, and set off on a trip to Kanto. Chapter 37. The Messenger of the North Wind. The busy Slateport City seaport has many cargo ships docking. Sailors at the dock like to cultivate a Machop, who can usually help carry goods. Machop, a Pokemon, is a natural porter. The cargo in the seaport is not light in weight, but for the Machop family, who is born magical, it was a light thing. Machop family is energetic, innately powerful, and most importantly, unlike humans, which produces amino acids that make muscles feel sore after exercise. It is the most suitable for carrying heavy objects. It should be here. Hoenn came to a cargo ship, looked around, saw the word young on the ship, and knew it was here. Excuse me, are you Mr. 13? A sailor wearing a sailor cap asked uncertainly. suddenly. Their captain entrusted him here to receive a bounty hunter named 13 who came to escort their voyage. It's me. Hoenn nodded lightly. Hoenn usually does tasks, and he will try his best to choose tasks that have less contact with people. If you have to get in touch with people, you will also use a code name. 13 is his code name. Hello Mr. 13, I will take you aboard. Captain Jack has been waiting for you for a long time, said the sailor and led the way ahead. Okay, Hoenn replied and followed the sailor to the boat. This freighter called Young is not big. It is estimated that the draft is only about 50 ton, which is incomparable with those mega freighters that often cost hundreds or thousands. However, at the level of the mega freighter, it is estimated that full-time escorts will be hired. It won't be like now, hiring temporary bodyguard. After a while, he followed the sailor to the captain's room. Mr. 13, this is our Captain Jack. Captain, this is Mr. 13. The sailor introduced the two to each other. Captain Jack is a middle-aged man of about 40 years old. He drifts at sea all year round, but his skin is not dark. From the outside, there is still a bit of a swan Confucian feeling. There is a big difference from the rough captain that Hoenn imagined. Captain Jack looked at the young and handsome Hoenn, a little surprised. So young to be AB level bounty hunter. This is my identification. Hoenn saw the surprise of the other party, and directly handed the badge of the bounty hunter to the other party. Haha, what a hero. Captain Jack took the badge, confirming it was genuine. Mr. Captain, you're welcome, Hoenn said casually. Mr. 13, you don't have to do anything. Just help us solve one or two things when we encounter danger, and that's it. For the next 20 days, please ask Mr. 13. After a few words of courtesy, Captain Jack asked the sailor to take Hoenn to the arranged room. It didn't take long for the cargo ship to leave the port and head to the Kanto region. Time flies, and the days at sea are actually quite boring. Sailors got together in twos and threes, bragging about each other. This Mr. 13 is too scary. He's exercising with his Lucario in the bow of the boat when it's alright. After doing 2000 sit-ups, start doing 1000 push-ups right away. Never stop in the middle, a sailor whispered, looking at Hoenn practicing at the bow of the boat. Yeah, for 19 days in a row, every day. I really admire it. Another sailor also whispered, hey, now I know why I became a B-level bounty hunter at such a young age. The sailors talked a lot about him, but Hoenn didn't care. Still leading Lucario, sweating like rain. While exercising, Hoenn was thinking, today is the 19th day. According to the itinerary, you can reach Cerulean City in Kanto region before noon tomorrow. When the time comes, go visit Professional Oak first and find out about Kanto. Hoenn, who was thinking, did not relax his observation of the surrounding. After all, he still takes other people's money now, so he still needs to pay a little attention. Suddenly, Hoenn heard the noisy shouts of the sailors. Hoenn got up immediately and observed the situation. It was found that the whole ship, most of the sailors, ran out, standing on the deck, pointing to the distance and shouting loudly, say something like blessing, good luck, and blessing. Hoenn followed the direction of these sailors' fingers and looked over. When he saw it clearly, he was immediately shocked. Name. I saw about a mile or so of the sea. There was a sapphire blue body. Even if you didn't need to get close, you could feel the noble temperament from a distance, running fast on the sea. That's right, running on water. The running speed was very fast, and it also brought waves. This is Suicun, one of the legendary Kanto 3 holy beasts, with the ability to purify water, the messenger of the north wind. In Kanto and Johto region, there is a legend. If you are in the wild, meet Suicun, one of the 3 holy beasts, then something good will happen next. It's no wonder that these sailors who saw Suicun shouted words like good luck and blessing. There were a few sailors, their hands clasped together, their heads bowed as if they were in lucky chance. Suicun's speed was extremely fast, and before the sailors could make their wish, they had already escaped everyone's sight. Seeing Suicun's disappearing figure, Hoenn only felt regret. This time to Kanto region, there are 3 tasks. The first is to capture a Pokemon. Second, visit Professor Oak to learn about Pokemon. Finally, see if you can find White Vanilla. Are you going to add one after these 3 tasks? It's to capture a Pokemon that can only swim in water. If you can conquer that Suicun, that's fine. Hoenn laughed self-deprecatingly. Although Suicun is not a top-level divine beast, its level is definitely not low. At this stage, it is almost impossible to conquer Suicun. However, Hoenn was tempted to conquer a water-type Pokemon that could only swim. Chapter 38. This scene is engraved in Misty's mind. The appearance of Suicun is just an episode. After 20 days of sailing, Hoenn finally set foot on the land of Kanto region. Mr. 13, your reward has been transferred to the card you reserved, Captain Jack said to Hoenn, who was about to disembark. I really hope to see you again when the ship returns. Hoenn smiled and said, if there is a chance, I will say goodbye first. After getting off the boat, Hoenn wandered around Cerulean City. Cerulean City, although the port city of Kanto, however, it is not very prosperous, but compared to Slateport City in Hoenn region, it is still worse. In addition to the difference in prosperity, there are many Kanto-specific Pokemon here. Oddish, Rattata, Butterfree, carefree, Pidgeotto are everywhere. After passing Cerulean Gym, Hoenn wanted to go in and have a look, but unfortunately he was told that gym leader Misty was temporarily closed and gym was temporarily closed. It's also uncertain when the gym will open. Hoenn had to leave. He found a hotel at random and rested for a night. Hoenn set foot on the road to Pallet Town the next day. Cerulean City, a distance from Pallet Town. In order to arrive at Pallet Town early, Hoenn packed his luggage and set off very early. Perhaps it was earlier, and there was no one on the fourth road leading to Pewter City. Just when Hoenn thought that he could hurry quickly, I vaguely heard the sound of a fight in the distance. Although the sound was not loud, I felt that the intensity of the fight was not low. It stands to reason that this place is close to the main road, and there are usually many people coming and going. Most of the Pokemon in the grass here are relatively weak. How can there be such a fierce fighting sound? Hoenn was puzzled, stepped up a few steps, and followed the place where the fighting sound came from. A brown-haired girl with a playful braid on her head. This is a lovely girl. At this time, he was disgraced and bruised, and he was commanding a level 36 Staryu to fight. Staryu, be careful. This girl's opponent is a Gyarados full of brutality. Staryu, who kept swinging his tail and poised to slash and attack the girl. For most water-type Pokemon, the combat power in water and the combat power on land can be said to be very different. A Goldeen can attack with the help of the water-type energy in its body, but expect him to evade attacks as flexibly as in water on land. This is impossible. Staryu is slightly better, but the speed on land is not as fast as in water, and it is impossible to avoid the attack of Gyarados. Staryu, who was slapped by Gyarados' tail, was like playing a football. He was kicked far away by Gyarados and fell to the ground weakly. Like her master, disgrace, and the injury is not minor. Gyarados, who was dominated by the aura of brutality, had no intention of ending like this. Facing the bruised girl, he raised his tail violently, intending to attack the girl. Face the brutal Gyarados. The girl's cheeks ran with crystal tears. In a crying tone, he pleaded, Gyarados, it's me. I'm your trainer Misty. Please, wake up quickly. Don't do this anymore. Don't destroy everywhere. Misty, who was disgraced, was not afraid because Gyarados was going to attack her, because she knew that her Gyarados weren't usually like this. Although she looks a little fierce, she is still very close. I want to step forward and appease Gyarados in a state of rage. However, Gyarados, who was dominated by the aura of brutality, was unmoved at all, with red eyes, no warmth at all, full of thick brutality. It is impossible to tell whether the person in front of him is his trainer. Out tilde proud tilde. With a proud cry, he was about to wave his tail, like kicking. Fly, Staryu, ready to kick. Fly, Misty. If you are hit by Gyarados, the consequences will be disastrous. Looking at the whistling tail, Misty was desperate and pursued Gyarados continuously. It took her 3 days, and she really didn't have any strength to dodge. He closed his eyes, reluctantly accepting the ending. At this critical moment, Hoenn arrived. Seeing such a dangerous picture, he hurried in the direction of Misty. During the run, 2 baby balls are thrown, and Lucario and Gardevoir are released. He shouted loudly, Xiao uses Protect to stop Gyarados' attack. Lucario moved quickly, left a footprint on the ground, and rushed over. While rushing, the energy from his body radiated out, forming a white protective cover, blocking him. Gyarados' tail slapped Lucario's body with a huge impact, making Lucario take a few steps back. But fortunately, due to the good resistance of the steel system and the double protection of the defensive magic Protect, he was not injured. Taking advantage of the gap between Gyarados' attack, Hoenn quickly picked up Misty and used his feet again to leave Gyarados' attack range. Xiaolu, use hypnosis to quiet down Gyarados as much as possible. Gardevoir's white and tender little hand, placed on his chest, sent out ripples, which kept echoing on Gyarados' body. After Gardevoir evolution, the energy in the body increased greatly, with the ripples of Psychic constantly harassing Gyarados. For a time, the manic Gyarados stayed where he was, and Lucario stood in front of Gyarados, ready to strike at any time. Misty, who originally thought she was in a desperate situation and had closed her eyes and waited to die, was taken away by a strong and warm embrace between her life and death. Save her from the crisis. When Misty opened his eyes again, he saw a handsome face, holding her in his arms with strong arms, brave and determined, commanding his Pokemon in battle. This scene was engraved in Misty's mind. It also comforted her originally uneasy heart. Chapter 39. Don't say. Misty's technique is quite professional. Can you walk by yourself? Hoenn still held Misty in his arms at the moment, and asked with his head lowered. But, okay tilde. Misty's cheek flushed red. Hoenn put Misty down from his arms and put his eyes on Gyarados, who was running wild again. He asked, did your Gyarados attack you because of some irritation? Now Gyarados, hit with Gardevoir's hypnosis, is standing there for a while, but the cruelty in his eyes did not disappear at all. After a while, the riots will resume. Hoenn's remarks interrupted the somewhat ambiguous atmosphere at this time. Well, yes. The blush on Misty's face faded quickly, looking at Gyarados, who was still exuding brutal aura in the arena, and wanted to step forward to appease him. Don't go. Leave it to me, he here. Hoenn took a step forward and stopped Misty. If words alone were useful, Misty would not have been attacked just now. Your star, you should be able to self-repair this skill. If so, let her restore her physical strength. If not, feed her this citrus berry. Hoenn put a tree fruit in Misty's hand, and watched the motionless Gyarados vigilantly, ready to appease him. Hoenn's calm and confident tone made Misty seem to have regained his backbone. As soon as she agreed, she held the tree fruit that Hoenn gave her, and hurried to the injured Staryu to check her injury. How to appease. If Gyarados can be successfully hypnotized and retrieved from the baby ball, that would be great. If you can't hypnotize, then there is only one way, and that is to knock him down. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Gyarados. Level, originally level 33, temporarily increased to level 43. Open black lens bracket attribute close black lens bracket. Water, flying. Characteristic, intimidate. Intimidate the opponent when playing, make them retreat, and reduce the opponent's attack. Introduction. Gyarados has a very violent personality. It is said that when Gyarados is transformed from Magikarp evolution, his personality becomes violent due to the reorganization of the structure of brain cells. Gradually, Gyarados' body began to move slowly, as if trying to break free from something. Finally, Gyarados is back to what it was. His cruel temper suddenly made him mad. Xiao, use Thunder Punch to attack him. Xiaolu, use Fantasy Light. Before Gyarados wanted to move, Hoenn had already directed the two Pokemon to move. The closest Lucario is the fastest. The fist that kept flashing Thunder Light mercilessly smashed into Gyarados' waist and abdomen. The effect is outstanding. Then Gardevoir's attack followed closely. A colorful magical light hit Gyarados' head. Gyarados, who was hit, did not fall, but prepared to make a move. Hoenn's eyes narrowed. Gyarados are typically fast, high-attack Pokemon that aren't very good at defense. The extreme Gyarados, during the battle, either he beat the opponent, or the opponent beat him. If it's a Gyarados in a normal state, it's even level 43. Under the joint attack of Xiao and Xiaolu, it is enough to make him lose his combat effectiveness. I didn't expect to be so tough in such a violent state. If that's the case, then strike again. Hoenn immediately commanded again. Xiaolu, continue to use Thunder Punch. Xiaolu, you too, use Fantasy Light. The two Pokemon immediately made moves after receiving Hoenn's order, and Gyarados, who reacted, also flicked his tail and slapped Lucario, who was attacking melee. The huge tail directly pulled Lucario back several meters. However, Lucario's fist with bark had also smashed into the opponent's body. Gardevoir's Fantasy Light also hit Gyarados in the head, and he was attacked one after another, finally knocking him down. Seeing Gyarados fall, Misty immediately hugged Staryu, ran to Hoenn's side, took out the baby ball and took Gyarados back. Take him to the Pokemon Center and receive treatment. He should be fine. Hoenn comforted Misty. Well, thank you. Misty sincerely thanked Hoenn. If it wasn't for Hoenn just now, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hoenn is like a god. He rescued her, and solved the things that she had not been able to solve in the past few days. Xiaolu, you've worked hard. Go back to the ball and have a rest. Hoenn pressed the baby ball with his right hand and took back the two Pokemon. Then he carefully circumvented his left hand, undid the backpack that he had been carrying, and put it on the ground. With the right hand again, open the backpack and rummage inside. Misty was on the side, looking at Hoenn's awkward operation, a little puzzled. After a closer look, I found out Hoenn's left hand was cut open with a huge opening. Blood is pouring out. Therefore, just now I have been using the right hand to operate, avoiding the injured left hand. Just now, in order to save her, Hoenn was scratched by some flying rubble, so there was such a big hole. Your left hand is bleeding. Hoenn smiled at her, and said lightly, it's okay, it's all skin injuries, just bandage it. Then, from the backpack, he took out the prepared medicine box and started the operation. I'll come. I've learned the technique of emergency bandaging before. Misty stepped forward and took the hemostatic bandage. Okay, trouble you. Hoenn handed the medicine box to Misty and bandaged his left with his right hand, which was quite inconvenient. Since Misty has learned it, leave it to her. Misty, first disinfect and clean the wound on the surface of the arm with hydrogen peroxide, then sprinkle the powder to promote muscle growth, and finally wrap it with a hemostatic bandage. Not to mention, Misty's approach is quite professional. Chapter 40 Break up with Misty. Under Misty's bandage, Hoenn's wound has been successfully stopped bleeding. In order to recover quickly, I also took a fast muscle building agent. I believe that Hoenn's physical condition is different from ordinary people, and he can fully recover in less than 2 days. The medical treatment in this world is superb. You can put the Pokemon into the baby ball, and then through a treatment machine, the physical strength and energy of the Pokemon can be restored within an hour. In view of the fact that people in this world like to travel, many powerful hemostatic and muscle building medicaments have been developed for travel and injured travelers. Of course, the price is definitely not cheap. Thank you. I don't even know what I would do without you. Misty stood up and bowed bowed 90 degrees to Hoenn after finishing her work. You're welcome, just a little thing. Hoenn didn't care. My name is Misty. What's your name? Misty only found out now that she didn't know the name of her savior. Hoenn. Hoenn replied simply, then found a stone and sat down to rest. Take some food out of the backpack and eat it. Make up for the stamina you just lost. By the way, I gave Misty a little bit. Misty was probably starving in order to chase Gyarados. After thanking him, he started to eat. After eating something, Misty recovered a little energy, recalled the situation just now, and asked curiously, Hoenn, when you saw Gyarados attack me, why did you know that Gyarados is my Pokemon? Hoenn took a bite of bread and said casually, there are forests around here, so there should be no large water sources. Gyarados, a water-type Pokemon, cannot appear here, so it's ruled out as wild. And if you care so much about this Gyarados attitude, it means that you are his master. A Pokemon will attack a trainer unless the trainer does something unforgivable to the Pokemon. But seeing that you care so much about Gyarados, it also rules out that you are not good to him, and that also shows that Gyarados should have been stimulated to some extent. Hearing Hoenn's detailed analysis, Misty secretly admired Hoenn in his heart. Just a few small details, information that is so complete and consistent with the fact can be obtained. When it comes to Gyarados, Misty takes out the baby ball with a bit of sadness. Inside was Gyarados, who had been in a coma. He whispered, Gyarados was stolen a week ago. After a week he came back automatically, but he became very ferocious, and he wanted to destroy anything when he saw it. In order not to let him continue to destroy, I chased all the way from Cerulean City to here. I was in a hurry to come out. I only took Staryu with me, and I was injured like this by Gyarados. Having said this, Misty got up again and bowed deeply to Hoenn. Okay, it's just a little thing. Don't worry about it. Hoenn waved his hand casually and asked, then do you know who stole your Gyarados? In Misty's eyes, a strong anger suddenly appeared. He said bitterly, it must be Team Rocket. This is not the first time. Those despicable and shameless guys from Team Rockets often steal other people's Pokemon and take them back for biological experiment. My Gyarados, they must have stolen it. The people of Team Rocket, it's better not to be touched by me, or I will never let them go. The words were filled with rage. Hoenn shook his head silently in his heart, although he didn't know what Misty's full strength was. But Team Rockets have been able to run the Kanto region for so long. It is not luck but also strong strength. Misty is just a gym leader who wants to fight Team Rockets of tens of thousands of people. Probably very low. Although Hoenn didn't speak, the smart Misty could probably guess a little of Hoenn's thought through his expression. I know that I am not strong enough to fight against Team Rocket, but I will practice hard. One day, I will definitely take down Team Rockets and avenge my Gyarados. And stop them. Don't allow them to do that evil experiment on my favorite Pokemon. Never allow. Misty's tone raged, but more firm. With such a firm attitude, Misty's evaluation in Hoenn's heart rose a bit. In particular, Misty's attitude towards Pokemon moved him very much. Hoenn, like Misty, treat Pokemon as partners, friends, and even family. If someone steals Lucario or Gardevoir and uses it for the same experiment that Gyarados does, it will drive them crazy. It is estimated that Hoenn will go berserk just like Gyarados just now. Come on, I believe in you. Hoenn encouraged Misty. Thank you, Hoenn. Misty thanked again. By the way, congratulations by the way. Hoenn stood up and extended his hand to Misty. Ah, what congratulations to me? Misty didn't understand what Hoenn meant, but still stood up and reached out to hold Hoenn's generous palm. With a warm smile on Hoenn's face, he said, congratulations, you have found a companion with the same goals as you. Thank you. Misty understood what Hoenn meant, and clenched Hoenn's hand tightly while laughing and crying. She is very happy that she has one more reliable companion who can join hands with her. Misty, this is my number. If you encounter any problems, you are welcome to contact me. Hoenn handed Misty a note and wrote down his number. Hoenn, you too, if you have anything, please come to me. Misty handed Hoenn a note with a number on it. After resolving the Gyarados riot, Misty also returns to Cerulean City to restore the injured Gyarados. Hoenn will go to Pallet Town to find Professor Oak. The two are about to part ways. Okay, then I'll go. Hoenn waved to Misty, ready to leave. Well, see you next time, mate. Misty clenched the note with Hoenn's number written on it tightly, and silently looked at Hoenn's figure, gradually disappearing. Chapter 41. It's my time. Crossing Route 4. There is an endless mountain. Empty. Moon. Mount Moon is difficult to climb, and ordinary travelers pass through the cave. Mount Moon is known for having wild Clefairy and frequent shooting stars. Hoenn came to Pewter City after passing Empty Moon. When you come to Pewter, you naturally have to visit the museum in Pewter. This museum displays many fossils of ancient Pokemon. Hoenn recorded the morphology and characteristics of these fossils one by one. The Pewter Museum and the Cinnabar Institute have teamed up to develop a machine that can extract information from fossils containing the organoids of ancient Pokemon. Extract the NDA of ancient Pokemon and then revive these ancient Pokemon through scientific means. As soon as this technology came out, it immediately caused a trend of excavating fossils. Many people go deep into the mountains just to get a fossil. An ordinary fossil sells for between 3 million. If the quality is good, or the integrity is high, the price will be higher. But among this kind of fossil, there is one that is the cheapest. That is the old Amber who can resurrect Aerodactyl. The price is only half the price of ordinary fossil. Because among so many resurrected Pokemon, Aerodactyl is not necessarily the strongest, but it is the most ferocious. There are often news reports that the trainer is injured by Aerodactyl because the strength of the trainer is not enough to suppress the fierceness of Aerodactyl. Therefore, this also caused many trainers to dare not revive and cultivate Aerodactyl, resulting in the price of old Amber falling all the way. But even if the price goes down, the price of a fossil will cost millions. You can't go wrong if you get familiar with fossils. Even Suicun has encountered it. Maybe one day I am lucky and I will actually pick up a fossil. Not necessarily. After learning about the fossils, Hoenn came out of the pewter museum and saw a bulletin board just after walking a few steps. Several trainers were gathered around, discussing in a low voice. Brock has increased the difficulty again. He doesn't accept the challenge of the new trainer. He must defeat his Onix in order to get the badge. Hey, his Onix is so big and strong. If my Squirtle gets hit, I'll probably lose. His Onix is his main battle Pokemon. It is said that Brock and his Onix have grown up together since childhood, and they have a good understanding of each other. Yeah, before the challenge, you have to defeat 2 Pewter Gym superior trainers in a row. It's too difficult. This is simply not giving a chance to get a badge. The 2 rookie trainers complained in a low voice. Hearing the complaints of the 2 trainers, Hoenn frowned slightly. Brock is the gym leader of Pewter City, which is not far from Pallet Town. It is the first gym to challenge the newcomers Unline's family who got the Earl Dervish Pokemon in Pallet Town and then started traveling. As the first gym to be challenged, gym leader, more or less, will put some water, lest everyone be a new trainer of confidence. And Brock directly released the main battle Pokemon, which clearly shows that these trainers are not given the opportunity to obtain badges. This is somewhat out of line. Taking 2 steps forward, Hoenn glanced at the contents of the bulletin board. There is only one big poster on it, and there are only a few simple characters on the poster. Pewter Gym. Brock looking forward to a strong trainer challenge. It coming. Why don't you try it? What is Brock rank? Although Hoenn didn't know what happened to Brock, since it's rare to come to Kanto region, it better to challenge it. During this period of Gardevoir evolution, I haven't played against other trainers, so it's good to try. Thinking of this, Hoenn walked toward Pewter Gym. Gym, arguably the most iconic building in every city. In Pewter Gym, the people who came and went did not become deserted because of the difficulty of obtaining badges. After Brock increases the difficulty of the battle, those who dare to challenge will not be too weak. Naturally, it attracted many local audiences to watch the battle. In Pewter Gym, there are 3 huge arenas, and on each arena, there is the challenging trainer is fighting with Gym's superior. Gym leader Brock, shirtless, was watching the battle with his arms crossed. Behind him, there is an Onix that exudes a pressing aura. There is only one leader, and not everyone has the opportunity to challenge. If you want to challenge the leader, you must defeat the gym's superior trainer before you are eligible to challenge the leader. Brock's squinting eyes continued to circulate in the 3 arenas. There was undisguised disappointment in his eyes, although there were individual trainers who defeated Gym's superior trainer. But after a hard fight, they are qualified to challenge him. However, the Pokemon they used had already bottomed out. Continuing to challenge will only result in defeat. Hoenn took his eyes off the ring and went to the information desk to sign up. Pewter Gym has a special information desk. Hoenn received his number plate and waited. The trainers who compete in the arena have an average level of about 20. To be honest, he has left the rookie and has become an ordinary trainer, and he is moving in the direction of a superior trainer. However, their fighting method is that you hit me and make a battle like a turn-based game. This fight is kind of boring, but boredom didn't last long. Ring number 1. A trainer who used Pidgeotto stepped down in dismay. He lost to a Graveler with a superior trainer. The information desk immediately started broadcasting. Please, player number 11, Hoenn, go to ring number 1 to take his place. It's my turn. Hoenn loosened his neck and started playing slowly. Chapter 42 Easy Win. Hoenn's opponent was a greasy middle-aged man in a singlet and covered in muscle. There was a Graveler in front of him. Seeing the young and handsome Hoenn, some disapproved. Boy, it's really bad luck for you to meet me. If you meet someone else, maybe you are lucky and can pass the 2nd level. It's a pity that your opponent is me. I once participated in the quartz competition and won the 36th place. Keita, who is known as the Iron Man. So I advise you to step down obediently, otherwise it will be ugly if you lose. Keita is confident in himself, and just now, he has defeated 3 challengers in a row. Hoenn glanced at the other's Graveler, and the data naturally appeared in his mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens Graveler. Attribute, rock, ground. Level, 26. Characteristic, strong. Pokemon with this characteristic, when attacked in a state of full stamina, even if the damage is high, there will be the last trace of stamina left. Introduction, Graveler is a ball-shaped Pokemon with a stone appearance. It has 2 very short feet, but rather than walking with feet, Graveler prefers to curl up and move like a ball by rolling. A solid feature. 2 strikes are required. Hoenn raised his brows and didn't even look at Keita. Instead, he looked at the referee who was standing by and asked, "Can we start?" "It's time to start." The referee on the side ignored Keita, who was arrogant and complacent, and waved the flag directly to announce the start of the game. Hoenn took out the baby ball and pressed the switch on it. After a flash of red light, Gardevoir came out. The beautiful and delicate Gardevoir, as soon as he appeared, immediately aroused heated discussions among the people around him. "So beautiful, what kind of Pokemon is this?" "This is Gardevoir, from the Hoenn region, a psychic and fairy Pokemon. It is said that Gardevoir can sense the moods of humans and other Pokemon, and some can clearly see the future. The mighty Gardevoir has the ability to telekinesis, unaffected by gravity, and supports his body with psychic HMPH. This is a battle of trainers, not a flashy competition like the gorgeous tournament." Keita pretended to be disapproving, but in fact the envy in his eyes couldn't be concealed at all. As long as he is a normal person, he wants to subdue a cute, beautiful and charming Gardevoir. Hoenn was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy, and directly commanded, "Xiaolu, use the energy ball." When Gardevoir heard the word, he immediately put his white and tender hands on his chest. Immediately, a green energy ball condensed, and quickly threw it towards Golem. Keita was used to using his voice to command Pokemon to fight when he was fighting against others. Hoenn, who can have a spiritual connection with Gardevoir, doesn't need to be so troublesome at all. This shot did not give Keita a chance to react at all. Moreover, even if he reacted, he even prepared in advance. The clunky, slow Graveler can dodge. Energy ball hit Graveler firmly. Grass-type energy ball deals quadruple damage to rock-type and ground-type Golem. Xiaolu, use confusion to solve the opponent. Since the opponent is strong, it is good to make up for another attack. Confusion is a skill that Gardevoir has learned a long time ago. Compared with energy ball, which has only been learned for a month, the speed is much faster. As soon as the ripples in the air rippled, Golem collapsed immediately. The referee on the sidelines immediately waved the flag. The winner is the challenger Hoenn. 3 seconds ago, Keita, who was still talking eloquently, really did not expect that his Graveler would collapse 3 seconds later. Losing so fast, the slap in the face is so straightforward. Next, Hoenn gestured to the referee calmly. This time, it was Keita's turn to be defeated. The next opponent to come up with is a level 22 Sandslash. This time the opponent was much more cautious, and as soon as he got on the field, he let his Sandslash use dig in an attempt to evade Gardevoir's attack. Hoenn was not in a hurry, and when he waited for the opponent to appear, he let Gardevoir use teleport to avoid the attack. The backhand sent an energy ball to solve the opponent. Hoenn's easy victory caught the attention of all the trainers watching the game. The trainer who challenged just now has won, but Hoenn was the only one who won so easily. Looking at Hoenn, who was still relaxed, they all knew that Hoenn would be very likely to defeat Brock and get the badge. There are 3 arenas in total, and the other 2 arenas are no longer fighting, because Gym Leader Brock has already started to warm up on the side. The battle between Hoenn and Gym Leader is finally about to begin. Chapter 43 Quadruple damage. Hit the key point directly in second. I can feel the powerful aura of your Gardevoir. Finally, there is a strong opponent. Standing on the ring, Brock squinted his small eyes, looked at Hoenn seriously, and said with a desire to fight, "Thank you, your Onix is also very good." Hoenn chuckled. Hoenn has a good impression of this Brock with thick eyebrows and small eyes. I just don't know why. Hoenn always felt an indescribable sadness between Brock's brows. It seems to be hiding something. Then let's start. Brock's voice just fell. Onix, who was following behind him, was immediately in front of him. Onix's information automatically entered Hoenn's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Onix, level 38. Attribute, rock, ground. Characteristic, rock head, will not be damaged by the reaction force of its own move. Introduction, Onix's body is made up of multiple huge gray rocks, resembling a snake, usually docile, but when provoked by others, it will become extremely violent. Level 38. The level is not low. In terms of level, it is a lot higher than Xiaolu, but Onix has not yet fully evolved, so the strength is discounted. Hoenn looked at Onix and calculated silently. Onix at level 38 and Steelix at level 38 are quite different in strength. Gardevoir's little face was full of fighting intent. This is her first time. Hoenn used her for the first time to fight against the mighty Gym Leader. Clearly Hoenn has confidence in Gardevoir. Before the match started, Gardevoir's white and tender hands were already in front of her chest. As soon as Hoenn made a sound, she would immediately attack. Hoenn, who is in the same mind with Gardevoir, knows Gardevoir's mood at this time. Come and say to her through the power of the mind, "Xiaolu." When the meeting started, start. Don't rush to attack. Do a good job of defense, and then seek to attack. Yeah, Gardevoir hummed in his heart, looking at his opponent Onix intently. Challenger Hoenn. The use of 3 Pokemon is limited, and can be replaced in the middle of the battle. The Challenger Brock is limited to 3 Pokemon, and cannot be replaced during the battle. Both sides until one of the Pokemon loses all stamina. It is judged to be a loser. At the same time, during the battle, if the Pokemon leaves the battlefield, even if it does not lose physical strength, it will be judged as a loss. The referee on the side explained the rule. Let's start. Hoenn and Brock nodded at the same time. Competition start. The referee waved his flag and stepped aside. Onix, use Drill Run. As soon as the battle started, Brock immediately rushed to move. He had just watched Hoenn's battle, and Gardevoir, who knew Hoenn, knew how to restrain his Onix's Grass-type energy ball. And Hoenn doesn't need to use voice to command Pokemon to make moves like other people. In addition, Gardevoir's moves are very fast. If you can't seize the opportunity immediately, then it is very likely that you will fall into passive. Onix's rock body spun rapidly, just like the name of the skill, like a large exaggerated impact drill bit hitting Gardevoir. When it comes to the characteristics of rock-type Pokemon, most people's the first reaction is that their defense is high. The second reaction is that the body is large and heavy. Because the body is heavy, so the movement speed will be slow. Onix's physical defense is really good, and it's not small and heavy, but the speed is not low at all. His speed race value, but there are 70 points. Among the speed rankings of many Pokemon in the Rock series, it is among the best. Among the rock and ground Pokemon, Onix ranked first in speed. Want to seize the opportunity. Hoenn had already read his mind through Brock winking eyes. Xiaolu used teleport. Before the battle, Gardevoir received Hoenn's instructions and was ready to dodge. Swish. When Onix was about to hit, he appeared behind him. At this time Onix's empty door opened, but Hoenn did not let Gardevoir attack, but waited. Onix, use Iron Tail. Brock had no hope at all that Onix's first attack would work. The second move, Iron Tail, is his ultimate move. Onix, who was rushing forward, knocked his head on the ground and slammed it hard to stop the momentum of the forward rush. Don't turn around. Use the recoil force to swing the stout tail along Jin. Brock's Onix is nearly 10 meters long, flicking tail, very close to Gardevoir. Hoenn's eyes lit up during the battle. Brock's Onix is really amazing. It's actually possible to complete the change in such a short period of time. If Gardevoir had dodged and attacked with the energy ball immediately, it would have been too late to dodge now. In a hurry, there is a good chance of getting hit by Onix. Hoenn had already anticipated Brock's tactic. How could he still be hit? Xiaolu, teleport, dodge to Onix's side. Then use the energy ball and aim at his sick zone, which is a middle attack on his torso. Gardevoir immediately followed Hoenn's instruction, and Frillish stepped aside. Putting his hands on his chest, a green ball of light suddenly formed, moved towards the position where Hoenn said, and threw it out. Onix's speed is fast, but his huge body does not support his short-distance dodge and maneuver. Faced with Gardevoir's attack, he couldn't dodge at all. Bang! The green energy ball hit exactly where Hoenn said. 4 times the damage. Hit the nail on the head. Pooh, pooh, pooh. After being hit, Onix groaned and fell to the ground. Eyes start circling. With only one move, he killed Brock's Onix. This is Brock's main battle Pokemon Onix. The whole place was silent. Chapter 44 Golem again. Very Epicurean. Outside Pewter Gym, a boy who was about 15 years old wearing a red hat said to the other boy next to him, Blue, my Poliwhirl is a water attribute. Restraining Brock's Onix, I will definitely get the badge before you. Another teenager, with a disapproving look, responded, Red, don't forget, my Ivysaur is grass and poison, and it can also deal quadruple damage to Brock's Onix. My speed will never be slower than yours. Hearing Blue's word, Red was slightly stunned, with a bit of taunt-tone, and said to Blue, Okay, let's compare and see who gets the badge first. Blue is not to be outdone. Okay, then let's compare. Don't look at these two juvenile teenagers now. They both dislike each other a bit now, but in the future, they will be a pair of partners who love and kill each other. In order to be one step ahead of Blue, Red ran into Pewter Gym one step ahead. Blue followed closely. As soon as the two entered Pewter Gym, they were confused by the situation in front of them. There are about 200 people in the entire Pewter Gym, but none of the 200 people spoke, and there was a strangeness in the whole gym. In the middle of the ring, there were only Brock in a daze, and Hoenn in a daze. What the situation? Red, who was a little outgoing, asked the audience beside him in a low voice. This challenger, Hoenn, defeated Brock's Onix just now. Besides, it's still one-shot kill. An audience member explained to Red in a low voice. What? Brock's Onix was killed instantly. Red was stunned, looking like he couldn't believe it. Before he came to challenge Gym, Red asked someone to ask about Gym Leader Brock's rank. It is said that Brock likes rock-type Pokemon since he was a child and often spends time with them. Brock's research on rock-type Pokemon is not a master, but he can definitely be called proficient. Be proficient in rock-type Pokemon, how they move, and be proficient in their attack and defense characteristic. Unexpectedly, Brock's Onyx was killed in second. Red and blue both looked at the ring in shock. Seeing that the clouds are light and the wind is light, another face standing there intentionally, I felt a lot of pressure. In the ring, Brock slowly took out the baby ball and took Onyx back. Looking at Hoenn, who was light-hearted and calm, he was in shock. Where Gardevoir attacked just now, did he intentionally target it? Does he know that's where Onyx is at? Hoenn is of course aware of Onyx's weaknesses, otherwise Gardevoir wouldn't have specifically attacked that place. From the appearance, the body of the big rock is composed of several stones. The usual wild Onyx will also eat some ores and iron block to replenish energy. Gives a feeling that he is a combination of stone. But in fact, Onyx has flesh and blood inside, but the proportion is a little lower. With flesh and blood, there are also organs, and the sick stone on Onyx's body is Onyx's 7 inches. This was the information he had confirmed when he attended Professional Oak last time. Whether he knows it doesn't matter anymore. Onyx has lost. Let's start the second round of battle. Brock exhaled heavily. Adjust your emotions and state, because the battle is still going on. Without a word, he withdrew Onyx and released his second Pokemon, Golem. The relevant information automatically entered Hoenn's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Golem. Attribute, Rock. Ground. Level, 39. Characteristic, Rock Head. Even if you use a move that will take damage from the reaction force, your stamina will not decrease. Introduction, Golem's body is like a big ball covered with rock. Protruding from the center of his body, he has 3 fingers on each hand. Like Graveler, he likes to tuck his limbs into his body and use rollout to move quickly. Like Onyx, Golem is a combination of rock and ground, and it is still 4 times the damage when attacked by grass. In attack, Golem is much better than Onyx. If Xiaolu is hit, the game is likely to be lost. However, the shortcoming of Golem's slow speed may not be a problem if it is a Pokemon that is also fighting in close combat. For Gardevoir, which is not slow in itself and can use teleport, this point will be infinitely amplified. So, at the beginning of the battle, you must grab a move. As long as you grab a move, the victory is basically settled. Hoenn has a lot of experience in fighting Golem. I played a game at Kana's gym before. Playing Golem again, very experienced. Constantly simulated battles in my mind, thinking about the possibility of Brock's move. Hoenn challenges leader Brock. The second round start. The referee gave an order and the battle began. Xiaolu, use the energy ball. At the beginning, Hoenn immediately rushed to recruit. Gardevoir's white and tender little hand, placed on his chest, quickly condensed a spherical energy body emitting green light. With a wave of his hand, energy ball immediately threw it towards Golem. It looked brilliant, but it's actually extremely fast. Golem, use Protect. In desperation, Brock can only use Protect, and the grass-type energy ball will cause great damage to Golem. And Golem, good at physical attack and physical defense, is not good at energy-type attack. Only use Protect to crotch this trick. White energy appeared in front of Golem, forming a protective shield. Block Gardevoir's first attack. Although Protect is a magical skill, it cannot be used continuously, and the success rate of continuous use will drop a lot. Trouble. Brock felt that he was completely caught by Hoenn. The grass-type energy ball used by Gardevoir is really restraining him. The power of the skill is great. In the judgment of the Alliance, it reaches 90 points, and also quadruple restraint. In addition, Gardevoir is a Pokemon that is good at special offering. All kinds of factors add up. How can Brock dare to let Golem resist? Being a gym leader for so long, I have never tried to be beaten by a challenger so much. Brock's eyes lit up when he saw that Gardevoir sent the energy ball without attacking again. Energy ball is a grass-type skill. It will take a certain amount of time for Gardevoir to release it again. Taking advantage of this gap now is an opportunity to attack. Otherwise, if she waits for her to recondensate, you will miss the opportunity. Brock suddenly shouted loudly, Golem, use the rollout attack. Golem flexed his limbs skillfully and rolled out toward Gardevoir with the vision. Gardevoir really can't use energy ball continuously. Because this skill is powerful, it consumes a lot of energy. But the problem is not much. As Golem kept getting closer, Hoenn smiled softly, because from the beginning, his rush move has achieved result. When Brock saw the corners of his mouth rise slightly, a trace of unease flashed in his heart. Chapter 45 Brock, you are so strong, but you only have 2 badges. Golem rollout can indeed make up for the short board in speed. But then came the problem. The so-called pros and cons. Gained a lot of kinetic potential energy, increasing the speed. Naturally, flexibility is sacrificed. Xiaolu, use teleport to get behind Golem. Gardevoir put his hands on his chest and quickly condensed energy. Swish, disappeared in place. Appeared behind Golem. Golem after losing his target, like a headless fly. At this moment, Brock finally knew why Hoenn smiled. I finally knew why I was inexplicably uneasy. Because he was fooled. But now I regret it. It's too late. Xiaolu, use the energy ball. Gardevoir calmly condensed a green ball of light on his chest and threw it towards Golem's back. 4 times the damage. Bang tilde. The energy ball exploded behind Golem, making Golem, who was already rushing forward, unable to stop. As for whether Golem will fall like Onyx just now, unimportant, because Golem has been blasted out of the battlefield by the powerful kinetic energy. Out of bound, you lose. This is the rule of the regular battle. In the second round, the challenger Hoenn wins. The referee waved the flag to announce the result of the match. The scene fell into silence once again. With Gardevoir, Hoenn has defeated Brock's 2 main battle Pokemon in a row. And it's all so clean. From the beginning to the end of the battle, it only took a minute. The two sides did not fight for a few rounds before the battle was over. This one called Hoenn is so powerful. Brock has no chance of parrying at all. And this Hoenn, every time he makes a move, he grasps the timing very accurately. As long as there is a little flaw, then seize the opportunity immediately and amplify the advantage. Have you noticed that from beginning to end, his expression was as calm as ever, as if it was an ordinary battle, and there was no tension to challenge Jim at all? That's right, it's like he's got Brock right, and whatever moves are in his plan. At the beginning, Kata, who was defeated by Hoenn, was inexplicably comforted when he heard the people around him talking like this, and when he saw that Brock was also losing consecutively. Red and Blue have been watching intently off the court. This trainer called Hoenn is very strong. Red said with emotion, precisely predict the opponent's direction, rationally arrange tactic, and every step is perfect. He is indeed very strong. Blue said solemnly, 2 young men who dislike each other and are angry with each other. It is rare for them to have the same opinion. Hey, Brock in the ring sighed heavily. If it was said that Onyx lost just now, it was at the 7-inch. So Golem's loss is due to his Xingqiang. If Golem is starting out, use Raw Throw. Trick for trick with Gardevoir. With high physical attack, Golem may not be defeated by Gardevoir. Gardevoir's attack is high, but defense is not outstanding. Even if you change a move, you can't beat it. But it's still better than this is now. Unfortunately, life has no if. Although I have lost 2 rounds in a row, the battle is still going on. Even if you continue to lose in the 3rd round, you have to fight. Brock is a gym leader after all. Although he lost, he quickly adjusted his mentality. It's just that from the beginning, the mentality of wanting to win has silently changed to learn Hoenn's tactical arrangements and Hoenn's control over the battle. He took out the baby ball and released his last Pokemon. It's a horned rhinoceros. Like the previous Golem, it belongs to high physical attack and high physical defense, but the speed and special defense are relatively low. At the high speed of Hoenn's Gardevoir, he couldn't even touch it. High attack cannot be played. Under the bombardment of high special attack energy bomb, high object defense is also useless at all. In the end, Hoenn won the battle. Hoenn, thank you. Let me know where my flaws are. Brock loosened his frown and extended his hand towards Hoenn kindly. Promise. Hoenn shook hands with Brock. Victory, but not proud. He won the restraint in attribute. This is the badge representing Pewter Gym. Brock took out a badge from his arms and handed it to Hoenn with both hands. Thank you. Hoenn also took it with both hands. Put the badges in a box dedicated to collecting badges. Accidentally, Brock saw Hoenn's badge box. There was only one badge in it, and the pupils were shocked. He originally thought that Hoenn's Pokemon was so strong, and the tactics he used were so perfect. Must be an experienced trainer. It is even possible that many gyms have been challenged unexpectedly, including his Pewter badge. There are only 2 in total. Could it be that the previous badge can't be put down? This is a new badge. Brock couldn't bear the shock in his heart and asked, Hoenn, how many badges did you get in total? Only 2. Hoenn showed Brock the box in which he put the badges, and said casually. Brock was completely speechless. After chatting with Brock for a while, Brock announced to everyone that today's challenge is over. The trainer who failed to challenge can only challenge another day. After all, of Brock's 3 Pokemon, 2 of them have lost their combat effectiveness. The other one, although barely able to fight again, doesn't have much stamina left. Even if he wants to continue the challenge, Brock doesn't have any Pokemon anymore. However, seeing such a high level of combat is a worthwhile trip. The audience who came to watch the game also left with satisfaction. Red and Blue also left gym with the audience. The spectators and trainers around were all reminiscing and discussing the match just now. The 2 teenagers listened to their ears, which made a vague expectation in their heart. Looking forward to myself, I can become a powerful trainer like Hoenn. People who were discussed and praised by people. Chapter 46. Brock's anxiety. After the battle with Brock, Brock strongly invited Hoenn to his house as a guest. After a long day of driving, and it was getting late, it was time to find a place to rest. Hoenn agreed. Brock's home is not far from dark gray gym. Brock, who looked rough, keeps the house neat and tidy, and looks like a clean person. As soon as he entered the house, Brock started to cook. Being a guest at someone else's house, the host family is busy cooking, and Hoenn as a guest is not easy to wait. Simply help. Brock wants to hurry up, get the meal ready, and come to entertain Hoenn. But sometimes, the more you want to be fast, the easier it is to have a haste. For a while, he seemed to be in a hurry. I'll come too. Hoenn took some vegetables from the kitchen and helped wash them. Haha, then I'll trouble you. Brock scratched his head embarrassedly. After dinner, Brock humbly asked Hoenn for advice. Hoenn, I'm good at cultivating and using rock-type Pokemon, but you saw it today. Rock-type Pokemon don't have an advantage in speed, and it's easy to fall into a passive state when encountering an opponent like you. Is there any way to make them faster, to use their excellent attack, and to take advantage of their high defense? Hoenn took a sip of tea, intending to make friends with Brock, a man full of justice, and shared. In combat, you can use the Rock-Polish skill to increase the speed of rock-type Pokemon. You must be familiar with this skill. However, this skill is not very practical. Brock nodded when he heard this. It is true, as Hoenn said, Rock-Polish can indeed increase the speed of Pokemon by 2 levels, but there are 2 issues involved. First, most of the rock-type Pokemon are not very fast. Take Golem as an example. Golem's speed is only 10 points. Using Rock-Polish once to double the speed will only reach 20 points. And other Pokemon, even if they don't increase their speed, their Earl Dervish speed is much faster than Golem's double speed. Second, even if the effect of the improvement is very good, but before that, an opportunity has been wasted. That is to say, when using Rock-Polish, it is a living target, and it has to withstand the opponent's attack once or even more to be able to match the opponent's speed. If there is no restraint in the attribute, it is fine. Once there is restraint in the attribute, you have to endure an attack of the opponent's outstanding effect before you can counterattack. That would be too bad. Knowing that Hoenn's words were not finished yet, Brock looked forward to waiting for Hoenn to continue sharing. Actually, in my opinion, there are 2 skills that may be more useful to you now. One of them is Sandstorm, and the other is Stealth Rock. Hoenn said slowly. Brock heard this and seemed to catch something, but he didn't. Immediately asked, Hoenn, please tell me in detail. Hoenn smiled, and continued to say, Sandstorm, you can transform the venue into a venue that is conducive to the play of rock-type Pokemon. In the environment of Sandstorm, the resistance of rock-type Pokemon can be enhanced. This is what I just said, using Rock-Polish to level the speed gap. Secondly, on the basis of Sandstorm, Stealth Rock can be added to limit the movement of the opponent's Pokemon. As long as such a venue advantage can be released, then the right place and the right people will be able to on the 3 key elements, at least the location and people are occupied. Even if you can't flatten the defect caused by attribute, at least it can be brought closer. After listening to Hoenn's sharing, Brock finally understood what the word Daigo empowerment means. I deeply feel that it is a wise move to invite Hoenn to the house. Seeing the conversation with Brock, Hoenn also asked, Brock, I heard that you will use the main battle Pokemon to play against the trainer. Can I ask why? Speaking of this topic, Brock's brow was covered with a new layer of worry. The atmosphere was also immersed, and he said to Hoenn, because I want to use this method to let me play against powerful trainers to quickly enhance my battle experience. Secondly, I want to find some strong companions to fight against Team Rockets with me. Team Rocket? Brock's reply surprised Hoenn. Brock continued somewhat sadly, although you are not from Kanto region, you must know that in Kanto region, there is a Team Rockets who are kidnapped and specialize in criminal activity. In the past, Team Rockets used to hide and engage in illegal activities underground, but since this time, Team Rocket's actions have become more and more blatant. It's almost insane. Some time ago, I happened to pass through the Vidian Forest and saw a few Team Rocket people transporting some strange devices into the interior of the forest. I immediately followed, wanting to see what evil activities they were planning, but I was accidentally discovered by them. I was defeated by a Team Rocket cadre named Lance. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I might have stayed in the Vidian Forest forever. Just a Team Rocket cadre can easily defeat me. I'm so weak. Hoenn's thoughts began to drift away. He just came to Kanto from Hoenn region. In just a few days, I've heard 2 Team Rockets riot. Can't help but sigh. Kanto region, what a mess. Team Rocket, it's really rampant. But at the same time, I have to admit that Team Rockets are powerful. Strong enough to steal Misty's Gyarados at will. A cadre can easily defeat Brock. You know, Misty and Brock are serious gym leaders, not a casually visible rookie trainer. Since Team Rockets was mentioned, Brock looked at Hoenn expectantly. He wanted to ask if Hoenn would like to fight Team Rockets with him. Hoenn's strength is recognized by Brock. If a trainer like Hoenn joins in, then fighting against Team Rockets will have another strength. However, Hoenn is not from Kanto region. Pulling him into this muddy water is not authentic. For a moment, Brock didn't know how to speak. Hoenn saw Brock's scruples and said proactively, before I came to Pewter City, I met gym leader Misty from Cerulean City. She has the same distaste for Team Rockets as you do. I told her at the time that if you need help, feel free to contact me, and I will definitely help. So I think you should have 2 more companions. Do you think so? Brock nodded excitedly, and his frown was completely loosened. Chapter 47. People in Vidian City are panicking. After one night at Brock's house, Hoenn continued his journey and set off for Pallet Town. Hoenn, be careful on the road, Brock said to Hoenn with a smile. Brock's eyes narrowed, and when he smiled, he couldn't see his eyes. I will. If you need any help, please contact me. Hoenn also smiled back. Okay. Help me with the professional look. No problem. Bye. Goodbye. Between the city of Pewter and the city of Vidian is the most famous Vidian Forest in the Kanto region. The Vidian Forest twists and turns, with various foretrails. Most of the forest is where some grass, bug, and bird Pokemon gather. Pokemon such as ground, rock, and steel are mostly concentrated in some mountain, water-type Pokemon, not to mention, most grow in the sea. According to online sources, there are many landforms in the Vidian Forest. There are plains, basins, rainforest, lake, and even small parts of sand. That's why, deep in the Vidian Forest, there are other kinds of Pokemon. It's not just Pokemon like insect, grass, and flying. Hoenn fast walking through the forest road because of Brock's reminder. During the process of walking, Gardevoir and Lucario were released. Let them use their specialties and be alert to possible enemies at any time. After all, a Cadre can defeat Brock, which means that this Cadre named Lance has at least elite level combat power. This has to be handled with care. But along the way, I didn't find anyone suspicious. Quickly through the forest, came to Vidian City. Hoenn, who came to Vidian City, was a little surprised by the depression in Vidian City. Although Hoenn didn't, he traveled everywhere like an ordinary trainer, spending most of his time doing quests to earn living expenses, or training with Pokemon. But there are many cities I have been to, and this is the first time I have seen such a depressed city. Take the city of Pewter just now for comparison. If Pewter is a second-tier city, then Vidian is not even a fifth-tier city. The surrounding houses are obviously dilapidated. Only a few of the street shops are open. Calling it a city is a bit reluctant. Even in size, it is not as good as Hoenn's home, Fall Arbor Town. Nor is Vidian City bigger. If it weren't for the people around him, with the baby ball, Hoenn suspected that he came to the Blue Star Township in the early 1990s. Hello, may I ask where is the gym in Vidian City? Hoenn asked kindly to a passerby who was walking with a Rattata in his arms. When passersby saw Hoenn approaching to ask questions, they subconsciously took a step back, and said vigilantly and not so friendly, "Are you a trainer who came to travel?" Hoenn didn't expect such a big reaction from passersby, so he raised a friendly smile and said, "Yes, I came to Kanto from another region to travel." Seeing Hoenn say this, passersby relaxed a little, but not completely, and continued to ask, "Then can you show me your badge?" Hoenn was a little speechless. Didn't he just ask for a way? He actually asked one after another, trying to determine Hoenn's origin. However, when things go wrong, there must be demons. If passersby are so vigilant, it must be that something bad has happened before. Hoenn didn't mind the vigilance of passersby. Take out the badge box and show the pewter badge from Brock to passersby. Passersby saw the badge in Hoenn's hand clearly, and then completely relaxed, whispering, "It's really a trainer." If it was Team Rocket, they wouldn't take the time to challenge Jim. Although the passerby said in a low voice, Hoenn, who was close, could still hear it clearly, and his expression was a little dignified. An ordinary Vidian City resident, so sensitive because of Team Rocket. It seems that Team Rocket's damage to Vidian City is not small. Go straight on this road. When you see a fork in the road, turn left. There is Vidian Gym. But Vidian Gym closed the gym a few years ago, and the leader has always been mysterious and hasn't appeared for a long time. The passerby pointed in the direction and said to Hoenn, "Okay, thank you." Hoenn got the information and was ready to leave. Hoenn had already anticipated the closure of Vidian Gym, because Gym's leader is the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni. Asking is just to see if the real situation is consistent with what you know. Wait a minute. The passerby stopped Hoenn when he saw Hoenn who was about to leave. Hoenn stopped and looked at the passerby. "Well, be careful. Team Rockets are often seen in Vidian City. They do bad things. Don't show your Pokemon in front of them. Once they are spotted, they will shoot snatch directly. My Pidgeotto was stolen by them like this." The passerby reminded kindly. Hoenn patted the other party's shoulder and nodded lightly, indicating that he understood. Then, leave Vidian City. Where there is light there will be darkness. Knowing the world of Pokemon, he knows that every region has its own criminal organization. Like his birthplace, Hoenn region, there's Team Aqua and Team Magma, fighting to expand the size of the ocean or land. Sinnoh region, with Team Galactic, attempts to create a world without heart. Unova region, with Team Plasma. Kalos region, with Team Flare. These evil organizations, compared to Kanto region's Team Rocket, behave in a softer way. This can be known from Hoenn stepping into Kanto region and encountering people and events one after another. We must hurry up to improve our strength, so that we have the ability to survive in this world that looks peaceful on the surface but is actually undercurrent. Hoenn thought to himself, now that it is determined that Vidian Gym is no longer open, there is no need to continue to stay in Vidian City. Go in the direction of Pallet Town. Chapter 48 Oak Institute, Royal Threes Precious. Passing through Vidian City, Hoenn only took half a day to arrive at Pallet Town. Although Pallet Town is called a town, in fact, the area is not small. In terms of size, it has reached the size of a city. In Pallet Town, Oak Institute is the most conspicuous landmark building. The entire entire Pallet Town, basically half, is the land of the Oak Institute. Moreover, more than half of the people in Pallet Town revolve around the Oak Institute. Hoenn saw that in the sky of Pallet Town, there are flying Pokemon from time to time, carrying people to and fro. Some of these people are responsible for delivering documents and small supplies. Some work in Oak Institute. Others are a family of 3. Mom and Dad. The Pokemon I got is a cute Squirtle. This Squirtle, he is so cute. I like it very much. Not far from Hoenn, a 10-year-old girl, holding a baby ball, said to her parent. After speaking, the girl flipped the switch and released the Squirtle inside. Jenny tilde. Squirtle opened his curious eyes, hid shyly behind the girl, and looked around curiously. Wow, so cute. The girl's mother crouched down and touched Squirtle's head. Manual dog head. In order to save Litilda. Miko, Squirtle will depend on you to take care of him in the future. You have to nurture him well. The girl's father said lovingly to the girl. Well, I definitely will. I'll learn how to nurture Squirtle. I will take good care of him. The girl nodded vigorously. Okay, then let's go home. The girl's parents released their respective flying Pokemon and took the girl away. Every day, many children who have reached the age of 10 come to the Oak Institute to collect their Earl Dervish Pokemon. Professor Oak, in addition to being the most famous professor in the entire Pokemon world, he also helps the league develop the Royal 3 that is best for rookie trainers. In this world, when children reach the age of 10, they generally travel to other places. As a parent, you need to prepare an Earl Dervish Pokemon for your child as the first companion on the journey. And Royal 3 is a tame, loyal Pokemon, has 2 stages of evolution and has amazing potential. As long as it is cultivated properly, it will have a good fighting power. Royal 3 is the perfect Pokemon for a rookie trainer, but it's not that easy to get the Royal 3, which is almost monopolized by the Alliance. After the child is born, parents need to pay a fee of 200,000 Union coins to the Union every year. When the child is 10 years old, this can get a Royal 3. 200,000 yuan per year for 10 consecutive years. At least only middle class and above families can afford it. What about people who have no money? It can only be used as an Earl Dervish Pokemon by purchasing or catching some common street goods such as Cantoregion's Weedle, Caterpie, Rattata, etc. Having a Royal 3 as an opening is the hallmark of a middle-class family. Of course, starting with a Royal 3 is a good start, and also gives the trainer some early advantage. But what determines a trainer's future success is made up of many factors. Even if you use some big goods, as long as you cultivate them properly, they will be very strong. Even surpassing the Divine Beast is not impossible. There is a fierce Earl Dervish Pokemon as an ordinary Weedle, and later, under his cultivation, evolution became Beedrill. This Beedrill is strong, even in the face of champion, it is not afraid at all. Also, as long as you pay enough money every year, in addition to getting the Royal 3, you can also get a Pokédex that can access Pokemon information. With this Pokédex, you can enjoy all the facilities of the Pokemon Center. Restore Pokemon's stamina for free. Eat at the Pokemon Center free. There is no place to stay during the trip, and the Pokemon Center provides rooms and beds for free. To put it bluntly, as long as the money is paid, then everything can be enjoyed. Mr. Hoenn. In the distance, a quiet-looking young woman full of intellectual aura waved at Hoenn in front of the Oak Institute. Hoenn also raised his hand, responded to the other party, and walked over quickly. Chapter 49. Who was the third Pokemon in the team? Hello, Mr. Hoenn. Nanami extended her hand politely. I'm really sorry to keep Miss Nanami waiting for so long. Hoenn stretched out his hand, shook it lightly, and then retracted it. What's the matter? I saw Mr. Hoenn at the door as soon as I came out. The intellectual Nanami stroked her messy hair and put it behind her ears, revealing her beautiful sideburn. He said, Grandpa is very happy to know that you are coming. He specially asked me to pick you up at the door. Then let go in first. Don't make Professor Oak wait too long. Hoenn responded with a smile. Okay. Nanami led the way. Following in Nanami's footsteps, Hoenn entered the Oak Institute. Oak Research Institute can be said to be one of the best high-end research institutes in the entire Alliance. There are many sophisticated instruments inside. A confocal microscope capable of detecting cellular changes in different Pokemon. A frequency conversion power analyzer that can clearly record the energy fluctuations of Pokemon. In vitro shortwave electric field. Magnetic hydro-optical cutter. A series of high-precision instruments can be seen everywhere. Each of these things is estimated to cost tens of millions. Some, even specially made, can be bought with money. Oak Research Institute is indeed the top research institute. Ha ha ha, Hoenn is here. Professor Oak reached out his hand when he saw Hoenn. Professor Oak, I'm here to bother you. Hoenn shook hands with Professor Oak. Come here, I'll show you my research institute. Professor Oak was very enthusiastic about Hoenn. As a research Pokemon, one of the top few people, there are not many people who can have a topic with them. Hoenn, after the conversation after the last lecture, was Professor Oak, one of the few people who recognized it. Professor Oak is here. Hoenn Haoyan was also very interested in being able to visit the institute. "Grandpa, let me come with you," Nanami said beside her. During the last lecture, Nanami and Professor Oak met Haoyan together. It was the first time she saw that such a young trainer could talk to his knowledgeable grandfather about so long, about Pokemon. Very curious about Haoyan, Professor Oak gave Nanami a meaningful look. Seeing that Nanami's face was slightly flushed, he chuckled and took Haoyan to visit the research institute. "Haoyan, this is my cultivation base." Professor Oak brought Haoyan to visit the base where Royal 3 was cultivated. The Oak Research Institute has specially opened up a huge site and surrounded it. Specially bred Kanto Royal 3. This cultivation base is huge. The area is at least the size of 20 football field. Lots of lovely Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charmander play here. Here, there are special people taking care of these Pokemon. The Pokemon that stay here are not afraid of people at all and get along well with the keepers around. A few Pokemon, seeing Nanami here, happily ran over. Take the initiative to play with Nanami. It can be seen that Nana Mi usually comes to accompany them. Haoyan's eyes were placed on the Pokemon playing with Nanami, especially Charmander. That Charmander was very smart, and when he was playing with Nanami, he grabbed his tail with his hand to prevent the fire on his tail from touching Nanami's skirt. "Professor Oak, where is the habitat of Charmander?" Haoyan asked Professor Oak. "Wild Charmander." Professor Oak's expression was obviously curious, but he answered truthfully, "In the depths of the Vidian Forest, you can meet Wild Charmander." The depths of the Vidian Forest. Haoyan frowned slightly. While in Pewter City, I heard Brock say that in the Vidian Forest he had encountered Team Rocket's elite cadre. He had already given up his plan to go to the Vidian Forest to find White Vanilla. But I didn't expect that Wild Charmander. So coincidentally, the habitat is in the Vidian Forest. It seems that this trip has to go to Vidian Forest. You want to capture a Wild Charmander? Professor Oak couldn't help but ask curiously. Yes, Haoyan nodded. That's right. The Pokemon that Haoyan's trip to Kanto wants to conquer is Charmander. Charmander can evolution become Charizard. The two attributes of fire and flight are very unique. Pokemon with the same combination of fire and flight attributes are rare. Charizard, that strong and powerful wing, can carry out long-term flight. Fire attribute can complement Lucario and Gardevoir his blind spot. Another point is that Charizard, like Mewtwo, has two different Mega Evolution modes in the few Mega Evolution. Mighty and handsome appearance, coupled with strong potential, is exactly what Haoyan needs. In fact, Haoyan can completely avoid such trouble, although he is not a Kanto-born person. But as long as he pays $2 million to the league, he can get a Royal 3 spot. Before buying a skill machine, he spent a lot of money on vacation, but he still paid for the $2 million. But when he saw the Charmander in Professor Oak breeding base, he dismissed the idea. Charizard should be rebellious. Even before evolution, he can still reflect one or two in his character. But here, he couldn't see any wildness in Charmander's eyes. It may be because the Charmander in the Professor Oak research base is given to the rookie trainer. After screening, the Charmander with a gentle character is specially selected, plus the edification on weekdays, leading to a reduction in the wildness lurking within their body. To put it bluntly, that is the Charmander here, a bit like a flower grown in a greenhouse. This does not meet Haoyan's requirement. The energy of each trainer is limited, and it is impossible to train without limit, so you must choose carefully. Afterward, Professor Oak continued to take Haoyan to visit other parts of the institute. Chapter 50. Embark on the Vidian Forest. Time flew by, and Haoyan stayed at the Institute of Professional Oak for a whole week. During this time, absorbed, Professor Oak has been researching Pokemon. Professor Oak is very satisfied with this hard-working student. Share a lot of precious information to Haoyan selflessly. At this time, Haoyan was lying on a table, looking at the contents of the document. The Raticata family's beard is not hair, but an organ. The beard, the most sensitive organ of the Raticate tactile class, contains many sensitive nerves. Raticate family judges wind direction and space through beard. Even at night, it can act as a radar. If the beard breaks, then Raticate can't even control its own balance. Haoyan turned the information in his hand to the last page. Slowbro has two pairs of eyes, one pair on the face, and one pair on the shell behind the tail. The shell on Slowbro's tail, part of his body. When in danger, Slowbro turns the tail shell to see if there is danger behind him. In other words, as long as Slowbro wants to, his field of vision is 360 degrees. Slowbro's energy hits his tail, so he uses a hard shell to protect important parts of his body. Haoyan stretched his waist after reading this material. Professor Oak, he has done a lot of research on Pokemon, especially the Pokemon in Kanto region. Because of its convenience, he has studied everything in detail. Basically, Kanto region has been discovered Pokemon. Professional Oak has detailed research record. Within a week, Haoyan had already read these materials by heart. It's time to say goodbye to Professional Oak and go to Vidian Forest. Haoyan's eyes showed a different look. These days, Haoyan is reading a lot of materials at the same time. Confirmed the habitat of Wild Charmander. Ready ready to go to conquer, to complete his trip to Kanto, the most important thing. Just thinking about it, Nanami came over. He said to Hoenn, ready to eat. After spending these days together, Nanami finally understood why Hoenn was able to chat with her knowledgeable grandfather at a young age. Because Hoenn is a self-disciplined madman. In addition to the inherent exercise every day, the rest of the time is spent in the research room, reading material. Learning knowledge is a less pleasant process, but Hoenn, every day is a whole day. Moreover, in the process of learning, the efficiency is still very high. She admired this very much. Okay, please Nanami. Hoenn got up and walked out of the research room. Professor Oak, thank you for taking care of me all week. The information you shared has benefited me a lot. At the dinner table, Hoenn sincerely thanked Professor Oak. Not everyone is willing to selflessly share the results of their hard research with others. Professor Oak is such a respectable teacher. Are you leaving? Professional Oak regretted Hoenn's farewell. During this time, getting along with Hoenn, Professor Oak is very happy. Whenever he encounters a question that he cannot understand, Hoenn will take the initiative to ask, and the point of view and the direction of asking questions are things he never thought of. During Hoenn's learning process, Professor Oak is also learning from Hoenn. Learn his logical way of looking at things. How can a teacher not like a student who is diligent and studious and can inspire him? Well, I'll go to Vidian Forest first, and then go back to Hoenn region. It took a lot of time to go out this time, and it's time to go back. Hoenn replied, okay. Although Professor Oak felt regretful, he also knew that Hoenn would not stay for long. In fact, during this period of time, Professor Oak wanted to speak out many times, hoping that Hoenn would stay in the research institute and explore the mysteries of Pokemon with him. Professor Oak believes that according to Hoenn's progress, it will take less than a year. No, only half a year. Hoenn will definitely be known throughout the Pokemon world for his wealth of knowledge. It's just a pity that Hoenn's ambition is not research. Instead, I want to be a trainer standing on the top of the pyramid. Every time I think of this, Professional Oak sighs a little. It's a pity to meet Hoenn so late. By the way, you said you were going to the depths of the Vidian Forest. I remind you, be careful. Deep in the Vidian Forest, there are many Pokemon who live in groups and have a strong sense of territory. Once they step into their territory, they will attack directly. Having said this, Professor Oak paused and said with a little anger on his face, also, in addition to wild aggressive Pokemon, you should pay more attention to people. I've heard more than once that there are evil Team Rockets out there. Those dumb can do anything. Hoenn nodded lightly and said seriously, don't worry, I will pay attention. Although Hoenn defeated Roxanne of Rustboro Gym and Brock of Pewter City, but that is the advantage of occupying attribute, and it is still in a fair situation to compete. Team Rockets is different. No matter what is fair or unfair, just swarm it. Use numbers to win. Two fists are no match for four hands. That's the truth. What's more, the people of Team Rocket, a cadre, reached the level of elite. Now Hoenn can't afford to offend Team Rocket. Hoenn, who has lived a new life, knows the importance of life and will never joke about his own safety. After the meal, I chatted with Professor Oak for a while, and then went back to the room to rest. The next day, I solemnly said goodbye to Professor Oak and Nanami again, and set foot on the Vidian Forest. Chapter 51 Saffron-Colored Pokemon. According to the map given by Professor Oak, Charmander's habitat is deep in the Vidian Forest. After harvesting, look for white vanilla, so it is very likely that it will stay in the Vidian Forest for a long time. So when Hao said goodbye to Professional Oak, he went to Pallet Town to buy a lot of living materials and ingredients, in case the emergency. Then follow the main road, through Vidian City, to the Vidian Forest. Because there is a map provided by Professor Oak, Hoenn doesn't have to look around like a headless fly, just follow the map. However, traversing the Vidian Forest was not as easy as Hoenn expected. Although Hoenn has a wealth of experience in forest life, when he was in the Hoenn region, he often visited Petalburg Woods. But Petalburg Woods is far from Vidian Forest. The Vidian Forest may be due to the involvement of Team Rocket, resulting in no one passing through it all year round, and often encounter some towering trees and weeds taller than people. Travel is slow, and the worst thing is the wild Pokemon in the Vidian Forest, all of which are very aggressive. Like now, Hoenn is commanding Lucario and Gardevoir against a group of Rhyhorn. Because Hoenn stepped into their territory, Xiaowu bypassed their team and used Brick Break on the outermost Rhyhorn. Xiaolu used the Energy Bomb at Rhyhorn, the fastest runner in their team. Hoenn commanded. In front of him, there were nearly 10 Rhyhorns around level 23, all with their heads lowered, revealing the sharp horns on their head, rushing towards Hoenn. The level is not high and the speed is not fast, but the weight of each Rhyhorn reaches 115 kg, and 10 of them run at the same time and bring it up billowing smoke and dust. Quite prestige. However, at such a level, it was a bit reluctant to want to kill Hoenn's two Pokemon. Lucario showed off his speed as much as he wanted, and rushed out ahead. Compared to the bulky Rhyhorn, Lucario is extremely fast, like a perennially active adult running a race with a 5-year-old child. child. Rhyhorn, who was on the move, suddenly found that the targets they were going to attack were separated. One of them also rushed towards them. For a time, their stone heads were a little confused, not knowing whether to attack the approaching Lucario, or to attack Gardevoir according to the established goal. However, Lucario didn't give them time to think about it, so he rushed to the side of Rhyhorn on the far left and swung out with his palm as a blade. At this point, the energy ball emitted by Gardevoir was condensed, and the fastest one in the Rhyhorn group was thrown away. The attacks of Lucario and Gardevoir arrived almost at the same time. Lucario's attack hits exactly the right way, and the effect is outstanding. An injured Rhyhorn, endured with tremendous force, slammed into the Rhyhorn next to him. Gardevoir's condensed grass-type energy ball hits the fastest Rhyhorn, 4 times the damage. Rhyhorn, the fastest runner, collapsed immediately. The rest of the Rhyhorn, who couldn't hold back, bumped into the fallen Rhyhorns one after another. These two attack directly broke up Rhyhorn's formation, and the 2 Rhyhorns that fell disrupted the progress of the other Rhyhorn. For a moment, chaotic Rhyhorn, you hit me, I hit you, constantly colliding with each other. The originally powerful attack was instantly disintegrated. The scene was chaotic. Taking advantage of this moment, Hoenn said to Lucario, "Xiao, come back. Xiao Lu, let's get out of here." What Hoenn wanted was to hurry, not to fight these Rhyhorn. Anyway, they are already in chaos, and it is estimated that they will not stop him again. He left with 2 Pokemon. During this time, in addition to Rhyhorn, Nido family, Pidgey family collectively attacked Hoenn passing by. As soon as he found Hoenn, he immediately made a ruthless move, but it doesn't matter. The most troublesome thing is Beedrill family. Their thin wings allow them to fly in the sky. Lucario's long-range attack method is currently only the Aura Sphere. Aura Sphere, only a quarter of the damage to Beedrill with a combination of insect and poison. Only Gardevoir can threaten Beedrill. Hoenn's 2 Pokemon, only Gardevoir can make move, which directly reduces Hoenn's strength by half. This is nothing. The most terrible thing, the number of Beedrill is still a lot. Every time they meet, at least 30 will be dispatched together. No matter how strong Gardevoir is, it is difficult to parry the simultaneous attack of 30 Beedrill. Can only be careful, and then carefully escape. But fortunately, as long as it is not the territory of these Pokemon, there is basically no problem. Some weak Pokemon dare not take the initiative to provoke them. After all, the strength of Lucario and Gardevoir is there. The sky gradually darkened. In the forest full of towering trees, it was difficult for sunlight to penetrate, and the sky darkened faster. "Okay, little O Xiaolu, let's camp in the tent here for a night's rest. After so long, you are hungry too." Hoenn took off his heavy backpack and said to the 2 Pokemon, "Luca tilde." Lucario is sensible and sets up tent. Hoenn has been in the wild for a long time, and he is also very skilled in setting up tent. "Xiao O, you glutton." Hoenn smiled, knowing that Lucario didn't let him help because he wanted him to cook quickly. "Xiaolu, help me set up a bonfire." Hoenn just turned around and found that the caring Gardevoir had already set up the fire, and took out the ingredients from his backpack, waiting for Hoenn to do it. Hoenn was a little speechless. His 2 Pokemon were quite active when they were eating. Even Gardevoir, who has always been reserved, will take a lot of initiative when eating. No way. When I was in Pallet Town before, because I lived in the research institute in Professor Oak, Hoenn had to study, so I didn't have time to cook for them, and it was not easy to cook in other people's places. So, they ate bad food for a week. Can't wait to eat something good and get back to the refined living standard before. Okay. Hoenn rolled up his sleeves and started to work. After eating and drinking enough, both Pokemon were very satisfied. After Hoenn arranged for them to rest, he sat alone by the bonfire and began to run the calm mind technique and start a vigil. Sitting down cross-legged, just after entering the state of calm mind, Hoenn keenly felt that there was a sense of prying around him. Immediately opened his eyes and looked around carefully. Although the surroundings were pitch dark, I could still feel that there were indeed a pair of eyes staring in his direction in the darkness. This feeling, if any, however, Hoenn did not feel malicious. If it was during the day, Hoenn would definitely check it out, but now it's night, and the dark people around him can't see his fingers. At this time, I rushed out and said if I could not find the other party, you may also put yourself in danger. Thinking of this, Hoenn could only be on guard silently. As Hoenn expected, in the distance of their tent, there was a Pokemon silently watching the tent where Hoenn was. However, this Pokemon is completely different from other companions in color. Saffron all over. But this golden Pokemon has a thin body. It is not too skinny to call it skinny, and it is obviously shorter than it appeared. His gaze was not at Hoenn who was on guard, but at the small piece of Pokeblocks that Hoenn forgot to clean up and placed at random beside the bonfire. Judging from the appearance of this Pokemon, it seems that he is very covet for taking a small piece of Pokeblock, but he does not dare to go forward for the unfamiliar Hoenn. Chapter 52 Shiny's Charmander. The next day, the sun began to rise and slowly began to disperse the darkness in the forest. Hoenn, who had been on guard all night, could vaguely see a saffron figure hidden in the distance as the sun rose. Although because of the distance, it is not clear what kind of Pokemon it is. Hoenn wanted to get up and observe what kind of Pokemon it was, and actually confronted him all night. But as soon as it moved, the golden Pokemon was immediately scared away. Although he couldn't see what kind of Pokemon the other party was, Hoenn was certain that the other party was not coming for him, but for the Pokeblock that he casually put aside. Pokeblocks are a high-energy food made from a large amount of tree fruit pressed through a dedicated machine. There are a lot of Pokemon that are relatively large, especially the Rock-type and Steel-type Pokemon. Even if they don't move all day, they will consume a lot of energy. Without Pokeblock, it would not be possible to last a day. To be honest, Hoenn was quite curious about this Pokemon. He spent a whole night with him abruptly. Hoenn, who has always been strong, was a little overwhelmed by spending a night like this. Perseverance and perseverance. This is Hoenn's evaluation of that Pokemon. Luca tilde, Shanaido tilde. The two Pokemon got up after a night of rest. Hoenn began to prepare breakfast for the day. 3 meals a day. The most important thing is breakfast. Breakfast must not be dealt with casually, or not eaten. If you don't eat breakfast, you will be sluggish all morning. If you want to be strong, you need to eat for 3 points and train for 3 points. For breakfast every morning, Hoenn is never vague. Brought out premium farm-raised miltang, high-protein milk produced, and a salad made from a few berries. There are also some instant canned meat. A rich breakfast is ready. In order to lure that saffron's Pokemon out, Hoenn placed a large piece of Pokeblocks that Lucario could eat for 3 days in a place with a wide field of vision. See if he will come back. After breakfast, Hoenn took Lucario to warm up. When you just wake up, some cells in your body are still in a state of deep sleep. Keeping a certain amount of warm-up can quickly wake up the sleeping cells. After all, it was in the depth of the Vidian Forest, and a battle could arise at any time. Gardevoir didn't need to warm up, just sat obediently and practiced the calm mind technique that Hoenn gave her. After the warm-up, Hoenn was not in a hurry to leave and waited silently. Sure enough, Hoenn, through Gardevoir's perception, found a golden figure in the distance approaching cautiously in the woods. Xiaolu, don't disturb him. Just pretend you didn't find him. The corners of Hoenn's mouth rose slightly. A small piece of Pokeblock could keep the other party for a whole night. Now such a big block will definitely attract the other party. I want to wait for the other party to approach, and then see what kind of Pokemon he falls to the ground. Saffron's figure. The closer the distance, the slower and more careful the travel speed. Constantly cover yourself with weeds and leaves in the woods. Pretty cautious. Hoenn turned his back to him, but as everyone knew, he clearly knew that he was approaching. That golden Pokemon is getting closer and closer to that piece of Pokeblock. Finally, he couldn't bear it any longer, and with a bang, he no longer disappeared, and quickly charged towards Pokeblock. Then he folded his arms and immediately turned around and ran. At the moment when the Pokemon moved, Hoenn also turned around. That saffron-colored Pokemon, he could see it clearly. Suddenly, his pupils trembled, and his heart beat faster. That Pokemon has a tail. His tail is burning red flame. It was Hoenn who came to Kanto region this time and wanted to capture the Pokemon Charmander. And this Charmander is a shiny Charmander that is one of a kind. Chapter 53. Same race. Exclusion. Shiny's Pokemon. It is no exaggeration to say that it is 1 in a million. Rare is precious, no matter what the world is. This is no exception. Even an ordinary shiny Caterpie or shiny Weedle sold on the market is definitely an exorbitant price. Not to mention a shiny Charmander tilde. Unlike the entire species, the skin is Saffron's Charmander. Its scarcity is even more rare. According to rumors, shiny Pokemon is more powerful than other similar creatures in addition to its own scarcity. But for this, it is just a rumor circulating in the market. No one has actually tested it. After all, being able to meet is a very difficult thing. Come on, Xiaolu. Seeing that it was shiny's Charmander, Hoenn, he picked up Gardevoir, carried her on his back, and rushed out first. Xiao, keep up. Before I could pack my luggage, I quickly rushed towards where Charmander left. Hoenn turned his back on Gardevoir, and Lucario followed, running quickly through the woods. Xiaolu, you use Psychic to sense his position, but be careful not to disturb him. Hoenn, who was running in the woods, said to Gardevoir on his back. Yeah. Gardevoir understood Hoenn's impatience, and silently opened his Psychic to investigate the surrounding. Although the golden Charmander took a step first, Hoenn had Gardevoir's guidance and quickly followed the golden Charmander's footsteps. However, Hoenn did not rush to catch up. He didn't want to catch up too eagerly and startle the golden Charmander. It's easy to get lost in a place like the Vidian Forest that is so unfamiliar. Has been maintaining a leisurely pace, following the golden Charmander. The golden Charmander, perhaps overjoyed to have gotten a chunk of Pokeblock, let his guard down. In addition, Hoenn and Lucario controlled the distance very well. He didn't realize that someone was following behind him, all the way to stop and go, tired to sit on the ground to rest. After resting, we continued to walk towards the depths of the Vidian Forest. Hoenn hid in the trunk of a big tree and carefully stretched out his head to stare at the resting Charmander, full of doubts in his heart. Obviously this Charmander is very hungry and wants to eat this piece of Pokeblock, but why doesn't he just what to eat? Through observation, Hoenn clearly saw the golden Charmander, who was obviously thin and malnourished. While running, he often used his nose to inhale the scent of Pokeblock, but he just doesn't eat Pokeblocks and keeps them carefully in his hand. Hoenn didn't have time to think about it. Charmander had enough rest, moved his short legs again, and continued to run deep into the Vidian Forest. Hoenn had no choice but to continue to follow in his footsteps. I don't know how long I have followed, and finally it is no longer a forest. In front of Hoenn, a large piece of grass appeared. There was a towering tree on the grass. There were some pitaya berry hanging on the tree. This was a huge pitaya berry tree, and the golden Charmander also arrived at his destination. This is the habitat of the Charmander, with nearly 20 Charmanders gathered to play around the towering pitaya berry tree. In addition to the Charmander, there is also a Charmeleon that has reached level 27. Obviously, this Charmeleon is the leader of this group of Charmanders. Unexpectedly, Hoenn made a mistake and came to the Charmander habitat that Professor Oak said. Originally these Charmanders gathered under the tree, playing with each other, but as soon as the golden Charmander returned to the vicinity of the big tree, the rest of the Charmanders stopped playing immediately. He looked at him badly. Out tilde out tilde out tilde. The golden Charmander was a little afraid to approach these kin, but he still shouted at the kin under the tree. After a few shouts, the golden Charmander took a few steps forward and put down the Pokeblocks he had been treating as a treasure. After letting go, he silently took a few steps back. However, his family members around him were obviously somewhat resistant to the golden Charmander. Ignore the golden Charmander. Out tilde out tilde. The golden Charmander, although the surrounding his clan didn't pay much attention to him, but he still danced and shouted. His eyes were full of flattery, anticipation, and wanting his fellow clan to recognize him. After a while, a gust of breeze blew, and the scent of Pokeblock wafted around. The lead Charmeleon, smelling the fragrance, took a few steps forward, then took a slight bite, and suddenly gave out a surprised proud growl. With the leader taking the lead, the other Charmanders also ran over, and you bite at this piece of Pokeblock. Golden Charmander was hungry and wanted to eat Pokeblock, but he held back, because he saw his own clan eating the food he brought back. His heart was full of happy emotions, and his hunger had been suppressed. It's a pity that Charmander's happiness didn't last long after the other kinsmen finished eating. Without even looking at the golden Charmander, they all went under the tree to play. Leave the hungry golden Charmander in place. When the golden Charmander also wanted to run to the side of the kin and play with them, the highest ranking Charmeleon, however, fiercely issued a warning sound to him, and the warning sound had an obvious meaning of expulsion. The rest of the Charmanders, all under the leadership of the leader, all together, facing the golden little red dragon, made a roar sound. The golden Charmander, just about to step forward, wanted to join his clan, but just raised his foot, then retracted. Bewildered, full of puzzlement and grievance, Hoenn, who had been observing from a distance, let out a heavy sigh. Chapter 54. Different colors and different type. Only one word different. Pokemon are smart and thoughtful. What would they think when there was a similar type with the same shape but a completely different color in their group? It is different from most of the same kind, so it is an outlier. In other words, the golden Charmander is collectively rejected by the Charmander of the same family. Just now, the golden Charmander worked hard to steal a Pokeblock, endured hunger, and wanted to take it back to share with his clan. The same clan also ate it, but they still did not accept him. Even if he got a little closer, Roar warned him and wanted to expel him. The outside world regards heterochromatic Pokemon as treasures, but among people of the same race, different colors are regarded as different. Heterochromatic and heterogeneous. There is only one word different. In fact, there is helplessness in this. Just like the husband and wife are both fair-skinned, and one of the children born is dark-skinned, what will the whole family do to this dark-skinned child? Don't even think about it. This is why shiny Pokemon is rare, because not every Pokemon has such a strong mind. Not being recognized by the ethnic group is a disaster for them. In such a difficult environment as the Vidian Forest, unless the individual strength has become too much. Otherwise, most of the Pokemon with low combat power are concentrated together to survive. The power of a group is far greater than that of an individual. Shiny Pokemon, which is not recognized by the ethnic group, wants to survive alone in the harsh wild, which is almost a difficult problem to break through. So, that's one of the reasons why Shiny's Pokemon are so small in number. It is rumored that Shiny's Pokemon are stronger than their counterpart. This is not a rumor, it is true. Hoenn understood what happened to the golden Charmander. In the wild, after being separated from the population, shiny Pokemon that can survive alone naturally have powerful abilities and potential. Otherwise, how could they, who are weak, still survive after being separated from the ethnic group? When Hoenn was thinking about it, the golden Charmander didn't want to leave the tribe, but the other Charmander Charmanders of the same race hated him. Seeing that he was unwilling to leave, the lead Charmeleon took the lead and started attacking him. With sharp claws in his hand, he grabbed him mercilessly. Seeing this, the other Charmanders also attacked with the leader, driving him away with sharp claws. Out tilde out tilde. Out tilde out tilde. The golden Charmander who was attacked didn't fight back, just screamed proudly with grievances. He's saying, "Don't drive me away. I'm a part here too. Don't drive me away. Don't, please don't." Gardevoir's low, crying voice echoed in Hoenn's mind. Lucario twisted his head away and stopped looking. It's a pity that the arrogant cry of the golden Charmander has no effect. Even if he is covered with scars, the golden Charmander is unwilling to leave. Charmeleon, the leader, saw that it was useless to grab with his claws, so he chose to hit him with his body. The strength of the strong Charmeleon and the chronically malnourished Charmander is obviously not a grade. With one click, it knocked him out a few meters. Hungry, powerless golden Charmander has no reaction at all. Strength of resistance. Pooh, pooh, pooh. The golden Charmander roared into the sky with a sad expression, as if to vent his unwillingness and grievances. Immediately afterward, he limped away from the place where he was born. Hey, Hoenn sighed again, seeing the stubbornness and helplessness in his eyes, and followed him silently. The golden Charmander staggered out aimlessly, not knowing where to go. He just wanted to find a home that could accept him. After walking like this for a while, it may be because of hunger, or it may be because of sadness that is greater than death, the golden Charmander couldn't hold it any longer. The flames of the tail had begun to weaken, and the swaying body couldn't support it. His eyes were black, and he fell to the ground weakly. Hoenn, who had been following behind him, rushed out like a sharp arrow and shot out. At this time, Hoenn just wanted to hurry up, catch Charmander, and prevent his body from hitting the ground. Just as Charmander's head was about to hit the ground, a broad palm caught him firmly. Hoenn, but because he couldn't hold back his momentum, he had a close contact with the ground. The skin of the hands and legs was cut open by the stones on the ground. The loneliness and eloquence of the golden Charmander can be clearly felt. After crossing into this world, everything is unfamiliar, and no one can understand the feeling of loneliness and loneliness. Fortunately, with Lucario and Gardevoir, Hoenn's heart was finally warmed up by their company. He didn't want this Charmander to be as lonely as he was then. Carefully put Charmander aside, Gardevoir and Lucario beside him have taken out the medical box and handed the tools to him. Xiaolu, crush the revive in the bag and mix it into the milk powder. Xiaolu, add up the fire, boil a pot of water, and help Xiaolu make milk powder. While checking Hoenn, he instructed the two Pokemon beside him. Gardevoir and Lucario, both silently, began to move. After a while, Gardevoir held a bottle of precious milk containing revive and handed it to Hoenn. Revive is precious, very precious. It can be said that Pokemon are used to save lives. According to legend, it is a remnant of Ho-Oh, the god of life. A small piece the size of a thumb requires 1 million alliance coin. It is a last resort and cannot be used. However, Hoenn did not feel heartache at this time, but gently opened Charmander's mouth and fed the milk containing the precious revive. Lucky. Hoenn did a full body check on Charmander and heaved a sigh of relief. The injuries on the body are not serious. They are all skin injuries, and the key parts are not injured. However, the long-term nutritional deficiencies made his body more fragile. Gardevoir and Lucario, who were nervous on the side, followed Hoenn with a sigh of relief after hearing this. Charmander is fine. Gardevoir and Lucario, like Hoenn, hope this poor Charmander is fine. After confirming that Charmander was okay, Hoenn held Charmander in his arms and rushed back to the camp with the other two Pokemon. Chapter 55, Taking Care of Charmander. When we got back to the camp, it was already late. Once back at the camp, Hoenn's first thing is to cook. After the week Charmander wakes up, he will definitely need a lot of energy. Gardevoir and Lucario, each performing their duties, help Hoenn cook. Charmander slept hazy, smelled a fragrant smell in his sleep, that kind of smell which he had never smelled before. Hunger opened his tired eyes. When he opened his eyes, he found a boy with two Pokemon he had never seen before. Immediately alert Charmander. I want to take 2 steps back and distance myself from the unknown in front of me. Very good sense. Hoenn, who was silently observing, praised in his heart. Survive in the wild, no matter what time it is. Be vigilant enough, because there may be danger at any time. Originally Charmander wanted to step back, but found that his weak body was simply not enough to support him in doing so. Don't be afraid, your wounds are not healed yet. Let's have something to eat first. Hoenn smiled kindly at him, and gently placed the plate full of Pokeblocks in front of him. This is the Pokeblocks made by Hoenn, specially prepared for him. It's also very intimate, cut into small pieces, which is convenient for Charmander entrance. Charmander looked warily at the small cube in front of him, which was exuding an alluring scent. Eat, you're welcome. Hoenn finished all this, deliberately not looking at him, turned his head to Gardevoir and Lucario. Pretend to chat with them. Is it delicious? Lucario immediately shouted, munching on the steak. Sana tilde. Gardevoir took a sip of her favorite soup and complimented Hoenn. Charmander watched Hoenn interact with the two Pokemon, took a step forward silently, and looked at the scented Pokeblocks on the plate. Charmander couldn't help looking at the Pokeblocks on the plate. Looking at Hoenn, who had his back turned to him, he couldn't help lowering his head and ate a piece. He couldn't help but started to devour it. Delicious, so delicious. I've never eaten something so delicious. This is Charmander's inner OS. For Pokemon in the wild, sharing food is a gesture of kindness. Charmander's vigilance towards Hoenn also decreased a bit. Haha. The corners of Hoenn's mouth rose slightly. Although he turned his back to Charmander, he had already asked Gardevoir to keep an eye on him with Psychic. Seeing Charmander taking the initiative to eat, Hoenn knew that he had successfully opened Charmander's closed heart. Turn around slightly. From the campfire, brought the kettle over and poured a glass of high-quality bee water from the Unova region combi. Gently put it next to Charmander, and then said with his gentle smile, "Eat slowly, don't choke, drink more water, you should like it." After studying at the Professor Oak Institute, Hoenn got a thorough understanding of Charmander's preferences. Know that Charmander mostly liked to eat wheat. By the way, got a few more Pokeblocks and set them aside. Out tilde. Charmander tried, drinking 2 sips of bee water, and let out a surprised growl. For the first time since birth, Charmander had eaten so much, so full, the belly is propped up, and the round belly is a bit cute. After the meal, Hoenn brought 2 Pokemon and cleaned up the tableware. A tacit cooperation between one person and 2 favorites. Charmander watched silently from the side. Pokemon can feel the other's heart from the trainer's body. When Hoenn gets along with the 2 Pokemon, the kind of sincere concern cannot be faked. And Lucario and Gardevoir are also sincere in their love for Hoenn. Charmander at the moment very much wish he was Lucario or Gardevoir. It is also possible that someone cares and loves him, which can make him feel warm. After packing up, Hoenn sat beside Charmander. After a meal, there is no need to deliberately keep a distance. Since he can see Charmander, his vigilance has dropped a lot. Hoenn took out the medical box and said softly, "I'll check the wound for you." Out tilde. Charmander agreed without rejecting. "It may hurt a little later. You can bear with it for a while." Hoenn took a deep breath, adjusted his state, looked focused, and cautiously opened one of the bandaged wounds, and carefully used medical tools to clear the pustules on the wound. In addition to the new injury just added, there are many scars that have scabbed over on Charmander's body. It can be seen that he should be bullied often, or the scars left by foraging alone. Out tilde. Charmander whispered proudly. The pain was nothing to him at all. After dismantling the old wound and applying the medicine again, Hoenn took the towel handed over by the caring Gardevoir and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Although the movement is not big, he has always kept his full attention, which cost him a lot of energy. You recovered very quickly. The original injuries are almost healed. In 2 or 3 days, it should be fully healed, Hoenn said to Charmander. Out tilde. Charmander uttered a grateful growl. Hoenn raised his hand slightly and wanted to touch Charmander. Charmander didn't resist, letting Hoenn's big hand fall on him. Hoenn sighed in his heart. The recovery ability is very strong. It may be because of revive, or it may be because of his own physical strength. And when I opened the wound just now, I didn't make a sound during the whole process. She has a tough personality and is a good seedling. For this Charmander, Hoenn really wanted to subdue him, but it wasn't the time yet, and some things shouldn't be rushed. It's like something, just that kind of thing, or just that thing. I can't just come up directly. I have to. The mood and atmosphere are almost the same. Again, finally gushing out together. It is similar to the 4 tones of pinyin. A. The first sound, first to calm down Lance crossing. A. The second sound, the interest gradually picks up. A. The third tone, there are ups and downs tilde. A. The fourth tone, a burst of Norman tilde. This is a perfect and comfortable process. Chapter 56. Conquering Charmander and establishing bond. The next morning, Charmander ate and slept well and got up early. A very energetic look. Charmander, come over and let me check. Hoenn waved at Charmander. Out tilde. Charmander called out, and took the initiative to approach Hoenn. Your resilience is really good. Basically, the injury on your body has almost recovered. Hoenn checked it and said to him. Out tilde. Charmander took the initiative to use his head to rub Hoenn's hand. Xiaolu, come and help me make breakfast together. Hoenn stretched and shouted to Gardevoir and Lucario, preparing for breakfast for the day. As soon as he heard there was something to eat, Charmander was instantly happy. His eyes have been centered on Hoenn. Turning around, Charmander, is it convenient for you to come and help us make a fire? Hoenn saw Charmander's expectation for food, and actively called him to come and help. Out tilde. Charmander ran over immediately, sprayed a mouthful of flames at the firewood. The firewood immediately began to burn violently. Yo, your flames are quite fierce. Hoenn was a little surprised that Charmander, a small man, actually had a lot of energy hidden in his body. Out tilde. Charmander, receiving Hoenn's compliment, became obviously happy. It looks like we can try to subdue him later. Hoenn looked at Charmander, who was silently happy beside him and was quite satisfied with him. Charmander grew up, and after evolution became Charizard. In addition to being able to soar in the air, there is another very important ability, that is investigation. Investigation of the surrounding environment, whether there is any danger. In some dangerous times, less reliance on Gardevoir's teleport. After all, the teleport skill cannot be used continuously without CD. Of course, after the strength is improved, the CD time will be shortened, but no matter how short it is, there will still be CD restriction. Okay, let's start. Hoenn prepared a rich breakfast and placed it in front of the 3 Pokemon. High-protein milk, Pokeblocks made from compressed grapefruit, as well as oats and nut for various vitamins. There are also some instant canned meat. Charmander, who has never seen the world, is dumbfounded when he sees so many kinds of things. Yesterday he thought that Pokeblocks were the best food in the world, but he didn't expect that there were so many delicious things than Pokeblock. Immediately, I grabbed a can of instant canned meat and began to feast on it. Lucario took 2 bites of the canned meat and put it aside. Gardevoir is similar. She doesn't like eating meat very much, and she is used to eating beef of N7 level and above, so she has no interest in this kind of instant canned food. Turn to those oats and nuts soaked in milk. Charmander, who was suffocating and eating and drinking, saw Growl, who was suddenly curious about them. Ow tilde, why don't you eat something so delicious? Luca tilde, this is delicious. Hoenn's usual cooking is 100 times better than this. Hearing Lucario say this, Charmander's eyes were full of doubt. He turned his head and shouted to Gardevoir, ow tilde, is what he said true? Is it really 100 times better? Gardevoir tilted his head and thought about it for a while, and said seriously, Shanaido, not 100 times, to be precise, about 135 times tilde. I don't know how this 135 times Gardevoir came about. Anyway, she just felt that if it was only 100 times, it was a little less. This time, Charmander was completely stunned. He, who has never seen the world, can't understand at all what is more than 100 times better than the delicious lunch meat in his mouth. Looking at Hoenn again, there is already obvious expectation. Although Hoenn didn't understand, but after seeing Charmander and Lucario talking, he could probably understand the meaning. He didn't speak, just drank milk silently. After all 3 Pokemon were eaten, he said to Charmander, we are leaving, would you like to be our partner and go with us? Charmander was lightly taken aback. He had never left this forest, and he didn't know what partner meant, but he understands that if Hoenn wants to leave, he is unwilling to do so. Follow Hoenn's side and enjoy delicious food. Hoenn made him feel at ease. There is also a feeling that he has never experienced before, being loved and cherished by others. Immediately send Growl to Hoenn. Ow tilde, why do you let go? What's your partner? The gentle Gardevoir, who also lived in the wild when she was a child, understood Charmander's heart at this time and explained to him patiently. Shanaido tilde, partners mean family. Why are we leaving? Because we are going home. Ow tilde, are you going home? I don't have a home. Shanaido tilde, you can choose to be our partner. After becoming a partner, we are a family, and our home is naturally your home. Ow tilde, I want to be your partner. Charmander has been looking for a place to accommodate him and has finally found it. Charmander hurried to Hoenn's feet, holding onto his trousers. Hoenn also bent down, being careful not to touch his wound, and hugged him gently. I'll throw a baby ball at you later, just don't resist. Hoenn took out a baby ball with a smile, pressed the red switch on it, and threw it towards Charmander. The baby ball shook for a while, and after a while, the baby ball stopped shaking. At the moment when they stopped shaking, Hoenn and Charmander established an indescribable bonds in their heart. Chapter 57 White Vanilla. Time flies. The sun and the moon are like shuttles. Hoenn has been in Vidian Forest for half a month. At night, by the campfire in the makeshift camp. According to the display on the map, it should be around here. East, south, and west directions, within 5 kilometers, have been searched, and the north has not been there. It should be not far from here. Hoenn held the map provided by Wanatang and compared it in detail. Before he came, he asked Hejen, the manager of Wanatang, and asked for a copy of the detailed information on the possibility of white vanilla appearing in the Vidian Forest. The Vidian Forest is so big, if there is no approximate location, Hoenn will not come in and waste time. Hoenn put down the map and took a sip of tea. Looking at the few Pokemon who were eating, they planned silently. Tomorrow, the main thing is to search for the situation in the north. Stay for 2 more days. If you haven't found white vanilla, you can only give up. Half of the food I brought has been consumed. Every time he travels, Hoenn will make adequate preparations and bring a lot of food. Unexpectedly, it still took less, mainly because Charmander, this guy is too edible. When he was first subdued, he was short and thin. Unexpectedly, in half a month, this little guy has become a lot more rounded. He alone can eat more than Lucario and Gardevoir combined. Sometimes, Hoenn would also worry about whether Charmander's belly would be broken. Xiaolong, don't patronize to eat. Drink so some water. Hoenn poured a glass of water for Charmander and put it in front of him. Out tilde. Charmander puffed up his cheek, nodded vigorously, and immediately took a piece of steak in the other's hand. Xiaolong is the nickname Hoenn helped him pick. Originally intended to call him Gold. After all, he was full of saffron. Although the name Gold is a bit tacky, it fits his appearance. But after thinking about it, after evolution becomes Charizard, his skin color will change, and it will turn gray-black. It seems a little inappropriate to call him Gold, so he will simply be called Xiaolong. Hey, you little guy. Hoenn shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, a gust of north wind blew, and a faint fragrance came from a distance. Hoenn, Hoenn. Lucario and Gardevoir shouted Hoenn at the same time. Even Charmander, who kept his head down, put down the steak in his hand and raised his head. What wrong? Hoenn immediately became alert with the attitude of several Pokemon. Lucario and Gardevoir glanced at each other, and Lucario said, I smelled something that made me a little somewhat uncomfortable. Gardevoir was not satisfied with Lucario's answer, and continued, it's a smell that smells good, but when we smell it, it makes us feel a little manic. This feeling makes us very uncomfortable. Really? Hoenn looked at Charmander. Charmander's eyes were dull and he sniffed hard. His big dark green eyes were a little red inside. Little dragon. Hoenn shouted quickly upon seeing this. Charmander woke up at this moment, but the redness in his eyes still did not dissipate. Xiaolong, you go back to the baby ball first. Hoenn took out the baby ball and put the Charmander back inside. Charmander is weaker than Lucario and Gardevoir. Although the will is still tough, compared with Lucario and Gardevoir, the gap is not so big. Is it because of that fragrance? Hoenn smelled an unusual smell. Taste. Yeah. Lucario and Gardevoir both nodded. I see, that should be the smell of white vanilla, Hoenn said. Before coming, Hoenn had already done some research. White vanilla, before blooming, is colorless and odorless, but when the white vanilla blooms, it emits a delicate fragrance. This kind of fragrance does not have much effect on human beings, it is just an ordinary fragrance. But for Pokemon, it's different. Fragrance can cause Pokemon to become manic. When the white vanilla is in bloom, it will attract wild Pokemon around. White vanilla is actually the same as the catnip from the previous life. Humans don't respond when they smell it, but when cats smell it, they go mad. Hoenn stood up, dipped his hands in water, then lifted it up, feeling the wind. Sure enough, it came from the north. It seems that this time, it will not return empty-handed. Hoenn looked at Lucario and Gardevoir again and confirmed to them, Xiaolu, can you bear that smell? This has to be taken into account if Lucario and Gardevoir are to be seriously affected. That will be troublesome. Luca tilde, Shanaido tilde. The two Pokemon nodded one after another, although the smell did affect them, but it wasn't that big. Maybe it's the difference between wild Pokemon and trainer Pokemon. Okay, tomorrow morning, we'll go to the north, have an early rest tonight. White vanilla. Hoenn got it to get the Hoenn region back and sell it to Orangutan. Mangatang is a medicine used to restore Pokemon's stamina, but the role of white vanilla is not the only one. Kanto region, another organization, also needs white vanilla to make something special. Chapter 50. 18 rockets are here. In the wild, Hoenn would be in charge of vigil every night. During the vigil, while practicing calm mind technique to improve physical strength, this has become a habit. At 6 o'clock every day, I will exit the calm mind state on time. This was unshakable and persisted for many years, but today, that has changed. Before 6 o'clock, when the sky was just a little bright, Hoenn quit the calm mind state, because he heard a strange sound in the distance. Squeak, hey, hiss, boom, boom. Hoenn got up and listened carefully, full of doubts in his heart. Is this the growl of Arbok and Raticate? Growl is messy, up and down. There are many more. This sound is very unusual. Could it be that a bunch of Arboks and a bunch of Raticates are fighting? Lucario and Gardevoir were also awakened by the sound. Listen to the sound. It's in the north. Could it be that something happened to the white vanilla? Hoenn's eyes narrowed. Xiaolu, you go back to the baby ball first. Xiao, go with me to see what happened. Hoenn took out the treasure ball and took back the Gardevoir. After spending a few days in this makeshift camp, knowing the Pokemon around, nothing could hurt them. It was enough to keep Lucario by his side. Let go. After Hoenn finished speaking, he headed towards the north of the temporary place. Shoot tilde. Shoot tilde. The two figures quickly shuttled through the woods. The sound is getting louder and louder, and it's about a kilometer away, and it's there. Xiao, will that smell affect you? Hoenn pushed aside the weeds in front of him and turned to ask Lucario. It's just a little annoying. It doesn't have much impact. Lucario replied behind him. That good. Hoenn continued to shuttle with Lucario. Going further, it left the woods and a basin appeared. Xiao, follow me. Hoenn found a big tree and used both hands and feet to quickly get to the tree. Sit down on the thick trunk of the tree. He took out the binoculars from his backpack and looked at the place where the sound came from. When he saw it clearly, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Directly in front of him is a field of grass. In this piece of grass, there are two forces. One is a team led by a level 28 Arbok. Another other force is a team led by a level 29 Raticate. The two types of Pokemon add up to about 50. The number of Raticate is higher. Now they are divided into two camps, attacking each other. As the one who took the initiative to attack, it was the Raticate side. The defender turned out to be Arbor. Aren't mice afraid of snakes? Hoenn had difficulty accepting the situation in front of him. Keep holding the binoculars and look around. Discover the route that lets these two Pokemon fight. A cave. Raticate wanted to enter the cave, but Arbor refused, which caused them to attack each other. In that cave, it should be the place where the white vanilla growth is. Because it was not far away, Hoenn could clearly smell the fragrance, which was much stronger than last night. Moreover, Hoenn also discovered from the eyes of these Raticate and Arbor that they were in a state of mania. Just as Hoenn was thinking, the leader of Raticate shouted to his companions, and the Raticates launched a general attack. The Raticates showed their unique gigantic teeth and bit Arbok's body. Arbok is a poison-type Pokemon, and the blood in their bodies contains toxins. But these Raticate don't care at all, they just want to bite. Arbok's side did not sit still, and under the command of the leader Arbok, launched an all-out attack mode. Ignoring the Raticate's attack, they waved their long tails and poisonous fangs and kept attacking. For a time, the battle was tragic. Even Hoenn was secretly shocked, but dang, Hoenn thought that this was already crazy, but he didn't expect something even crazier to happen. Not far from the cave, the grass and trees swayed. 832 level Nidoking, leading more than 10 Nidoran and Nidoran, appeared. Looking at their blood-red eyes, it is estimated that they will also join the battlefield. This white vanilla is a scourge. Hoenn scolded. He planned to go into the cave and pick those white herbs. White vanilla does sell for money, but more than that, Hoenn didn't want those Pokemon to attack each other for the sake of competition. Take out the baby ball and let the Gardevoir out. Hoenn took a closer look at the cave in front of him and felt confident. Right in the ears of the two Pokemon, they were arranging the battle plan for a while. Forget about Charmander. Now he's too weak to take part in the current battle. When Hoenn was arranging tactics, there was also a team of people on the other side. He was watching the melee of Pokemon in front of him with a cold eye. Fight. The more intense the fight, the better. After they finish, we can take advantage of it. I estimate that there are at least 40 white vanilla plants here. It is definitely a great achievement to hand over these white vanillas to the organization. It's time to exchange for those powerful Pokemon. A man with a shrill voice, dressed in black with a big R-shaped uniform on his chest, said coldly. It's not about the life and death of these Pokemon before Miracle Eye at all. In his heart, it would be better if all were dead. That way, they can swagger in and go in and pick white vanilla without much effort. Captain Yoshimura, are you sure you don't want to call for support? There are only 5 of us. Can this work? A member of Team Rocket said uncertainly. Murata, you are such a coward. What's there to be afraid of? Our team has searched the entire Vidian Forest to find white vanilla. Call someone. Are you trying to find someone to share our credit? Before I came out, I specially asked Lord Lance to get 2 bottles of mandatory potions from him. With our self-destruct tactic, what's there to be afraid of? Yoshimura said disdainfully. 2 bottles of compulsory medicine. Ha ha ha. Captain Yoshimura is indeed Lance Sama's confidant. You got 2 bottles of such a difficult compulsory medicine at once. As you said, white vanilla is definitely ours. The Team Rocket soldier named Murata said with a look of flattery and compliment. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 59. Entering the cave and working hard. Xiaolu, I'll carry you on my back and rush with you later. Xiao, you are responsible for protecting us, mainly defending Raticate family. Don't worry too much about Arbok and Nido family. Their poison skills have no effect on you. Remember, our goal is to get into that cave. Don't fight. Hoenn said to the 2 Pokemon. Lucario nodded heavily. Shanaido. Gardevoir skillfully floated onto Hoenn's back. Let go. Hoenn hugged Gardevoir on his back and started running immediately. After Hoenn's observation, he found that the entire chaotic cave battle, and after the addition of Nido family, Arbok, as the defender, the pressure increased sharply. Arbok of the poison department will not have much effect on the Nido family, who is also of the poison department, and the proud toxic. But the leader of the Nido family, Nidoking, is a combination of poison and ground. Clearly restrained Arbok. Arbok camp had to devote more energy to stop Nidoking, but Raticate family's fierce attack can't be ignored. In this way, Arbok, who was originally blocked at the entrance of the cave, was in a dilemma. In order to cope with the attack from the 2 sides, he could only move back and forth, which also created a gap for Hoenn to enter. Hoenn moved quickly with Lucario from the side of the entire battlefield. The first to face is the Raticate with its huge front teeth. Kill the red-eyed Raticate. As long as they are not their companions, they will immediately open their mouths and use their front teeth to bite. A level 25 Raticate, right in front of Hoenn's advance, looked like he was about to bite. Hoenn was agile, and when Raticate was about to bite, he lightly stepped on his feet and jumped up just right, dodging Raticate's attack. But just after landing, there were 3 more Raticates of about level 24, opening their mouth, revealing their huge front teeth, and attacking Hoenn. Xiao, stop them. As soon as the word fell, Lucario, who was beside Hoenn, immediately took a heavy step and rushed over at a faster speed. Block Radicate's attack with Arbor body. Hoenn didn't care, just skipped over. In terms of attribute, Lucario can be said to be the perfect match for Radicate. Fighting restrains the ordinary department. Ordinary type moves only deal half damage to upper steel type move. 3 seconds later, Lucario rushed to Hoenn's side and continued to drive into the cave with him. In some chaotic battlefield, Hoenn and the others are not conspicuous. Taking advantage of this gap, he moved forward a lot. 50 meters left, 30 meters. But when Hoenn's footsteps were about to rush to the cave, all the Pokemon who were scrambling around noticed them. Pull tilde, roar, roar. The Pokemon leaders of the three species all sent out Rage Growl. Command his subordinates to attack Hoenn, who was advancing at a high speed. They did not expect that someone would rush to the door of the cave while they were not paying attention. Let them have a feeling that the front is in a team battle and the rear is being stolen. The shouts of the three group leaders immediately caused the Pokemon in the melee to put down their opponent, turn enemies into friends, and have the same goal. Don't let Hoenn and the others approach the cave. Facing dozens of Pokemon who came from all directions and smelled of white vanilla, causing them to be extremely manic, Hoenn couldn't help but feel a little nervous. However, Hoenn was not panicked because he had already anticipated this situation before he decided to enter the cave. Xiao, come back. Hoenn took out the baby ball that had been prepared and took Lucario back. Xiaolu, use teleport. As Hoenn shouted, the Gardevoir on his back made a move. Shu tilde appears again at the entrance of the cave. Home was stolen. This time, the Pokemon that was originally in a manic state was fried. Pull tilde, roar, roar. It was no exaggeration to say that the Pokemon present went crazy, desperately squeezed into the cave. Finally in. Hoenn, who entered the cave, had time to check the surrounding situation, so he released Lucario and Gardevoir again. Xiao, the mouth of the cave is not big. They won't be able to rush in for a while. You go up and stand up first. Xiaolu, you are behind Xiao. Share Xiao's pressure. Slowly retreat to the inner position. Hoenn ordered, and the two Pokemon immediately acted. The opening of the cave is not large, only 2 meters in size. Lucario stands in the way, and only has to face 2 Pokemon at the same time. Gardevoir swept behind Lucario, and the Pokemon outside couldn't rush in for a short time. This was the key to Hoenn's daring to enter the cave. With a snap, Hoenn opened the search helmet on his head, followed the path of the cave, and walked to the depth. The cave is not big or long, and Hoenn came to the bottom at once. Through the light of the searchlight on the head, the whole cave can be seen clearly. At the bottom of the cave, a white plant was seen. Sure enough, it's white vanilla. There are 2 white and tender branches and leaves, and there are some small thorns on the rhizome, which looks a bit thorny. Also, there is a strong fragrance here. At the beginning of the count, there are at least 50 white vanilla plants here. According to the price of 200,000 alliance coins for a recycle in Wanatang, there are 10 million here. Not at all worse than the previous earnings at Granite Cave. Immediately from the carry-on backpack, took out the sickle, and Hoenn started the frantic harvesting mode. In fact, the best way to harvest is to carefully uproot and keep the roots as intact as possible. In this way, the freshness of the white herb can be maintained to the greatest extent. Retaining the roots also lays the foundation for continued planting and cultivation. But now the situation is urgent. Lucario and Gardevoir are still supporting the whole. There is no time for Hoenn to pick gently, fasten a little root, and work hard without any skill. Manual dog head. In order to save Lightilda. Chapter 60. Teen Rockets really rely on bastard. What a waste. Hoenn waved his scythe with hatred while he started. As the white vanilla was continuously harvested by Hoenn, it was put into the backpack. The fragrance that could lure wild Pokemon into a frenzy gradually faded away. The backpack is a space of its own, completely isolating the outside atmosphere. The sound of battle from the entrance of the cave began to soften a little. It is estimated that the offensive has begun to slowly subside. However, Hoenn did not slow down his movements because of this. The elf standing at the entrance of the cave, Lucario and Gardevoir, Hoenn didn't want to put too much pressure on them. Although with their strength, there are also advantages in attribute, coupled with the special terrain with a narrow entrance. Don't worry too much, but there are still some vague worry. This kind of worry is not from the manic Pokemon at the door, but from other places. 53 plant. It finally over. Bent down and put the last white vanilla into the backpack. Hoenn hurriedly took 2 steps and returned to the entrance of the cave. Gardevoir fired a Psybeam, hitting Arbor, who was trying to force a charge. The effect is outstanding. One shot killed. The Pokemon at the entrance of the hole is still attacking, but the manic color in their eyes has been eliminated a lot. It's just that the impact just now has not completely subsided. It won't take long for the fragrance of the rootless wood to disappear. At that time, these Pokemon will return to normal. Although Lucario had some injuries, most of them were skin injuries, and he didn't lose much physical strength. With Lucario in front of him, Gardevoir was clean, without a trace of dirt. Outside the cave, the Nido family, who was in a manic state, was the furthest away and quieted down first. The level 32 Nidoking had many tiny wounds on his body. Most of them were bitten by Raticate, and some were pierced by Arbok venom, but it didn't really matter to him. The manic red eyes began to gradually regain clarity. Although Nido family is not afraid of poison, Nidoran and Nidolang are not as strong as Raticate and Arbok at the same level, so their injuries are not shallow. Roar! Roar! Nidoking saw the situation clearly. Roar shouted to his side the younger brother and sister of the same clan. Under the call of the leader, the Nido family also recovered one after another. Nidoking looked at the surrounding situation in a daze, shook his head, and left with the rest of the Nido family. Immediately afterward, the Raticate and the Arboks all recovered and gradually began to retreat. Ambush Team Rockets in the distance and see wild Pokemon retreating. Everyone's face is full of gloom. They all saw it just now, and Hoenn rushed into the cave. Captain Yoshimura, these wild Pokemon are gone, which means that those white vanillas have been picked by that kid. What should we do? Murata's voice was very low, because Captain Yoshimura's face was ugly at this time. He is a little scared. How to do? Yoshimura said in his unpleasant duck voice. That kid just now, so eager to help us. We don't thank you. How can we do it? We are the polite and polite Team Rocket. Captain Yoshimura speaks at a high level. We are Team Rockets who are polite and polite. When the other 4 team members heard it, they immediately echoed with a smile. Okay. Murata enters through the hole, and as soon as he sees him, he will immediately start our self-destruct tactic. If you blow up, he won't be able to take it. He will let his Gardevoir use teleport to escape. We lie in ambush at the entrance of the cave, and as soon as he comes out, we will start immediately. His Pokemon must have lost a lot of physical strength in the cave just now. At that time, he wants to run, but he can't. Yoshimura said sadly. Understood, Captain. Murata immediately led the way. Follow me, the others. Yoshimura waved his hand, and several Team Rockets members all started to ambush. Lucario and Gardevoir are really rare Pokemon. If you grab them, you can definitely sell them for a good price. And White Vanilla, this time the action is really full of harvest. Yoshimura, who is in action, has subconsciously regarded Hoenn as fish on the chopping board. He is very confident in his team's self-destruct tactic. In addition, he also has 2 bottles of compulsory potion in his hand, which is his real support. Chapter 61. Hoenn is injured. As the wild Pokemon retreated, the cave became quiet. Hoenn didn't leave the cave immediately because Lucario signaled. Hoenn, the situation is not right. Outside the cave, there are 4 people wearing black uniform, each squatting beside the cave, each holding a baby ball in their hand, as if they are waiting for something. The power of aura in Lucario sent someone around him. There is another person, also wearing a black uniform, who is approaching us at the door of the cave. He also has 2 baby balls in his hand, Gardevoir added. Hoenn's eyes condensed, and he finally understood where the faint worry in his heart came from. Sure enough, I still encountered it. When entering the Vidian Forest, Misty, Brock, Professor Oak, and even passers-by in Vidian City reminded Hoenn to be careful of Team Rockets in Kanto region. Sure enough, it happened. Instinctively, Hoenn smelled a hint of danger. The brain is spinning fast. One person comes in, the rest are guarding outside. This is most likely to force me out. They estimated that when I entered the cave, they saw that Xiaolu had used teleport, so they kept a large number of people in ambush outside. If a swarm comes in, it's easy for me to use teleport to escape. Thinking of this, Hoenn's thoughts began to become clearer. Xiao, you stand at the front of the team, always ready to use protect. Hoenn began to arrange. Xiaolu, you stand behind me. As soon as the person who will come in later enters your attack range, immediately use the fantasy light attack. Attention, not attacking his Pokemon, but attacking him. In the Alliance's agreement, if the trainer instructs his Pokemon to attack human, that is a felony of the Alliance. But Hoenn is facing Team Rockets at the moment. He doesn't attack Team Rocket. People from Team Rockets will also let Pokemon attack him. For scum like Team Rocket, there is no need to pay attention to the rule. Well, Tilda, Gardevoir nodded heavily. In this world, she only listened to Hoenn's word. Hoenn is her most precious person. Not to mention attacking Team Rocket. Even if Hoenn asked her to do something else, she would do it without hesitation. Hoenn stood behind Lucario, Snap turned off the searchlight on his head, and got used to the darkness in the cave in advance. One person and 2 pets quietly waiting for the arrival of that person. Murata, who was advancing in the dark, was slowly walking into the cave. There are some dark cave. There is no sound inside, and there is a feeling that make him hairy. Suddenly, in the darkness of the cave, a strong light dings his eye. Moreover, it was accompanied by a strong strong sense of dizziness and pain. Murata immediately reacted. He who originally wanted to sneak attack was attacked instead. At this moment of life and death, Team Rocket's Murata forcefully threw the treasure ball in his hand. 2 Thunderbolt Electro balls appeared in front of Lucario with the baby ball. Team Rocket's Murata, before being stunned by the fantasy light, shouted, "Self-destruct." Immediately, 2 Thunderbolts Electro ball, a large amount of electricity emerged from their body. When Hoenn saw the 2 Thunderbolts Electro ball, he was shocked, because at this time, he has fully understood the idea of Team Rocket. Loudly shouted to Lucario, "Xiaowu, use the guard." Then he turned around immediately, hugged Gardevoir, and hid her tightly in his arm. In the cave, 2 loud explosions erupted. Self-destruct, in the damage judgment of the Alliance, is a powerful skill of up to 200 points. Even the power of Hyper Beam is not comparable. It is a Pokemon that ignites the energy in its own body to cause great destructive power. Such a powerful skill comes at a high price. After use, the Pokemon will fall into a dying state. Ordinary Pokemon who are defeated in the battle lose their stamina and fall down, as long as they train the home ball and take them back. Take it to the machine with helping hand recovery. Restore it, and it will be back to normal in about 10 minutes. Even if there is no recovery machine, the knocked down Pokemon can slowly recover their stamina, but the speed will be slower. Pokemon that are defeated and regain their stamina won't do them any harm, but the dying state is different. After a Pokemon falls into a dying state, it is very likely to die, and even if timely treatment is obtained, there may be irreversible damage to the Pokemon. This irreversible damage will be triggered more easily the more situations you are in a near-death state. Ordinary trainers will not easily let their Pokemon fall into this state. Therefore, there are not many trainers who will let their Pokemon use the self-destruct skill. Although there are no hard and fast rules for the Alliance, if you use the skill of self-destruct in a fair battle, you will be strongly condemned. With 2 Thunderbolts Electro balls using self-destruct, a huge impact was generated. All of a sudden, Lucario, who was at the front of the team, was overturned. Fortunately, self-destruct damage did not directly hurt him. Self-destruct is a common skill, and Lucario is a steel class and is resistant to common skill. Plus I protected myself with Protect, but only suffered some minor damage. However, Hoenn was standing behind Lucario, and the huge impact force made Lucario slam into Hoenn with huge force. The impact of the explosion was transferred to Hoenn's body, and it slammed into it firmly. The wall behind you. The walls in the cave are not flat, they are uneven stone. Although Hoenn's physical strength is different from that of ordinary people, he is still a physical body, no harder than a rock. His back was covered with scars from sharp stone. There were also a few broken stones stuck in the meat. A sweet fishy smell spread around. "Xiaowu, what's the matter with you?" Hoenn was hit by this, and his first reaction was to think of Lucario, who was standing in the front. "Luca." In the darkness, Lucario stood up and answered Hoenn loudly, saying that he was fine. "Xiaolu, what about you?" Hoenn slightly loosened the Gardevoir in his arms and asked her. Shanaido. Gardevoir was completely embraced by Hoenn before the impact. The broad chest directly wrapped Gardevoir inside. Although Gardevoir felt the impact, but with Hoenn as a pad, he was not injured. "You guys, it's fine." Hoenn's spirit relaxed when he got the replies from the 2 Pokemon. Puff, a mouthful of blood spurted out. "Luca." Lucario stood up immediately. Although it was dark, he, who contained the power of aura in his body, knew that Hoenn had just spit out bright red blood. Shanaido. Gardevoir, who was held by Hoenn in his arms, felt the most obvious. Hoenn is injured. Shanaido. Gardevoir's tender hand hugged Hoenn's weak body with his backhand. Hoenn had Charmander's baby ball on his waist, shaking violently. Charmander felt Hoenn's abnormality, broke free from the shackles of the baby ball, and ran out by himself. As soon as he came out, he smelled the sweet and fishy smell of Hoenn's body. With the flame on his tail, the dark cave was slightly illuminated, and he could clearly see the corners of Hoenn's mouth and the remaining blood. Growl, who was suddenly mad, got up. Pooh. He finally had a partner and a family. Never allow others to hurt him. Lucario, who has been with Hoenn for the longest time, has his eyes red all of a sudden. His whole body is surging, and every cell in his body is boiling and burning. Hoenn's 3 Pokemon. Angry. Chapter 62. Team Rocket's hesitation gave Hoenn a chance. Luca. The furious Lucario stomped on the ground, leaving a footprint, and immediately rushed to the side of Team Rocket's Murata, who had been knocked out by the Gardevoir fantasy light. Then, aiming at his chest, he stepped on it with a heavy foot. Crack. The sound of bones shattering. Lucario, who was in a rage, had a lot of effort, and on his feet he was wearing 30 kg overweight protective gear. Stepped down and smashed Team Rocket's chest, causing him to die in a coma. This is still not enough to hate. Lucario wants to rush out immediately and kill all the people in Team Rocket. Full of wild Charmander, although the strength is not good, but he didn't hesitate. He wanted to be like Lucario, rush out and burn all those Team Rocket to death. Xiaolong, I'm fine. Come and help me. Hoenn was afraid that Lucario and Charmander, who were under the impulse, would be hurt, and hurriedly told them to ask them to help. In his rage, Lucario immediately dropped the Team Rockets, who became corpses, and came to Hoenn carefully. Charmander did the same, and quickly looked at Hoenn. Seeing Lucario and Charmander being called back by him, Hoenn breathed a sigh of relief. Said, "Xiao, you have been there to guard the passage. Don't let people outside come in." When Lucario heard the word, he suppressed the anger in his heart and walked silently to the aisle, the power of aura in his body scattered. Staring at the dark aisle, if anyone dares to come in, he will wave his fist mercilessly. "Xiaolu, take out the first aid kit from the backpack and stop the bleeding first." With the help of Gardevoir, Hoenn sat down. Gardevoir immediately went to the backpack. Afterward, Hoenn untied the searchlight on his head, handed it to Charmander, and said to him, "Xiaolong, use this light to shine on my back." Charmander hurriedly hugged the searchlight and shone the light on Hoenn's back to facilitate Gardevoir's operation. Gardevoir took out the scissors from the first aid kit and cut the clothes on Hoenn's back. Under the illumination of the searchlight, the wound was startling. Almost, I couldn't hold back the tears and wanted to shed. The reason why Hoenn was injured was because Hoenn protected her with his body at a critical moment. If it wasn't for worrying about her being injured, with his sensitive skills, he could have avoided it completely. Not like now. Hoenn became like this entirely because of me. Gardevoir's heart was sad. "Xiaolu, now is not the time to think about this." Although he didn't look at Gardevoir's face, he and Gardevoir, who has the same mind, can feel her emotion. "Yes, now is not the time to think about that. The most important thing now is to help Hoenn heal first." Gardevoir took a deep breath and, like Lucario, suppressed his emotion. "First, use hydrogen peroxide, pour it on Hoenn's back, remove the dust on it, and then use tweezers to remove the gravel embedded in the meat. Finally, apply the powerful recovery powder and wrap it carefully with a bandage." During the whole process, Hoenn endured the pain and did not beat, but the body was subconsciously tense, and the fists that were clenched so hard that they turned white. These small details were all in Gardevoir's eyes. Gardevoir struggled to hold back his tears. Right now, outside the cave, the explosion sounded as expected by Team Rocket, but at the entrance of the cave, Gardevoir was not seen using the teleport to come out of the cave, and Murata, the vanguard, did not come out either. In the cave, there were several mournful cries. One of the team members said, "Captain Yoshimura, although it didn't go according to plan, that kid took Gardevoir and used teleport to come out. But you heard it just now. His Pokemon screamed so badly. It must be that kid, or his Pokemon was seriously injured. What are we waiting for? Why don't we go in and bring that kid?" At this time, another team member whispered beside him, "Yes, Captain, that boy Murata, he has been in for so long, but he hasn't come out yet. Maybe there is any danger in it. I can't say for sure. Let's go in and save him. It's too late. Maybe Murata is dead." Yoshimura looked at the rest of his team members and said with a sneer, "Is Murata in danger? There is only so much credit. 5 people, each person gets a little less, and 4 people get a little more. Do you want more credit, or less credit?" Under Yoshimura's sneer, the remaining 3 team members, "You look at me, I look at you, dare not make a sound." When Yoshimura saw a few people who dared not speak, he sneered again and said to the 2 team members who had just spoken out, "Also, I don't need you to teach me how to do things. I don't like people who talk a lot. You should know that, right?" This time, several team members were even more cold sweat, and they lowered their heads one after another, not daring to look at Yoshimura. Yoshimura turned his attention to the entrance of the cave again. To be honest, now he is not very daring to go directly into the cave, because of their entire squad, nicknamed Self-Destruct Squad. His team members are all carrying Thunderbolt Electro Balls. In such a narrow cave, self-destruct is not suitable, as it is possible to accidentally injure themselves. Only Yoshimura is alone, carrying 2 Houndoom. The situation in the cave is still unclear. Whether or not to enter the cave now makes Yoshimura hesitant. It was this hesitation that gave Hoenn enough time. Chapter 63 Start. Counterattack. "Xiaolu, thank you for your hard work." After taking the blood coagulant, Hoenn's face began to turn rosy. Shanaido. Gardevoir's beautiful eyes contained moved tears as he looked at Hoenn. Hoenn's subconscious action just now made her both distressed and moved. "Little fool." Hoenn gently touched her cute little head and stood up. Out tilde. Charmander saw that Hoenn was fine, so he also leaned over and circled around Hoenn. "I worked hard for you just now." Xiaolong tilde. Hoenn smiled at Charmander. "Okay, it's time to fight back." Hoenn raised his hand. Although the wound was still painful, it did not affect his actions much. Following Hoenn's word, the entire cave was freezing. Gardevoir's pretty face put away the gentle smile of the past. Lucario, who was guarding in the distance, raised his aura again, and his face was turned. Even Charmander grinned, revealing sharp teeth, and the flames on his tail were burning violently. As time passed by, the sun gradually slanted westward. The Vidian Forest, with its large number of trees, began to darken at 3 in the afternoon. Outside the cave, "You 3, explore the way ahead. Let go." Enter the cave. Yoshimura couldn't bear it any longer, and wanted to enter the cave to check it out. After waiting for 2 hours, it was already his limit. Commanding 3 small soldiers, open the way in front. Inside the cave, Hoenn brought 3 Pokemon, not far from the entrance of the cave. Hoenn, they started to move. 3 of them are already at the entrance of the cave and are exploring in our direction. Through perception, Gardevoir found several people ambushing at the entrance of the cave and began to move. Can't hold back. Do you want to go into the hole to find out? A cruel smile appeared on the corner of Hoenn's mouth. What he's been waiting for is now. As long as the other party chooses to enter the hole, then their previous ambush will collapse. Entering the cave, in the narrow cave, the relationship between the hunter and the prey changes. The aisle in the cave is narrow, and if the other party dares to use self-destruct, they will be the first to die. Deliberately staying in the cave for so long, in order to make the other party feel that they are the Pokemon have been seriously injured and that there is nothing to worry about. What kind of combat power? In order to paralyze the opponent. Even if the other party doesn't come in, Hoenn is not in a hurry to go out. Anyway, the back injury is still not healed. There is also a lot of food in the backpack, and the longer it takes, the better it will be for him. And, after dark, the Team Rocket, who lost their vision, were even more disadvantaged for them. Shao, let go. Hoenn's voice just fell. Lucario, who had been forbearing for a long time, stomped on the ground and shot out. The thorns on the fist are exuding a cold light. Finally, we can do something to those chops that hurt Hoenn. The 3 Team Rockets who set out first suddenly heard a fierce scream in the dark cave, and their first reaction was to back up. Lucario, who had been prepared for a long time, did not give the opponent a chance to retreat at all. Waving his fist, he was about to hit one of them. The 3 Team Rockets were terrified to see Lucario threatening, with anger on his face and furious eyes, pushing and shoving, trying to back away from Lucario's attack. There is no such thing as humility among the members of Team Rocket. They have only the purest interest. Dead teammates are not dead and poor. It has always been their excellent quality. It was this kind of pushing and shoving that made it difficult for them to walk in the crowded aisle. Lucario saw the timing and punched one of them directly. The powerful force directly beat one of the Team Rockets into a crooked shrimp. Hit the side. Life and death do not know. Seeing this, the other 2 team members were even more panicked. Using both hands and feet, he wanted to run away. How could Lucario let them go? Stepped on his feet and ran towards a Team Rockets not far away. With a kick, it directly hit his waist. With a click, it is estimated that a few spines were broken. The last Team Rockets player was horrified. Extremely fast, the blue-black Lucario looks like a ghost. The shot was fierce again, and in a hurry, he threw 2 precious balls in fear. The Thunderbolt Electro Ball inside was released. Shouted loudly, quickly use self-destruct. 2 Thunderbolt Electro Balls with blank expressions, skillfully flashing the spark on their bodies, are about to detonate. Xiaolu, send Xiaolu back. Hoenn, who had been paying attention, said. Gardevoir took the lead, put his hands on his chest, and through psychic, teleported Lucario, who was about to face self-destruct, back to his side. Boom, boom. 2 loud bangs came as promised. Originally, in pursuit of speed, Lucario didn't use much force. It is estimated that with that kind of force, it was only to stun or injure the 2 Team Rocket, but not to kill them. But after the Thunder Electro Ball's self-destruct, the 2 Team Rockets at the center of the explosion probably won't survive. The entire cave shook lightly because of Thunder Electro Ball's self-destruct. Yoshimura, who had been supervising at the entrance of the cave, suddenly heard 2 loud noises, and his face changed drastically. Seeing the player who just climbed out with his hands and feet, he grabbed his collar and asked loudly what happened inside. The frightened Team Rockets member said inarticulately, we were attacked. Then, that Lucario suddenly rushed out, knocking Sanchung and Kanto over in one fell swoop. I seized the opportunity and escaped. Yoshimura glanced at the waist of the Team Rocket player, and said coldly, so, you used your Thunderbolt Electro Ball self-destruct, right? Yoshimura's cold word, coupled with his natural duck voice, added a bit of coldness. The Team Rocket's member who was grabbed by the collar immediately broke out in cold sweat and said, Team Captain, if I don't use it, I'm afraid I will be killed by that Lucario. Yoshimura shook off the Team Rocket, kicked him hard, and scolded him, rubbish. Yoshimura didn't care about the lives of the Team Rocket. What he cared about was whether the white vanilla could be obtained. Gardevoir and Lucario, the 2 Pokemon, can they just grab them? He originally thought that Hoenn, who was hit by the explosion, should have been seriously injured or even died. His 2 Pokemon are probably not much better. The key is that there is no sound after waiting for so long. It is estimated that he has lost too much blood and died, so he made up his mind to enter the cave. Unexpectedly, not long after entering the cave, he was immediately attacked. Also lost 2 Team Rocket players at once. If you die, you will die. It doesn't matter at all, but on them, the treasure ball of the Thunder Electro Ball is carried. Remained in the cave. His most proud self-destruct tactic was immediately abolished. How could he not be annoyed by this? I was thinking about how to deal with Hoenn in the cave. Hoenn came out of the cave with 3 Pokemon. When Yoshimura saw the 4 pairs of angry eyes, he He panicked for no apparent reason. Chapter 64 Today, I want you to die. Come out, Houndoom. Team Rocket's Yoshimura released his 2 Pokemon at once. He is facing off against Haoyan's 3 Pokemon. Although Yoshimura didn't say a word to Haoyan, he knew that there was no room for peaceful coexistence between him and Haoyan. After Yoshimura's self-destruct team failed, he still dared to confront Haoyan, all because of his 2 Houndoom, Lucario and Gardevoir, who completely restrained Haoyan in terms of attribute. Houndoom's fire properties, and Lucario's steel is restrained. Houndoom's evil attribute restrains Gardevoir's psychic. Also, in his hand, there are 2 bottles of compulsory medicine. With the appearance of 2 Houndoom, their attributes automatically appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Houndoom. Attribute fire, evil, level 30. Characteristic get up early. The Pokemon is not easy to fall into a sleep state, and even if it falls into a sleep state, it can greatly shorten the time of being hypnotized. Introduction. The terrifying howl is a characteristic of Houndoom, and people used to fear him as a messenger from hell. Houndoom's attribute indeed restrained Lucario and Gardevoir, but Haoyan's focus was not on the battle. Instead, he put his eyes on the 2 Houndoom. The expressions of the 2 Houndooms were blank and expressionless, and they did not feel any emotion from them. Each Pokemon has its own characteristic. Charmander is wild by nature, and is usually naughty in addition to eating. Gardevoir is shy and a little girly, as can be seen from her smart eyes. Lucario is calm when things go wrong, but he's actually very hot inside. These characteristics, even if they are not their masters, can be known by looking at their appearance and expression. But Haoyan, looking at the 2 Houndoom, couldn't feel any emotion at all. The only thing they can feel is that their hearts are full of numbness. In addition, there are many scars on the bodies of these 2 Houndoom. These scars, Haoyan recognized at a glance, were the scars from the whip. Most of Team Rocket Pokemon are stolen or looted. Then according to the status in the team, assign the corresponding Pokemon to the players to use. The stolen and looted Pokemon will naturally not obey the Team Rocket. To keep these Pokemon obedient, Team Rockets whip and abuse them. Once they resist, they will be severely beaten. A Pokemon that has been abused for a long time and can only succumb to the user. Team Rocket's attitude toward Pokemon has always been to treat them as tools, and don't think of them as life. These 2 Houndooms have obviously been beaten a lot. Haoyan, who always treat Pokemon as friends and relatives, adds to the anger in his eyes. With a hint of anger, he said, some people, really damn. Team Rocket's Yoshimura disapproved of Haoyan's attitude and was about to make a mockery of Haoyan. Haoyan has already directed 2 Pokemon to make move. For scumbags like Team Rocket, talking nonsense with them is a waste of time. Xiao, use Brick Break to attack the one on the left. Xiaolu, use Dazzling Gleam and attack the one on the right. Lucario stomped on the ground. His body sprang out like a bow and arrow, and attacked with a fist in his hand. Gardevoir put her hands on her chest, sending out a dazzling light, attacking the opponent that Haoyan arranged for her. Yoshimura of Team Rockets didn't expect Haoyan's attack to be so sudden, and his reaction was half a beat slower. You all use the flamethrower. Attack that Lucario. The 2 blank-looking Houndooms opened their mouths, brewing hot breath from their mouth, and attacked Lucario. Lucario is extremely fast. When Houndoom opened his mouth, he rushed in front of one of the Houndooms and slapped it directly. The Houndoom that was hit, even before the flamethrower had a chance to send it out, was already knocked several meters away. Gardevoir's attack also hit the other Houndoom, who wanted to attack Lucario. Dazzling Gleam. In addition to causing Houndoom damage, the dazzling glare also obstructed Houndoom's vision. The flames spewed crookedly, and only a small amount of flame fell on Lucario's body. No harm was done. In fact, at the beginning, Yoshimura's idea was very simple, and he wanted to focus on Lucario, who was in front of him. 2 flamethrower for the steel Lucario. If it hit, it can definitely cause a lot of damage. The idea is good, but the implementation is not as good as he thought. Although Houndoom and Lucario, Gardevoir's level is almost the same, but Lucario and Gardevoir are Pokemon that Haoyan cultivated with heart, and when Haoyan was injured, they burst into a huge rage. The 2 Houndooms, not Yoshimura's Pokemon, but Team Rocket, were given to him. In terms of momentum, in terms of combat awareness, the difference is not a star and a half. It's like 2 armies with similar strength, but in terms of morale, the world is different. In addition, in terms of command, the commander of the army with strong morale is very familiar with his own troop, and he commands like an arm. The commander of the other army, who was airborne, was usually mean to the soldiers and punished with a leather whip at every turn. 2 armies fight. Who will win? The answer is obvious. Xiao, come back first. After 1 blow caused damage, Haoyan did not let Lucario pursue, but let him return to his side, because he knew that this Yoshimura, who dared to confront him, must have something to rely on. Chase too deep, easy to fall into passive. Trash, you can't even spray fire. What a piece of garbage. Yoshimura ruthlessly insulted Houndoom, who was knocked into the air. After that, he looked at Haoyan sadly and said, I didn't expect your your kid Pokemon to be quite powerful. That's fine, so I won't waste my precious potion I made you. Take these 2 Pokemon and hand them over to the organization. You can definitely get more contribution points. After Yoshimura finished speaking, he took out 2 reagents emitting green light from his arms and hit the 2 Houndooms respectively. Suddenly, a mutation occurred. Both Houndoom's eyes were blood red. The momentum is constantly improving. The state has completely changed. It has become violent. It has become bloodthirsty. And it has become aggressive. In Haoyan's mind, the levels of the 2 Pokemon changed from level 30 to level 40. At the same time, the column of their status shows the violent state. Seeing the 2 Houndooms getting crazy, the rage in Haoyan's eyes couldn't hide. Staring at Yoshimura in front of him, he said word by word, "Today, I want you to die." Chapter 65. Haoyan can't keep his past calm. While studying and researching at Oak Institute, Misty once called Haoyan talked to him specifically about Gyarados. At that time, Haoyan could feel her inner pain from Misty's voice even through the phone. "Haoyan, I have brought Gyarados back to the Pokemon Center. Please nurse Joy to treat him. He has recovered now, but after the violent state, he still left serious sequelae." Nurse Joy said that his body was severely damaged and some of his nerves were necrotic, which made him unable to improve in the future, and his physical fitness has dropped by more than half. Nurse Joy also said that if Gyarados' madness was not stopped in time, it is very likely that Gyarados would have exhausted himself and died. At this time, the 2 Houndooms were in exactly the same state as Misty's Gyarados at that time. The 2 Houndooms must be removed as soon as possible, otherwise they will end up like Misty's Gyarados. Thinking of this, Haoyan immediately said, "Xiao, Aura Sphere, Xiaolu, Dazzling Gleam, all focus on the one on the left." Gardevoir put his hands on his chest, sending out a dazzling energy light wave, and quickly attacked the Houndoom on the left according to Haoyan's command. Lucario also quickly condensed energy, sending out an Aura Sphere full of Aura's power. Roar, roar, poo, poo. The 2 Houndooms, who were in a state of rage without Yoshimura's orders, had already attacked automatically. They opened their mouths respectively, sending out 2 hot flames. Neutralizes the attacks of Lucario and Gardevoir. The energy collided in the air, also produced a lot of explosion. The powerful impact made Haoyan take 2 steps back. "Ha ha ha. If I were you, just surrender obediently and hand over the white vanilla and the 3 Pokemon. Maybe if I'm happy, I might let you go. Ha 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 ha." Yoshimura saw the 2 violent Houndoom, and their fighting power increased greatly. With one shot of flamethrower, Gardevoir and Lucario's combined attack has been pushed back. "Suddenly I feel like I'm doing it again." Just when he wanted to continue taunting, the 2 Houndooms turned around. Yoshimura was stared at by 2 Houndoom's furious eyes, and he immediately suppressed the words he wanted to ridicule Haoyan. Immediately he scolded, "2 ways, see what I do. Go attack. I wasted 2 bottles of Lao Tzu's mandatory potion. Hurry up and attack him. Grab his things and make up for Lao Tzu's loss." The 2 Houndooms ignored Yoshimura's clamor, still staring at him with blood-red eyes full of hatred. Being stared at by 2 Houndooms like this, Yoshimura felt a little panic in his heart. He took out a leather whip from his waist and slapped it in the air skillfully. Slap tilde. It can be seen that Yoshimura usually uses this whip a lot. "2 ways, what are you looking at? Hurry up and attack. Otherwise I'll beat you to death." Yoshimura scolded sternly. When the 2 Houndooms saw the whip in Yoshimura's hand, the hatred in their eyes was like a cup full of overflowing water, spreading out in all directions. "Yeah, hurry up and attack Lao Tzu." Yoshimura wanted to make the 2 Houndooms obedient by whipping as usual. Waving the whip, he swiped at one of the Houndooms at once. Yoshimura's whip didn't fall on Houndoom as he thought. Instead, it was bitten by the agile Houndoom. Roar tilde, hu tilde, ho tilde. From the throats of the 2 Houndoom, there was a low growl of hatred. 2 Houndooms, mouths lightly open. From the gap they opened, they saw the slightest fire. This time, Yoshimura was completely panicked. "Quickly pull your legs and want to run." Late, the 2 Houndooms showed their sharp teeth with a hot breath and bit towards Yoshimura's body. Yoshimura was knocked down all of a sudden, and was bitten by 2 Houndoom, and the growl of mourning resounded around him. "You can still live if you do evil in the sky, but you can't live if you do it yourself." Haoyan looked at Yoshimura, who was constantly being bitten, and his breath of life gradually weakened. He only felt that the sullenness in his heart finally dissipated. At that time, Misty's Gyarados, after falling into a violent state, faced Misty and still waved his huge tail mercilessly, wanting to attack. Houndoom's temperament is not much better than Gyarados. Yoshimura's vain attempt to control 2 violent Houndooms is just a delusion. When Yoshimura's body was burned to a lesser extent, the 2 Houndooms looked at Haoyan and his 3 Pokemon again. Although with Yoshimura's death, the hatred is gone, but the cruelty in their eyes did not diminish at all. The desire to destroy and destroy still occupies their mind. Roar, roar, poo, poo. The 2 Houndooms, with their big mouths open, revealing their hot teeth, used Fire Fang and attacked directly in Haoyan's direction. Haoyan's expression froze, and he commanded, "Xiao, use the counter on the one on the left. Lucario immediately rushed up from Haoyan's side, hardly resisted the Fire Fang without standing Houndoom effect. The originally blue-black in was now flushed red. Immediately after the Houndoom attack, fight back with a fistfight counter from the opponent. The physical damage received is doubled back to the opponent. Lucario's counterattack worked. A direct move to kill Houndoom in a brutal state. Xiaolu used teleport to send Xiao back. Gardevoir put his hands on his chest and activated confusion just as the other Houndoom's Fire Fang was about to bite Lucario. Teleport Lucario back to Haoyan's side. Eat it. Haoyan pulled out a chocolate fruit and stuffed it into Lucario's hot mouth. After the last time facing Misty's Gyarados, Haoyan knew that the Pokemon after falling into a violent state would not only increase in strength and speed but also increase its endurance. If you still use the ordinary Brick Break, it is very likely that you will not be able to achieve the effect of instant kill. At this time, the only Houndoom left on the field, seeing that the attack missed, immediately launched another attack. Open your mouth, and it is a flamethrower. That's right. Haoyan scolded in a low voice when he saw the situation at this time. Lucario is hot all over. Although he can fight again, if he takes another flamethrower, he will probably fall down. In desperation, Haoyan prepared to let Gardevoir take this trick. Gardevoir has just used teleport, and the energy in his body needs to be mobilized for a while, but it will take time. There is no way to launch an attack that is also an energy attribute to disperse the flamethrower. Gardevoir's special defense is much higher than Lucario's, and it is not restrained by fire element. Even if it hit, it will not cause much damage. Waiting for Lucario to calm down and get rid of the Houndoom reasonably, it's not a big problem. But at this moment, Charmander, who had been at Haoyan's feet, suddenly rushed out. Take the initiative to meet the flames that Houndoom spews. Seeing this, Haoyan could no longer maintain his usual calmness and shouted loudly, "Little Dragon." Chapter 66. Today is really slow. Charmander took the initiative to rush up and take Houndoom's flamethrower. Is he crazy? Yes and no. Charmander, although hurt for Haoyan, is very raged. Also very upset about what Team Rocket did. Although he knew that Lucario, Gardevoir, and Houndoom, these three Pokemon, have all reached the evolution body, he is not yet qualified to participate in the battle. He can only be in a hurry. He would love to be in the fight. I also want to do something for Haoyan. When Lucario resisted Fire Fang and killed one of the Houndooms in second, Charmander knew that Lucario, who was restrained by the fire element, would probably not be able to withstand another attack without standing effect. Haoyan had no choice but to let Gardevoir on top. But Gardevoir is second only to Lucario's output player. If she is hit, it will definitely have an impact on the next battle. Therefore, even without Haoyan's command, he rushed out. He is also a fire element, not afraid of flame. The flames of the Houndoom hit Charmander as much as possible. Grass! Haoyan yelled loudly. Charmander's level is only 13, and he can enter the brutal state of Houndoom, but he has raised his level to 40. The difference between the two is a full 27. Even if Charmander is not afraid of fire, but now, if he is hit, he is likely to be seriously injured. Charmander, who was hit by the flames, staggered, stood unsteadily, and was about to fall to the ground. Haoyan ignored the injury on his back and ran forward like crazy, trying to hug Charmander, who was about to fall to the ground. The anxious Haoyan was too late to direct Lucario and Gardevoir. At this moment, he hugged Charmander and hid him in his arms, and turned around to protect Charmander, but had no choice but to expose his back to Houndoom. Even if Houndoom attacks again, he has to use his body to block the attack. Falling into the brutal Houndoom, he opened his mouth again, and a red flame appeared in his throat, flamethrower, and began to condense again. Haoyan's back injury has not healed yet. After vigorous running, the wound that had been bandaged again oozes blood. If Houndoom's flamethrower hits again, it is estimated that he will be seriously injured. Luca. Seeing Haoyan and Charmander so dangerous, Lucario almost crunched his Orberg teeth. Unleashing all of his strength, he charged towards Houndoom at an unprecedented speed, waving his fist. Shanaido! Gardevoir shouted, his hands on his chest, stirring up the energy in his body. A strong light quickly condensed and attacked Houndoom. Haoyan held the Charmander and was not hit by Houndoom's attack. When the Houndoom burst into flames again, Gardevoir's dazzling gleam hit the Houndoom first. In addition to causing damage, the strong light also stabbed his eyes, causing his flames to miss. Lucario, who was moving fast, didn't waste this opportunity, and kept hitting Houndoom with his hands and feet. After Gardevoir and Lucario's attack, Houndoom finally lost all stamina and fell. Haoyan immediately let go of his arms and checked Charmander's injury, but he saw Charmander's big bright eyes also looking at him. Although he was not lightly injured and very weak, at this moment he grinned at Haoyan with a grin. Charmander is happy. It turns out that the feeling of being protected is so good. Yeah, really good. Seeing that Charmander was alright, Haoyan's nervous nerve finally relaxed. You. Haoyan took a long time to suffocate such a sentence. Somewhat angry, but more than that, happy because Charmander was alright. Lucario and Gardevoir also came over and found that Haoyan Suicun and Charmander were all right, and they were relieved. Lucario was hired after a round of fighting. Millie, imageless, resting on the ground. Gardevoir, who has always loved cleanliness, also sat on the dusty floor. The small hand was gently wrapped around Haoyan's waist, and his head was gently leaning against his side. Today, it's been really slow, but fortunately, it's finally over. Haoyan felt the three Pokemon beside him and sighed as he looked at the gradually darkening sky. Chapter 67 Captivate at Home. Solved Team Rocket. The remaining finishing work still needs to be done. Check Charmander first, then Lucario, looking at their injuries one by one. Charmander doesn't know if it's because of the shiny Pokemon. The body is particularly strong. Even with the flamethrower from Houndoom, it didn't do much damage. On the contrary, it was Lucario, and it took a while for his body temperature to return to normal. After getting these two Pokemon, Haoyan focused on Houndoom, who had just fought with his Pokemon. Haoyan sprayed the two Houndooms with potion. Helping Hand they repaired. Crushed a small piece of revive, mixed it in water, fed it into their mouth. Helping Hand they repaired internal injury. Fortunately, the battle didn't last long, and it didn't take long for Hailu to enter a violent state. For them, there is not much damage. Under Haoyan's care, he gradually recovered his strength. Smack tilde. In front of Houndoom, Haoyan smashed the baby ball that had bound them. He said softly to them, "In the future, you will be free. Stop being enslaved by Team Rocket." Seeing that the baby ball was destroyed, the two Houndooms regained a little look in their dull eyes. Out tilde. The two Houndooms expressed gratitude to Haoyan's growl. Haoyan gently stroked the scars on the two Houndoom, and said to them with heartache, "Team Rockets have done a lot of evil to you. Don't worry, in the near future, I will definitely avenge you. Destroy those damn Team Rocket." Out tilde. Haoyan treated the two Houndooms sincerely, which opened a gap in their closed heart. "Okay, let's get out of here. Be careful in the future. Don't get caught by those Team Rockets again," Haoyan said to them with a smile. Out tilde. The two Houndoom, having regained their mobility, slowly walked towards the depths of the Vidian Forest. Haoyan exhaled heavily. To the three Pokemon, travel to Kanto. Everything has been done, and it's time for us to go home. Shanaido, Lucario and Gardevoir both nodded. There is a comfortable hot spring at home. Haoyan will make delicious meals in a comfortable environment, just like Captivate them who are working hard when they go out. Out tilde. Charmander looked curious and looking forward to home. Port of Cerulean City. In the captain's cabin of the cargo ship. Young Mr. 13, I didn't expect to be so lucky to be able to meet you again, Captain Jack said to Haoyan kindly. This time we return to Hoenn region, and the escort work is up to you. It is my job to escort the Young back to sailing. Captain Jack is welcome, Haoyan replied. That's right. Haoyan left the Vidian Forest and didn't stay in Kanto region anymore. Just in the mission of the Alliance Center, I saw that Young was released again, and I returned to the escort mission of the Hoenn region, so I accepted it without hesitation. It's also time to go back to Hoenn region and precipitate, repair and improve the strength of the three Pokemon. Mr. 13, I haven't seen you for a while. I always feel that you are a little different. Captain Jack lit a cigar and said uncertainly. Oh, is that so? Haoyan asked curiously. Captain Jack, tell me what's different. Captain Jack pondered the word, and then said slowly, in terms of appearance, Mr. 13 is a little tanned, but that's not the point. The point is that Mr. 13's temperament has changed a lot. Jack thought for a moment, then continued, become sharpened. Yes, it is sharp. Is it sharp? Haoyan smiled. Perhaps the experience of more things, people will become more aggressive. Afterward, Haoyan chatted with Captain Jack a few words and left the captain's room. On the deck of the cargo ship, Haoyan watched the blue waves rolling in the sea, blowing the cool sea breeze, and his thoughts began to drift away. This trip to Kanto, the 3 tasks originally formulated have been completed. Learned a lot about Pokemon at Professor O. In the Vidian Forest, a new companion Charmander has been harvested. In the depth of the Vidian Forest, 53 white vanilla plants were obtained. This time, it can be said that the harvest is full, but what impressed Haoyan most was the Team Rockets he encountered. When in the Vidian Forest, it was just a squad leader against a Team Rocket. Unexpectedly, one after another encountered embarrassment. I have to say that the strength of Team Rockets is really strong. In addition to the strength of Team Rocket, Haoyan clearly realized the filth of Team Rocket. Beat up Pokemon and inflict pain on them with evil experiments. These are all things that Haoyan hates. This also made Haoyan silently make up his mind. With strength in the future, be sure to make the evil Team Rockets disappear. Also, the one made by Team Rocket, Mewtwo, who has no identity, confusion and pain, is free. Set him free. Of course, if possible, Haoyan wants to subdue him and change his hatred of humans. Chapter 68 The first thing after going home. Hoenn region, Fall Arbor town, home. What the first thing you do when you get home? Of course it's a hot spring. Haoyan was lying in the hot spring, soaking in it comfortably, feeling the warm water running across his chest. It was like a pair of soft hands gently caressing his chest, involuntarily sighed, comfortable. After more than a month in Kanto, I came back to take a dip, and my whole person came back to life. Lucario, like Hoenn, put his hands on the edge of the pool, soaked his body in the hot spring, and covered his head with a towel. Charmander was by the hot spring pool, curious about the steaming hot spring. Charmander couldn't go into the water because of the flames in the tail, so he could only put his feet in the water, as if he was soaking his feet normally. From time to time, he used two small paws to play with the water splashes. It's really strange. It stands to reason that Xiaolong is a fire-type Pokemon, so he shouldn't like water. But he didn't have such a situation at all. Instead, he was very curious about the hot spring. Hoenn looked at the playful Charmander and wondered. Gardevoir leaned on Hoenn's side, looking straight behind him. The wound on Hoenn's back had already healed, but there were a few scars left in some seriously injured areas. These scars are for me. Gardevoir's eyes were as gentle as water, and he gently stroked Hoenn's back while thinking. Feeling Gardevoir's tenderness, Hoenn smiled and rubbed her cute little head, knowing that she was still in the mood of self-blame. Deliberately said in an exaggerated tone, Xiaolu, you know what? A scar is a man's medal of merit. Shanaido. Gardevoir rolled his eyes at Hoenn and sneered at his statement, but she was still very moved, because she knew that Hoenn said this so that she would not fall into self-blame all the time. I'm going to practice hard. I'm going to work hard to become stronger. Don't let Hoenn get hurt again. Gardevoir vowed silently in his heart. Little dragon, you can't drink this water. Hoenn saw Charmander, scooped up the hot spring with his claws and put it into his mouth to stop it. The feet are still soaked in the hot spring. Just scoop it up and drink it. What made Hoenn the most unacceptable is that after drinking, he still looks like he is smashing his mouth. Out tilde. Charmander was stopped by Hoenn, feeling a little dazed. Why can't you drink it? Does it feel good to drink? Hot springs already contain a lot of minerals, and perhaps this is the reason why Charmander feels good. Seeing Charmander's expression, Hoenn was even more speechless. Xiaolu, bring me the toolbox. After Hoenn finished speaking, he got up from the hot spring. Gardevoir remembered something, and the pretty face was full of shyness. Hoenn waved at Charmander. Xiaolong, come here. Charmander jumped and ran to Hoenn's side. Hoenn pulled Charmander aside, opened the toolbox that Gardevoir brought, and while rummaging in it, he said to Charmander, Xiaolong, I'll take care of you later tilde. Look inside to find a variety of small pliers. There are also bottles of various cleaners. Come on, stretch out your hand. Hoenn picked up the pliers, ready to operate. Charmander handed his paw to Hoenn and looked at him curiously. Hoenn trims his nails in the helping hand Charmander with small tweezers, and clean the dirt under Charmander's claws with a special cleaner. Finally, I washed Charmander's body with a special foam cleaner, avoiding Charmander's flaming tail. Of course, Pokemon captured in the wild have a lot of bacteria on their bodies and need to be cleaned. I did it once before when I captured Gardevoir in the wild. Manual dog head. In order to save life tilde. Hey tilde, it's done tilde. Hoenn looked at Charmander with satisfaction. After cleaning, it looks refreshed and clean. Don't look at Charmander's size, but trimming these is a delicate job, and it very grinding. Out tilde. Charmander let out a few cheers, and rubbed Hoenn with his little head. Although he couldn't see his own chain, Hoenn's focus and meticulousness just now couldn't be faked. After playing around for a while, Hoenn said to Charmander, Xiaolong, do you want to become stronger? Quickly become a powerful Charizard. Charmander nods his head like garlic. Even when he was excited, the flame of his tail became much hotter. It takes hard training for evolution to become Charizard. You have to prepare for hardship. Hoenn finished, looking at Charmander seriously. Ow, ow. Charmander shouted at Hoenn, swinging his arm vigorously. Don't worry, I'm fine. That good. We'll take a day off today, and start practicing tomorrow. Hoenn was very satisfied with Charmander's state. Before, Hoenn would also worry about whether the wild Charmander would not listen to him and not receive training. Now it seems that there is no need to worry at all. Charmander wants to get stronger and wants to hurry up the evolution. There is no doubt about that. In fact, it's not just him. Lucario and Gardevoir on the side. Their eyes are all about the stronger covet. Only by becoming stronger can we protect Hoenn. Won't hurt him again. Chapter 69. Slateport City wants to build a gym. It's been 3 days since I got home, except for Charmander's training, which Hoenn has to arrange. Both Lucario and Gardevoir practice at a regular pace. The three Pokemon, after the battle between Vidian Forest and Team Rocket, all worked extremely hard to carry out special training. Enjoy the training ground in the yard and sweat it. Hoenn, who was finally free, was now opening the Sever Company's website and browsing the skill introduction above. First of all, Xiao needs to buy an agility for him, which can increase the speed in battle. Agility, combined with sword stand, can transform Lucario from a warrior to an assassin. Xiaolu, flamethrower and energy ball. These two skills are already highly proficient. In terms of attack, Xiaolu's existing skills are already very comprehensive. Just buy another light green to increase her defense. For Lucario and Gardevoir, Hoenn has already made plans. After completing the final evolution, they only need to slowly replenish and become proficient in skills, and continue to increase their attack surface and fault tolerance rate. In the case of Xiaolong, he doesn't need to adjust his skills too much. At present, he only needs to improve his physical fitness. Only when evolution becomes Charizard, it is necessary to adjust his skills. However, the necessary skills such as Thunder Punch, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, and Brick Break are just right to prepare in advance. After returning from Kanto, Hoenn had sold all the white vanilla to Wengatang for a high price of 12 million. Even if you buy those skills just now, he still has 4 million spare money on hand, enough for him to use it for a while. After placing the order in silver, Hoenn began to browse other content. Take a look at what happened to the Hoenn region while not in the Hoenn region during this time. Among them were two news that caught his attention. Hoenn Express. It is reported that 10 days ago, the notorious Team Aqua sent spies to sneak into Devon Corporation and stole valuable research materials from Devon Corporation. According to the description of the president of Devon Corporation Stone, the spies of Team Aqua, in addition to stealing research materials, also wantonly destroyed the Research Institute of Devon Corporation. Fortunately, at the time of the incident, Miss Gym leader Roxanne from Rustboro City was a guest at Devon Corporation and promptly prevented Team Aqua from further evil. Team Aqua's illegal behavior has caused huge economic losses to Devon, and President Stone has personally visited the headquarters of the Alliance and asked the Alliance to conduct investigations against Team Aqua. Punished. In response, the League quickly issued a statement saying that as long as Team Aqua members have been found, they will not tolerate it and strike hard. Hoenn shook his head secretly after seeing this message. The last time he was on Route 104, he had blocked Team Aqua 1. Unexpectedly, what should come is still coming. Seeing that Team Aqua couldn't deal with Stone, they directly planted spies to steal the information, but they were finally successful. Another piece of news is also related to Team Aqua, but there is no news that Devon Corporation was stolen just now. Slateport City News. The Alliance received news from the Oceanographic Museum that an unknown person sneaked into the Oceanographic Museum while the Oceanographic Museum was closed. Steal the ocean gems from the Oceanographic Museum. According to the investigation of the Alliance, on the night of the incident, a mysterious person wearing a suspected Team Aqua uniform appeared around the Oceanographic Museum. According to Officer Jenny of Slateport City, these mysterious people are likely to be members of Team Aqua. Immediately, within Slateport City, a large-scale manhunt for Team Aqua members began. After interviews with reporters, many Slateport City citizens are dissatisfied with the inefficiency of the League. There are already many citizens who have asked the Alliance to establish a gym in Slateport City. Let the criminals not dare to do evil in Slateport City easily. The Alliance attaches great importance to this, and said that this issue will be raised at the 5th meeting of the year within the Alliance in the near future. At the same time, a public opinion survey was launched in Slateport City on whether to establish a gym in Slateport City. It is reported that more than 20,000 Slateport City citizens have participated in the survey. Team Aqua Neck. It is estimated that there is no good fruit to eat. Hoenn thought silently. Hoenn Team Aqua and Team Magma are not as aggressive as Kanto Team Rocket, and their power is much smaller. The League control over the Hoenn region is still in place. Basically, the people of the two organizations did not dare to reveal their identities easily. More importantly, Team Aqua dared to attack Devon Corporation, which is definitely a trick of tricks. Stone has a son who claims to be the fortress of the Hoenn region. Stone Katakana Middle. Steven, League's former champion. The reason why he is called the ex-champion is because Steven is addicted to digging stone, so he ceded the position of champion to his friend Wallet. Rather than being defeated, Team Aqua stole Steven's house, and it's no wonder that Steven didn't blow up. However, there is another piece of information that Hoenn take very seriously. That's what Slateport City wants to build gym. If Slateport City really builds gym, then Hoenn is very interested in fighting for it. Chapter 70. Evolution. You are going to challenge Lucario. Raising Pokemon requires a lot of money. Just like Hoenn, there are only 3 Pokemon now, and buying a skill machine has already cost tens of millions. And it's not over yet. As the Pokemon masters the existing skills, then buy additional skill machine. This is not the usual food and drink. 3 Pokemon eat and drink at least 60,000 to 70,000 Alliance coins every day. This is a huge expense. What if the team was expanded to 6? Then the cost is a multiplied increase. For money, Hoenn needs to go out frequently to receive bounty tasks to maintain daily expenses. No money. Want to become stronger. Disaster. Every gym leader, elite, even champion, can they be strong without money? What a joke. Take Hoenn region as an example. Former champion Steven is the crown prince of Devon Corporation. The current champion Wallace, a descendant of the ancient people of Sutopolis, has inherited a great deal of resources. The Watson leader of Zijin City is even richer and wants to transform the entire Zijin City. If you become a gym leader, most of the money problem problem will be solved. Gym in each city can enjoy local fiscal taxes, and every year, the Alliance will allocate a lot of funds. All these money are handed over to gym leader. Slateport City can be said to be the richest city in the entire Hoenn region. Goods from each region must pass through here and then be distributed to various cities, which is even if you get 1/10,000th of the local finances, that tens of millions a year. Of course, as a leader, with power, there will also be corresponding obligation. It's like a local city if something urgent happens. Gym leader is obliged to help maintain law and order in the city. However, this is not often the case. Usually, to the Helping Hand Alliance, filter out suitable trainers and give them badges. This kind of trivial matter, as long as we train a few more gym interns and delegate power to them, not too much trouble. Unfortunately, the Alliance is only discussing now, and has not put it into action. However, according to the current scale of Slateport City, the establishment of gym will be pushed forward sooner or later. Now I need to work hard to improve my strength, which is the right way. Hoenn looked at the time. It was almost time for lunch. He closed the computer and walked to the kitchen. Just a few steps away, his heart moved. In my mind, Gardevoir's gentle voice came. Hoenn, come here soon. Xiaolong has started the evolution. Is it coming so soon? Hoenn was overjoyed and hurried to the yard. When they came to the yard, Lucario and Gardevoir had put down their training and stood aside, looking at Charmander with white stars on his body. Little dragon. Hoenn's eyes were full of anticipation. The white stars, more and more, gradually wrapped Charmander's body. In the end, it disappeared into his body. What appeared in front of Hoenn was a brand new Pokemon. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Charmeleon. Attribute Fire. Level 16. Characteristic Fierce Fire. With the decrease of physical strength, the power of fire attribute move gradually increases. Introduction. Charmeleon's body is similar to Charmander, with a darker complexion and more energetic eyes. His fiery personality caused him to keep looking for an opponent to fight, as if he couldn't control it, and he couldn't stay still. Xiaolong. Hoenn squatted down and opened his hand. Ow tilde ow tilde. Charmeleon quickly ran into Hoenn's arm. Hold Hoenn tightly. He was very happy that he finally had the evolution. Xiaolong, you are awesome. Hoenn praised Charmeleon without hesitation. Charmeleon, who was held in Hoenn's arm, was praised by Hoenn and dangled his tail excitedly. Then, play with Charmeleon. Hoenn was in a good mood, and planned to make a good meal to reward them. Said to Charmeleon, Xiaolong, I will make you your favorite sweet and spicy soup later. When he was a Charmander, he would jump for joy when he heard Hoenn make him his favorite sweet and spicy soup. But today, Charmeleon is a little eccentric, not focusing on the sweet and spicy soup. Instead, he pulled Hoenn's clothes and didn't let Hoenn go. What wrong? Hoenn looked back in confusion. Ow tilde ow tilde. Charmeleon pointed to himself, then to Lucario. Seems to be saying something. When Lucario on the side heard it, he was stunned, looking in disbelief. Even Gardevoir's eyes were full of doubt. What wrong? Hoenn had a hard time guessing Charmeleon's words without Lucario and Gardevoir's translation. Gardevoir retreated to Hoenn's side, used Psychic to connect Hoenn, and said to him, Xiaolong said that he wants to challenge brother Lucario and fight him one. What? Hoenn could understand why Lucario and Gardevoir looked in disbelief, because at this time, he also opened his mouth in surprise. Xiaolong, you said you want to challenge Xiao. Are you sure you're serious? Hoenn couldn't help but question and ask to confirm. Ow, ow. Charmeleon nodded seriously. Without translation this time, Hoenn knew what Charmeleon meant. Chapter 71. Charmeleon shows amazing willpower. Among Hoenn's few Pokemon, needless to say, definitely the strongest Lucario, next is Gardevoir, and finally Charmeleon, the last Charmeleon, to challenge the number 1 Lucario. Although, Lucario's steel attribute is indeed restrained by Charmeleon's fire attribute, but there is a huge level difference between them. Well, even if it's not bad grade, Lucario is also the one who has followed Hoenn the longest and has received the most advice from Hoenn. It can be said that Hoenn has learned nearly 1/3 of his fighting skill. Lucario looked at Hoenn with some embarrassment. If Charmeleon wants to play trick, practice it and it will be fine. But Charmeleon speaks out so seriously, obviously not wanting to play trick but really want a battle. Xiaolong, why do you want to challenge Lucario? Hoenn asked again. Ow, 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 ow. Charmander pointed to himself, then to Hoenn, and then to Lucario. Before Hoenn spoke, Lucario, who was on the side, had already answered Charmeleon first. Luca, ow tilde ow tilde. Charmander's eyes sharpened, full of fighting spirit. Luca, ow, ow. The two miraculous, after the conversation, looked at Hoenn in unison. Hoenn grabbed Gardevoir and interjected, Xiaolu, what going on? What are they two talking about? Without Gardevoir's translation, Hoenn could not have guessed their conversation. The gentle Gardevoir acts as an interpreter. Xiaolong said, Brother Lucario is the best of the three of us. He wants to challenge Brother Lucario, to prove to us, and to prove to you, that he is also very powerful, and he can also take on the responsibility of protecting you. I hope that through the battle, the next time there is danger, I will send him up, rather than when it is in the Vidian Forest, it will have no effect. So, Xiaolong is asking Brother Lucario to use his full strength and not let him go. Brother Lucario said he accepted the challenge. Now they are waiting for your approval. After listening to Gardevoir's translation, Hoenn completely understood. Speaking of which, he doesn't seem to have a chance to refuse. Hoenn glanced at Lucario and gave him a look. Let him pay attention to the weight of the strike. After all, Charmeleon is still small. Lucario nodded indistinctly. He and Hoenn still had this tacit understanding. Okay, then you can fight freely. I won't command. Hoenn pulled Gardevoir and went to the edge of the yard to watch the battle. Roar, roar, roar. Facing Lucario, Charmeleon, his aura was completely true, and the flames on his tail were burning fiercely. Spit a small flame at Lucario. Lucario moved lightly to the right, easily dodging Charmeleon's attack. Charmeleon hadn't thought that the trick he was using would hurt Lucario. The moment Lucario moved, act immediately. He opened his mouth, revealing hot teeth, and with a standard fire fang, he bit Lucario. After Charmeleon evolution, the speed has been improved. The action is also much faster than before. However, in the face of the level gap, the speed difference between the two is still very obvious. Lucario stepped lightly under his feet and staggered slightly before Charmeleon rushed over, avoiding Charmeleon's move. Then, using his palm as a knife, he used Brick Break and slapped Charmeleon's side. Charmeleon was slapped back several meters by Lucario's palm. Xiaolu has reserved his rank. Hoenn looked at Charmeleon, who was repelled. After returning, at Lucario's request, Hoenn helped him replace the overweight protective gear on his body. From the original 30 kg, it has been increased to 50 kg. If Lucario made a move with all his strength, the strength of the palm would be able to shoot Charmeleon into the air with a single palm, instead of simply retreating. Now, Charmeleon was hit, and his stamina was obviously consumed, but the fighting spirit in his eyes did not have at all, and the flames of his tail burned a little more intensely. Charmeleon steadied his body, moved his footsteps again, opened his mouth and used Fire Fang again, attacking Lucario. Although Charmeleon's fire-type attack can indeed cause outstanding effects on him, but the premise has to be hit. Charmeleon is still weak now, and with Hoenn's gesture just now, Lucario actually didn't exert much force. It's all just sparring with Charmeleon. Looking at Charmeleon attacking again, still using his speed, he turned to the side, successfully dodging the attack. But when he wanted to make a move like just now, he found that Charmeleon had changed his move. With sharp claws on both arms, they slashed down towards his body. Charmeleon's paw left a white scratch on Lucario Orberg's body. Xiaolong did a good job. Hoenn on the edge of the yard praised loudly. A fire-type move that can deal exceptional damage to Lucario. As a steel-based Lucario, he will definitely not choose to fight recklessly. So Fire Fang, completely a pretend. The real attack is Charmeleon's Slash. Although however, Slash is a common skill, and Lucario Steel is naturally not afraid. But hit for Charmeleon, that's enough. Lucario's eyes have changed. Start getting serious. Charmeleon finally had a smile on his face. All he wanted was to let Lucario do his best, not to accommodate him. Lucario saw Charmeleon's face and understood what he was thinking. With a bang, leaving a footprint in the yard, Lucario's speed exploded. Quickly confront Charmeleon, throwing out his fist. Facing the explosive speed of Lucario, Charmeleon didn't have time to dodge. You can only put your arm in front of you to block. Bang. Charmeleon was completely smashed and flew several meters, knocking over a lot of training equipment in the yard. However, when the smash flew out, Charmeleon opened his mouth and spewed a small flame, hitting Lucario, who was directly attacking him. The skin of Lucario, who was hit, was a little red. Gardevoir wanted to get up and check the Charmeleon, who was knocked into the air, but Hoenn grabbed her hand and said softly to her. Although Xiao's speed exploded just now, he still kept his hand in strength. Little dragon, I can handle it. As Hoenn said, Charmeleon shook his head and stood up again. He was hit continuously and lost part of his physical strength, triggering his characteristic, and the flames on his tail became more and more hot. Shouted, striding once more, attacking Lucario. Facing Charmeleon's move, Lucario also went up to him and waved his fist. Again, knocked the Charmeleon out. Such a scene occurs several times in a row. Every time, Charmeleon, who was knocked out by Lucario, struggled to get up. Strike again without fear. Show his indomitable. Charmeleon was shot almost 10 times in a row and was struggling to get up. Although Lucario kept his strength every time he made a move, Charmeleon, who had been attacked repeatedly, had reached the bottom of his physical strength. At this time, he reluctantly stood up with his unyielding will. Okay, the battle is over. Hoenn stopped the battle aloud. Although Charmeleon has a strong will, it is still difficult to win in the face of the huge level difference. Hoenn patted Lucario on the shoulder and gave him a well-done look. Completely forced out Charmeleon's potential. Let let him see Charmeleon's extraordinary willpower, then walked up to Charmeleon, crouched down and picked him up. He comforted him softly. Xiaolong, you have done a good job. Further, keep practicing. Hurry up and become Charizard in evolution, and you will have a chance. Ow tilde. Charmeleon nodded heavily, then shrank into Haoyan's arm. His eyes were full of anticipation, looking forward to the moment when evolution becomes Charizard. After the battle of Charmeleon and Lucario, the lawn on the ground is full of potholes and footprints, which have been damaged beyond recognition. Training equipment is also scattered everywhere. Looking back, we need to build a special battlefield. Haoyan glanced at the messy yard and thought silently in his heart. Chapter 72 Haoyan's birthday. Going to Laverage Town. Time flies like a white horse passing by. In the blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. It's July 9. Since Charmeleon's last, unsurprisingly lost to Lucario, Charmeleon trains like crazy every day. He wants to keep up with Lucario's footsteps. Although Haoyan did not ask for it, these Pokemon spontaneously underwent special training. Charmeleon's training during this period of time, the effect is still very obvious. His level has been raised from level 16 to level 30. It can be described as progressing extreme speed. Haoyan's other two Pokemon, Lucario and Gardevoir, didn't wait for him in place, and went through hell-like special training every day. Lucario has reached level 38, and Gardevoir has reached level 37. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to improve. Every step of improvement requires a lot of persistence. As usual, at dawn at 6 o'clock, Charmeleon was the first to get up from the room and ran into the yard to start a warm-up before training for the day. I started to trot around the yard with my calf, and after the run, I did some other exercises. But when he finished his warm-up, he was the only one in the yard. Ow. Charmeleon looked at the empty yard with only him, and his eyes were full of doubt. He did a round of warm-up just now. At least half an hour had passed. Usually this point, Lucario and Haoyan are already up. Haoyan will take him and Lucario to exercise together, but today he is the only one. While Charmeleon was wondering, Lucario finally appeared. Ow. Why did you sleep so late today? I've already warmed up and I'm ready to start exercising. Luca. Take a day off today. No training today. Rest. Charmeleon's eyes were even more suspicious. Lucario, who usually trains like a madman, actually said to rest. Just when Charmeleon wanted to continue his questioning, he found Gardevoir walking out. Said to the two of them, Shanaido, I made porridge. Stop chatting. Come and have breakfast. Charmander was completely stunned. If it was normal, Haoyan would take him and Lucario to make breakfast after exercising. Why did you turn into a Gardevoir for breakfast today? Although Gardevoir usually fights when Haoyan is cooking, but basically it is Haoyan who cooks. Luca. Come on. Lucario agreed and left Charmeleon for breakfast in the dining room. Charmeleon hurriedly ran to Gardevoir and asked her, Ow. Why is it your sister making breakfast today? Haoyan. Gardevoir, who was about to turn around, heard Charmeleon's question, and stopped and replied, Sanai tilde. Haoyan was packing his luggage and didn't have time to make breakfast, so I'll cook today. Packing luggage. Is this to go out? Charmeleon pestered Gardevoir and continued to ask, Ow. I didn't hear Haoyan saying that I was going out before. Why did I pack my luggage? Gardevoir was stunned for a moment, and then she reacted, pointing to the calendar not far away, and it was written on July 9. Say to Charmeleon, Shanai tilde. Today is July 9, a very important day. Seeing Charmeleon's eyes, Gardevoir became more and more confused. Knowing that he had just joined the big family, he was still unclear, so he acted like a sister and explained to Charmeleon patiently, Sanai tilde. Today is Haoyan's birthday. Every year on July 9, we will go to Laverage Town and celebrate Haoyan's birthday. Charmeleon lived in the Vidian Forest before and had never heard of the word, so Gardevoir had to patiently explain it to him. After Gardevoir's explanation, Charmeleon understood. But why go to Laverage Town for your birthday? Ow. Charmeleon continued. At this time, Haoyan dressed neatly and walked out of the room with a backpack, and saw the conversation between Charmeleon and Gardevoir. Seeing Gardevoir with a headache, and a curious Charmeleon probably guessed what they were talking about. Haoyan walked over, bent down and rubbed Charmeleon, and said to him, because in Laverage Town, there is a person who, like you, is very important to me. Let's visit him for his birthday. Come on, let's have breakfast first, and we'll go after breakfast. Someone important to Haoyan. Charmeleon nodded understandingly. Chapter 73 The Mutation of Yantushan Mountain. Hoenn region has a very famous tourist resort. That's Laverage Town. Laverage Town is closer to Yantushan than Arbor Town, and many hot springs can be drained from Yantushan, an active volcano. It is the most famous hot spring town in the entire Pokemon world. Therefore, a large number of travelers come to Laverage Town for tourism. At this time, Haoyan was crossing Yantu Mountain on his way to Laverage Town. He's going to Laverage Town to meet an old man. This old old man can be said to be the pillar of Laveridge Town. He is the former Laveridge Town leader, one of the former elites of Hoenn region. He is the grandfather of the current Laveridge Town leader Yasha and Haoyun's teacher, Mura. Haoyun grew up in an orphanage without any family status in his childhood. By chance, I met Mura. The warm-hearted Mura gave Haoyun a lot of helping hand. The egg that gave birth to Riolu was also given to him by Mura. It was because of Mula that Haoyun embarked on the path of becoming stronger. It can be said that in this world, the person that Haoyun cherishes most is Mula. There is no one. So every year, when Haoyun's birthday comes, Haoyun will go to Laveridge Town to celebrate his birthday with Mr. Mula. Walking on the road of Yantu Mountain, Haoyun felt that the surrounding environment was a little strange. Yantu Mountain is an active volcano. The inner magma of the volcano rolls all the year round, which also causes the temperature of Yantu Mountain to be higher than other places. But walking from Arbor Town all the way, there is no such feeling of temperature change. Haoyun squatted down and touched the ground of Yantu Mountain. The temperature of the surface was similar to his. It shouldn't be. If it is normal, the temperature is at least a lot higher. Could it be that there is something unusual about Yantu Mountain? Thinking of this, Haoyun remembered the unusual activity of Hoenn region Team Aqua some time ago. Team Aqua feels that the current Hoenn region has too much land area and needs more ocean. Some time ago, the Devon Corporation's materials were stolen, and then the sea gems of the Oceanographic Museum were stolen. Could it be that the abnormality of Yantu Mountain is caused by Team Aqua? Thinking of this, Haoyun's eyes narrowed. Although he was born in Arbor Town, when he was a child, he often followed Mura's side and learned to cultivate Pokemon. Laveridge Town can be regarded as his second hometown. If someone dares to destroy Laveridge Town, Haoyun will never give up easily. Xiao, Xiaolu, and Xiaolong come out. Haoyun released 3 Pokemon. Xiao, Xiaolu, you two should be vigilant and pay attention to the situation around you. Xiaolong, don't let your guard down. Come with me. Haoyun took the lead, changed direction, and hurried towards the peak of Yantu Mountain. Check it out. At the same time, the abnormality of Yantu Mountain made the residents of Laveridge Town who lived at the bottom of the mountain also feel abnormal. Hey, do you think that today's hot spring doesn't feel hot anymore? It's even a little cold. Yeah, it's like taking a cold shower. No, it's only the beginning of July, when the weather is just hot, and coupled with the active volcano of Yantu Mountain, how can it be this temperature? At a spa in Laveridge Town, 2 residents chat. Times full. Suddenly, a loud noise came from Yantu Mountain not far from Laveridge Town. This sound is like the sound of a fiery coal fire being quenched by water. At the same time, a large amount of water vapor appeared on the highest mountain in Laveridge Town. The water vapor carried a large amount of volcanic ash and enveloped the entire Yantushan Mountain, resulting in much reduced visibility of the Yantutu Mountain. Residents of Laveridge Town all panicked and ran outdoors to look at the top of the mountain. It's a pity, surrounded by volcanic ash, nothing can be seen at all. Cough, what was that sound just now? What happened just now? Yan, what happened to Yantu Mountain? Cough, what happened? A large amount of volcanic ash fell from the mountain, causing people around to cough. Before the mutation happened, outside Laveridge Town, many people saw the mutation of Yantu Mountain. Smoke. Yantu Mountain was doused. What did you say? Yantu Mountain has not been extinguished. How is it possible? Yantu Mountain is an active volcano. Really? If you don't believe me, ask other people. Those who came out of the house did not believe the saying that Yantu Mountain was doused, but as more and more people seen outdoors responded, no one questioned it. All looked at the Yantu Mountain, which had been wrapped in a large amount of volcanic ash. Just when the residents were at a loss, an old man with a white beard stood in the crowd. Angrily, he said to everyone, don't mess up. Just now, I have notified the Alliance of the abnormality of Yantu Mountain. The Alliance's superior inspector. They have also left, and now they are on their way. At the same time, for the safety of everyone's lives, please leave Laveridge Town first and avoid it in the distance. There is a lot of volcanic ash in the air now. If a person inhales a lot, it is likely to block the respiratory tract and cause suffocation. The appearance of the white-bearded old man made the panicked people calm. In Laveridge Town, his prestige is in full swing. Master Mula, a few mysterious people came to our town a few days ago. They don't like to talk, and everyone is mysterious. I suspect Yantushan. It must be their ghost. That's right. Someone must be making a fool of yourself. I suspect that the perpetrators are Team Aqua's people, the damnable Team Aqua team. If something happens to Yantu Mountain, I will definitely not let them go. The people around were reminded by Mula, and they all said actively, okay, now is not the time to discuss this. The most important thing now is that everyone leave first, so as not to smoke too much volcanic ash. It here, I promise you all. Laveridge Town is your home and my home. No matter who it is, don't try to destroy our home. Mullah, who was once one of the 4 elite, had his assurance, and the residents were relieved a lot. Then, from the gym in Laveridge Town, many gym disciples came out. Under their leadership, the residents of Laveridge Town began to flee outside the town. Grandpa, according to the current situation, even if the Alliance's support has already started, it will take some time to arrive at Laveridge Town. It's better than this. I'll go to Yantu Mountain to find out the situation. A girl with fiery red hair said worriedly to Mula. The person who spoke was the new leader Asha of Laveridge Town. No, the change in Yantu Mountain this time is definitely an organized and premeditated event. You go alone. It's too dangerous. You can't. Mura didn't even think about it, and refused directly. Grandpa, I'm just going to investigate. I'll be careful. And Grandpa, I'm the leader of Laveridge Town Gym. I have the responsibility and the obligation to protect the safety of Laveridge Town. Didn't you teach me this? Asha said anxiously. The longer the time dragged on, the more likely there would be more changes. Mula was clearly shaken, and sighed, knowing that Asha was right but still refused. You're gym leader from Laveridge Town. Yes, but you're my granddaughter too. If I agree, wouldn't that send you to the dangerous door? Yasha really had no choice but to use a big killer and said, Grandpa, today is July 9th. It's brother Haoyan's birthday. According to the habit of previous years, he should have come to Laveridge Town before 12 o'clock. After all these years, he has never changed. I guess he found something abnormal in Yantu Mountain during the process of his arrival. He is likely to have gone to the peak of Yantu Mountain. He's alone. Don't you worry about him. Asha's remarks made Mura, who was originally determined, immediately panic in her eyes. When he thought that Haoyan might be attacked by Team Aqua, he immediately burst into anger. Haoyan is his best student, and the relationship between the two is even closer than father and son. Mal Gobi, if Team Aqua dares to hurt him, even if I fight for this old life, I want them to die. Mula cursed regardless of his identity. Then he looked at Yasha seriously and said, Asha, if you see Haoyan in Yantu Mountain, you must bring him back safely. Asha nodded heavily, and immediately took out a baby ball and summoned Atropius, ready to go to MT. Mula took out a baby ball and handed it to Asha. Asha, take my Typhlosion with me too. If that kid Haoyan is there, then Typhlosion will be handed over to him. Okay. Asha took the baby ball and rushed towards the peak of Yantu Mountain. Chapter 74. The system has another mission, and Mega Evolution has hope. On the top of MT Smoky Mountain, there is a group of Team Aqua members. This group of Team Aqua is headed by a bald man. If a search officer sees him, he will definitely recognize him at a glance. This person is the wanted criminal by the Alliance. One of the 3 cadres of Team Aqua. Drop this man. His eyes are full of viciousness. It is said that D was born at the bottom of the society and survived through all kinds of cruelty when he was a child, which made his behavior extremely cruel. Thanks to his cruel style, he can complete the task smoothly and quickly every time. From an ordinary member, he was promoted to 3 major cadres at an extremely fast speed. In front of this group of Team Aqua, there is a machine that emits blue light, and the blue light of this machine is illuminating the crater. The magma irradiated by blue light emits huge water vapor, which is rapidly cooling the temperature of the magma. With a cold face, D asked the technician who operated the machine, how long will it take to get complete data? The researcher in the research uniform wiped the sweat from his head, not knowing whether it was because of the fear of dripping, or because of the sultry surrounding environment. He replied, Master D, the output power of the laser is 100%, and the activation of magma has been reduced by 35%. The researcher's nonsense made D very dissatisfied, and interrupted directly, and said with a gloomy face, I don't understand what you said. What I'm asking is, how long will it take to complete the mission? When the researcher heard D's word, his neck shrank subconsciously, and a lot of cold sweat oozes out of his forehead. In the sultry environment, I still felt cold all over. He heard that Didi once felt that his subordinates were ineffective in performing a mission, and he shot and killed his subordinates mercilessly. Frightened, he replied, Master Weedy, according to the current 100% output power, it will take about half an hour. Half an hour. Too slow. Raise the power to 200% and reduce the time to 10 minutes. Do you understand what I said? D was sullen, not looking at the research officer. Look far away. Ming. Understood. The researcher carefully operated the machine as instructed. Report. The team left behind at the foot of the mountain found that 2 people went up the mountain from different directions. The 2 are a man and a woman. The man's identity is unknown. Judging from his appearance, the woman is the leader Yasha of Fuyan Gym. The soldier in charge of the investigation stepped forward to report. D's brow wrinkled. Asha was not afraid. Asha is the new gym leader with average strength. The reason why the Alliance agreed to Asha to serve as gym leader is just to see the face of Mula in retirement elite. Not to mention that their Team Aqua gathered more than 50 people for this experiment. As far as the strength of the drop is concerned, it is completely worthwhile for Asha. Hoenn Team Aqua and Team Magma are not as powerful as Kanto's Team Rocket, but for those who can become cadre, Team Aqua will definitely devote a lot of resources to cultivating them. With the pouring of resources, D's strength has also reached the elite level. Drop worry is another. Haoyan, who knew that there was a change in Yantu Mountain, still still dared to go up the mountain. The unknown is the variable. Team C, Snipe Asha. Team D, Snipe that unidentified man. D, calmly arraign. Attention, if you can kill it, kill it. It really doesn't work. We just need to hold the other party down and stop them from disturbing us. That's it. Yes, the two squad leaders took orders and took their subordinate to action. Haoyan, who was going up the mountain, had a mechanical gentle female voice in his mind. Task objective: solve the mutation of Yantu Mountain and restore Yantu Mountain to normal. Task reward: 5,000 reward point. Open black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure: close black lens bracket. None. 5,000 bonus point. Haoyan has long been coveting the things in the system store. Everything inside is what he wants. There is one thing that make him covet endlessly. That's the Mega Stone that makes the Pokemon evolution. Lucario and Gardevoir have already reached the final evolution. If you want to increase your strength, you can only increase your level. However, leveling up is a slow process, and Mega Stone, which can make Pokemon directly Mega Evolution, can make them double their strength within a certain period of time. A Mega Stone requires 15,000 bonus point. To get reward point, you must complete the task issued by the system. But no matter how Haoyan tried, the system would not release the task for a long time. But this time, the task was actually released, and there were still as many as 5,000 reward point. As long as you complete a few more missions, you can exchange for Mega Stone. However, Haoyan was not too happy about this. After all, there must be gains and losses. The system is so generous, giving 5,000 points directly. Then it also shows from the side that the task this time is not small. But the 5,000 reward point, he has to decide. Xiao, Xiaolu, Xiaolong, get ready for battle. Chapter 75. Bad Team Aqua. Haoyan, their position is moving towards us. There are still 50 meters away. Gardevoir's voice appeared in Haoyan's mind. I know, just follow the plan made just now. Haoyan communicated with 3 Pokemon ambushed in 3 positions through Gardevoir's connection. Luca tilde, Shanai tilde, Ao tilde. Above the Yantu Mountain, a large amount of volcanic ash appeared, which reduced the surrounding visibility a lot. Team Aqua is a team of 10 people, and there is a mighty hyena beside each of them. Levels are all around level 30. Among them, walking at the front of the team is a strong man, his mighty hyena, the highest level, reaching level 35. Mao Guangliang is obviously the leader of this group of mighty hyena. He was looking around, trying to find Haoyan's figure. Most of Team Aqua's members like to use water-type Pokemon, but on land, water-type Pokemon's combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Therefore, Team Aqua arranged its own team members to use Pokemon like mighty hyena, which have team fighting ability and cooperate with each other. Haoyan, who was ambushed behind a stone, has been silently calculating the distance. 15 meters, 10 meters. Mighty hyena has a good nose and can smell subtle differences in the surrounding scent. But now, it doesn't work anymore. After all, there was volcanic ash all around, and it all smelled strongly of sulfur. This is also one of the reasons why Haoyan dared to ambush the Team Aqua. Xiao, come on, Haoyan explained, and Lucario immediately moved forward from the left side of the group of Team Aqua, raising his fist towards a dazed Team Aqua. Suddenly, a blue-black figure appeared in the sight of the white fog, which startled the Team Aqua member. Rush room. He only had time to say a word to his mighty hyena to bite him, and was punched directly in the face by Lucario, and he fainted. Before the Team Aqua member passed out, his mighty hyena finally reacted. Open the sharp teeth in your mouth and use a move bite. Lucario doesn't dodge either. Bite is dark ill. Lucario of the fighting department has strong resistance. Mighty hyena's sharp teeth could only scratch a shallow white mark on Lucario Orberg's body. Lucario's eyes turned bright red after being hit. The characteristics of the righteous heart are perfectly inspired. Attack power increased by 1 level. Turning his palm into a knife, he directly slapped mighty hyena on the body. Wu tilde. Mighty hyena, who was hit, let out a whimper and fell directly to the ground. Fighting against evil, the effect is outstanding. There is a difference between the two. Coupled with Lucario's increased attack, it can be instantly killed with 1 hit. The members of Team Aqua never imagined that with so many of them, Haoyan would still take the initiative. The team leader of Team Aqua gathers the members around him and wants to organize an attack. How could Haoyan, who has been in ambush for so long, miss this great opportunity? Xiaolu used disarming voice. On the right side of Team Aqua, Gardevoir opened his mouth and sang an unknown melody silently. The energy of psychic is being transmitted to the minds of Team Aqua members through singing. For a time, the members of Team Aqua present were dizzy and stopped thinking. Little Dragon, Ember. Right in front of Team Aqua, Charmeleon, who had been in ambush for a long time, opened his mouth, which was aflame. The heat of the flames was obviously much more intense than before. Moreover, Charmeleon's attack was not aimed at those mighty hyenas, those who want to hit, but those Team Aqua members. Xiao continued to attack. Lucario stepped out again, making quick move. The 3 Pokemon were attacking, and Haoyan was not idle either. Like Lucario, he rushed over and threw his fist at the Team Aqua members. For a time, the the members of Team Aqua found that there were attacks all around, pushing and shoving each other, trying to dodge and dodge. The large number of people is not an advantage at all here. On Hoenn's side, it was executed exactly as planned. On the other hand, Team Aqua is in chaos. Bang! A sound of fists and hand-to-hand fighting sounded. Hoenn knocked a Team Aqua captain to the ground with one punch, and when he fell to the ground, he stepped heavily on his knee. Crack! There was another sound of broken bone. Quick, run! During the battle, on Team Aqua's side, I don't know who shouted first. Originally, he was stunned by the sudden attack. Now that even the captain has been dismissed, Team Aqua has completely lost their fighting spirit. This fast run is more like the last straw that broke the camel's back. There are also active Team Aqua members who left their team members and quickly escaped. On the ground, there were 6 members of Team Aqua lying, clutching their wounds and mourning. These sick people all have blue nose and swollen face. The most miserable squad leader was also trampled on by Hoenn and smashed his knee. Their mighty Enna also all lost their combat effectiveness. The team members of Team Aqua are much worse than the Team Rockets of Kanto region. Hoenn shook his head secretly, not looking at these Team Aqua members. Continue to walk up MT. What Hoenn said was poor, did not refer to the difference in strength. I mean, in terms of will to fight. The bottom team of Team Aqua is not the same as the bottom team of Team Rocket. Team Rockets has a very low standard for recruiting players. Most of the bottom Team Rockets players are some of the bottom of the society who can't survive, or they have bad intentions and are often thieves and cheat. If you have a talent for stealing and doing evil, you may also be reused by Team Rocket. But Team Aqua is different. The bottom team of Team Aqua basically does not have the modeled background of Team Rocket. They joined Team Aqua, all brainwashed by Archie's rhetoric. Voluntary, unpaid participation in Team Aqua. One is Team Rockets who do everything for money. One is an MLM group that has been fooled for the so-called big ideal. One is for oneself, the other is for the so-called collective. In terms of will to fight, of course, there is a difference. Chapter 76. Hoenn is here. Unlike Hoenn's quick solution, Asha moved at a much slower pace. Because Didi was sent to deal with Yasha's team is much stronger, and everyone brought 2 mighty Ennas. Ooh, I've been discovered. After Asha entered the mountain, she retracted Tropius. Her Pokemon are all fire family. Without the corresponding detection ability, she was quickly discovered by Team Aqua. She's just a leader who just took office, and she's not very strong. Let go together. The 10 members of Team Aqua, led by their team leader, released 20 mighty Ennas and quickly surrounded Asha. 20 mighty Ennas showed their sharp teeth one after another, causing Asha, who had no experience in teamfight, to panic. Typhlosion, Rapidash, Torkoal, come out. Asha released the Typhlosion that Mira cultivated, as well as her 2 Pokemon. Typhlosion, who has accompanied Mira to fight for many years, and Typhlosion, who has reached level 65, can be said to have suppressed the 20 mighty Enna present as soon as he appeared. Almost all Team Aqua members took a step back when they saw such a strong Typhlosion. Seeing Typhlosion's powerful performance, Ash's heart was a little more stable. The leader of the team remembered the words that Dee explained to him before leaving. Just hold on to Asha, and he encouraged the surrounding team members. Don't panic. We have 20 Pokemon on our side, and there are only 3 on her side. We have the advantage in number. After the team leader's reminder, the team members of Team Aqua also stabilized a little. 3 to 20. The quality is not enough. The quantity is to make up. Everyone don't attack Asha's Pokemon. Everyone command their mighty Enna to attack Asha. Team Aqua squad leader rolled his eyes and instructed his team to get on together. This is not a serious battle game. As long as the trainer is solved, the strongest Pokemon is useless. Hearing what the squad leader said, the morale of the Team Aqua members lifted a little. Let each Pokemon attack Asha together. Facing mighty Enna who was attacking together, Asha was a little anxious. Rapidash, Torkoal, you use flamethrower. Typhlosion, you use fire. The battles she accepted since she was a child are fair competition. Everyone in a specific environment, 1v1 or 2v2. It was her first time in a team fight like this. For the first time, it is understandable for a girl to be unskilled, inexperienced, do not know how to do it, even a little panic, overwhelmed and so on. Manual doghead. In order to save life. Asha can't help but be in a hurry. Rapidash and Torkoal spit out a huge flame at the same time, killing the 2 mighty Ennas in front of them, and Typhlosion's attack was even more powerful, spewing out a red-gold flame, drying one of the mighty Ennas. Spitfire, although judging from the skill name, is very common. However, it is the most powerful skill of the fire element. In the damage judgment of the Alliance, the power is as high as 150 points. In fact, with the poor level of Typhlosion, there is no need to use the powerful skill of fire breathing. A normal ember can take away mighty Enna. Ash's tactical arrangement is unreasonable. It feels like shooting mosquitoes with anti-aircraft gun, but it's not her fault. After all, the usual training of Typhlosion is Mula's personal training. It's not a Pokemon she personally cultivated, and it's normal to be unfamiliar. In addition, Asha is a little flustered now, so it is understandable understandable to make such a move. If in the battle, the wrong situation is judged and the wrong move is made, it is fine. Lose a game at most. But now it's not an ordinary battle. One wrong move and you are likely to lose the whole game. Although in the first round, Asha dealt with the opponent 3 mighty hyena resolutely. However, the other party still has 17. Taking advantage of this time, 17 mighty hyenas approached Asha completely, gleaming sharp teeth and biting towards her beautiful neck. At the critical moment, Typhlosion did not wait for Asha's command, and directly blocked in front of Asha, slapped one of them, and fought with mighty hyena who ran over. Torkoal and Rapidash, who care about the master, also ran to Asha's side to protect her together. On Asha's side, it suddenly became defensive. Team Aqua's team leader, with joy in his eyes. As the saying goes, 2 fists are invincible to 4 hands, and in terms of numbers they have a huge advantage. You can stop it for a while, but you can't stop it forever. According to this situation, they will definitely be able to complete the task of blocking Asha. It's even possible that they have a chance to hurt Asha. If you can be here, block and hurt Asha. Then back to Team Aqua's headquarters. Their team will definitely be rewarded by the leader, and their internal status will rise. Unfortunately, from the other side of the battlefield, Hoenn arrived with his Pokemon. Xiao, Xiaolu, Xiaolong, come on. Lucario shouted loudly, and suddenly he ran around mighty hyena like a tiger in a flock. Gardevoir, constantly emitting a strong and dazzling light. Charmeleon, with his claws and fire constantly strike. From the addition of Hoenn, the scene was immediately reversed. Hoenn, Yasha couldn't help but exclaim softly. Chapter 77 Confident. Typhlosion, use the flame charge to knock out these mighty hyenas. Leave Yasha's safety to me, Hoenn commanded while approaching Yasha. Roar, roar. The flames on Typhlosion's back erupted violently, covering the whole body with flame. With a loud roar, a huge momentum erupted, and he rampaged through the mighty hyena group at an extremely fast speed. In the face of Typhlosion's powerful fighting power, mighty hyena has no fighting power at all. Hoenn's command brought Typhlosion's high-level advantages into full play. Although Typhlosion is very strong, it keeps knocking mighty hyena into the air and stunning it. But Hoenn's 3 Pokemon, dealing with mighty hyena, are also fast. In front of this group of mighty hyena, Lucario is basically a clueless existence. Attributes are restrained to the death. Being hit by Lucario's attack, he is seriously injured. But mighty hyena hit Lucario, leaving nothing but white marks on his body. Lucario is lazy even defensively. In addition, there are Charmeleon and Gardevoir, who are helping to solve these mighty hyena, which is even more like a duck in water. In less than a minute, Team Aqua's mighty hyena was completely eliminated. The members of Team Aqua also fled. Hoenn, shall we chase? Asha asked anxiously as she looked at Team Aqua, who was scattered. It's just some small trash. There's no need to chase, and it's useless to catch them. Hoenn didn't care about Team Aqua's departure, but asked Yasha, why are you here, Yasha? According to the character of the old man, he will not let you come alone. Asha said, it is true that he will not let me come up alone. Let us wait for the support of the Alliance. But as soon as I heard that you might be here, I agreed to let me check the situation first. Said you must be brought back safely. Asha's words made Hoenn's mouth rise slightly, and a warm current passed through his heart. That's right, Hoenn, what do we do next? Since Hoenn came, Yasha has handed over the decision to him. Hoenn pondered for a while, and solved 2 waves of Team Aqua. He hadn't received the notification that the system task was completed. Knowing that the task had not been completed, he said to Yasha, go up the mountain. Yeah. Asha nodded, took out the baby ball and took Torkoal and Typhlosion back, then mounted Rapidash and stretched out her hand to Hoenn. Hoenn took Yasha's hand and jumped on it. Rapidash's back burns with a fiery red flame, which is very special. If it is one's own master or a familiar person, it will not have the slightest influence. If it is an opponent, it will be an attacking weapon. Xiao, Xiaolu, Xiaolong, come back. Hoenn took out the treasure ball and took back his 3 Pokemon. This is Typhlosion's baby ball. Handed it to you. Typhlosion, I'll give you the command. Asha, who was riding on Rapidash, handed Hoenn a baby ball. Well, let go. Hoenn took it and said to Rapidash. Rapidash carried Hoenn and Yasha and ran to the mountain of Yantu Mountain. On the top of Mt. Smoky Mountain. What do you mean? 10 of you were actually attacked by 1 person. You don't even have a chance to fight back, and even the team leader was directly abolished. D, who was presiding over the experiment, said with a grim expression on his face. Yes, the 4 Team Aqua members who escaped didn't dare to look up at all. Trash. It's all fucking trash. He cursed with rage all over his body. Team Aqua, who was guarding nearby, looked at the few people who had escaped and returned with a pitiful expression. It is estimated that when they return to Team Aqua, there will be no good result. But at this moment, another group of Team Aqua members who went to snipe Asha escaped. With a panicked look, he said to D, report. Looking at the team members who escaped, D suppressed the anger in his heart, and frowned as he listened to the reports of his subordinate. The more he listened, the tighter his brows became. Originally, you all had the upper hand, but as soon as that boy appeared, he immediately defeated you all. The situation changed because of him alone. After listening to the report of his subordinate, Didi was a little unbelievable. After a while of silence, Dee looked at the researcher beside him, and asked with a gloomy face, has the experimental data been collected completely? The researcher did not dare to provoke the angry Dee, and quickly replied, return to the Lord Dee, it has been collected. That good. I felt a little more relaxed, and the data was finally collected. At least this time the task is complete. With a big wave of his hand, he said to the team members around him, you, as planned, protect the researcher and send the data back to the headquarters. I'll stay here and meet the person you said. A loyal squad leader stepped forward and said, Lord D, it is estimated that the investigator sent by the Alliance is about to arrive. Our mission has also been successfully completed, and there is no need to spend more time here to avoid any unexpected event. The investigator of the Alliance, D sneered disdainfully. What if the investigator of the Alliance is here? Unless there are also elite level opponents. Otherwise, if he wants to leave, he really can't stay. Seeing that D was so confident, his subordinates stopped talking and started to pack up and leave. Chapter 78. The strongest opponent at present. Rapidash harried Hoenn and Yasha, and soon came to the top of Yantu Mountain. On the top of the mountain, there is an experimental machine that is still working. Also, a man stood there with his hands crossed on his chest and a grim face. The rest of the Team Aqua members have fled the summit. Boy, you're amazing. I sent 10 people to ambush you, but I didn't expect to be attacked by you, Didi said to him as soon as he saw Hoenn coming down from Yasha's Rapidash. Hoenn didn't make a sound, but silently observed the surroundings to confirm whether there was an ambush around. As soon as I came here, I started to observe the terrain first, and I was very cautious. 1 against 10, yet dared to take the initiative to attack. Very bold and decisive. Even when Yasha is at a complete disadvantage, she can turn the tide and has a talent for fighting. Seeing Hoenn's cautious observation of the surrounding, Didi saw a hint of admiration in his sinister eyes, and said to him, don't look for it, I'm the only one here. The others have already withdrawn. Hoenn ignored him, but released his Pokemon and Typhlosion. He whispered to Lucario and Gardevoir, Xiaolu, observe whether there is an ambush around you. Both Lucario and Gardevoir radiate their energies, unaware of the ambush. He shook his head at Hoenn. Well, I see. There was a rare solemnity in Hoenn's eyes. No ambush, just one person. That means that the other party is very confident. When Yasha saw D's iconic bald head, she knew the identity of the other party, and whispered to Hoenn, his name is D, and he is one of the 3 cadres of Team Aqua. Yeah. Hoenn nodded lightly. Boy, are you interested? Join our Team Aqua. After observation, D was very interested in Hoenn. Team Aqua is too weak. There is an urgent need for talents to be added to their rank. Hoenn chuckled. Join your Team Aqua for your so-called great ideal. D, who wanted to absorb Hoenn, didn't mind Hoenn's contempt, and said to him, have you ever thought that although there are many Pokemon in this world, they have not been discovered by humans? However, one thing can be confirmed, that is, water-type Pokemon. Among the many attributes, the number and type are the most Pokemon. As it should be, they need a larger living space. In order to expand the living space of water-type Pokemon, more oceans must be created. We, Team Aqua, have been working hard for this goal. So, I invite you to join our Team Aqua. This is what Archie said to him in order to get D to join Team Aqua. Hoenn thought it was ridiculous for his words full of mistakes and omission. According to what you mean, the number and types of dragons and steels are very few. Shouldn't we create more suitable space for them to live to protect them? The meaning of Hoenn's refusal is very clear. Then, is there nothing to talk about? D's face sank directly, and then he released his 2 Pokemon. One is Pelipper and the other is Ludicolo. The threat is very strong. Automatically, the data of the 2 Pokemon entered Hoenn's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Pelipper. Attribute Fly. Water. Level 63. Characteristic Sharp Vision. Changes in the hit rate ability will not be reduced by the opponent in any way, ignoring the improvement of the target's evasion rate ability changes. Introduction. Pelipper's yellow beak accounts for most of the body. The main color of the feathers is white, and the claws, wingtips and forehead are blue. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Ludicolo. Attribute Grass. Water. Level 63. Characteristic Rain Disc. When it is raining, it can slowly recover HP. Introduction. Ludicolo is a bit like a mix of pineapple and duck. Level 63. What a powerful strength. The dignified meaning in Hoenn's eyes became more and more condensed. This drop is the strongest opponent he has encountered so far. Chapter 79. Are you sure you want to continue fighting with me? These 2 Pokemon are so strong. Asha via Ludicolo and Pelipper's momentum to judge the strength. Hoenn, what should I do? Yasha whispered from the side. We don't have to defeat him. We just need to hold on for a while and wait for the support of the Alliance to come. Hoenn comforted Yasha and said, you, Rapidash and Torkoal, back up a little bit and just follow my instruction. Yasha is 17 years old, 2 months older than Hoenn, so she usually calls tells Hoenn her younger brother in private. But on key matters, Hoenn didn't look like a teenager at all, which made Yasha listen to him with peace of mind. Xiaolong, come to Ash's side. Xiao, you are standing beside Typhlosion. Xiaolu, connect the consciousness of all Pokemon together. Facing the powerful enemy, Hoenn was silently dispatching troops. D in the distance glanced at it, and said with some disdain, the Pokemon on your side can compete with my Ludicolo and Pelipper, and there is only one Typhlosion. And Typhlosion is also suppressed by my two Pokemon in terms of attribute. Do you think you can stand it? Hoenn ignored the other party and kept thinking about what to do next. Beware of dripping moves at any time. DD commanded with a gloomy face. Pelipper, use Rain Dance. Ludicolo, use the Hydro Pump. Pelipper's wings emitted a wave of energy that quickly made the surrounding air moist. Immediately, within 30 meters of Pelipper, a small dark cloud formed, and the dark cloud was raining lightly. The rain started to pick up. Ludicolo also began to move, slapping his palms on the ground. Immediately, the energy in his body surged towards the ground frantically, and a huge column of water gushed out from the ground. A huge Hydro Pump hit Typhlosion. Hydro Pump is a powerful skill of water type. In the damage judgment of the Alliance, it is as high as 110 points. Especially in this state of rain, the power is even higher. Drip's idea is very simple. Use Pelipper's rain to increase the power of the Hydro Pump. First kill the Typhlosion, or get seriously injured. After losing Typhlosion, Hoenn and their side will have no ability to resist. But D's idea, Hoenn had already guessed after he let Pelipper and Ludicolo make move. When D was making move, Hoenn was also directing Pokemon. Rapidash, Torkoal, use Sunny Day together. Rapidash and Torkoal burst out with vigorous energy. Although their level is not high, the effect of Sunny Day together is no worse than that of Pelipper's Rain Dance. For a time, the situation on the field became clear. On the side of the Drip, the clouds were dense and the rain continued. On the side of Hoenn, the sun is shining and the heat is surging. Little O stepped forward and used Protect. Lucario took a step forward, and a white shield of energy erupted, blocking Typhlosion before the Hydro Pump attack. Hydro Pump is powerful, but when it came to Lucario, it was weakened by the influence of Sunny Day. Plus Lucario's use of Protect didn't do him much damage. Hoenn seized the opportunity and immediately commanded, Typhlosion is now, use Flamethrower on Ludicolo. Xiaolu, use Thunderbolt on Pelipper. Typhlosion, who was already ready, aimed at Ludicolo and spewed out a red golden flame. Gardevoir had already reached the hands in front of his chest, sending out a sizzling lightning bolt, attacking Pelipper. Ludicolo is a water type with grass and take double the damage of fire. Pelipper is the attribute of flight and water, 4 times weaker electricity. Although Gardevoir does not have the bonus of electrical attributes and the level is different, it can still cause a lot of damage to Pelipper. In the first round between Hoenn and D, Hoenn had the upper hand. Not bad. Very good. In such a short period of time, it was possible to formulate a strategy and command the 4 Pokemon so smoothly. You're really good. Although D fell into a disadvantage, he was not flustered at all. On the contrary, the admiration for Hoenn in his eyes was even more. Originally, I thought that it was because my subordinates were ineffective that you would take care of them, but I found out that it was my fault. It's not that they are incompetent, it's that you are not on the same level as you. Whether it is your tactical training or your grasp of timing, you have a lot of potential. A lot of potential. It's a pity that you don't want to join our Team Aqua. You staying here will only be a stumbling block for our Team Aqua. So, you are going to die. After D finished speaking, he took out 2 Pokemon again from the baby ball at his waist and released them. They are Poliwrath and a Crawdon. Level, all are 63. Suddenly, Hoenn's shoulders became much heavier. Too strong. Here, 4 level 63 water-type Pokemon. On the other hand, on their side, only the level of Typhlosion is low. The strongest Lucario is only 38. Gardevoir is 37, followed by Rapidash and Torkoal, which are only 42. Not to mention Charmeleon, only level 30. If drops only Pelipper and Ludicolo. So Hoenn is under great pressure, but it has not reached the point where it is irreversible. The gap between D and him, although huge, can still be made up with skills. But now 4. It is no exaggeration to say that the current situation is no longer leveled by skills that can be brought closer. Although the pressure was great, Hoenn was unusually calm. He said slowly to D, are you sure you want to continue fighting with me? Just as Hoenn spoke, his pupils trembled, looking at Hoenn's back in fear. Chapter 80 Mission completed. Hoenn never puts himself in a dangerous situation. Although the task released by the system, 5,000 reward point, is indeed very attractive. But if you want to exchange your life, it's not worth it. Therefore, he dared to confront D. There is naturally his reason. In the sky behind Hoenn, many flying Pokemon appeared, approaching extremely fast. Sitting on these Pokemon is the investigator sent by the Alliance, who is rushing here. Leading this group of flying Pokemon is a silver-white Pokemon. Under the sunlight, the silver-white Pokemon shone brightly. The speed is clearly ahead of other Pokemon. Haoyan. Lee tilde. In the distance, the silver-white flying Pokemon let out a Lee growl from a distance. The air around her was rippling like water. This is Steven Skarmory. Dai couldn't see who was sitting on top of Skarmory, but it can be guessed by the speed of Skarmory. Skarmory is a steel and flying Pokemon. His surface, all hard Arbor. The defense is amazing, but because the body is made of steel, the speed is not fast among the flying Pokemon. But this Skarmory can fly at the front of a group of Pokemon. So looking at the entire Hoenn region, the only one who can cultivate such outstanding steel-type Pokemon is Steven, who is proficient in steel-type. D's expression condensed. The search officer led by Steven was only less than 5 kilometers away from the present. At their speed, they can basically arrive in 3 minutes. In these 3 minutes, he has no absolute certainty to kill Haoyan. Even if he takes the risk and kills him, he will be left here. Once he is arrested, there will be endless prisons waiting for him. It's not worth it to put yourself on the line for Haoyan. Anyway, there is a chance in the future. Thinking of this, D viciously threatened Haoyan. Boy, you are lucky today. Come to Japan for a long time. Wait for me. After that, he hastily withdrew his Pokemon, rode on Pelipper, and fled. Fanglong in Japan. Haoyan was unmoved by D's threat. Team Aqua has robbery in Rustboro City, Flateport City, and now is doing evil in Yantushan. The Alliance will definitely take care of them. Otherwise, it is not easy to explain to the public. In the days to come, Team Aqua is probably too busy to take care of himself, and there is no time to take care of him. As D fled, Asha was greatly relieved when she saw the support coming from a distance. Haoyan, lucky to have you. Otherwise, I can't really drag the Alliance to support me alone. Yeah. Haoyan agreed casually and stepped forward to check Lucario. Xiao, are you alright? Just now Lucario had a hard fight against the Hydro Pump, although he had the help of the defensive magic Protect, but after all, the level difference was here, so he had to check it out. Lucario gently shook his head to Haoyan. That good. You go back to the ball and rest for a while. Haoyan took out the treasure ball and put Lucario back. By the way, I took Gardevoir and Charmeleon back together. After the battle, Haoyan's brow still did not loosen. Because of him, he hasn't heard the prompt from the system. He looked at the machine that was still emitting blue light, muttered, it seems that the key is there. He walked straight over and checked the machine carefully. With a swish, Steven Skarmory streaked across the sky. Steven didn't stop, and pursued in the direction Dai fled. The rest of the investigators all fell around Asha. In addition to Steven, there are 4 East Drake, one of the light, and not far from Laveridge Town, gym leader Winona, who came from Fortree City. If you don't escape, you will be caught 100%. As soon as he landed, Drake immediately told the investigators, the members of Team Aqua, they shouldn't be able to run very far. Everyone spread out and started a plan to hunt down Team Aqua. Yes, hundreds of investigators agreed, and immediately began to search the entire Yantu Mountain. Asha, are you okay? Winona asked Asha with concern. Asha and Winona, both of the same age, are also leaders of Hoenn region. Laveridge Town and Fortree are not far away, so the two of them see each other often. The relationship has always been good, and they are close friends in the boudoir. I'm fine. I didn't do much against Team Aqua just now. It was Haoyan alone who helped me block everything. Although Asha spoke to Winona, her eyes were focused on Haoyan. That boy is the younger brother Haoyan you often mention. Winona followed Asha's gaze and looked at Haoyan, who was standing in front of the laser machine, brows furrowed. Yeah. Asha's face flushed slightly. She replied softly, and walked towards Haoyan. Haoyan, do you know how to operate this machine? Asha said worriedly. Yes. Haoyan said casually. Actually, this machine is very simple, but it uses a certain chemical element that does not match lava to cause a low-pressure state change in the surrounding medium. It is used to stimulate the interior of the volcano, and the molten silicate material containing gas volatiles under low pressure will be disturbed so as to achieve the promotion under the change of mass, and cause the abnormality of the volcano. When Asha heard 1 and 2 big, she clearly understood every word, but when they were connected together, she just didn't understand. Then is there any way to stop this machine? Winona asked aside. Haoyan held his cheek with his hand, his eyes still focused on the laser machine, and said casually, no. When Team Aqua designed this machine, they didn't set this feature off. Asha and Winona were startled. Then, what to do then? Yasha's expression was full of panic. Once the Yantu Mountain was extinguished, the environment of the entire Yantu Mountain would change dramatically. The Pokemon that live here will run around because of the loss of their habitat. Also, from now on, Laveridge Town will no longer be the home of hot springs. By then, many Laveridge Town residents who rely on the hot spring tourism business will be devastated. At this time, Haoyan said, if you can't stop, you can only destroy him. After speaking, Haoyan took a step back, raised his foot, and kicked it hard. The laser machine tumbled into the lava. Although the temperature of the magma has been lowered a lot, it is still very simple to melt a machine. After a while, the lava engulfed the machine. When the machine was submerged for a moment, in Haoyan's mind, he heard the gentle female female voice of the machine. Task completed. Ah, is this enough? When Nona was done, she didn't follow Haoyan's footsteps at all. Otherwise, Haoyan spread his hand. Chapter 81. Asha. It's all your fault, my belly is so big. Solved the laser machine, and Yantushin also returned to normal. It's up to the investigators to capture Team Aqua. Haoyan was sitting on Ash's Tropius at the moment, going home. Grandpa, I brought brother Haoyan back. As soon as she got home, Yasha shouted at the room. In private, Yasha loves to call Haoyan her younger brother. Mula's footsteps were heard in the room, and the elderly Mula hurried out of the room. Seeing that Haoyan was all right, Mula let out a long sigh of relief. His worrying heart could finally be put down. He punched Haoyan hard on the body. Haoyan pretended to be injured and took a step back and said, "Teacher, you are still so old and strong." Mula laughed and said with a great look, "Of course, I keep exercising every day. I'm a guy with abs." "Oh, teacher also has abdominal muscles now," Haoyan said curiously. After resolving the mutation of Yantu Mountain, Yasha was obviously in a good mood. Mulleringly said, "Grandpa met an ant at a Sichuanlu poetry conference for the elderly one. One time, the ant accidentally revealed that she likes men with muscles. Since then, Grandpa has been exercising every day." Mula, who was punctured by Asha, was not annoyed, and laughed. Judging from Mula's giggling, it is estimated that Mula and that ant have made good progress. Haoyan also smiled and said, "Old man, it's really old and strong." Of course. Mula teased a few words, looked at Haoyan, and said, "You kid, I haven't seen you for a year. The temperament of the whole person has changed a lot, especially the pair of sharp eyes. More and more of my style." When Yasha heard it, she took a few glances at Haoyan and said, "How can you be so exaggerated, Grandpa? It's just growing taller, stronger, and darker." After laughing a few words, the three of them were busy with their own work. One day, when he was hungry, Haoyan was driven by Mula to cook. During the meal, Yasha and Mula reported on the situation in Yantu Mountain today. Although Mula is strong, but after all, he is old and did not participate in the operation of Yantu Mountain, and he will remain in Lavarage Town, evacuating resident. When Asha talked about the battle between Haoyan and Dee, it was a perfect tactical arrangement. Mula couldn't help but praise loudly, "Not bad. It really is my student of Mula." Haoyan waved his hand modestly, "Thanks to your teaching." As the topic deepened, Mula was a little worried and said, "Haoyan, if there is any trouble in the future, don't be troubled. Remember to contact me. Although I am old now, my old bones can still shine." "I understand, teacher," Haoyan said gratefully. Haoyan knew how magnificent Mula was back then. The elite Mula of that year was a strong man of the same generation as Kanto region, Agatha's mother-in-law, known as the Gentleman of Fire. Even the most powerful Drake in the elite now respectfully calls Mura a senior. Strength can be reflected from Typhlosion. The network is spread all over the Hoenn region. "Okay, I'll go to bed if I have nothing to do," Mula said after she was full, wiping her mouth. If a person eats a lot of food, a large amount of oxygen will be concentrated in the stomach, and the stomach will be digested by helping hand. When the brain is deprived of oxygen, it is easy to feel sleepy. "Okay, teacher, take a rest." Haoyan smiled. "I wanted to take a bath with you in the hot spring, but today I'm tired of such a mess. I'm tired, so I won't accompany you." Mula got up and said, "Don't worry, I will take a long time in the future. Teacher, let's go to rest." Haoyan responded with a smile. Mula liked to soak in hot springs very much, and built a special hot spring pool behind his house. When I lived in Mula's house before, I was often dragged by Mula to take a hot spring together. Over time, Haoyan also fell in love with hot springs. Every year when you come to Lavarage Town for your birthday, you must have a hot spring with Mr. Mura and chat. So the two of them were dubbed by Asha as friend. When Mula returned to the room, she said to Asha, "Little girl, Haoyan worked hard during the day and came back to cook another meal. He was already very tired. Today is his birthday again. Don't slack off. Go wash the dishes." Oh, when Asha heard that she wanted to wash the dishes, she was obviously reluctant, but forced by Mura's prestige, she reluctantly agreed. But just after Mura left the dining room, Asha leaned on the stool carelessly. While rubbing his belly stretched out by the rice, he looked at Haoyan with expectant eyes and said, "Haoyan blames you. My belly is so big. Can you? Haoyan looked at Asha speechlessly. "Okay, I'll clean up." Haoyan knew that she was too lazy to move, as it was before, so she had to get up and pack her things silently. Chapter 82. Soak in the hot spring. Finalize the fourth candidate for the team. After a hard day, Haoyan was indeed tired. After packing my things, I was going to the backyard of the house, and I went to rest in the hot spring. When the body is tired, the hot spring is the most relaxing thing. Lavarage Town is closer to Smoke Tut Mountain than Fall Arbor Town. The minerals in the hot springs are more abundant than those in Fall Arbor Town. The brewed flavor is also very different. When Haoyan came to the hot spring pool, he found that Yasha was already one step ahead of him, comfortably nesting in the hot spring. Seeing Asha here, Haoyan wanted to avoid suspicion and went back to his room to rest. But Asha had already seen Haoyan first, so she waved waved at him actively, motioning him to go over and have a dip with her. In desperation, Hoenn had no choice but to walk into the pool. Asha has always been a little careless, I joked with Hoenn. Looking at Hoenn's perfect abdominal muscles, he joked, yo, my brother has grown up now, and his figure is getting better and better. Hoenn was a little helpless, and Yasha liked to tease him since she was a child, knowing that if she doesn't fight back, Asha will be even more unforgiving. He replied with a pun, my sister has grown up a lot too. Asha's face flushed slightly, and with a splash she stood up. I have to admit that Asha's figure is the same as her hair color, fiery and passionate, make people feel like the sun is on fire. What exactly does it feel like? I can only say that I understand everything I know, and I don't explain much if I don't understand. Those who don't understand will never understand. Perhaps the reason for soaking in hot springs all the year round. There is a crystal clear white and bright feeling on the skin. Go to Hoenn's side and sit down. He said to Hoenn, brother, elder sister has something to tell you. Hoenn sat next to him for a while, and said without looking sideways, you say it. This slight movement was discovered by Asha. Yasha directly pulled Hoenn to her side. After breaking his head, he said with a bit of anger, when talking to others, look into other people's eyes. This is basic courtesy, don't you know? Hoenn was helpless and had no choice but to look into Yasha's eyes and wait for the other party to speak. That's it. My sister wants to ask you to have a battle with me tomorrow. After the present gods thing, you have advantages that I don't have, so I want to play against you to learn the advantages of you. Asha said. Today, Yasha's performance on MT Miss she thought was very bad. Against several Team Aqua minions, there is a powerful Typhlosion helping hand, still so passive. If it wasn't for Hoenn's calm command at the critical moment, she might have been injured by Team Aqua's soldiers, or even captured by Team Aqua's people. Asha's grandfather, the former 4 elite. Asha's performance is so bad, it will definitely damage Mula's face to a great extent. Some people even questioned her qualifications to be the leader. It's rare for Asha, who always liked to joke, to be so serious. Hoenn agreed. No problem. Hoenn, you must not keep your hands tomorrow. Have a serious battle with me. Asha said seriously. Well, don't worry, I'll be serious. Hoenn replied. In fact, as the granddaughter of the old man Mula, the old man has already taught her everything he knows. What Asha lacks is only combat experience. Experience is something that cannot be taught. It must be accumulated. If Asha doesn't have any strength, she can't be a leader. Growing up under the light of the old man will be more or less questioned. If you hear too many voices of doubt, you will lack a correct understanding. Then they chatted with Asha about childhood jokes, and after the night, the two went back to their respective rooms to rest. After returning to the room, Hoenn did not practice calm mind as usual. Instead, he was thinking silently and replaying today's battle. Today's battle with Team Aqua exposed Asha's inexperience. At the same time, Hoenn also discovered the weakness in his team. Lucario, Gardevoir, and Charmeleon are all output fighters with their own characteristic. Of these 3 Pokemon, only Lucario can hold a little bit. The ability to hold it is entirely due to the steel system. Gardevoir is a mage with high speed and high special attack. No matter how much he cultivates, he can't change the mage's fragile physique. Charmeleon is the same. Special attack and speed are very good, but in defense, it can't be the shield in the team. The output is enough. Xiaolu, and Xiaolong's attack surface is already very complete. There is still a lack of a tank, especially this kind of team fight today. If there is a tank in the team, it will be very easy to fight. Hoenn is thinking silently about the future construction of the team. Gradually, in his mind, a candidate for a tank began to be finalized. It seems that after Xiaolong evolution becomes Charizard, it is necessary to go to Johto region. Chapter 83 I want to challenge Hoenn. The next morning, when it was just dawn, Hoenn took Lucario and Charmeleon for a morning run. Training is the only way to get stronger. Yasha is also an early riser, especially because today she has to fight Hoenn, so she gets up earlier. With a creak, Hoenn, who had just finished running, pushed open the door and just saw Asha, who was wearing Pikachu pajamas, stretching. A touch of fair skin was exposed between his waist and abdomen. Morning, brother Hoenn. Yasha said hello after seeing Hoenn. Morning. Hoenn also waved to say hello. Yasha wanted to make fun of Hoenn, but her eyes caught Hoenn's body. Because of running, the t-shirt was soaked with wet, revealing faintly visible abdominal muscles. He looked a bit wet, captivate. His face flushed, and he walked away pretending to go to the toilet. Until breakfast, there was still the wet body captivate in Asha's mind. To be honest, it's not that Yasha has never seen Hoenn's good figure. I saw it once last night, but the one from this morning, still holding the pipa half covered vaguely, is the most deadly. Mula looked at the blushing Asha and said to her, Asha, what's the matter with you? Yasha reacted quickly and changed the subject. Grandpa, I talked to brother Hoenn last night, and I will have a fight with him later. An unreserved battle. Mula took a sip of milk, nodded and said, alright, I can just watch the growth of this kid Hoenn. Hoenn said with a smile, Teacher, if there is something that is not in place, please give more pointers. Mullah put down the milk and said, you boy, you are always so humble. You have already learned all my skills when you were 10 years old. What the matter? Teacher, your rich experience in battle. I'm afraid I can't finish it every few decades. Hey, you kid. In the Pokemon Center in Laveridge Town, there is a girl looking at the baby ball in her hand while walking forward while murmuring to herself. The girl inadvertently showed her 2 small tiger teeth, which was quite girlish. This lovely girl is Sapphire. Aaron can. He is a steel type and will be restrained by the fire attribute. Combusk. Although N is also a fire element, it is not afraid of fire, but Asha leaders Magcargo and Numel are both earthquake, and they are not good. It seems that you can only use Donphan. You can use Donphan's ground system to restrain the fire system. Sapphire went all the way and also came to Fuyan Gym. Looking at the tall gym in front of him, Sapphire was silently cheering on himself. If I can get 1 more badge at Fuyan Gym, then I will have 4 badges. Get 4 badges, then I'll be promoted to a superior trainer. Come on, Sapphire. Sapphire clenched her pink fist, looking full of fighting spirit. Sorry, today our gym does not open challenges. Asha leader has something very important today. If you want to challenge, please come back tomorrow. The gym disciple at the door said apologetically to Sapphire, instantly extinguishing the fighting spirit that Sapphire had just mentioned. Sapphire, whose fighting spirit was extinguished, had no choice but to give up and prepare to leave. But when she was about to walk away, she glanced inside the gym, but found that Yasha was standing on the opposite side of the battlefield, and there was a man in front of her. The figure of this man, Sapphire felt a little familiar, but not sure. Sapphire narrowed his eyes, looked at it carefully, and finally saw it clearly. A little surprised, and some unexpectedly shouted, Brother Hoenn. That's right, Hoenn is standing on the battlefield at the moment, preparing to fight against Asha. Hearing a voice calling him, he looked back. After seeing it clearly, he smiled habitually. It turned out to be Sapphire. Brother Hoenn. Sapphire happily ran into the gym. Outside the gym gate, the trainee disciple who was guarding the gate saw Sapphire and Hoenn know each other, and let her in. Brother Hoenn. Long time no see tilde. Sapphire was very happy to see Hoenn here. Yeah, long time no see. Hoenn also responded with a smile. Sapphire looked at the positions of Yasha and Hoenn at this time, and said with some doubt, why did the gatekeeper say that Yasha leader has important things when he entered the door just now? So he is not open to challenge today. However, big brother Hoenn is obviously going to fight Asha leader. Why can brother Hoenn challenge Asha leader, but I can't? Sapphire suddenly appeared and interrupted the battle that was about to start. Asha came over and said, you made a mistake. It's not that Hoenn is going to challenge me, but I'm going to challenge Hoenn. What? Asha curator, do you challenge brother Hoenn? Sapphire looked shocked and inexplicable. The dignified Laveridge town leader actually uses the word challenge. Challenge, isn't it only used by weak people, light-strong people, when launching a battle? Doesn't that mean that Hoenn's strength is stronger than Shasha's? That's right, I'm going to challenge Hoenn. Yasha repeated, her expression more serious than ever. Chapter 84. Can you judge whether you win or lose without starting a fight? You're Birch's daughter, Mullah said, coming to her side. Yes, my full name is Birch Sapphire. Are you Mura Elite? Sapphire blinked and looked at Mura. Yeah, but I've already retired. It's not elite anymore. Mula responded with a hint of smugness. Hello, Grandpa Mula. I often hear Dad mention you. Dad knew that I was coming to Laveridge Town, and he reminded me to bring you when I met you. Sapphire responded politely. Elite is second only to champion. No matter which region it is in, it is the leader. Ha ha ha, Birch has a heart. Mullah was full of relief. Mr. Mura, I feel like you and brother Hoenn are very familiar. Sapphire asked curiously. Mr. Mura, it's my teacher. Hoenn replied with a smile. Sapphire suddenly realized, no wonder brother Hoenn is so strong. It turns out that Grandpa Mula is brother Hoenn's teacher. After chatting for a while, Mura said to Sapphire, Sapphire, let go over and talk. Let them start fighting. Okay, Grandpa Mula. Sapphire followed Mula to the auditorium, and finally cheered Hoenn. Brother Hoenn, come on tilde. Hoenn versus Asha. The first round of the battle has officially started. Both sides are not allowed to change Pokemon in the middle of the battle. The referee gave an order and the game began. Camera, come out. Asha released her Pokemon first. Hoenn and her have known each other since childhood. Hoenn knows all her Pokemon, so there is no need to hide them. Automatically, camera up data appeared in Hoenn's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon closed black lens bracket. Camera up. Attribute fire. Ground. Level 41. Characteristic hard rock. Effective damage dealt by great moves is reduced by a quarter. Introduction. There is a huge amount of fire energy in the body so that there are 2 small volcanoes on the back. Lucario. Let the old man see your growth. Hoenn followed suit and released Lucario. Luca. As soon as Lucario came on stage, Asha's Camerupt, like Hoenn, looked indifferent. Lucario met Camerupt from Asha when he was still Riolu. It's just that Camerupt at the time was still Numel. They often trained together together and occasionally play against one or two, but after evolution, they haven't fought. Camerupt looked at Lucario with a stern look. In the past, when there was no evolution, even if Numel had an advantage in attribute, it could only reach a tie with Riolu at most. Of course, more often, Riolu is better. Now that evolution has become a mighty Camerupt wants to be ashamed. Hoenn has Lucario. Everyone present knows Camerupt has fire and ground attribute, and moves with these two attribute can cause outstanding damage to Lucario. Brother Hoenn will never be unaware of this, but why does Brother Hoenn still use Lucario? I remember that Brother Hoenn has a Ralts. Riolu has already evolved during this time, and Ralts should have also evolved. Why not use Pokemon that have no attribute restraint relationship with each other? Sapphire was full of questions and looked at Mura. Mula said slowly, because Hoenn has absolute confidence. Absolute confidence. Sapphire tilted his head and thought silently. This is a real world, and there are no inverse attribute masters here. Know the attributes of the opponent's Pokemon in advance, and under the premise of choice, continue to use the Pokemon suppressed by the attribute. There are only two possibilities. First, it is that they do not understand the relationship between attributes and restraint. 2. Have absolute confidence in your own Pokemon. Obviously, Hoenn belongs to the latter. Camerupt, use Sunny Day. Asha didn't relax a bit because of her superiority in attribute. Instead, her face was solemn. The two volcanoes on Camerupt back. The energy condenses. With Camerupt as the center, the surrounding temperature was obviously hot, as if it was under the scorching sun. Sunny Day can be changed into the environment needed by fire-type Pokemon in a short time. In this environment, the skill power of fire-type Pokemon can be greatly enhanced. When Asha directed Camerupt to make move, Hoenn followed closely behind. Xiao, use agility. Lucario's eyes narrowed, and the energy in his body was constantly triggering cell changes. Agility is a powerful buff skill. It can increase the user's speed by 2 levels within a period of time. Agility has been practicing for a short time, and his proficiency is not high. But Asha did not choose to attack in the first round, which directly gave Hoenn a chance. Mula, who was in the audience, though like Asha, couldn't hear Hoenn's specific instructions to Lucario, but the experienced him, looking at Lucario's actions, knew that Lucario was using agility, shook his head silently and said, Asha has a high probability of losing. Sapphire on the side was full of doubt. In the first round, neither side had officially started fighting. Is this a winner or loser? Chapter 85 Mula. Hoenn's growth rate is too fast. Camerupt, use flamethrower. Asha immediately ordered a move when she saw that the surrounding environment had changed. The volcano on Camerupt back seems to be condensed with powerful fire energy. Immediately, a condensed flame spewed out of his mouth. Let Jim, which is like being under the scorching sun, get a little hotter. Xiao, use your speed to avoid Camerupt's attack. In this environment, if Lucario was hit, there was a good chance that he would be seriously injured. In order to gain an advantage in the battle, agility will be used at the beginning. Camerupt condensed flame hit exactly where Lucario stood just now. There is no hit rate Lucario. After using agility, Lucario wants to avoid the attack. Very simple. Lucario should have used agility. Observing Lucario's speed, Asha knew what Hoenn's move just now was. Camerupt, keep using flamethrower. Camerupt once again faithfully executed the trainer's command, turned around slowly, another condensed flame. In Sun with the addition of NY Day, Camerupt is like a damage explosion cannon. It's a pity that Camerupt beat is flawed, although the move is not slow, but turning the body, trying to aim at Lucario is a little slow. Xiao, dodge. Hoenn is not in a hurry at all. Flamethrower's power is as high as 80 points. Pokemon's move, the size of the power. Basically, it is equal to the difficulty of use and the amount of energy consumed. The power of the flamethrower is not bad, and every time it is used, the energy consumed is not small at all. Spray twice in a row, the consumption is not small. Apparently, Asha is also very aware of this truth, and found that the flamethrower twice had no effect. Then he changed tactic. Camerupt, use earthquake. Camerupt immediately stomped on the ground, and many cracks appeared on the battlefield in front of him. Earthquake. Hoenn is no stranger to this skill. They have used it several times against Roxanne and Brock. At that time, Lucario, who had not yet learned agility, could dodge it. Now that the speed has increased so much, it is not difficult to dodge at all. Xiao, dodge. Hoenn commanded in a simple and unpretentious manner. Camerupt, earthquake. Xiao, escape. Sapphire, who was sitting in the auditorium, watched the battle at this time. The little hands were sweating nervously, watching the changes in the field intently. Mula, who was on the side, shook his head and said, Asha was wrong from the beginning. Now, add wrong to wrong. Sapphire was attracted by Mura's words and asked, wrong, that's right. How can it be wrong to use flamethrower and earthquake to restrain steel-type move? Mura didn't bother her, and explained, don't look at Camerupt current offensive, but with so many moves, has he ever hit Lucario once? It takes a lot of energy to release flamethrower and earthquake. If this goes on, Camerupt energy will be depleted. completed. There is no need to wait for Camerup's attack to dry up at all. Just look for the gap between the move. Then it is the time for Hoenn to launch a fatal blow. After Camerup's continuous move, Hoenn calculated the gap between Camerup's skills and began to increase. After Camerup's earthquake, calmly commanded Lucario to move. Shao, power up punch attack. Don't be greedy after one move. After bypassing, use power up punch again immediately. Lucario's eyes froze, and he stomped on the ground abruptly, causing the surrounding battlefield that had been destroyed because of earthquake, a burst of gravel to fly. His body was like a sharp arrow out of the string, hitting Camerup's right. Hoenn finally made a move. Chan. Asha saw Lucario rushing towards her, her eyes filled with joy, and she immediately said to Camerup, use flamethrower. But the flames did not go out towards Lucario as Asha expected. Asha immediately looked at Camerup, only to see Camerup gathering energy silently. Asha immediately understood that Camerup kept attacking, and the energy in her body was not mobilized so quickly. When Asha looked up again, Lucario had come to Camerup's side and punched Camerup. With one punch, the 220 kg Camerup retreated 1 meter. At the critical moment, Camerup had condensed his energy and immediately spewed flames at Lucario. Lucario, who was already prepared, didn't panic at all. It was already expected. Close combat is what he is best at, and it is a must-learn skill for close combat. With a light sideways, he dodged Camerup's attack. Shao, break. Hoenn's voice reappeared in Lucario's mind. Lucario shouted, and after using power up punch twice, his attack power increased by 2 levels. Make his eyes red, constantly waving the fist in his hand, hammering Camerup's body. Hoenn vs. Asha. In the first round, Hoenn wins. Jim's referee waved his flag and announced the result of the match. Yeah, brother, Hoenn wins. Sapphire, who had been holding his little hands and watched the battle nervously, shouted loudly. Hoenn's growth is too fast. Although Mula felt distressed that her granddaughter lost the first round, but more, it is to sigh Hoenn's rapid growth. Chapter 86. Sapphire. What going on here? If at the beginning, if you use flamethrower, then the Lucario of Hoenn has no speed bonus. It's not easy to dodge. Unfortunately, before you started, instead of attacking, you chose to start with Sunny Day. Although in terms of attribute, your Camerup has the advantage, but in terms of tactical training and battle arrangement, you are far inferior to Hoenn. So the best way is to give up the tactics and directly use the most primitive method to exchange moves with him. Mula had already left the game, and by Ash's side, replayed the battle with her just now. So it is. After Mula's explanation, Asha suddenly realized. Mura patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. Come on, relax a little, don't limit yourself because of tension. Well, I will. Asha shook her head and forced herself to calm down. Hoenn didn't rush and gave Yasha enough time to adjust her state. After a while, Asha nodded to the referee next to her and said, it's time to start. The referee understood and waved the flag. The battle between Hoenn and Yasha, the second round start, absorbed the shortcomings of the slow speed of the last Camerup. This time, Asha directly changed to Rapidash. Rapidash hissed, the flames on his back blowing in the wind like a mane. Automatically, Rapidash's data entered Hoenn's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Rapidash. Attribute Fire. Level 41. Characteristic Fire. Pokemon with this feature will not suffer damage when hit by fire attribute attack move, and the Pokemon's attack and special attack will increase. Introduction. If she sees a fast-moving object, she will want to go for a fight and start chasing at a violent speed. Wow, this Rapidash is so pretty. Sapphire exclaimed. If you go to the gorgeous competition, maybe you can win the championship by standing there. By the way, Grandpa Mula, I heard from my father that the more vigorous the flame mane on the back of the flame horse, the stronger the strength. Mula nodded and said, Sapphire is worthy of being Birch's daughter, and she knows a lot about Pokemon. Generally speaking, fire-type Pokemon have more or less the symbol of fire on their body. For example, Charmeleon, Typhlosion, Chimchar, etc. They have burning flames all over their body. This series of Pokemon, through the flames on their bodies, can judge their strength. The stronger the flame, the stronger the strength. Sapphire looked at the hot flames on Rapidash and asked, Grandpa Mula, now Asha leader uses Rapidash, is it the strongest of all her Pokemon? Mula nodded and said, yes, this Rapidash grew up with Asha since she was a child. The strongest, and the Pokemon that Asha spends the most time on. Then, will brother Hoenn win this time? Sapphire asked aloud. It's hard to say. Asha's Rapidash is not slow, like Camerup just now. Can't keep up with Lucario. But there is still a gap in speed with Lucario after using agility. Rapidash is fast, but defensively, it's a little more vulnerable. Especially Lucario used power up punch twice, and his attack power was also increased by 2 levels. Rapidash does a lot of damage to Lucario though, but the other way around too. The advantage of restraining the steel element in the fire element attribute has been leveled by Hoenn. Even if Lucario and Rapidash fall together, then Hoenn still has an advantage. After all, If Asha also falls, then she will have a chance to play a Pokemon, and Hoenn has 2 more chances to play. So, the probability of Asha winning in the end is very low. Mullah analyzed. Grandpa Mula is indeed one of the 4 elite. The analysis is in place. After Mullah's analysis in simple language, Sapphire can understand it at once. Just when everyone thought that Hoenn would not change Pokemon, Hoenn took Lucario back unexpectedly. Grandpa Mullah, what's the situation? Sapphire opened his eyes wide and looked at Mullah in disbelief. Mura only felt very depressed. It's a pity that he analyzed a lot just now, but the script didn't act according to what he said at all. Chapter 87. Asha is as helpless as a rookie trainer. Hoenn can use Lucario to fight Asha's Rapidash. In terms of Lucario's speed and attack power, he is completely at an advantage. Attribute gap, as these are smoothed out. Lucario attack, Rapidash can't stand it. Of course, the reverse is also true. As Mr. Mura said, it is not a loss for Lucario to exchange 2 for 2. But is this necessary? No need, because he has a better solution. Xiaolu, I'll leave it to you. Hoenn released Gardevoir to fight Asha's Rapidash. As soon as the battle started, Asha immediately grabbed the move. Rapidash, use Flame Charge. The flames on Rapidash's body burned violently, covering her body with flames in one fell swoop. The flames were like energy, rushing towards Gardevoir. Hoenn was not idle either, and immediately commanded, Xiaolu, use the light green where Rapidash is going. Gardevoir put his hands on his chest, and the energy overflowed from his body, causing the air to ripple like water waves. A transparent wall suddenly appeared in front of Rapidash running. The Rapidash, who had just started and was unprepared, collided directly. Bang! Light green is smashed by Rapidash, but her footsteps were forced to stop. Taking advantage of this gap, Hoenn immediately said, Xiaolu, use Psybeam. A strong and dazzling light, condensed from the hands of Gardevoir's chest, quickly moved towards Rapidash's attack. Rapidash smashed the light green, and originally wanted to continue to pick up speed and continue to attack, but it was too late. Psybeam had hit her exactly. Originally, he was hit with all kinds of meat and 8 element, but when he was photographed by Psybeam, he was even more dizzy and couldn't tell the direction. Into a state of confusion. This is an additional effect of Psybeam. Rapidash, stand up! Asha shouted loudly on the edge of the battlefield. After hearing about Rapidash, it was hard to tell the direction clearly. Just when he was about to stand up, Hoenn asked Gardevoir to make another move. Xiaolu, mental interference. Mental interference. In the damage judgment of the Alliance, the damage reaches 90 points. It's psychic signature skill. A mass appeared in Gardevoir's hand. It looked transparent, but confusion, which was visible to the naked eye, threw it towards Rapidash. With Rapidash in a state of chaos, it's not easy to get back on its feet, but just standing up and regaining a little sense of direction, Gardevoir's attack has arrived. Hit again. Rapidash, who was not good at defense, fell down after receiving such powerful skills twice in a row. You know, Gardevoir has a nickname, that is the Queen of Psychic. In Psychic, her special attack output ability may be ranked 6. Again, lose again tilde. Asha's face was frustrated from the beginning to the present. Her Pokemon never touched each other. After using agility, if you can't run into Lucario, who has the advantage in speed, that's fine. Specially dispatched the fast Rapidash head office. Unexpectedly, even an attack fell down without making a move. The second round, the full length, I don't know if there is a minute. With a deep sigh, Asha could only reluctantly retract Rapidash. Seeing Asha's frustrated expression, Mula walked off the stage and patted Asha lightly on the shoulder. Mura has given no useful advice. Hoenn's thought, he can't guess at all. Even Mura had a feeling if he used Asha's Pokemon to fight Hoenn, there is a good chance he will lose. Don't be discouraged, Asha. To adhere. The battle is 3v3. It's not over yet. You still have a chance. Still have a chance. Mura himself did not believe what he said. Asha looked at Hoenn, who was still unhurried and indifferent, feeling an unprecedented sense of powerlessness. No matter what Pokemon you use, or what tactics you use, can be detected by Hoenn, and can find a way to deal with it in a short period of time. Hoenn, really strong. It's more like abusing vegetables than a challenge. Asha, who is the leader, often has some nearby rookie trainers. Just got the Earl Dervish Pokemon and wanted to challenge Jim. There are a few of them. Earl Dervish Pokemon are grass type, or low-level Pokemon like Oddish to challenge. Naturally, she was instantly swept away by her move. Looking at the expressions on their dejected and leaving, she could finally feel it today. It seems that in this duel, she is the rookie trainer, and Hoenn is gym leader. Chapter 88. The badges are the same, but not the same. When Yasha challenged Hoenn, it was with a learning attitude. From the beginning, I never thought about winning or losing. She just wanted to learn some battle experience from Hoenn. Forcibly take back the frustration, because the battle is still going on. Come out, Torkoal. In the third round, I want to hit Hoenn Gardevoir. There's no hope left. After all, Torkoal's speed is even slower than Camera. Automatically, Torkoal's data appeared in Hoenn's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Torkoal. Attribute Fire. Level Level 35. Characteristic white smoke. The Pokemon is sheltered and will not be reduced by any form of means by the opponent to reduce its own attribute. Introduction. Torkoal like to eat coal. They will keep digging coal in the mountains, and then put the collected coal into the carapace. After being attacked, they will spew black smoke and escape. Hoenn did not change the Pokemon this time, and still kept Gardevoir on the scene. Against Torkoal, there is no difficulty. Occupy a great advantage in speed, and can also use teleport's evasion at critical time. Torkoal was resolved with little effort. Thank you Hoenn. Through the battle with you, I quickly found my shortcoming. Yasha sincerely bowed 90 degrees to Hoenn. This battle made her clearly know what she needed to make up for. It is also clear that the Pokemon battle is not a battle between you and me. It is about tactics and strategy. In particular, Hoenn's Lucario explained the importance of tactic to combat. You're welcome. All my furs are learned from the old man. If I didn't have the careful guidance of the old man, I would never have been able to do what I am now. Hoenn said modestly. You kid, you will really put a high hat on me. Mula loves more and more. Hoenn, this student. Don't be proud. There is no pride in winning. Always look calm and peaceful. Going forward at the current speed, Hoenn's future will be limitless. Even in the future, to be able to be champion. Maybe, it can surpass champion. Mula was more and more looking forward to what kind of surprise Hoenn could bring to him next time. Sapphire looked at Hoenn, who easily won the victory, and his heart became more and more worship. Perhaps it was because he lost to Hoenn, and he was too embarrassed to lose. Or, it is the skills that I want to learn from Hoenn, and I want to find an opponent to try. Or maybe it's because of some of the characteristics of women. Good. Asha took the initiative to talk to Sapphire and asked if Sapphire wanted to challenge Jim. Sapphire nodded, and then went to fight Asha. Of course, what Asha uses are low-level Pokemon without evolution. In all fairness, Sapphire is still very familiar with her Pokemon. There is nothing exciting in tactic, but in commanding battles, it is still reasonable. Can be regarded as a qualified trainer. Donphan used Earthquake. Donphan stomped on the ground, leading to crack. In the end, Donphan of Sapphire defeated Slugma of Asha, won the victory. Sapphire challenges Jim. Victory. The referee announced the result of the match. The battle is over. Congratulations to Sapphire. You have obtained the badge of Cauldron Fire. Hoenn and Mura walked down from the auditorium. Thank you, brother Hoenn. Sapphire smiled, revealing two cute little tiger teeth. On behalf of Fuyan Jim, I will present you a Fuyan badge. Asha handed the badge with the fire pattern to Sapphire. Thank you, Sister Asha. Sapphire took the badge with both hands, carefully opened the box containing the badge, and last resort got up. It was not easy for me just now. The challenge was successful. Would you like to give me a badge? Asha was stunned for a moment but did not respond. It was clearly Asha who took the initiative to challenge Hoenn, but why? In Hoenn's mouth, it became him challenging Asha. Mula is a sensible person who understands it a little bit, and said, yes, Hoenn has successfully challenged Jim, and you should give him a badge too. Asha reacted immediately and understood what Hoenn meant. To put it bluntly, Asha lost a bit miserably just now, and Hoenn took the initiative to help her save a little face. Yasha has just taken office and still needs support. So, another way of saying that it was Hoenn challenged her. Yasha gave Hoenn a glance, then took out another badge and handed it to Hoenn. Hoenn took it with a smile. Like Sapphire, there was also a special box for badges. Put the badge that Asha gave him and put it in. Sapphire was on the side, looking at the cauldron badge in Hoenn's box, and compared it with his own. The two badges are identical in appearance. However, the gold content is not a star and a half. This one of hers is awarded by the leader for recognizing the potential of the challenger. This piece of Hoenn was obtained by defeating the leader without any reservation. Chapter 89 Evolution becomes Gray-Black Charizard. In the training ground of Kama Gym. Roar, roar. Charmeleon bared his teeth and growled at his opponent. Charmeleon's opponent is Typhlosion of Mura. Typhlosion for Charmeleon roared in disapproval, his expression full of arrogance. Seeing this, Charmeleon took a sharp breath, and suddenly a scorching flame shot out. The flames on Typhlosion's back burned violently when Charmeleon made a move. For a moment, the flames wrapped him in it, and then quickly charged in the direction of Charmeleon, straight at it. This is Typhlosion's signature skill, the Flame Wheel. With a bang, Charmeleon was knocked straight out, and the flames that Charmeleon just spewed out had no effect on Typhlosion. Pooh, pooh. Charmeleon stood up again after falling to the ground, continued to attack Typhlosion, and Typhlosion, knocking Charmeleon out again and again. Hoenn, your Charmeleon is really tenacious. I've been knocked down so many times, and every time I can stand up so quickly and continue to attack. Moa looked at Charmeleon, who was knocked down again and again and stood up again and again. Full of emotion, he said to Hoenn sitting next to him, is this the characteristic of shiny Pokemon? Even if you keep failing, don't give up. Hoenn's eyes have been watching Charmeleon, and nodded lightly. Said, perhaps Xiaolong is very warlike and full of wildness. Hoenn has been in Lavarage Town for half a month. For the past past half-month, Charmeleon has been looking for Typhlosion of Mura to fight every day in addition to training. Play every day, even just after the morning, go down and continue. Perhaps because of strong opponent, Charmeleon has improved rapidly. The level has risen to level 35, and it is only one step away from level 36. Bang it! Typhlosion rushed to Charmeleon's side, knocking him off again. But this time, Charmeleon didn't stand up as quickly as usual. Coming with a swish, Charmeleon didn't stand up, but Hoenn stood up, his heart surging. Seeing Hoenn's appearance, Mula guessed it in her heart, and smiled on the side. The fallen Charmeleon slowly got up. Around his body, white stars began to gather towards him. The white starlight gradually intensified and became a white light, directly shroud Charmeleon in it. Xiaolong finally evolution. The white light dissipated, and a brand new Pokemon stood in front of him. The skin of the body, except for the belly color, is all gray-black. On the back, a pair of wings grew. On the inside of the wings, the color is red like blood. The tail has also become thick and long, and the end of the tail is still burning with hot flame. Hoo, hoo, hoo. After evolution becomes Charizard, he makes a huge roar. The sound was so loud that it could be heard clearly even outside the gym. Finally evolution. Charizard's eyes were full of excitement. He flapped his wings and flew up at one in the air, proudly looking down at his opponent Typhlosion. Roar, roar. Typhlosion suddenly let out a roar, louder than Charizard. He was inspired by Charizard to fight. Charizard tilted his neck back slightly and took a deep breath. A flame once again sprayed toward Typhlosion. This flame is not red, but a little golden. Typhlosion frowned, facing Charizard's flame. He quickly dodged to the side, dodging Charizard's attack. Typhlosion dodged the attack. Mula also stood up in surprise. The previous Typhlosion didn't dodge Charmeleon's flame attack at all. Perhaps in his opinion, that level of flame is not an attack. But now Typhlosion takes the initiative to dodge, which means that Typhlosion recognizes Charizard's strength and will take the initiative to dodge. Failing a single blow, Charizard strikes again, firing a hot, golden-looking flame at Typhlosion. Typhlosion was not ambiguous. He also opened his mouth and responded with a pure red golden flame. Two Pokemon fighting together again. In the end, it ended with Typhlosion's victory. Although Charizard's evolution at a critical time, his combat power has risen by a knot. But in rank, Mura Typhlosion nearly doubled the Spitfire. Such a gap, not a simple evolution, can be leveled. Ahead, still need to work hard. Chapter 90 Gorgeous Competition. Wallace. Teacher, Yasha, you don't need to send it. Please stay. Hoenn was carrying a backpack and stood at the door of Mula's house, saying goodbye to Yasha and Mula inside. Hoenn, if you encounter any trouble outside, feel free to come to me. Don't be too troublesome. Understand? Mula said seriously. Teacher, I understand. Hoenn answered equally seriously. Well, that good. Mula glanced at Asha, who was beside him with a face full of reluctance, and said wisely, okay, I'll go back to the house first. Asha said reluctantly, Hoenn, Laverage Town and Fall Arbor Town are not far away. Come and see me and Grandpa more. During Hoenn's day, Yasha enjoyed it very much. Every day is to ask Hoenn about the Pokemon battle knowledge. Let her understand the battle a little more. In the evening, as soon as he got home, Hoenn would cook exquisite and delicious meals. After dinner, she doesn't need to wash the dishes. Hoenn is handsome, good at cooking, knowledgeable and smart. It's no wonder that Yasha is willing to let him go. Well, I will definitely come to see the old man often when I have time. Hoenn nodded. And me? Asha gave him a white look. Good, good. Then I'll go first. Hoenn said goodbye to Asha and set foot on the road back to Fall Arbor Town. Hoenn left Laverage Town for two reasons. One, Xiaolong has evolved into Charizard. He needs to prepare and consider going to the Johto region to capture the fourth Pokemon in the team. Second, he is almost out of money. Need to find some work to earn some living expenses. Walking on Yantu Mountain with no one around, Hoenn released Charizard. He quickly got on his back and said excitedly, Little dragon, fly up, let go home. Out tilde out tilde. Charizard immediately flapped his huge wing, carrying Hoenn into the sky. I have to say that when I first started riding the Charizard and soaring in the sky, it was really cool. But as the Charizard got faster, the flying experience wasn't that great. Hoo hoo tilde hoo hoo tilde. Hoo hoo tilde hoo hoo tilde. The wind whistled in Hoenn's ear, causing his eardrums to hurt. At the same time, the huge wind pressure made him unable to open his eyes. This situation is like driving a car without a windshield on the highway at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. I have time to buy some windproof glasses. Hoenn commanded Charizard and fell from the air. After Charizard's rapid flight, he is now close to Fall Arbor Town. As the saying goes, money is not revealed. Charizard is a different black and gray, and it is a shiny Pokemon at a glance. When the strength is not strong, it is better to keep a low profile, to avoid being coveted by some ghosts and ghosts. Walking on the road leading to Fall Arbor Town, Hoenn found that there were many people around, like him, all rushing to Fall Arbor Town. Fall Arbor Town has no tourist resources, and usually there are not many tourists. Could it be that the gorgeous contest is was about to start. Hoenn was a little puzzled. In order to take care of Fall Arbor Town, the Alliance promotes the economic development of Fall Arbor Town, a gorgeous competition venue especially set up in Fall Arbor Town. Every year when the gorgeous contest is held, many people will rush to Fall Arbor Town to participate. However, Hoenn has never cared about such flashy games, so he doesn't know when it will be held. I didn't even know much about the content of the game. This time the gorgeous competition is very high level, and even the current champion Wallace will perform. Wallace is coming too. OMG, my idol. If I had known that he would also play, I should have been more prepared and strive to get a better place in the gorgeous competition. Hoenn passed by the two girls and heard some nympho-like conversation between the two girls. Wallace is the current champion of Hoenn region. In addition, he is an excellent Pokemon coordination trainer. I like to participate in all kinds of gorgeous contests. Even in battle, he pursues using various gorgeous moves to defeat his opponent. The two girls continued to chat. This time, in addition to Wallace's performance, the bonus is also very rich. Won the first place in the gorgeous contest and rewarded 2 million Alliance coin. The second place is 1 million. The third place is 500,000. Wow, it seems that this time Fall Arbor Town has paid a lot of money. Invited Wallace to perform, and there are so many bonuses. The original Hoenn was not interested in the gorgeous contest at all, but now he has decided to participate. 1. It for the money. Although 2 million is not a lot, it is enough for Hoenn to live on for a period of time. Anyway, the gorgeous contest is near my home, so there is no time cost. 2. By the way, I can meet Wallace. He is still very interested in the strength of Hoenn region's champion. After making the decision, Hoenn quickened his pace. Chapter 91 Sapphire. Brother Hoenn, can I go to your house? Hoenn came to the Pokemon Center, which is the registration point for the gorgeous contest, and found that there were quite a few people here. There are coordination trainers from all over the place who come to the competition. These coordination trainers are all in the Pokemon Center, taking care of their Pokemon. However, most people's Pokemon are some popular goods. Hello, I'm here to sign up. Hoenn walked to the sign up point. Okay, please fill out this form. The staff skillfully took out a form and handed it to Hoenn. Okay, thank you. Hoenn took the form and went to fill it out. When I just wrote it and was about to hand it back to the staff, I heard Sapphire's voice. Brother Hoenn, why are you here? Hoenn turned around and found that Sapphire was not far from him. A look of surprise. Brother Hoenn, are you coming to participate in the gorgeous contest? Sapphire asked while looking at the form in Hoenn's hand. Yes, what about you? Sapphire, why are you here? The last time you challenged Fuyan Gym, didn't you mean to go to Petalburg City to challenge Chunghwa Gym? Hoenn asked with a smile. It was originally planned, but unfortunately when I came to Fall Arbor Town, I found that the tunnel leading to Rustboro City was closed. I can only stay in this Fall Arbor Town temporarily. But here, it's a big surprise to meet Brother Hoenn again. Sapphire looked at Hoenn with admiration. After the last battle between Hoenn and Asha in Laveridge Town, Sapphire worshipped Hoenn more and more. Hoenn handed the completed form to the staff, confirmed the start time of the gorgeous contest, and left the Pokemon Center with Sapphire. How? Brother Yan, I have something. I want to ask you for help. I don't know it's inconvenient for you. Sapphire said a little awkwardly and shyly, bowing his head. Brother Hoenn, you know, because the tunnel in Fall Arbor Town is temporarily closed, so I can't go to Petalburg City now. As the gorgeous competition in Fall Arbor Town opens, more and more coordination trainers are gathered here. The resting place in the Pokemon Center is overcrowded and there is no place. I heard that Brother Hoenn's home is in Fall Arbor Town. Sapphire said here. His two little hands were tightly squeezed together, showing the shyness of a little girl. The sound is also much smaller, like a mosquito chirping. No, I don't know if I can temporarily stay at Brother Hoenn's house for a few days. Come to my house. Hoenn glanced around. There were indeed many people coming and going at the Pokemon Center. Originally, Fall Arbor Town was not big, and there were not many people who usually came. So when building the Pokemon Center, build it a little bit smaller. The situation Sapphire said is true. No problem. Hoenn readily agreed. Really? That great. Sapphire got Hoenn's straightforward answer and jumped up with joy. Then Hoenn took Sapphire back to his home. Along the way, Sapphire is happy and lively. Perhaps it was because of Hoenn's straightforward agreement that Sapphire felt a little closer to Hoenn. The courage has also grown. Brother Hoenn, I heard that the director Norman of Petalburg City, although like Asha Leader, is also a new director, but his strength is very strong. Although I have a combustion, I can restrain his ordinary attribute, but I still don't know if I can succeed. Brother Hoenn, you are a master fighter, so I want to ask you again. If you have time, can you train me, or teach me some secret so that I can successfully defeat Curator Norman? Sapphire raised his head and looked at Hoenn expectantly. Yes, Hoenn agreed again readily. Anyway, the gorgeous competition will start 3 days later, so there is no need to worry. Just let the combustion of Sapphire follow Lucario and them to practice together, and it doesn't take much effort. That great, brother Hoenn, please. Sapphire Lucario showed two cute little tiger teeth and smiled happily. Chapter 92 Incidents that angered the Alliance. Hoenn's house is in a yard specially used for cultivation. Strong. Sapphire's Combuskin was hitting a test board in front of him. Lucario waved to stop him, motioning him to look at himself. Then Combuskin immediately stepped aside respectfully and observed it carefully. Bang. Lucario took 2 steps back. His waist and abdomen suddenly exerted force, raised his fist, and kept hitting the test board. The board used for testing was punched by Lucario. The landing point is clear, and it is the same position every time. Strong. Combuskin's eyes were full of horror. Lucario pointed to his waist and abdomen, then pointed to Combuskin, and asked him if he understood. Strong. Combuskin nodded vigorously. Luca tilde. Lucario motioned for Combuskin to give him a try. Strong. Combuskin nodded vigorously, and began to try a move like Lucario just now. Lucario is like a teacher, teaching the Combuskin practice of Sapphire. Roar. Charizard flew from the sky, his limbs, wearing 50 kg overweight protective gear, flying proudly. This is Hoenn's training plan specially formulated for him. It can make him get used to flying earlier and strengthen the flying speed. Gardevoir was on the side, facing one of the test board, constantly firing energy attack. One is electricity, one is fire, and one is grass-type energy ball. In the interval between attack, teleport is constantly interspersed. Sapphire looked at the Pokemon in the yard that kept practicing. She finally knew why Hoenn's Pokemon was so strong. He came to Hoenn's house to stay overnight. Today is the 3rd day. Every day, Hoenn's several Pokemon are doing crazy training, and it's still spontaneous. Keep training and never slack off. Brother Hoenn. As soon as Sapphire saw Hoenn appearing in the yard, he immediately ran to him. Yeah. Hoenn nodded and checked the Pokemon they had cultivated. Everything is in order. Brother Hoenn, are you going to participate in the gorgeous competition tomorrow? Sapphire asked with his head raised. Yes. Hoenn smiled and nodded. When the time comes, I must help Brother Hoenn to cheer for you. Sapphire waved his hand. Okay, thank you Sapphire. Hoenn rubbed Sapphire's little head. Sapphire has a lively personality, and when he does things, he is also very aggressive and persistent. To be honest, Hoenn quite liked this little sister. When Hoenn was training Pokemon in Helping Hand Sapphire at home to prepare for the gorgeous contest, something happened on the other side of Hoenn region that angered the league. Slateport City, Kana Shipping Company, is holding a grand conference. The press conference was crowded, and countless media gathered. The media people turned their cameras on the head of the Kana Shipping Company, Yuta, who is targeted by countless cameras, can be said to be in high spirit. A beautiful host, holding a microphone, is interviewing Yuta. Yuta faces the camera and talks about the future, under the fervent care of the Alliance, with the right lead from Slateport City Town Hall, with the joint efforts of all employees of Kana Shipping Company, under the expectation and supervision of countless citizens of Kana. Our Haiuan-1 submarine has finally been completed on schedule. According to our prediction, in 1 month, our Haiuan number 1 will officially set sail. At that time, Haiuan number 1 will undertake the task of exploring the environment of the deep sea and exploring the Pokemon in the deep sea. I believe that in the near future, we will have a new and complete understanding of Pokemon living in the deep sea. Okay, thank you Mr. Yuta. The host retracted the microphone, looked at the camera and began to say, everyone in the audience, I believe you heard it just now. Haiuan 1 will officially set sail in a month. In 1 month, our TV station will continue to follow up on the details of the departure of Haiuan 1. When the beautiful host was broadcasting, a citizen who came to watch pointed his finger in the distance and shouted loudly, look, Haiuan number 1 is moving. Everyone present looked in the direction pointed by the speaker. The submarine parked on the coast, Haiuan number 1, was indeed moving slowly. It didn't stop there. Suddenly, Haiuan number 1 made a sound of a ship. The propeller at the stern is turning rapidly. The speed picked up immediately. At this speed, it is estimated that the speed will be fully lifted in a while, and the harbor will be driven out. Everyone was stunned by the situation in front of them. What? Shanghai heard the sound and turned around quickly. When he saw the situation clearly, he was surprised. He clearly remembered that he did not arrange for anyone to stay on Haiuan 1. But why did Haiuan 1 move? As soon as the host saw Yuta's expression, he immediately just know, there is a situation. The president is not good. It's not good. An employee of a shipping company shouted loudly on the coast. With a look of panic, he ran in front of Yuta and said, Shang, President Yuta, the people we are in charge of guarding, were all attacked, and all of them are in a coma. The Haiuan-1 submarine was hijacked by Team Aqua. What? Everyone's faces were shocked. The people of Team Aqua were so arrogant. In broad daylight, under the crowd of so many people blatantly grabbing the boat, Shanghai was full of panic. Haiuan number 1 could be said to be the main property property of their shipping company. Once lost, the consequences would be unimaginable. Go and find the League's investigator. President, I've already found it. The staff ace was full of bitterness. Since he discovered the abnormality, he has contacted the Alliance for the first time. But when the support from the Alliance arrived, Hoenn No. 1 did not know how far it had sailed. Helpless, in front of countless media, Hoenn No. 1 was robbed by Team Aqua like this. As long as it goes offshore, it is basically impossible for Hoenn 1 to find it after diving into the bottom of the water. Countless media immediately released the news. For a while, public opinion began to ferment. Countless citizens of Slateport City felt that if Slateport City had a decent gym, once something happened, even if the support of the Alliance cannot be timely, so at least something can be done so as not to just watch. Team Aqua robbed Hoenn No. 1. For a time, the citizens of Slateport City were very excited about the call for the establishment of gym in Slateport City. The City Hall of Slateport City, in line with public opinion, immediately applied to the Alliance, and it was clear that gym would be set up in Slateport City. Slateport City is the largest city in the entire Hoenn region. One after another, the taunt that was blatantly exposed by Team Aqua. This made the citizens of Slateport City cast a haze on their heart. Chapter 93 Wallace's wonderful performance. The gap with champion. The gorgeous contest was held in Arbor town as scheduled. Inside the venue, there are huge crowd. In the audience at the venue, there were many fans, holding light sign, posters and other props to support, waiting for the start of the game. Most of these fans are Wallace fans. This time, Arbor town attracted many trainers from the entire Hoenn region because of the gorgeous competition. In addition, TV stations in the surrounding towns and various media were present to broadcast this magnificent feat. For this gorgeous contest, in addition to inviting Wallace to perform, we also invited Hoenn region, the very popular host Vidian. It has the charm of a girl and the charm of a mature woman. Professional and experienced hosting skills make way and very popular in the Hoenn region. There were many male audience members who came towards Vidian. Before the start of the gorgeous competition, Hoenn had come to the backstage to prepare. In the whole backstage, there are many trainers who are cheering each other on with their Pokemon. It started. Hoenn looked up at the TV in the background. Under spotlight, the host Vidian was wearing a gorgeous and lovely dress with a black hair draped over her shoulders. The hair is neither long nor short, and it looked both capable and feminine. The slender hands wore black lace gloves and held the microphone. While responding to the applause of the audience, Suicun came to the stage. The hand was gently pressed down, and the cheering sound suddenly lowered, waiting for her to lightly open her red lip. Welcome everyone to the gorgeous contest in Arbor town. Wow! The audience responded enthusiastically. Vidian and others applauded a little smaller, and said to the audience with a smile, please allow me to introduce the judges of this gorgeous competition. Director of the Gorgeous Competition Bureau, Mr. Kanto. President of the Hoenn Region Pokemon Hobby Club, Mr. Sukizuo. And the 1-hour trainers know best, Nurse Joy from Arbor town. Following Vivian's introduction, the camera moved back and forth among the three, and finally switched back to Vivian's face. After introducing our judges, let's introduce our heavyweight guest. Applause please. Hoenn region is currently champion, Mr. Wallace. Immediately, the audience burst into applause, especially those fans who supported, applauded and shouted wildly. This is Wallace. Hoenn, who was standing in the background, followed Wallace closely. Wallace walked out slowly amid the cheers of the crowd, waving his arms, and came to greet the cheering audience. Wallace was wearing a gorgeous evening dress, with his handsome appearance, quite a bit of a handsome gentleman. Okay, let's hand over the stage to Mr. Wallace and let him show to his heart content. Now he is gorgeous. Vidian walked out, leaving Wallace alone on the stage. Wallace is known as an artist who uses water, focusing on the elegance and flamboyance of battle. He is very persistent in the gorgeous competition. It can be said that the Hoenn region is the region that pays the most attention to the gorgeous competition among all the regions. Among them, there is a lot of credit for Wallace. Wallace stood tactfully at the center of the stage, bowing slightly to the audience. Then, as soon as he raised his hand, the spotlight disappeared, leaving only part of the lights in the auditorium. When the stage was dark, Wallace released his Pokemon, saying, Melodic, use Rain Dance. Melodic immediately followed his instructions and released his skill. In the hall, a drizzle fell gently. Under Melodic control, the rain that fell from the sky was lights off cotton, rippling in the air. Melodic used Confuse Ray and Twister. Melodic raised his fin and tail and flicked it gently, and a gentle wind immediately swept the drizzle in the air to a higher altitude. And, from her wonderful body, a burst of light like starlight radiated upwards together. Let the originally dark stage be embellished like a galaxy. The whole process lasted 30 seconds. When the light came on again, Wallace stood in front of Melodic and bowed to the audience. Applause and cheers sounded immediately. This is the highest level of gorgeous performance. At that moment, I completely thought that I was in the Milky Way, soaring into space with the Milky Way. This is really beautiful. Even if I searched the entire entire sci-fi. I couldn't find any words to describe it. It's so beautiful, so new. I really want to watch it again. Thank you, Mr. Shaman Kelly, for his wonderful performance. Please let us give warm applause to Mr. Wallace again. The host Vidian came to the stage at the right time to mobilize the enthusiasm of the audience. In the venue, applause broke out again. Vidian and other audience cheered a little smaller, and said, "I believe that Mr. Wallace's wonderful performance has conquered our judges." Then, the camera cut to the jury. Contains on the jury's seat followed Vidian's word. The progressive performance structure pulls the audience step by step into the boundless galaxy. I have to say that this is a visual feat. Sujizuo, water-type Pokemon, is melodic, and under the command of Mr. Wallace, it perfectly interprets what gorgeousness is. I feel that the blood flowing in Mr. Wallace's veins is not blood, but the beating gorgeousness. Joy. Mr. Wallace is called the artist of water, and he deserves it. The words of the three judges are a bit exaggerated, but one thing must be admitted: only Wallace is the only one who can use the water-type Pokemon to the extreme. Wallace deserves to be champion. Melodic's level, reaching level 85. Melodic of this level has achieved the control of energy at will, and it is really amazing. There is still a big gap between me and champion now. We still need to work hard. Haoyan thought silently in his heart. Chapter 94. Inspired by the gorgeous contest, Haoyan played. Okay, Mr. Wallace, please take a seat at the guest table. The host Vidian continued. I hope Mr. Wallace's performance will make the contestants less nervous. Relax and show off your beauty. After arranging Wallace to sit down, Vidian skillfully introduced the relevant matters of the competition. Successfully obtain champion's coordination trainer and Pokemon, and you can get the Autumn Leaf Ribbon Medal representing glory. At the same time, as long as you collect 5 ribbon medals, you can get the qualification to participate in the activities of the top coordination trainers and the large-scale Pokemon celebration. Before coming, Haoyan briefly read about the schedule of the gorgeous contest. Divided into 2 rounds. The first round is to use a Pokemon to show it on stage. Show off the charm of Pokemon just like Wallace did. At the end of the exhibition, the judges scored, and the 32 with the highest scores advance. The second round is a gorgeous battle. Each player has the same Earl Dervish point. Use the corresponding skills to fight within the specified time. The loser is eliminated, and if the Pokemon on both sides are not down, they will be promoted with fewer hits. Okay, the rules have been explained. Let's invite. The first contestant will come on stage. After Vidian finished her introduction, she took the initiative to step down from the stage. The first to play was a teenager with a frisbee and a zigzagoon in his hand. Because I was the first to come on stage, I was obviously nervous. Standing on the stage, bowed, he threw the frisbee in his hand into the air. Zigzagoon, use takedown, and then use bite to get the frisbee back. Although the boy was nervous, he could still see it and train regularly. Zigzagoon got the order and ran quickly towards the frisbee. When you get close to the frisbee, flash high, then take a bite of bite. The teenager immediately shouted, Zigzagoon, use the throw. Zigzagoon adjusted his position in the air and threw it hard, and the frisbee quickly swung back towards the boy. The boy saw the opportunity and caught the frisbee steadily. Afterward, he made a final gesture with the landed Zigzagoon to complete the display. The host, Vidian, swayed her lotus steps and slowly returned to the stage. Thank you for the performance of the number 1 player. As the first player to play, the pressure must be great. It's not easy to be able to withstand such pressure and complete the performance completely. Let's see what grades the judges will give. 6.7 points, 6.4 points, 7.3 points. The 3 referees gave the scores in turn, with a total score of 20.4. The total score is 30 points, which is a good score. The young man bowed to the judges and the audience with a smile on his face. He was happy, and it was obvious that he was satisfied. To be honest, with Wallace's pearls in front, the next players performed fairly well, but in terms of the level of excitement, they were definitely not as good as Wallace at the beginning. In this case, it is like going to a restaurant and eating a top-quality abalone at the beginning. Unusually delicious and unforgettable. But next, I served you a bowl of white porridge, and it was crazy not to go with pickles. In this way, it is strange that there will be an appetite. Most of the audience, after the performance, just gave a symbolic applause, meaning. However, Haoyan in the backstage was watching with relish. It turns out that the string shot skill can still be used like this. On TV, a contestant uses a beautiful take the thrown disc and wrap it back with string shot. In the end, I flew around in the air, and in the process of flying, I also turned the circular frisbee constrict into the shape of a love. Although gorgeous contest, flashy, but those players, in order to stand out, think with all their hearts and mind how to make an ordinary skill play out. I have to say, this greatly inspired Haoyan. Okay, then let's invite player number 33 Haoyan to play. Vivian's gentle voice came from the microphone. It brother Haoyan. Sapphire, who was originally in the auditorium, was drowsy, and suddenly regained his spirit. Immediately sit up straight and watch Haoyan's performance. I have been staying at Haoyan's house for the past few days, and I have never seen Haoyan's preparations for the gorgeous competition. But But Sapphire knows that as long as Hoenn wants to do one thing, he is absolutely sure. Never waste time on useless things. Hoenn looked indifferent and walked slowly onto the stage. Under the light, Hoenn's young and handsome face showed a faint smile. His eyes were full of confidence, but not arrogant. There is a strong contrast with the nervous players who just came on stage. There is no other person who dresses up for a gorgeous contest. It's just a simple dress, but it's hard to hide his extraordinary temperament. Compared with the stars that often appear on TV, it is not inferior. Even Vidian, who was used to seeing handsome guys and beauty, looked at Hoenn slightly. Brother Hoenn, come on! The excited Sapphire shouted loudly. The female audience sitting in the front row lit up when they saw the handsome Hoenn. Chapter 95. 3000 phrases are not as good as Hoenn's affirmation. Okay, player number 33, please start your performance. Vidian smiled kindly at Hoenn, then stepped down, leaving enough space for him. Okay. Hoenn nodded lightly and took out the baby ball. Come out, Xiaolu. Shanai. The beautiful and charming Gardevoir fit perfectly with the attributes of the gorgeous contest. Her appearance attracted the attention of many viewers. Gardevoir is much rarer than those zigzagoon and beautiful. The audience began to look forward to Hoenn's performance. Wallace, sitting in the guest seat, like the other audience members, sat up straight and followed his gaze. Xiaolu, use misty terrain. Gardevoir's slender fingers tapped lightly on the stage. Following her movement, layers of white mist appeared on the stage, and Gardevoir's figure became hazy for a while. Xiaolu, disarming voice. Gardevoir in the venue began to sing in a low voice, and a gentle and ethereal rhythm began to reverberate in the venue. Xiaolu, light green. Gardevoir in the singing, slender fingers placed on his chest, slowly condensing a light green. The light green is blocked by the white mist, adding a bit of mystery. The audience at this time was all attracted by the environment created by Gardevoir. Step by step, the stage was transformed into a picture scroll. After a while, Hoenn issued the last command. Little Lu, Mystica L fire. Gardevoir put his hands on his chest and threw it into the air, stopping singing as he threw it out. The flames fell from the top of the picture scroll, and the fairyland like a picture was burned. No, don't want. In the auditorium, many fascinated spectators spoke out unconsciously when they saw such a wonderful painting being burned. But when they calmed down and see the stage clearly, Hoenn kept a faint smile, and Gardevoir leaned beside him. Only then did I know that the picture scroll that was as beautiful as a fairyland just now was just a performance. The whole place was silent. Brother Hoenn, that great. Sapphire in the audience stood up and clapped vigorously and excitedly. Sapphire's applause seemed to press the start button of the audience, and everyone stood up immediately. Applause and cheers came from all directions like a tide. Xiaolu, you did a good job. Hoenn looked at Gardevoir with a smile. Gardevoir smiled shyly. The cheers and applause of thousands of audiences are not as good as Hoenn's sentence. 3000 praise is not as good as a positive look back. Vidian raised the microphone excitedly and walked onto the stage. With rich experience in gorgeous competition, this is the first time she has seen such a wonderful performance. After waiting for a while, the audience's applause softened a little, and she immediately seized the opportunity and said, through the applause and cheers, I believe that everyone was conquered by Hoenn's performance. But this is a game. Please let us return to the game, and we ask 3 referees to rate Hoenn's performance. Constant. From the structure of the performance, there can only be one word to describe it, and that is perfect. Ordinary performances are at best a visual enjoyment, but what Hoenn players have given us is a double enjoyment of sight and hearing. I give 10. That because the highest is only 10. Before speaking, Sukizuo took a deep breath and said, I like it very. This is a wonderful performance that can enter the top 5 in the history of the gorgeous competition. 10. Absolutely 10. Joy. I give 10 points. The moment the flames fell just now, I felt like my heart was burning with the flame. Even now, it still makes me unable to calm my beating heartbeat. 30 points total. Congratulations to the number 33 contestant Hoenn for getting a perfect score. Please return to the backstage to rest and prepare for the next round of review. Vidian's face was full of smiles, and she blinked at Hoenn. Thank you. Hoenn responded to Vidian with a light smile, retracting Gardevoir and leaving the backstage. Vidian watched Hoenn end, and continued to host. Next, let's invite the next one to play. Wallace, who was sitting in the guest seat, watched Hoenn step down indifferently, and his eyes were full of admiration. In the first round of the gorgeous review, in addition to Hoenn's excellent performance, there was also a trainer named Zata who used a rose raid and performed well. Got 23 points. Hoenn felt that the performance was good, not because of how beautiful and gorgeous Rose Raid's moves were, but Kanata's Pokemon, level 31, is clearly ahead of the other players' Pokemon. Other than that, no one can enter Hoenn's eye. Chapter 96. He's not a girl, so there's no need for a gentleman. The first round of gorgeous review has ended, and now the second round of gorgeous battles begin. Vidian stood on the stage, pointed her hand, and suddenly on the big screen behind her, 32 contestants who entered the second round of review appeared. Roll out the big screen. The photos of 32 two contestants began to change randomly. As Vidian spoke, everyone was assigned an opponent. Hoenn's opponent in the first game was a blue-haired girl who was about 13 years old and had stage fright. "Hello, my name is Mayumi. Please give me some advice." Mayumi, using a level 18 Ponyta. A lot of advice. Hoenn released Gardevoir on the stage. Ponyta, attack with Ember. Mayumi tried to get Ponyta to attack. The flames that Ponyta spewed out with very little power. Xiaolu, dodge. Hoenn was not in a hurry to attack. The opponent was too weak. Another girl, with Gardevoir's attack, can kill her Ponyta in one go. For a little girl, it would be too heart-wrenching for a little girl. Gardevoir turned away lightly and attacked sideways, missing one hit. Mayumi continued to command Ponyta, use flame charge. The flames on Ponyta's back grew slightly larger and charged towards Gardevoir. Xiaolu, dodge. Hoenn was still a gentleman, and he didn't make any move. The level is low, there is no Ponyta of evolution, and the speed is really slow. Gardevoir was trying to dodge his attack, almost like playing. After tossing back and forth, the time is almost up. Hoenn directly let Gardevoir send confusion and take Ponyta directly. Thank you, Hieroyan. Mayumi, although I lost, I was not sad. She knew that Hoenn had already taken good care of her. Come on. Hoenn smiled at Mayumi and stepped down. Subsequently, in 16 Gen 8 into 4 into 2 game, the opponents Hoenn encountered were all girls, and the Pokemon he used were not wrong. They are all low-level Pokemon without evolution. Hoenn is very gentleman. Let the other party have a few rounds, and then make a move to solve it. Compared with Hoenn, Diddling, Kanata's gorgeous battle is very eye-catching. When you come up, you will directly make a big move, a desperate attack, and will not give your opponent a chance. Well, the most exciting time has come. The last gorgeous match will decide the champion of the gorgeous contest. Who will win? Let's welcome the two finalists with warm applause. Vidian waved her hand, and two beams of light focused on the left and right corners of the stage. I saw that Hoenn still had an indifferent expression as he walked steadily to the front of the stage. Unlike Hoenn, Kanata was a little nervous. This tension does not come from the tension of being noticed, but from Hoenn. Hoenn's Gardevoir, as long as he makes a move, he can instantly kill his opponent. This puts him under a lot of pressure. Okay, let's not talk much. The game will start directly. Vidian stepped back to the side of the stage, leaving enough space for the two of them. Brother Hoenn will definitely win. Sapphire in the audience was not at all worried that Hoenn would lose. Hoenn was not good at the gorgeous performance in the first round of the gorgeous competition, nor did he have any preparation, but still got full mark. And fighting is what Hoenn is best at. Will lose. How is this possible? Wallace in the guest seat also sat up straight. His eyes were on Hoenn's body. Kanata looked at Hoenn with an indifferent face, and his mind was spinning rapidly. His Gardevoir restrains my Roserade. At the beginning, I use grassy terrain first, which can increase Roserade's attack and restore stamina over time, and then the use of Leech Seed, further helping hand Roserade to enhance recovery. There is also the ultimate Absorb, which can damage the opponent and restore stamina. Yes, that's it. You can win by playing steadily. As early as the first round of review, Zoda had already made plans to deal with Hoenn Gardevoir. Come out, Roserade. Kanto released his Pokemon first. Automatically, Roserade's data appeared in Hoenn's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Roserade. Attribute Grass. Poison. Level 31. Characteristic Poisonous Stinger. Using a touch-type move to attack, a Pokemon with this characteristic has a chance to poison the opponent. Introduction. It will confuse the enemy with the fragrant fragrance of flowers, and violently beat the opponent with the whip on the thorn. Let's reveal it. Hoenn also released the Pokemon. The game start. The referee on the side waved the flag and said to the two. As soon as he came up, Mrs. Zuo made moves according to his plan. Want to take the lead. Roserade. Use grassy terrain. Before Kanata could finish her word, a strong psychic ripple rippled in the air. When Soda directed Roserade to make a move, Hoenn also asked Gardevoir to make a move. Gardevoir ranked higher than Roserade. The speed of making moves is also much faster than Roserade. Before Roserade could make a move, Gardevoir's attack had already hit Roserade. What Hoenn asked Gardevoir to use was Psychic Signature powerful skill, Mental Interference. Roserade's poison system was completely restrained by Psychic. The effect is outstanding. Take away. What? Kanata looked at Roserade, who had lost all her physical strength and fell to the ground, and she was dumbfounded. Was directly hit by a trick. Just now, he made a plan for a long time. First like this, then like that. After thinking about it for a long time, I was directly killed by a move. Suna really wants to cry without tears. He looked at Hoenn with resentment in his eyes. If you lose, you lose. Why do you want to come up and take a second? No face at all. Hoenn shrugged. He is not a girl. It seems that there is no need for a gentleman. Chapter 9017 Magma wants to win over Hoenn. After a day of selection, the champion of the gorgeous competition has finally emerged. Let's congratulate Hoenn, the number 33 player who gave us a wonderful performance and became the champion of of this magnificent competition. With a smile on Vivian's face, Shiren walked to the stage. Use the passionate voice to drive the emotions of the audience. In fact, without Vivian's driving, the audience spontaneously applauded and cheered to Haoyan. In the first round, that beautiful picture remained deeply in the minds of the audience. In the second round, it was a landslide victory. Haoyan, the champion of this gorgeous contest, truly deserves its name. Sapphire sat in the audience and applauded vigorously. His admiration for Haoyan was beyond words. Okay, let's welcome our distinguished guest with the warmest applause. Wallace's first pregnancy. For our champion, present the ribbon medal. After Vivian finished speaking, Wallace walked slowly onto the stage, took a ribbon medal from the hostess and gave it to Haoyan. Wallace said, Haoyan, your performance impressed me a lot. It can be said that it is the most wonderful and gorgeous competition I have ever seen. Thank you. Haoyan took the ribbon badge. Come on. Wallace smiled at Haoyan and left the stage. Afterward, the audience applauded. Meanwhile, west of Fall Arbor town, in the tunnel leading to Rustboro City, there is a group of people in red uniform, constantly rummaging for something in the depths of the tunnel. This group of people are members of Hoenn region, another evil organization, Team Magma. The leader was a girl about 18 years old with pink-purple hair, a well-proportioned figure, and a pretty appearance. Don't look at this girl's pretty appearance, but her strength is very strong. One of the three cadres of Team Magma, Fire Goose. Each team reports the search process. Fire Goose is asking each team through the contactor. Group A, not found. Group B, no discovery. Group C, not found. Fire Yan frowned, and asked a soldier beside him, how long until the gorgeous contest ends? The Team Magma soldier quickly replied, it's been 4 hours since the start of the gorgeous contest. According to the schedule of the gorgeous contest, it will be over in 10 to 20 minutes. At that time, the flow of people in Fall Arbor town will pour out, and tourists may pass through this tunnel and return to Rustboro City. Lord Hoenn, it's time for us to retreat. The flamingo who got the reply did not loosen his brows. With a sigh, he said to the communicator, all team members, evacuate as planned. Everyone, break it into pieces and return to the headquarters. Leave Fall Arbor town all before the gorgeous contest ends. Attention, be vigilant during the journey. Group A receive. Group B receive. Group C receive. From the communicator, the replies from each team leader came. Unfortunately, things are not here. Fire Yan put a cape on her body, covering her iconic purple-pink hair. Together with the other Team Magma members, begin to evacuate the tunnel. When the geese passed by Fall Arbor town, the gate of the magnificent competition venue was launched. The large LED screen at the door is playing the pictures in the venue. In the picture, Haoyan took the ribbon medal from Wallace's hand with a slight smile. Seeing Haoyan's handsome face, Hoenn stopped. Is this Haoyan who destroyed Team Aqua's operation last time at MT? Miss, look back, you can try to touch it. Fire Goose muttered to himself. Some time ago, Team Aqua did mischief in the Hoenn region and was indeed targeted by the League, but it is undeniable that because of their frequent actions, the progress of their great ideal has been greatly improved. In this regard, as Team Aqua's old rival Team Magma, the entire organization feels great pressure. The progress of Team Magma was low, mainly because Hokage, one of the three cadres, was sent to Kanto region to collect information. That's what led them one step lower than Team Aqua. Inside Team Magma, there is really a shortage of talent. That's why Hoenn has the idea of taking the initiative to contact Haoyan. Huo Yan took a deep look at Haoyan on the big screen, wrapped his cloak tightly, and sped away. Chapter 98. Fall Arbor Town, Haoyan's home, the yard used for cultivation. Xiao, come on, Haoyan said to Lucario. Luca, he kept beating his body with his arm. Lucario's eyes started to turn bright red as he thumbed. 6 seconds, not bad. Haoyan pinched the stopwatch and entered the time on the laptop in his hand. The laptop is full of physical data about Lucario. Xiao, in the next period of time, there is only one thing you have to do. Familiar with sword stand, and the 2 skills of agility. Master these 2 skills as soon as possible, and shorten the release interval of the skills to 4 seconds or even less. Then your combat power will be doubled. Haoyan patted Lucario on the shoulder and encouraged him. Luca. Lucario heard that and nodded excitedly. Okay, let's practice. He closed the computer and waved at him. Sword dance is a skill learned at level 40 of Lucario. When planning to go to Johto region, Haoyan seized the opportunity to improve the power of Pokemon. So after the gorgeous contest ended, Haoyan brought Carrie a Pokemon for special training. Lucario lived up to expectations and was the first to pass the special training and be upgraded to level 40. Mastered the Swords Dance skill. Sword Dance, like agility, is a buff skill. Attack power can be increased by 2 levels. In order to enhance Lucario's sustainable fighting, Haoyan also bought an absorb punching skill machine with the prize money won from the gorgeous contest, specifically for Lucario youth. This time, Haoyan's treasury was almost bottomed out. Originally, I was going to set foot on the Johto region to conquer the tanks in the team. Had to temporarily put it on hold because of money. Haoyan sat in the yard and watched the 3 Pokemon train. brain. While turning on the computer, inquire about the bounty task and prepare to make some money. Then go to Johto region. Before logging on to the website of the Alliance Center, he saw a message that interested him. Alliance alert. According to Slateport City Town Hall's 15-day polling report on building a gym in Slateport City, nearly 98.23% of Slateport City citizens agree and support the establishment of a gym in Slateport City. The report has been submitted to the headquarters of the Alliance, and the results of the discussions in the executive meeting of the Alliance have come out. After a unified meeting and discussion of the Alliance, the application of the Slateport City City Hall was approved to establish a gym in Slateport City. Slateport City Council has proposed that in 6 months' time there will be a selection contest for the curator of Kana Gym. Through the audition, a powerful gym leader will be selected. Registration requirements for participating in the trial. You need to have no bad background, and you need to get 5 or more Hoenn region badges before you can register. Gym leader featured. There are still 6 months. Enough time. Haoyan's eyes were filled with joy. He originally thought that the establishment of gym in Slateport City would not be so fast, but with Team Aqua, in front of a crowd of media, HAIYUAN1 was stolen, which directly accelerated the process of Slateport City's establishment of gym. To a certain extent, Team Aqua also helped Haoyan. In order to stop running around for money in the future, Haoyan must win the position of gym leader. The long-term plan has been completed, so the next thing to do is to earn the living expenses first, then board the Alliance Center to view the corresponding task. This task is not bad. Haoyan saw a task, although the difficulty is not small, but the reward is good. Task number 5042. Task content. The task released by the Safari Zone of Lilycove City. Capture the Aerodactyl who escaped from the Safari Zone, and complete the task to get 4 million Alliance coins. Close black lens bracket. Requirement: none. Close black lens bracket. Time: after accepting the task, it will be completed within 3 days. Close black lens bracket. Aerodactyl is a Pokemon resurrected from a fossil. Legend has it that in ancient time, Aerodactyl was an extremely fierce Pokemon. The parts of the body are all sharp weapons that can cause damage to the opponent. The ends of the wings are sharp stone blades. Claws can even smash rock. That big mouth, the bite force is even more amazing. As long as you can bite your opponent, you won't let go. Even the tail used for balance is as sharp as the tip of a gun. There are no corresponding requirements for this task, because as long as you're not stupid, you know how powerful Aerodactyl is. In the past, Haoyan didn't have any flying type Pokemon, so he could only sigh at the high bounty. Haoyan casually shut down the computer. Xiaolong, Xiaolu, Xiaowu, we will leave for Lilycove City tomorrow. Go get money. Luca, Ow, Shanae. Chapter 99. When something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Lilycove City is a city located in the east of Hoenn region. This can be said to be the entire Hoenn region, where the richest people live. So here, there is a huge department store. There is a wide variety of goods inside. As long as you want, there is nothing you can't buy. Lilycove City also has a harbor, and some ship from other regions will also dock here. The most developed Lilycove City is the Safari Zone. Safari Zone covers a very large area. There are all kinds of Pokemon inside, living in it. If the trainer wants to capture the Pokemon inside, yes, the first step is to pay first 5,000 Alliance coin, 1 entry. After paying the money, it is not arbitrary capture, but there are special regulations. That is, before entering the Safari Zone, you must remove all the Pokemon on your body, and all the empty baby balls pinned at the door of the Safari Zone. If you want to catch the Pokemon inside, you must use the Safari Ball issued by the Safari Zone. You can't bring your own Pokemon in, which means that wild Pokemon will go crazy once they start. Then the trainer is dangerous. You can't pass the battle. You can only drop the ball directly. Then the probability of being caught is very low. It has to be said that these two requirements are very demanding. However, there are still a large number of trainers every day, risking their lives, never tired of going inside to catch Pokemon. Because here, there are many rare Pokemon. Some trainers, in order to increase the catch rate, will additionally purchase many foods that Pokemon like in hunting regions, such as tree fruit, Pokeblock, and even toys. The daily income, the daily running water of the hunting region, is like the harbor of Lilycove City, it crashing. So, hunting regions is the biggest taxpayer in Lilycove City. Are you Mr. 13? Hiroki, the person in charge of Safari Zone, looked at Haoyan with distrusting eyes. No way, Haoyan is really too young. Young and powerful bounty hunters, too few. Trainer and bounty hunter, which can be said to be two concepts. No matter how strong the trainer is, it may not be able to do well as a bounty hunter, but a powerful bounty hunter must be a powerful trainer. It's me, Haoyan answered succinctly, took out the badge of the bounty hunter, and showed it to the other party. He had seen this situation too many times. As soon as Yushu saw the B-rank bounty hunter badge, the distrust on his face disappeared. Mr. 13, please, immediately politely invited Haoyan to the office, and the words changed from you at the beginning to you. Haoyan sat down down in the hunting region without any nonsense. He looked at the somewhat depressed hunting region and asked, why is the hunting region so empty now? The person in charge sighed and said, hey, isn't that because of those aerodactyls? We are in the park, although there is no detailed division of the area, but Pokemon and the others will have their own preferred habitat for each other. But somehow, the group of aerodactyl that lives in the depth. I came here in the wilderness area, and I haven't left yet. Drive the wild Pokemon that originally lived in the wilderness area to another place. This rush will immediately destroy the ecological environment of the entire park. This is not the most deadly. The most deadly thing is the trainer. Aerodactyl will attack immediately before it gets close to Aerodactyl. Last month, 2 trainers were accidentally caught by Aerodactyl and fell from the sky, breaking their weight. As a last resort, we can only temporarily close the park. After hearing the words of the person in charge, Hoenn was a little puzzled. Aerodactyl, also known as the overlord of the sky, usually like to live on the cliff. It has to be said that the location of the wilderness area that is now occupied is very strange. The hunting region is a major taxpayer in Lilycove City. If the hunting region does not make money, it will naturally not pay taxes. Hoenn asked, what about Lilycove City Hall? Didn't they find someone to come and see? Hearing this question raised by Hoenn, the person in charge was even more depressed, and said, I found it. I have already initiated support to the Alliance before. The Alliance dispatched some powerful investigators to beat up these aerodactyls and drive them all out of the wilderness. But after a few days, the aerodactyl recovered and occupied the wilderness area again. I tried it several times, but it didn't work. Later, I asked Professor Oak from Kanto region to do research. Professor Oak had already agreed. Who knew that when he made an appointment to travel, Professional Oak temporarily said that he had something to do and would come back later. After knowing the whole situation, Hoenn understood. When things go wrong, there must be demons. Aerodactyl would not leave their familiar places for no reason. Now that they are gathered in the wilderness area, it must be the wilderness area, and something is attracting them. Hoenn also experienced the events of Granite Cave, the mutation of those steel Pokemon. If you can get a batch of valuable things like Granite Cave, then the harvest this time will be more than the 4 million Alliance coin. Thinking of this, Hoenn asked the person in charge to ask for a map of the hunting area and conducted detailed study. Chapter 100 Low-lying grass and stone balls. There are problems in the wilderness area. Hoenn was standing on a high place at this time, holding a telescope, observing. The place Hoenn looked at was an obviously low-lying meadow. This low-lying grass seems to be sunken in, which is out of tune with the surrounding terrain. As far as he could see, there was a group of aerodactyl lying on a piece of grass, their eyes scattered, basking in the sun. Aerodactyl gives a fierce-feeling tile. At this time, is like a kitten who has sucked a lot of catnip, played around for a while, and then was too tired to lie on the ground. These aerodactyls don't look at their eyes. As long as other wild Pokemon dare to approach, they will immediately dispatch an attack directly. Moreover, as soon as a shot is made, it is a dead hand. No, I can't feel it. Lucario told Hoenn through the power of aura. Xiaolu, what about you? Hoenn put down the telescope and looked at Gardevoir. No, it's too far away, and I can't feel it. Gardevoir shook his head silently. There must be something between them. Hoenn touched his chin, sat on the tree trunk casually, waved his hand, and let the 2 Pokemon sit down and rest. There are 10 aerodactyl in this group. Most of their levels are between 30 and 32. This is also the reason why Hoenn couldn't rush over to find out. After all, there is only one Charizard that can fly. It is not a wise choice for Charizard to face 10 aerodactyls with similar levels. What's more, in terms of attribute, Aerodactyl also restrains Charizard. After thinking for a while, Hoenn released Charizard as he prepared for a field trip. Roar, roar. As soon as Charizard came out, he saw Aerodactyl in the distance, and immediately roared at them belligerently. Xiaolong, wait a minute. Hoenn knew what it would be like to release Charizard, and held his wings with his hand. Charizard has always wanted to fight when he sees his opponents since evolution. Xiaolong, use Dragon Dance. Hoenn said. Ow, ooh. Charizard tail. The flames raged, constantly emitting energy to strengthen your body. Aerodactyl speed ranked second among all flying Pokemon. Among the rock-type Pokemon, the speed ranked first. Charizard's level, although higher than them, is still slower than Aerodactyl in terms of speed. Hoenn immediately rode on Charizard's back and put on his windproof glasses. Then he said to him, Xiaolong, fly over. Show me what these aerodactyls are hiding on the ground. After speaking, Hoenn looked at Gardevoir and said, Xiaolu, when we come back, if those aerodactyls are still chasing, use teleport for me and Xiaolong. Yeah. Gardevoir nodded sensible. Let go. Hoenn patted Charizard and motioned for him to take off. Who tilde. Charizard quickly flapped his wings and flew towards the group of aerodactyl. When there were still 200 meters away from the group of aerodactyls, the aerodactyls lying on the ground all raised their heads, and the distraction of their eyes was banned by Vigilance. Hey, hiss, hey, hiss. Charizard was constantly pointing towards the air, warning him not to approach. Don't pay attention to them, Xiaolong. You continue to fly. Haoyan patted Charizard on the back and shouted loudly. It is still 50 meters away from Aerodactyl. 5 of the Aerodactyls had already flown, apparently ready to attack Charizard. Little dragon, use flamethrower to push them back. Haoyan shouted on Charizard's back. Charizard, who was flying, took a breath from his neck, and suddenly a red-gold flame was emitted. It sprayed at Aerodactyl, which was approaching head-on. The 5 Aerodactyls dodged outward one after another. The distance was getting closer and closer, and the 5 Aerodactyls still lying on the ground couldn't hold back. Spread your wings and fly into the air. I want to attack Charizard with other companions. The moment they took off, Haoyan finally saw clearly what they had been hiding on the ground, just for a stone ball. Under Haoyan's gaze, a cylinder about the size of a football was embedded on the ground, but when Haoyan wanted to take a closer look at the stone ball, he had no chance. Aerodactyl, which has already taken off, and Aerodactyl following behind, formed a front and back attack. Little dragon, use flamethrower to push them back and fly back. Haoyan immediately shouted that if he was caught up by this group of Aerodactyl in the air and entangled, the situation would be very bad. Roar, roar. Charizard made a loud roar sound, a beautiful maneuver, dodging the claws that were chasing behind him. He usually wears overweight protective gear for training, which greatly improves his flexibility in the air. Charizard tilted his head and shot a carbine directly. During the flight, he again turned towards Blow CK's Aerodactyl spews flame. This time, the flamethrower is obviously wearing red gold, which is Charizard's long-charged attack. He knew that in this situation, there was no ambiguity at all. Charizard is not afraid of Aerodactyl. If Haoyan fights him, he will definitely rush up, but not at this time. Haoyan is still sitting on his back. The obvious red-gold flame was extremely hot, and the surrounding Aerodactyl didn't dare to hit hard, so they could only helplessly spread out to avoid it. One of them didn't dodge in time, was burned by Charizard flame, and let out a scream. Obviously he was very uncomfortable. Right now, hurry back, Haoyan shouted to Charizard. Charizard has an obvious advantage in flicking and maneuvering, but in straight flight, Aerodactyl is slightly better. Huchi tilde Huchi tilde. Charizard flapped his wings vigorously and flew towards Lucario and Gardevoir quickly. Aerodactyl, who was behind him, was chasing after him and flapping his wings. The grass on the ground was messed up by the strong winds caused by Aerodactyl and Charizard. Fortunately, the Charizard of Dragon Dance has been upgraded, and the straight-line flight distance is not slow. There is also Gardevoir in front of him waiting to be picked up. Indent the distance as you fly. With a swish, Gardevoir launches teleport. Charizard carried Haoyan on his back and opened a distance of hundreds of meters from Aerodactyl. Leaving the strange depression, the Aerodactyl group found that the target was out of their pursuit range. Screaming a few times at Charizard, they all fell back to the ground, lying on the ground again, returning to their original appearance. Lying on the ground with eyes wide open, Haoyan, who escaped the attack, finally fell back to the ground steadily. There must be something wrong with that low-lying grass and that stone ball. Chapter 101. Things are not that simple. The grass around the depression has bright green branches and leaves, and the height is shorter than the surrounding one. Obviously it's new growth, and that stone ball should be the key to attracting these Aerodactyls. Haoyan has been sitting on the tree trunk, looking at the group of Aerodactyl from a distance. To sum up, I was thinking silently about the situations I just saw. It is very likely that a meteorite should have fallen in this wilderness area not long ago. The meteorite landed on the ground and smashed such a big hole. Actually, it's not a depression created by natural landform. It was a pothole that was smashed by a meteorite, and the grass outside the pothole only grew up later. Then this stone ball, that is to say, is the product of outer space. The stone ball attracts the Aerodactyl. Why does it attract the Aerodactyl? Haoyan rubbed his temples, which were a little swollen from thinking. With a swish, there was a slight noise. Gardevoir's delicate body sat beside Haoyan. He stretched out his tender little hand, placed it gently on Haoyan's head, and massaged with skill. With just the right amount of strength, help him knead his temple. The comfortable force made Haoyan relax. While helping Haoyan rub his temples, Gardevoir telepathically said to him, "Haoyan, don't think about it, it's time for lunch." While Haoyan was thinking about something, Gardevoir was cooking. Haoyan made a lot of cooked food and packed it with a vacuum machine when he was usually fine. When in the wild, it can be eaten directly by heating it up, so Gardevoir consciously assumed the job of cooking. "Well, I'll eat it later. Xiaolu, your technique is good. It makes me very comfortable. Press it a few more times." Haoyan leaned in the direction of Gardevoir so that she could exert force. "Close your eyes and enjoy Gardevoir's horses killing chicken." Because of Haoyan's approach, Gardevoir could feel Haoyan's aura at close range. She was shy. Her little face was a little red, but she didn't dodge. Instead she got closer, and continued to knead on the acupoints on his head with her gentle little hand. After having lunch and resting for a while, Haoyan decided to go and find out, then arranged tactics for the 3 Pokemon Pokemon, Xiaolong, you will use Dragon Dance 1, and then set off. You have only one goal, and that is to get the attention of those Aerodactyls. Don't entangle with them, and be careful to dodge. Out tilde. Charizard nodded earnestly. The energy began to spread, and he was using Dragon Dance. Xiao, you are the same. Use Agility and Swords Dance in advance. Wait for the little dragon to fly out and attract those Aerodactyls, then rush with me. Lucario kept hammering all over the body, bringing energy to stimulate the cells in the body. The eyes slowly turned red. Little Lu, you are the same as before. I have your back. Wait for my order. Ready to release teleport at any time. Hoenn bent down and motioned for Gardevoir to put him on his back. Shanaido. Gardevoir skillfully mounted Hoenn's back. He wrapped his arms around Hoenn's neck. Hoenn tightened Gardevoir's leg, fit her, and made a joke to her in a low voice. Oh, you are a lot heavier than when you were Kirlia before. When Gardevoir heard this, he pinched Hoenn's ear shyly. When I was Kirlia, my weight was only 20 kg, but now evolution has become Gardevoir, with a weight of 48 kg. However, this weight is for Hoenn, who is as powerful as a monster. Not a big deal at all. He usually wears the same overweight protective gear when he trains with Lucario. Also, it weighs twice as much as the Lucario. After a few jokes, Lucario and Charizard are ready. Okay, Xiaolong, protect yourself as the first. Remember not to fight. Try to lead them as high as possible. Hoenn exhorted. Charizard nodded earnestly, and then flapped his wings. Huchy tilde. Leaving a gust of wind in place, it flew towards Aerodactyl at a high speed. Aerodactyl, lying on the ground, watched Charizard fly arrogantly again. There was anger in their distracted eyes. They waved their wings, trying to meet Charizard and attack. Charizard faithfully followed Hoenn's instructions, and constantly lured the group of Aerodactyl to fly high into the sky. Aerodactyl, full of anger, immediately chased after him. It's now, Xiao, let go. Hoenn took the lead and set off quickly. Lucario followed Hoenn's footsteps and quickly galloped towards the stone ball. Charizard's lure tactics were successful, walking Aerodactyl and flying 100 meters into the air. As long as Charizard keep flying, Aerodactyl can't keep up with the flexibility. Hoenn wasn't worried about these wild Aerodactyl attacks. Aerodactyl's skill pool is very wide. You can learn 3T, Freeze, Thunder, Fire Fang. You can also learn Steel Wing and Iron Tail of the Steel type, Dark Crunch, Brutal Swing. There are also Dragon Claw of the Dragon department, Psychic Fangs of Psychic, and so on. But these skills need to be learned through the skill machine. Wild and untrained by trainers, Aerodactyl only has some skills in its own department. Moreover, they are all close combat skills. Can't attack Charizard effectively. As the altitude climbed, Charizard took Aerodactyl to a height of 200 meters. Looking down from a height of 200 meters, Hoenn and Lucario are as small as 2 ants. Xiao, hurry up. There are still 200 meters. Hoenn ran ahead, constantly narrowing the distance of the stone ball. Aerodactyl in the sky. One of them found Hoenn stealing home, and immediately squeaked at his companions around him. With this scream, all Aerodactyl found Hoenn and Lucario. Suddenly screaming, Aerodactyl rage is over. All of them folded their wings, and fell toward the stone ball on the ground. At this time, Charizard shrank his neck and sprayed forward again. A flame with a hint of red gold spewed out towards one Aerodactyl. The Aerodactyl that was hit suddenly let out a scream, but the rest of the Aerodactyl didn't care at all and ignored Charizard, who took the initiative. The Hoenn was almost stolen, and there was no need to fight. The wings are folded, like meteors one by one, quickly falling towards the ground. Aerodactyl's body is full of hard rock. Even if it falls to the ground, it will not be a big problem. 30 meters left. It's okay. We have time. Hoenn hugged Gardevoir, galloped all the way, and ran towards the stone ball like a fly. Experienced with Firestone in Granite Cave, and White Vanilla in Vidian Forest in Kanto, Hoenn knew that as long as he received the stone ball into the artifact backpack, he could completely isolate the stone ball from the outside world. After getting the stone ball, Gardevoir has a teleport to solve this task in the Safari Zone. 10 meters. Hoenn had already prepared in advance. He wanted to keep moving quickly, and picked up the round stone ball with one hand. 5 meters. Aerodactyl, which fell like a meteor, was still 80 meters away from Hoenn's height. 3 meters. Hoenn had already stretched out his hand, trying to grab the stone ball. Ha! Hoenn's big hand had already touched the round stone ball. Want to put it, took it away. But at this time, things are not so simple. Without warning, Hoenn's body lost its center of gravity and fell forward. Chapter 100. To the core of the rock. When Hoenn wanted to reach out and take away the stone ball, he was stunned to find that the stone ball was very heavy. Hoenn was in a hurry and couldn't copy it at all. You know, said Hoenn's physique is extremely terrifying. The 48 kg Gardevoir is like playing on the back. Even Lucario, who used agility, could barely keep up with Hoenn's speed. Hoenn, whose body is so strong, can't even lift a stone ball. Also, because of the huge impact, the shoulder was pulled and dislocated. Why is a stone ball the size of a football so heavy? Hoenn Haoyan didn't have time to think about it because in addition to stabilizing his body, he also had to beware of Aerodactyl, who was quickly returning to defend. When he was about to fall, Haoyan reacted, and with his still movable right hand, he pressed the ground hard and bounced his body up. Stop the strength under your feet, stabilize your body, and stand firmly on the ground. As soon as he landed, he immediately shouted to Lucario, "Xiao, prepare to fight," using Aura Sphere to attack Aerodactyl. Lucario immediately, like Haoyan, used Orberg's right foot to stick to the ground to stabilize his body. It quickly condensed an energy bomb full of aura, and threw it towards Aerodactyl, which was constantly falling in the air. Aerodactyl folded its wings and, under gravity's acceleration, couldn't dodge Lucario's attack. The fastest Aerodactyl that flew first took the Aura Sphere firmly. Aerodactyl for rock and flying, and Aura Sphere for fighting, can deal double full damage to them. Little Dragon Flamethrower Charizard, who was chasing behind him, immediately opened his mouth, and a burst of red-colored flames sprayed on Aerodactyl, who was flying the slowest in the air. Xiaolu, Disarming Voice. Gardevoir sang an unknown melody, and for a moment he was in a trance for these Aerodactyl stoneheads. As soon as the strike succeeded, Haoyan immediately began to run. While running, he reluctantly took back his dislocated left hand. In fact, just now, Haoyan was completely able to let Gardevoir use teleport to distance himself from these Aerodactyls. But if it did, Lucario would be trapped in Aerodactyl. Lucario is the Pokemon that has been with Haoyan for the longest time, so how could Lucario be in danger? Xiao, pay attention to dodge. Haoyan only had time to shout, and then kept moving around. Boom, boom, boom. Aerodactyl finally came back. 8 times in a row, the huge sound of the stone falling to the ground. The dirt on the ground was smashed up countless times. Fortunately, under the interference of Gardevoir, Aerodactyl was stunned because it was too close to the ground. It was too late to adjust his body. Neither Lucario nor Haoyan was hurt, but the dirt was thrown up and down. Although Aerodactyl's head was made of solid stone, it didn't take any damage. But falling from a height of 200 meters, the impact is not small. One by one, shaking their head, they came out of the pit that was smashed out. How could such a great opportunity be missed? Xiaolong Flamethrower. Xiaolu's mental interference. You attack the one on the far left. Xiao, use Brick Break on anyone. Following Haoyan's order, Charizard spewed out a red-gold flame. The Gardevoir on Haoyan's back also emitted energy that vibrated the air like ripple. Lucario rushed straight over and waved his fist. Charizard and Gardevoir's move, although there is no attribute restraint, but 2 fights 1, enough to instantly kill Aerodactyl, which is lower than them. After Lucario used Sword Stand, his attack was boosted by 2 levels. It is 1 stroke to 2 stroke. All of a sudden, the Aerodactyl, which had only 8 remaining, fell 2 more. Before, when Haoyan chose a flying-type Pokemon, he had considered Aerodactyl fierce, fast, and high attack. Defense and endurance are not strong, but at least passable, and the combination of rock and flight attributes is not common. Unfortunately, in the end, Haoyan gave up, because Aerodactyl bird Pokemon have a fatal flaw, that their hand, instead of wings. Once they landed, their combat effectiveness plummeted. It is almost impossible to expect wings to attack as nimble as hand. And Charizard, there is no such trouble. His wings grew from his back, and even if he landed, he still had plenty of ways to attack. Don't stop, keep attacking. Haoyan's 3 Pokemon immediately acted. Taking advantage of Aerodactyl's lack of a height advantage, they made moves one after another. Aerodactyl didn't think about flying, using speed to drive potential energy to attack, but they had to guard the stone ball, can only be passively confronted. The battle began to lean toward Haoyan's side. High tilde. The last Aerodactyl was kicked out by Lucario and fell unwillingly. At the scene, only the gasping sounds of Haoyan's 3 Pokemon remain. Although they won, it cost a lot of energy. Charizard and Gardevoir, in order to effectively defeat Aerodactyl, continuously use Flamethrower and Mind Disruption. Really consumes a lot. Lucario even more. His body is covered with many white marks drawn by Aerodactyl's sharp wings. After all, Aerodactyl is known for being fierce. Everyone, be careful around. Haoyan put Gardevoir down from his back, quickly walked to the stone ball to see what the stone ball was. When Haoyan's hand touched the stone ball, the data of the stone ball automatically appeared in his mind. The core of the rock has a certain characteristic. The function is unknown. Closed black lens bracket. Even the system doesn't know what this stone ball does, but the name is quite special. Chapter 103 Xiaolu, use some force. After solving Aerodactyl, Haoyan plans to bring the stone ball back. However, it was discovered that this stone ball was only the size of a football. Very heavy, small size, high quality. This also made Haoyan confirm that the stone came from outer space, because in the world of Pokemon, this substance does not exist. This is the second time I have seen meteorite, which make Haoyan sigh. There are so many meteorites that have landed in the Hoenn region. Haoyan squatted down and looked at the stone ball carefully. First, he leaned in and sniffed, and then touched it with his hand. Aside from the weight, it feels the same as a normal stone. Xiaolu, how do you feel about this stone? Haoyan raised his head and looked at the two Pokemon. Lucario closed his eyes and felt silently, then shook his head. Me too, I don't feel anything. It's just like a normal stone, no different. Gardevoir also waved his hand. The name given by the system, this stone is called the Core of Rock. It stands to reason that those who can be called this name will definitely not be ordinary things. Moreover, after the inspection just now, it was found that the stone was very heavy. But why can't it feel any different? It doesn't matter. Move back first and study it when you have time. Xiao, help me put this stone ball into my backpack. Haoyan waved his hand and asked Lucario, who was beside him, to run over to help. 3, 2, 1, get up. Haoyan's veins were all over the place, and a huge force erupted. Together with Lucario, he was able to lift the stone ball. Let it go. Together, they put the stone ball into the backpack. Haoyan lifted the backpack and picked it up to feel it. The backpack is at least 200 kg heavier. Backpacks are artifact. In addition to insulating space, there is also the effect of reduced weight. But even so, the backpack is 200 kg heavier, plus the original weight of 100 kg, nearly 300 kg. Haoyan struggled to carry his backpack. This feeling, it's like carrying two big fat guys on your back. In other words, Haoyan can do it, but if it is someone else, he really can't do it. But even for Haoyan, it is not easy to walk with such a heavy backpack. Okay, let go back first. Haoyan waved to the three Pokemon. Slowly leave the depression smashed by the meteorite. Those Aerodactyls have flown away. Looking at their appearance, they have recovered their vigor, and their eyes are no longer distracted. It should be back to normal. In other words, this mission is over. We can go back later. After 2 hours, Aerodactyl, who fainted, slowly regained his strength and looked around in confusion at first. Then he found that it was not his habitat, so he started to flap his wings and left. Haoyan put down the telescope and took the glass of milk that Gardevoir handed over. I took 2 sips. This time, the task was completed relatively quickly. In 2 days, I got 4 million. There is also something called the Core of Rock. Although I don't know what it is for now, it will definitely be useful in the future. Haoyan was very satisfied with the results of this mission. The only thing that was a little difficult was the backpack carrying the huge stone ball, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. There are some strains in the waist and shoulders. After dinner, let's take a night's rest and go back tomorrow, Haoyan said to the Pokemon around him. Xiaolu, I'm a little tired. I'll ask you for dinner tonight. Haoyan rubbed his arms and stretched his somewhat strained waist. Shanaido, Gardevoir agreed, like a mistress. Arrange work for Charizard and Lucario. Lucario, the family, is in charge of setting up the tent. Charizard, the houseman, is in charge of collecting firewood and making the fire. There is no way. Who told Gardevoir to follow Guo Haoyan to cook? Lucario and Charizard can't do the delicate work of cooking. Charizard and Lucario had an early rest after dinner. Haoyan sat by the campfire, opened the zipper of the backpack, and observed the stone balls through the zipper opening. He was very curious. What is the use of this stone ball? But after looking for a long time, there are no tools in hand. It's really hard to do. He rubbed his sore shoulders and tired waist, ready to rest. Haoyan, lie down and I'll give you a massage. Gardevoir approached thoughtfully and said to Haoyan, because Gardevoir is psychic, he can clearly feel the structure of the human body, know where the acupoints are. Excuse me, Xiaolu. Hearing Gardevoir say this, Haoyan consciously lay down. Today, he was really tired. Gardevoir's slender hand gently stroked Haoyan's shoulder. Helping hand, he relaxes muscles and bone. A little bit up, a little to the left. Well, not here. Haoyan felt that the position of Gardevoir's massage was wrong, so he grabbed Gardevoir's small hand with his backhand and placed it directly on the corresponding acupoint. Gardevoir's small hand was grabbed by Haoyan. His face blushed slightly, especially in the moonlight. It looks particularly beautiful. Ah yes, it here. Xiaolu, use some force. After working out, it is the most comfortable enjoyment to properly relax the muscle. Chapter 104 is Professor Oak in trouble. Lava Ridge Town, Haoyan's home. ZZ. A harsh sound came out in Haoyan's studio. No, it broken again. There are 10 cutting blades in total. All of them are broken. Haoyan threw away one cutting blade and replaced it with a new one on the water light cutting machine. He is now dealing with the stone ball he brought back. In addition to being heavy, stone balls are also very hard. It took 10 cutting blades to successfully cut a trace on the stone ball. There are still 5 cutting blades. I don't believe that I can't cut you. Haoyan didn't give up and continued to deal with the stone ball. After cutting it, I want to study the internal structure of the stone ball. Finally, after using up all the cutting blades, Haoyan finally cut out a stone the size of a fingernail on the stone ball. Then immediately excitedly took a confocal microscope to observe the molecular structure inside the stone. Then, the energy fluctuation of the stone is analyzed by a frequency conversion power analyzer. Finally, the shortwave electric field instrument is used to test the gravitational wave dimension around the rock. It's a pity mighty that there is no essential difference from other stones. Hoenn weighed the small stone in his hand. Don't look at the size of a fingernail, but the weight reaches 50 kg. Let study it later. Let's start with the most important thing now. Hoenn put the stones in his backpack. The most important thing for Hoenn now is to go to the Johto region and capture the 4th Pokemon. Turn on the computer and look at the software that was automatically set up before. Hoenn set up a software on the computer. The software can automatically collect the information he needs. This includes images, videos, and more. Open one of the folders and click on a video collected by one of the software. On the computer screen, a mighty and terrifying Pokemon appeared. This Pokemon is covered in an armor-like green shell. Several spikes of different sizes protrude from the back of the head, neck and shoulders, and there is also a ring of smaller spikes at the end of the tail. He has a pair of fangs on each of his upper and lower jaws, and 3 claws on his hands and feet. There is a diamond-shaped gap on the abdomen and the lower back. The Pokemon let out a loud growl at the surrounding. Ow! Ow! This Pokemon is Tyranitar. That's right, the tank in Hoenn's team is Tyranitar. The combination of rock and dark can have the damage of normal, flying, poison, ghost, fire, and evil attack. Good resistance, coupled with his excellent defense, endurance, and good stamina. Although, Tyranitar also has many weaknesses, such as being afraid of water, afraid of grass, etc., but they are all flaws. 4 times weaker fighting. Hoenn believed, under his teaching, Tyranitar can overcome this weakness of fighting. On top of that, Tyranitar has a deep skill pool. There are hundreds of skills that can be learned. Physical attack is strong, special attack is not weak. In addition, the speed is also faster than many tank-type Pokemon. Overall, the Tyranitar is an aggressive tank. What Hoenn likes most is to seize the moment and win it with one move. The best defense is to attack. And Tyranitar has another feature. That is big. Ordinary Tyranitar, about 2 meters tall. If it develop better, the limit height may reach 2.5 meters, or even 3 meters. Huge body can help hand other Pokemon defense. Tyranitar on the screen swept his thick tail, and suddenly the mountain in front of him was swept away by a stone. Tyranitar's hand picked up the big stone and bit it down, made a sour sound. This video was apparently taken from a distance. Because Tyranitar is strong, but has a bad temper. The stronger the Pokemon, the worse the temper, which seems to be a theorem. Tyranitar is so strong, but not many trainers use him. In addition to being bad-tempered and disobedient, there is another disadvantage. That is to eat more. If you don't have any strength or economic conditions, you really can't afford a Tyranitar. These 2 shortcomings do not matter to Hoenn. Charizard, who is full of wildness, has not been taught by him to be obedient. As for eating this weakness, get more bounty quests. When he becomes a gym leader, it will naturally be solved. Hoenn became more and more satisfied with Tyranitar. The only thing missing now is to find the habitat of Larvitar. Hoenn only knows that Johto region appears more often, but where exactly is not clear. Hoenn does not intend to directly conquer Tyranitar after evolution. Emotions should be cultivated from an early age. After closing the data, Hoenn quickly found the address book. Send a video to Professional Oak. Professor Oak is the top person who studies Pokemon. As for the habitat of Tyranitar, you should know where it is. As soon as Hoenn started the video, Professional Oak immediately connected, and Professional Oak face appeared in front of the screen. Hello Professional Oak. Hoenn greeted with a smile. Ah, it's Hoenn. Professor Oak felt a little hopeful when he saw Hoenn in the video. There was an inescapable worry in the eyebrows. Professor Oak in trouble. Chapter 105. Going to Kanto region again. In addition to looking wrong, Professional Oak dark circles are heavy. A very tired look. Professor Oak, what happened? Hoenn asked him. When he was at the Oak Institute, Professor Oak selflessly shared a lot of information about Pokemon to Hoenn. These data are very precious. So, if Professional Oak, if there is any difficulty, Hoenn will help without hesitation. Hee, it's nothing. Professor Oak forced a smile, diverted the topic and said, by the way, Hoenn, what are you looking for from me? Since Professor Oak didn't take the initiative to speak, Hoenn couldn't ask in depth. He replied, I want to ask you, where is the habitat of Larvitar, and I want to know more about the different changes of Larvitar in several stages. Okay, I'll send you the information later. Okay, sorry to bother you. Professor Oak chatted with Hoenn, and after sending the information to Hoenn, he hurriedly hung up the video, as if he was waiting for someone. Professor Oak hurriedly hung up the video, leaving Hoenn too late to ask any further question. Hoenn pressed the computer and started a video to another person. This guy sure knows what Professional Oak worries are. Before long, Nanami's face appeared on the screen. Like Professor Oak, Nanami's brows were filled with worries that could not be hidden. As soon as he came up, Hoenn asked directly, Nanami, Professor Oak, have you encountered any trouble during this time? Nothing. Trouble. Nanami hesitated. Seeing the other party like this, Hoenn probably guessed something in his heart. He shouted to such a door, Xiaolong, Xiaolu, Xiaowu, you all come in. The 3 Pokemon trained outside outside the hospital all came to Haoyan's research room when they heard their voices standing silently behind them. Nanami on the screen was very surprised. Looking at Gardevoir and Lucario, the aura emanating from her body was much stronger than when she saw it in the research institute. And Charizard, the Royal 3 of Kanto region, is even more familiar. Especially Charizard's wild eyes and his gray-black skin are very different from ordinary Charizard. Your Pokemon look amazing, Nanami said sincerely. So, can you tell me now, what's the trouble with Professional Oak? Hyaroyan said to Nanami. It's not academic problems that can trouble Professional Oak. And Professional Oak just hung up the phone in a hurry. The obvious feeling of waiting for someone how heavy. It is estimated that his grandson Blue encountered an accident. Nanami on the screen slowly said, Haoyan, you know, I have a younger brother who travels and cultivates in Kanto region. In order to ensure his safety, we will ask him to call us once every 3 days to report his safety. However, it's been 6 days now, and he hasn't called yet. And every time we call him proactively, we find that no one get through every time. Afterward, his phone was directly turned off. So, we're a little concerned if something is wrong with him. Sure enough, it was exactly as Haoyan expected. Then Blue, where was the last time he appeared? Do you know? Haoyan asked. Nanami in the video shook her head and said, I don't know exactly, but the last time he called back and said he was going to Lavender Town to take a look. But, maybe he'll be there. While Nanami spoke, a mechanical female voice sounded in Haoyan's mind. The system is on a mission. Mission objective: go to Kanto region and rescue Blue, the grandson of Professor Oak, who is controlled by Team Rocket. Task reward, 5,000 reward point. Open black lens bracket. Punishment for mission failure: close black lens bracket. None. Okay, I see. I'll go to Kanto right now, Haoyan said directly without any hesitation. Yu Gong, Professor Oak shared precious information with him, and it was a matter of course to help him. UZ, 5,000 reward points is very important to Haoyan. As long as this task is completed again, he now has a total of 10,000 points in his hand. As long as he collects 15,000 points, he can exchange for Mega Stone, which can be used for Mega Evolution for Pokemon. Really? Nanami couldn't hide the look in her eye. Don't worry, I will bring your brother back safely, Haoyan said. Well, it's great to have your help. Nanami in the picture, obviously excited, said gratefully, Haoyan's Pokemon is as powerful as an ordinary leader. Okay, don't worry, I'll go right away. Haoyan comforted Nanami casually and hung up the video. Quick enquiry: fastest flight to Kanto. Everyone get ready. We'll head to Kanto region immediately. Chapter 106. Read. Haoyan, it's much better than the last time I saw him. A green sky with white clouds on it. Haoyan sat by the plane window, holding his cheeks and looking at the scenery outside the window. Xiaolu's level has been raised to level 42, and he is proficient in swords dance and agility. He is already a qualified warrior. Xiaolu is level 41. After she bought a frozen wind skill machine for her, the attack surface is already complete. She is a mage who is good at long-range consumption. Xiaolong's level is a little slower, but it has reached level 37, and he is a good scout. Haoyan's current 3 Pokemon have reached the level and strength of gym leader. I didn't feel too worried about this trip to Kanto. The plane landed in the city of Celadon, Rainbow, Kanto region. Celadon, Rainbow City is located in the most central position of the entire Kanto region and is the most developed city in Kanto. Its prosperous level is even higher than that of Slateport City in Hoenn region. But behind the prosperity, there are many unknown secrets hidden in the dark. However, Haoyan did not pay attention to these. Immediately after getting off the plane, head to Lavender Town. Haoyan, who had just left the bustling Celadon, Rainbow City, was really not used to coming to Lavender Town. On Lavender Town, it was a gray area. There was also a little rain, and everyone who passed by had obvious sadness on the face. Lavender Town is a sad town. In the northeastern part of Lavender Town, there is a Pokemon tower built specifically for Pokemon. As soon as Haoyan stepped into this town, a male voice called out his name with a little uncertainty. Please, is this Mr. Haoyan? The first time Haoyan heard this voice, the only men Haoyan knew in Kanto region were Brock and Professor Oak. But it is clear that it is not the voice of these two people. The muscles unconsciously kept tight, and the left hand was gently placed on the waist, ready to take out the baby ball. The right hand has been clenched into a fist, and once it finds something abnormal, it will attack without hesitation. When Haoyan turned his head and saw the boy who was talking, his tense state turned into surprise. The person who was speaking was wearing a hat, red jacket, and jeans. You are Red. Red was also surprised that Haoyan knew his name. Mr. Haoyan, do you know me? Haoyan, after 2 beats, he quickly adjusted his state and made a casual excuse to say, I spent some time in the Institute of Professional Oak, and I saw your photo. Then he asked Red, how about you? How did you know my name? Red replied, last time, Blue and I, when passing through Pewter City, saw Mr. Haoyan and Brock Leader play against each other. At that time, Mr. Haoyan, Lucario was really strong. Haoyan recalled that when he played against Brock in Pewter City, Alrighty, there were quite a few people in the gym. Mr. Haoyan, let me see the direction you're walking. Are you going to the Spirit Bone Pagoda? Red asked. Well, Blue, the grandson of Professor Oak, suddenly lost contact a week ago, so I came here specially to find him. Haoyan didn't hide it. He knew that Red was a righteous, warm-blooded person who, like him, disliked Team Rocket's evildoing. When I first came to Lavender Town, I heard an old man say it. There was an abnormality in the Lingu Pagoda some time ago, so that people who usually come to worship Pokemon can't get in. Blue got here one step faster than me before. He heard that there was an abnormality in the Spirit Bone Pagoda. He had already taken the first step and went inside to investigate. Red shared what he knew. The information Red said was similar to what Haoyan knew. Lavender Town, except for the Spirit Bone Tower, is a small town with no other special place. Blue lost contact here, so the biggest possibility is that there was an accident in the Lingu Tower. I was also planning to go to the Lingu Tower to investigate, but I didn't expect to meet you here. Can I go with you, Mr. Haoyan? Red asked Haoyan. Yes, but you have to be careful. Haoyan nodded. The system is not a good person, and it can give 5,000 reward point, which means that the difficulty is not low. Okay, I'll pay attention. Red nodded seriously. Let go. Haoyan took Red and entered the Lingu Tower. The Spirit Bone Pagoda is full of gloomy and cold aura, and besides, it is gray and the visibility is not high. With the tombstone inside, it looks a bit like a horror movie. Xiaolu, 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 come out. As soon as Haoyan entered the Lingu Tower, he released his 3 Pokemon. Lucario in front, Charizard in the back, like a bodyguard protecting Haoyan. Gardevoir stood on Haoyan's right. As soon as the 3 Pokemon came out, they automatically alerted the surrounding. Haoyan frowned at this cold, gray environment. Xiaolu, use Heat Wave to blow away the fog here. Hearing this, Charizard made a low roar sound. The flames of his tail began to heat up, and the fire energy continued to spread to the surrounding. The cold breath dissipated immediately. With a wave of the wings on his back, the heat immediately blew away the surrounding fog. Good. So strong. It's better than the last time I saw him. Red saw the power of Haoyan's 3 Pokemon, and when he looked at Haoyan again, he was full of admiration. Chapter 107 The Manipulated Blue. Mr. Haoyan, you, look over there. Red pointed to the faraway haze, who had been blown away, and reunited. In this haze, there seemed to be figures swaying, slowly approaching them, and constantly approaching. There are constant voices of Gia Gia tilde Gia Gia. Haoyan looked in the direction Red pointed. This piece of haze is actually a gathering of a large group of Pokemon. Ghastly. Haoyan glanced at it, and most of them were Ghastly and Haunter in front of them, and their level was generally between 20 and 28. There are about 20 in number. Red, be careful to protect yourself, Haoyan said to him without turning his head. Yeah. Red released his Pokemon cautiously on the sideline. Pikachu at level 20, Bulbasaur at level 15, and Poliwhirl at level 24. The level is low, and the current Red has not grown into a great god. If he enters here alone, facing this group of Ghastly, it is very likely to be in danger. Xiaolu uses Confusion and Xiaolong uses Ember to disperse this group of Ghastly. Haoyan ordered. Shanai tilde. As Gardevoir's level increases, using the most basic psychic trick of Confusion, it is no longer necessary to put his hands on his chest in advance to condense. An idea has already been sent out. Charizard 2, using basic skills like Ember is like playing 2 kinds of non-stop attribute attacks attack the group of Ghastly at the same time. Unlike Haoyan's imagination, this group of Ghastly did not dodge. Instead, after being attacked, he changed his previous low speed and quickly attacked in the direction of Haoyan and Red. Haoyan's eyes narrowed. No matter what kind of Pokemon, it has the nature to seek good luck and avoid evil. Lucario, guard of the 3 of them, Or and Charizard, have an absolute advantage in level. Ordinary weak Ghastly did not dare to provoke him at all, but now it came directly. Red watched as the horde of hazes rushed over and couldn't help but get nervous. Just when he was thinking about what to do, Haoyan once again instructed the 2 Pokemon to make moves. Xiaolu, Mental Interference, Xiaolong, Flamethrower. Gardevoir's small hand, finally placed on his chest, quickly condensed energy. Around her, the air was shaken. Psychic's energy, along with the air, quickly attacked the Ghastly group. Charizard's movements are also very fast, and a mouth is a large scorching flame. 3 to 5 and 2 to solve this group of Ghastly. Haoyan, there are some black stones there. After finishing the group of Ghastly, Gardevoir pointed to a place and said to him, well, let go take a look. Haoyan took the lead, walking at the forefront. Red, keep up. Yes. Red took his Pokemon and quickly followed Haoyan's footsteps. Mr. Haoyan, what are these? Red asked in puzzlement, looking at the black stones in Haoyan's hand. These are the dust stones. There will be a lot of dark energy hidden in it. There are some Pokemon that can evolve through absorb dark energy. Haoyan replied patiently. The current Red is not yet a Red Lord. He, who just came out to travel, is at best an ordinary trainer. Red's Pokemon level is still relatively low, and his knowledge is relatively small, which is completely in line with the character characteristics of ordinary trainers. Growth is not a one-step process. Ghastly and Haunter, although they don't need these dust stones during the evolution, but as the carrier of their spiritual power, they will absorb the radiation of these dark energy. A little dust stone doesn't matter, but there are so many piled up here, and in the long run, it will subtly change Ghastly's character. Originally, ghost-type Pokemon prefer to make fun of people. With the change of dust stone, this kind of mischief will be aggravated and turned into attacking people. This is also the reason why ordinary trainers dare not enter the Spirit Bone Pagoda, because as long as you get close, you will be attacked by Ghastly. Hoenn explained. So it is. Red understood Hoenn's complete explanation. Looking at the dust stone on the ground, he said, there are so many dust stones here. Did someone put them here on purpose? That's right. Hoenn nodded. Red's reaction was okay. Start putting these dust stones into your backpack. The quality of these dust stones is mottled and impure, and they don't sell for a very good price. However, the number is enough to be considered as the travel expenses of the Kanto trip. In addition, Ghastly will not be affected after waking up. Hoenn, someone is here. When Hoenn packed up all the dust stones, he heard Gardevoir's voice. At a corner, there was a young man who was looking at them gloomily. There is a looming ghost behind the boy. This ghost seems to be manipulating this young man. This teenager is the grandson of Professor Oak. Blue. Chapter 108 Master. Here we come. Blue. It's me. I'm Red. Red was concerned, and didn't see the ghost figure hiding behind him. Single quote. I ran over and wanted to say hello to Blue. Blue, who was silent, took out the baby ball, released his Charmeleon. The master is being manipulated, and Charmeleon cannot escape being bewitched. A mouth immediately spewed out a flame, sprayed at Red. Red, who was moving forward, saw that something was wrong with Blue. Although Red and Blue are usually disliked to each other, in essence, the two of them are a pair of good brothers who kill each other and love each other. Blue would never just command his Charmeleons to attack him without saying a word. Red, as he kept getting closer, saw clearly the ghost behind Blue. However, the distance has been shortened, and under short distances there is no way to dodge. Red hurriedly used his arm to block in front of him, trying to block the flames in this way. Xiaolu, use teleport to pull Red back, Hoenn said to Gardevoir. Swish. Red felt a moment of weightlessness, then fell to the ground. I'm fine. Red sweated violently. Seeing that Hoenn was standing beside him, he was relieved. Be careful to protect yourself. Hoenn lifted Red up and instructed him again. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hoenn. Red quickly stood up. Just leave the rest to me. Hoenn looked at the ghost figure hiding behind Blue. Automatically, the data came to his mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Gengar. Attribute Ghost Poison. Level 47 feature, Body of Curse. When a Pokemon with this characteristic is attacked, there is a certain chance that the target will be in a disabled state for a period of time. Remark, Pokemon in the disabled state cannot use the last move they used before entering the disabled state. Introduction, it will sneak into people's shadows in the middle of the night and take away people's body temperature little by little. Powerful ghosts can play with people's will. Xiao, go up and hold Blue, and don't let him do anything. Xiaolong, go and block that Charmeleon's attack. Don't let him attack Xiao. Xiaolu, as long as that Gengar dares to move, then immediately use Psybeam to attack him. Both Lucario and Gardevoir can connect with Hoenn, so in many cases Hoenn's command does not require words. But this time the order was given. Hoenn shouted directly to the Gengar. Lucario, stomping on the ground with one foot, quickly galloped towards Blue. Charizard flapped his wings and followed Lucario, always on the lookout for Charmeleon. Gardevoir, still standing beside Hoenn, put his hands on his chest, condensed his energy. As long as Gengar dared to move, he would attack directly. Hoenn's command this time made it clear that he was telling the Gengar behind Blue. He just wanted to save Blue. Does Gengar dare to move? Dare not. Although Gengar's level is higher than Hieroyan's Pokemon level, but not much higher. 1 against 3. Gengar simply can't do it. Gengar's figure began to fade the moment Lucario set off. Escape. Go to his master. He had no choice but to escape. Originally, he thought he could use Blue to blackmail Hoenn. Unexpectedly, Hoenn, who is as wise as a demon, does not eat his tricks at all. Lucario brought Blue back to Hoenn safely. Red hurried over to check on Blue. Hoenn touched Blue's pulse, which was beating normally. Other than a little lower body temperature, there is no big problem. Blue, who lost Gengar's control, also began to wake up leisurely. He opened his eyes blankly and looked around. Blue, you bastard, your Charmeleon just now almost hit me. Fortunately, Mr. Hoenn shot in time, otherwise I would have been burnt. Red immediately began to complain as soon as he found out that Blue was fine. Just tell him what happened. Knowing what happened, Blue thanked Hoenn. Thank you, Mr. Hoenn. Hoenn agreed casually, and instructed the two of them. Hide away, keep your mind steady, and don't be seduced by Gengar again. Also, protect yourself. I may not be able to spare my hands to protect you later. After speaking, Hoenn looked at the distance, the stairs leading to the second floor of the Lingu Tower. There was a cold cold look in his eyes. Master, here we come. Chapter 109 for Team Rocket. There's nothing to keep. Our plan to use this tower as a forward base is always sabotage. It's really annoying. A middle-aged man dressed as a ninja walked down the steps on the second floor slowly. The Gengar that escaped just now was right behind him. Haoyan's eyes narrowed. This person is one of Team Rocket cadres, Ninja Koga, Sabrina, and Lieutenant Surge. The three of them were originally gym leaders in the Kanto region. However, he was bewitched by the leader of Team Rocket, Giovanni, and joined Team Rocket. Ninja Koga is a trainer known for using poison-type Pokemon. It's you who bewitched me. Blue saw the Ninja Koga, his face full of anger. Tilda. Ninja Koga didn't even look at Blue, but followed Haoyan. For Ninja Koga, Hyaroyan is the one who really made him worth taking seriously. Blue, just a frizzy kid. Blue, calm down. Haoyan waved his hand without looking back. Blue, who is still angry, wants to teach this Ninja Koga a lesson, but unfortunately, his body is still very soft now. After being manipulated for so long, some of his bodily functions have fully recovered. Moreover, in terms of the strength of Pokemon, the difference between the two is not even a star. He was just a little boyish, but not stupid. Frontline base. So you have placed a lot of dust stones near the entrance of the Spirit Bone Tower. Do you use this to guide those ghastly and let them drive away the trainers who came to worship Pokemon? There was a hint of coldness in Haoyan's eye. That's right. As the base of our Team Rocket, we can't let idle people wait to come in. Ninja Koga shrugged his shoulders in a reasonable manner. Of course. Haha, it really is enough for Team Rocket. Haoyan's eyes became more and more cold. He is very upset. This is the Bone Tower, where Pokemon are buried. Buried here are all trainers, who used to be the closest companions, but couldn't worship them because of Team Rocket. Even in such a solemn place, what a secret base. Disturb the Pokemon sleeping here. Graveyard, a place of peace and tranquility, not a place that Team Rockets use as a base. Haoyan's three Pokemon, feeling the anger in Haoyan's heart, took every step forward, sending out a powerful momentum to face the Ninja Koga. Ninja Koga looked at the arrogant expression, and his eyes were full of solemnity. He quickly carried two Pokemon with him and released them together. One Arbor, one Crobat. Together with the Gengar just now, the three Pokemon stood together, facing Haoyan at a distance. Correspondingly, the data automatically entered Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Arbor. Attribute Poison. Level 43. Characteristics Molting. After being subjected to an abnormal state, there is a probability of self-repair. Introduction deliberately shows a terrifying face pattern on the abdomen, and will entangle the prey and inject venom. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket. Crobat. Attribute Poison. Fly. Level 43. Characteristic Spiritual Power. Pokemon with this feature will not fall into a flinching state. Introduction. Crobat can emit supersonic, which is inaudible to humans, so that it can receive sound waves bounced off obstacles when flying in the dark. Boy, you look good. Would you like to think about it and join our Team Rocket? Ninja Koga invited Haoyan. Join Team Rocket. Haoyan chuckled lightly, but the coldness in his eyes did not diminish at all. Put aside the way Team Rocket treat Pokemon like a tool, and their unscrupulous, cruel way of doing things. Haoyan joins Team Rocket. What is the picture? Drawing money. If he has no money, he can make it himself. Image name. There's no need for that. In my heart, I silently gave an order to the three Pokemon. Xiaowu, you use agility and prepare for defense. Lucario started pounding his body. Xiaolong, you use Dragon Dance, and the first wave of attacks will be handed over to you later. Charizard's tail flames began to heat up. Xiaolu, get ready for teleport. Gardevoir's hands were already on his chest. Before joining Team Rocket, Ninja Koga was a combat veteran gym leader, although Haoyan did not be. However, through the movements of the three Pokemon, he was keenly aware that Haoyan's Pokemon was stacking buff skill. Can't let Haoyan's Pokemon stack buff. Immediately let his three Pokemon move forward. Gengar, Shadow Ball, Arbor, Acid, Crobat, Venom Blast. The three Pokemon of Ninja Koga immediately moved into action. The target of his three Pokemon is not Haoyan's Pokemon, but Haoyan himself. This very Team Rocket. And Haoyan was not idle either. The coldness in his eyes grew stronger. Before the attack of the Ninja Koga, he began to command, Xiaowu, step forward and block the attack. Lucario was the first to stand in front of Haoyan. Crobat and Arbok's attacks are both poisonous. For Lucario, nothing worked. Gengar's attack is strong, but for Lucario, only double the damage. It can't be beaten all at once. Xiaolu, use teleport to teleport Xiaolong to Koga's side. Gardevoir acted according to Haoyan's instructions. Swish it. Charizard appeared in front of Koga without warning. Little Dragon, Flamethrower. Charizard opened his mouth, and suddenly a burst of red-gold flames spewed out toward Koga. Doesn't the other party want to attack him, so he will use his own way and treat his own body. For Team Rocket, nothing to keep. Chapter 110 Offend Team Rocket. It will not end well. Koga's idea is simple. Acid and Venom attack. A spewed good toxin. This toxin, even if it can be blocked by Hoenn's Lucario, will still have some residue. These residual toxins will sneak into the human body as the air evaporates, resulting in fatal injury. But he never imagined that Hoenn was more ruthless than him, so he sent Charizard over directly, and wanted to bake him dry with a fire. Seeing his master in distress, Crobat and Arbor quickly returned to defend. But the speed is simply too late. At the critical moment, it was Koga's Gengar who stood up and blocked Koga's fate. Originally, Gengar wanted to use Protect to block Charizard's attack. It was helpless. After using the Shadow Ball, it was too late to adjust the energy in the body. He had to use his flesh to block the Scorching Flame. Gengar is fast and special attack high, but has a fatal weakness. That is low defense. Without a body, he is just a mass of energy. Under Charizard's Scorching Hot attack, it takes seconds to hit directly. Little Dragon, use Lash. Don't miss this great opportunity. The claws in Charizard's hand slashed towards the Ninja Koga mercilessly. Just as he was about to hit him, the Ninja Koga burst out with the strongest desire to survive, and stomped his legs on the ground. While ejecting backward, he threw a smoke bomb on the ground. Suddenly a black mist appeared. Charizard's attack failed to target Koga because of the mist that appeared at this moment. Can't quite hit. However, Charizard's attack also left a huge bloodstain on Koga's right hand. Crobat and Arbor, who were rushing back to the defense, were still about 10 meters away from Koga. Hoenn commanded again. Xiaolu, mental interference attack Crobat. Little Dragon, flamethrower, attack that group of haze. Gardevoir's small hand on his chest made the air vibrate again. Psychic's energy kept attacking Crobat. As long as it hit, the effect is outstanding. Charizard also spewed out a red-gold flame. As long as Gardevoir hit Crobat, Koga won't even try to escape. Once Charizard's attack hit, there's a good chance Koga will turn into jerky. In an instant of life and death, Koga, who was hiding in the smoke, was spinning at an unprecedented speed, shouted loudly, "Arbor, help Crobat block the attack. Crobat, help me put down the fire." Arbor is very sacrificial, flashing high, actively welcoming Gardevoir's mental disturbance. Psychic is extremely effective against poison. Crobat, dutifully too, stood in the way of Koga. Charizard has poor vision because of haze. Only a handful of flames hit Koga's Crobat. Bang tilde bang tilde bang tilde. Surrounding Koga, there were 3 consecutive beats. Haze is getting stronger and stronger. Wrap Charizard in it all at once. Hoenn was keen and smelled a strong sweet smell from the constantly drifting haze. As soon as the sweetness entered his brain, he suddenly felt a slight dizziness. There's toxic in this fog. Xiaolong, come back soon. Xiaolu, let's get out of here. Hoenn ordered the 3 Pokemon. He grabbed Blue and Red, who were a little weak, and took them out of the Spirit Bone Tower together. Outside of Lavender Town, Koga held the injured Crobat with his still moving left hand and flew through the air with difficulty. His entire right arm was bloodied and dripping with Charizard claws. No, I didn't expect this kid to be so powerful. In one round, it forced me into such a woeful situation. Drop tilde drop tilde. The communicator on his waist rang. Ninja Koga struggled to connect the communicator with his injured right hand. A cold girl's voice came from inside. Koga, observe that your vital signs are weakening. You were attacked. Koga took a deep breath and said weakly, I was attacked at the Spirit Bone Tower. My Pokemon was injured, and my arm also hit the opponent's attack. However, I have already escaped and I am rushing towards the base. On the other end of the communicator, the slightly cold girl was obviously a little surprised. Koga isn't very strong inside Team Rocket, but as a ninja, he has many unexpected skills. Even in the face of an opponent 1 rank higher than him, it is not without means to win. And if he wants to escape, the means are even more abundant. Now, actually injured. This is really unexpected. What is the name of the person who attacked you? The cold girl asked. His name is Hoenn. 1/3 of the Pokemon he uses are not Kanto region Pokemon. It is very likely that he came from another region. So, be sure to report it to the organization, Koga replied. The cold female voice pondered for a while and said, okay, I understand. I will report this situation to the organization. I'm in Celadon, Rainbow right now. I'll check at the airport in Celadon, Rainbow later. You go back to the base to recuperate first. Okay. Ninja Koga hung up the communicator and looked back at the Spirit Bone Pagoda, which was far away. Hoenn, offend our team Rocket. It will definitely not end well. Chapter 111. Sabrina fell in love with Hoenn. On a grass outside the Lingu Tower. Eat it. Hoenn distributed a pill to the 3 Pokemon. Then he also sent one to Red and Blue. After taking the powerful antidote, Hoenn's head dizziness was reduced. He sighed. Koga really is a master at playing drugs. The last few smoke bombs thrown out contained a lot of toxic extracted from Arbofang. If it was later, we might have been poisoned. Red and Blue faces changed. The word death is too unfamiliar to a 15-year-old boy like them. Even very far. But I didn't expect that this time they were so close to death. Mr. Hoenn, this time, thanks to you, Blue was controlled for a few days, and he was already weak. Coupled with the poisoning of Koga, it is even even more weak. Yeah, thanks to Mr. Haoyan this time, Red said happily. Don't call me Mr. Haoyan. I'm 2 years older than you. When Haoyan took Blue and Red out of the Lingu Tower, a mechanical gentle female voice already sounded in his mind, telling him that the task was completed. That is to say, there is no danger now. After receiving the reward point, Haoyan was in a good mood. The only pity is that you can't win the ninja koga. However, as a ninja, it is normal to have more means of life-saving. Brother Haoyan, you're only 2 years older than us. Both Red and Blue were a little surprised. Haoyan were calmly, and is unusually calm in the face of battle, just like a seasoned trainer. Haha, it looks like I'm quite old. Haoyan was in a good mood and teased. Brother Haoyan doesn't look old at all. It's just that Brother Haoyan, your calm personality makes us ignore your youth. Red looked at Haoyan's handsome face and said quickly and seriously. Although Blue didn't speak, he nodded in agreement. After chatting with them casually, and waiting for their physical strength to recover a little, Haoyan took the two back to the Pokemon Center and reported to Professional Oak that they were safe. When Professor Oak saw Blue's weak appearance in the video, he was overjoyed and shocked. Quickly asked why. Later, I learned that it was Haoyan who came from Hoenn region specially and went through a thrilling battle before saving Blue. Professor Oak immediately bowed to Haoyan. He kept saying thank you. Professor Oak, there is one thing you need to pay attention to, Haoyan said to Professor Oak seriously through the video. Well, Haoyan, please say it. Professor Oak also became serious. Blue is actually already under the control of Team Rocket Koga, but during this period of time, there has been no attack on him. It's very likely that he knows Blue's identity. So, the people at Team Rocket may have an idea for you. During this time, you have to pay attention to your own safety, Haoyan reminded. Professor Oak is the leading Pokemon research expert in the entire Pokemon world, and such people are in Kanto region again. Then Team Rocket, wanting to be tempted by him, is normal. Thank you Haoyan, I understand. Professor Oak bowed to Haoyan again. You're welcome. If you have anything to do in the future, please come to me at any time. Haoyan smiled and waved his hand. Not long after, Professional Oak had sent someone to take Blue back to Pallet Town to rest. After Haoyan resolved the matter, he didn't stay any longer, greeted Red, and left Lavender Town, heading towards Celadon, Rainbow City. Prepare to go to the Johto region to capture Larvitar. Haoyan was sitting in the departure lounge of Celadon, Rainbow City Airport, holding a laptop, and opening the information about Larvitar sent to him by Professional Oak. He was watching keen, and noticed that someone was spying on him, and immediately raised his head. Immediately follow the direction of the prying source. In that direction, there are many tourists walking around. In the crowd, there was no one to snoop for a while. When Haoyan wanted to stand up and find out, the announcement in the waiting room sounded. Please note, passengers, that flight 233, bound for Johto region Goldenrod City, is ready. Passengers, please bring your personal information and go to the boarding gate to board the plane. Thank you for your cooperation, and wish all passengers a pleasant journey. Haoyan took a deep look by the direction of the source, then took his luggage and started boarding. What a sharp perception. The distance is nearly 1 kilometer, and I can feel my gaze even from such a long distance. This kind of perception ability is stronger than me. A pretty girl with long hair and flat bangs, hiding behind a pillar, he muttered to himself. If Haoyan saw this person, he would definitely recognize her. This girl is one of the 3 leaders, Sabrina, who was bewitched by Team Rocket. It was Sabrina who called Ninja Koga when he was severely wounded in the Bone Tower. Sabrina listened to Koga's description and felt that Haoyan was not the trainer of Kanto region. Then come to the airport of Celadon, Rainbow City to learn about Haoyan. But she never expected that from the moment she stepped into the airport, she felt a strong sense of perception, which made her not dare to enter. Is it flight 233? Sabrina saw that the plane carrying Haoyan had already taken off. Go to the boarding gate. Hello, what can I help you with? The stewardess said to Sabrina with a smile. Sabrina's eyes pupils began to change. The flight attendant's bright eyes began to become hollow. Apparently Sabrina has it under control. He took out a boarding list for himself and handed it to Sabrina. Sabrina glanced at the contents above. Without even looking at the stewardess, he turned away. Haoyan, I remember you. Sabrina is very interested in Haoyan, except that Haoyan defeated Koga easily and wondered how strong he is. In her cognition, she felt that Haoyan was the same type of person as her. Chapter 112. Very big. How big is it? Haoyan's plane landed smoothly in Goldenrod City in Johto region. As soon as he came to Goldenrod City, Haoyan went to Mahogany Town without stopping. Larvitar was captured at Mt. Silver in the Johto region. Mahogany Town is the closest town to Mt. Silver. Mahogany Town itself has few resources. I heard that in order to develop the economy, the base for planting fruit trees is being vigorously developed. In order to improve living standard, in addition to the planting base of this tree fruit, Mahogany Town, there is an ice gym. This gym leader is called Price. It was announced to the public that he was not in good health. The gym was often closed. Many trainers who who came to challenge were unable to challenge, and as time passed, fewer and fewer people came here. Hoenn knew that this price looked like an old man. In fact, the most powerful trainer in the entire Pokemon world. Very likely, none of them. This time at Mt. Silver, it was different from the last time I went to Vidian Forest to capture Charmander. Professor Oak knows the approximate habitat of the Charmander. Unlike Charmander, Larvitar has no fixed habitat. It can be said that the entire Mt. Silver is his habitat. The boundless Mt. Silver, searching without clues, will only waste time in vain. So, he plans to go to the Alliance Center and issue a bounty to find Larvitar's haunt. See if you can get a clue. Before coming to the Alliance Center, Hoenn was just about to release the task, but on the machine where the task was released, he saw a task that surprised him. Task number 2333. Task content: helping hand Mahogany Town tree fruit planting base to solve the problem of Larvitar infestation. Close black lens bracket. Time: the sooner the better. Close black lens bracket. Requirement: resolve Larvitar's intrusion once and for all. Close black lens bracket. Remuneration: 2 million Alliance coin. Close black lens bracket. It's really hard to find a place to break through the iron shoes, and it takes no effort to get it. Unexpectedly, as soon as I came to Mahogany Town, I encountered such a good thing. Without thinking about it, Hoenn took over the task and immediately went to the fruit planting base in Mahogany Town. When he came to the tree fruit planting base in Mahogany Town, Hoenn explained his intention to the planting workers at the base. Immediately, the planting workers warmly welcomed him into the office of the person in charge. When the person in charge saw Hoenn, he warmly welcomed him in, and instructed the planting workers under him to serve hot tea and fruit. Mr. 13, I have long admired the name. I am the person in charge here, and the mayor of Mahogany Town, Kingsuk. The person in charge, Kingsuk, poured tea with a smile. When Hoenn took over the task, Kingsuk had already received the news. When I saw Hoenn's information, I was instantly overjoyed. Although Hoenn is not a top bounty hunter, but his mission record is perfect. Every mission is 100% successful and never missed, and the difficulty of the task is not low. Mr. Kongjia is very polite. Please tell me about the specific situation of the task. Hoenn took the other party's tea with a smile. Hey, Kongjia sighed and said, Mr. Hoenn, when you came to our Mahogany Town, you must have known about our Mahogany Town condition. Originally, in Mahogany Town, we often have trainers to challenge gym to boost the economy a little bit. It's a pity that in the past 10 years, Haji Gym's leader price has been deteriorating and has not accepted the challenge of trainers very much. Over time, our Mahogany Town became depressed. For our own development, we can only find another way. Fortunately, our Mahogany Town is near the foot of Mt. Silver. There is a piece of land suitable for planting some fruit. So, I organized the residents of the town to raise funds to build the current tree fruit base. It was good at first, but then, having said this, the mayor Kongjia sighed heavily, stood up and opened the curtains of the office. Point to the fruit trees outside that have been trampled into disrespect. Said, Mr. 13, you also saw that outside is the fruit we have worked so hard to cultivate. These fruit trees are already ripe and it's time for picking. Unfortunately, just as we were about to pick it, we found that it was completely destroyed. The surveillance we obtained showed that a Larvitar was picking our fruit late at night. If it's just to steal a little fruit, then we don't care. But this Larvitar is not, because it is not tall enough to reach the fruit on the fruit tree. In addition to his heavy weight and inability to climb trees, he picked it violently, bite off the whole fruit tree and eat the berry on the tree. This is going to kill us. Our saplings are saplings purchased by people from the whole town who raised a lot of money. It took us so much thought to cultivate maturity. It doesn't matter if the money is lost, and it takes so much time. That's why we issued a bounty task to ask for help. Mayor Kosuke sighed heavily again. After listening to the introduction of the mayor Kingsuk, Hoenn asked, then, haven't you tried to drive this Larvitar away? The mayor of the town, Kingsuk, had a look of helplessness on his face, in addition to a sad expression on his face. Said, yes, as soon as we find a problem, we immediately ask a trainer to help. But this is Larvitar strong. Also, he has another feature. That is, he is very big. A normal trainer's Pokemon can't beat him at all. Big one. Hoenn quickly caught the words of the mayor Kingsuk. Big? How big is that? Chapter 113 2 million. Half-year ration only. Mr. 13, please take a look. Mayor Kingsuk called up the corresponding surveillance video from the computer. Hoenn leaned over to look. Although the surveillance video was not clear, Hoenn could still clearly see Larvitar in the picture. After seeing it, he immediately raised his eyebrows in surprise. As the mayor Kosuke said, this Larvitar is really tall. The Larvitar in the picture is about 1.2 meters tall, and the weight is estimated from the height, at least 130 kg. The average Larvitar is 0.6 meters tall and weighs only about 72 kg. This Larvitar is twice as big as the average Larvitar. In the world of Pokemon, the larger the size of Pokemon in the same race, the stronger it is. Just like Hoenn's 3 Pokemon now, after his character careful feeding. Regardless of height and weight, they are taller than their ordinary peers. After all, meat is only eaten at N7 level. Tree fruit is also the best choice, and Pokeblocks are also the purest. This is not for nothing. This is the ideal tank in the team. Hoenn shouted frantically in his heart, suppressing his inner joy. Hoenn asked the Mayor Kingsu, "Do you know the exact location of this Larvitar?" The Mayor Kosuke replied quickly, "I don't know, but according to the habits of this Larvitar, he visits our base about once a week. The last time he came was 3 days ago. It is estimated that in 2 or 3 days he will be encore." "Well, I understand." Hoenn nodded. He had already started planning how to conquer this Larvitar. "By the way, Mr. 13, what are you going to do with this Larvitar?" Mayor Kosuke asked with some confusion. "I plan to subdue him and make him my Pokemon," Hoenn said directly without concealing it. "What, Mr. 13, are you going to capture this Larvitar?" This time, it was Mayor Kosuke's turn to be surprised. "Well, is there a problem?" Hoenn looked at the Mayor Kingsu. "A lion set up a Pokemon sanctuary at Mt. Silver. It's a bit like a national forest park, where trainers are not allowed to capture local Pokemon without permission. If there are local regulations, then it is not easy to deal with." The Mayor Kingsu waved his hand quickly and said, "No problem. But, Mr. 13, are you sure you want to capture this Larvitar?" Hoenn nodded and said, "I came from Hoenn region specially to capture a Larvitar, and this one is exactly what I want." The Mayor Kongjia heard Hoenn say this, so he said, "Larvitar is a very edible Pokemon, especially after his evolution becomes a Tyranitar. He can eat it even more. We also had plans to capture this Pokemon before, but in the end, considering the high cost of feeding, it was given up." True, as the Mayor Kosuke said, Tyranitar is very edible. Some people even say that Tyranitar can eat a small mountain of buns with one meal, especially this very large Larvitar. It cost a lot of money to eat a full meal. Cultivating a Tyranitar with outstanding combat power, even the general economic strength of the middle class and above can't support it. This is why the Mayor Kosuke was surprised. The reward for this bounty task is only 2 million. 2 million, maybe not enough to satisfy this Larvitar's ration for half a year. However, in terms of money, Hoenn didn't think there was any problem. After the money is spent, it can be earned again. But the premise of making money is strength. I have thought about it before coming to Johto region about being able to eat Larvitar. Mayor Kongjia, don't worry too much. Hoenn breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he didn't catch him, there would be no problem at all. After receiving Hoenn's accurate reply, the Mayor Kingsuke's expression relaxed a little. What he was worried about was that Hoenn subdued Larvitar, but later found that he could eat very well. It couldn't be consumed, and finally Larvitar was abandoned. Now that Hoenn is ready, everyone is happy. Then Mr. 13, during this time, would you please stay with us first? Wait until that Larvitar emerges before you take action, the Mayor Kosuke asked. Okay, there is an arrangement from Mayor Lao Kengji, Hoenn replied with a smile. Chapter 114 One Enemy 4. Time flew by, and Hoenn lived at the plantation base in Mahogany Town for 3 days. In the middle of the night, when Hoenn was about to run the calm mind technique to regain his energy, suddenly, I noticed the fruit forest outside, and there was a sudden change. Here, Hoenn's eyes filled with joy, and he woke up the rest of the Pokemon and went out to check together. Hoenn and the 3 Pokemon, hiding aside, looked carefully at Larvitar who came. Automatically, Larvitar's data appeared in Hoenn's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Larvitar. Attribute, Rock, Ground, Level, 29. Feature, Perseverance. When the Pokemon with this characteristic is in an abnormal state, the attack is increased by 50%, and the additional effect brought by the burn is ignored. Open black lens bracket Introduction close black lens bracket. Born deep in the ground, after eating all the surrounding soil, it will appear on the ground and become a chrysalis. Larvitar pulled open a fruit tree and looked at it, only to find that there was no berry. A little disappointed to throw it away, and then continue to look for the fruit. These dandelions, according to Professor Oak, Larvitar doesn't like to eat them. Larvitar like to eat sandscales. Could it be that this one is special? Hoenn has been thinking about this question for the past few days. The fruit here does not meet Larvitar's appetite. Pokemon are very picky about tree fruit. Generally, they only eat what they like and don't like to eat, and they won't touch it. It's not that they are picky eaters, it's that they can't accept it. It is like the sandscale fruit that the rock system loves to eat, which is rich in minerals. Hoenn had tasted the flesh of the sandscale fruit, as if he was biting a stone, but rock-type Pokemon just love to eat. Letting Pokemon eat some fruit they don't like is a bit like forcing Cantonese to eat the super spicy Hunan spicy hot pot. Thinking of this, Hoenn took out the sandscale fruit prepared in advance and threw it in the direction next to Larvitar. The hard sandscale fruit made a thud as soon as it touched the ground. Larvitar, who was rummaging through the fruit, turned his head vigilantly to check his surroundings. On the other hand, his nose was sniffing hard. He smelled a scent he liked. The original sharp eyes suddenly became round and quickly quickly followed the smell and ran to the side of the sandscale fruit. While grabbing the sandscale fruit, he sent it into his mouth. There was a rustling, screeching sound. Looking at Larvitar's expression, he enjoyed it for a while. Obviously he liked eating. After eating a sandscale fruit, Larvitar began to rummage around, trying to find a delicious sandscale fruit. After searching for a while, Larvitar didn't find anything, not to mention the sandscale fruit, not even the ordinary dandelion fruit. Without any choice, Larvitar, with heavy step, left. Hoenn immediately followed Larvitar's footstep, hanging from a distance. In fact, with the strength of Hoenn's current Pokemon, no matter which one it is, it can beat Larvitar. It's totally possible to knock him down first and then take him down with the baby ball. However, Hoenn was very concerned about this very large Larvitar, was very curious. How long is he? When Larvitar was walking, he saw a rock nearby, so he opened his mouth to bite. Go all the way, eat all the way. The perfect interpretation of what is called can eat. When it comes to eating, Larvitar doesn't pick at all. He can digest even rock. What can't he eat? Hoenn followed all the way, and gradually, the sky began to brighten. Hoenn originally thought that Larvitar would return to his lair. Unexpectedly, he walked all the way up the mountain, but not into the lair. Instead, head up to one of the small peaks in empty silver. This mountain has a cave in it. This cave looks like a hole for mining ore. There are some abandoned mining tools scattered nearby, and it can be seen that there are shadows of some abandoned mining areas. Inside the cave, there are 4 Onyx about level 33, lying there to rest. When Onyx saw Larvitar, they screamed at him, warned him not to approach. Although the Larvitar is twice as tall as the normal Larvitar, but in front of the 8.8 meter long Onyx, it was like a younger brother. However, Larvitar ignored the roars of the Onyx at all, and instead made a roar sound at the Onyx. From their voices, Hoenn heard the anger of both sides. It seems that they want to fight. Hoenn immediately released Gardevoir, the translator. Xiaolu, help me translate. What are they talking about? Gardevoir listened carefully to the conversation between Larvitar and Onyx. Translate to Hoenn. Larvitar said to get these Onyx out of this abandoned mine. He also said that he occupied this place and prevented these Onyx from staying here. These Onyx disagree, saying this is their home and Larvitar is not welcome. Let him leave quickly. The Onyx also said that if Larvitar doesn't leave, they're going to beat him up like he taught him before. Hoenn couldn't understand why Larvitar wanted to occupy Onyx's territory. However, what made Hoenn even more difficult to understand was that Larvitar took the initiative to attack the group of Onyx. 1 against 4. This Larvitar is really sturdy. Chapter 115 Understanding Larvitar's Mind. Larvitar lowered his head to expose the rocky horn above his head and charged towards Onyx while using iron defense. He had a green appearance, with a white glow. This burst of white light disappeared into Larvitar's body. Externally, not much has changed, but in terms of defense, it has been greatly strengthened. This Larvitar actually has the iron defense skill. I know how to improve the buff before fighting, and the fighting awareness is very good, and the physical fitness is also very good, able to use iron defense while moving. Hoenn, who watched the battle, exclaimed in admiration. Larvitar, who was running with his head down, used the rock angle on his head to ram into an Onyx. Onyx, who was hit, was in pain. Immediately retaliated. He twitched his tail and slapped it on Larvitar's body. Little man, Larvitar, was directly pumped out. Shaking his head, he stood up again, continued to charge towards Onyx. Shio Onyx was pissed off by Larvitar's action, also moving towards Larvitar, ready to attack. The fastest Onyx swung his long rocky tail on Larvitar's body. This time, Larvitar didn't get kicked, but caught Onyx's tail with his hand. Then, following the momentum of Onyx's tail, he ran towards the other Onyx. He lowered his head and attacked with the horns on his head. The 3 Onyx who followed behind did not respond. One of them was topped by Larvitar. Immediately, there was a sound of Rage's pain, and he quickly waved his tail and slapped Larvitar's body. This time, Larvitar, who was just attacking, didn't catch Onyx's tail and was swept away. Just caught Onyx's tail, and then used the momentum to increase his speed. This Larvitar has a bit of a fighting background. In Hoenn's eyes, his love for Larvitar has increased a lot. Larvitar, who was ejected, stood up again and continued to attack Onyx. Bang tilde bang tilde bang tilde. Larvitar kept getting up and attacking, constantly being pumped out by Onyx's rocky tail. But Larvitar just doesn't give up, just wants to be strong. However, sometimes victory is not achieved without strong willpower. Although Larvitar uses iron defense, it can improve 2 levels of defense. Onyx has a full 4, and in terms of quantity, it completely occupies the advantage. And the level is also higher than Larvitar. Larvitar's rocky body has many cracks. Once again, Larvitar used the horns on his head, one of the Onyx in the top, to knock him down. The Onyx who was hit also used his tail to hit Larvitar before being knocked down. This time, Larvitar was directly pulled out more than 20 meters away, and the rollout is still on the ground. Larvitar has no excess physical strength to control his rolling body. This time, Larvitar had a hard hard time getting up. He knew that he couldn't beat this group of Onyx. Failed to capture that abandoned mine. Ow, ow. Larvitar looked unwillingly at the abandoned mine and the Onyx. Turn away. Xiaolu, let go. Hoenn took Gardevoir and followed Larvitar's footsteps. Larvitar, who was walking heavily, walked to a leeward place, grabbed the surrounding stones, and put them in his mouth. Chew hard. After eating, Larvitar rubbed his stomach, started lying on the ground, and fell asleep. Larvitar stopped moving, and Hoenn was also in the distance, releasing the rest of the Pokemon. After a day, he was also tired. Arranged with 3 Pokemon cooking, he took out the telescope and observed this Larvitar. In that cave, it's just an abandoned mining area. After Xiaolu's investigation, nothing special was found, just some iron ore. Why is Larvitar occupying this cave? You don't even hesitate to fight Onyx and get yourself injured. Hoenn really couldn't understand what Larvitar was thinking. Hoenn, don't think about it yet. Let's have something to eat. Gardevoir took a plate of meat and handed it to Hoenn. Hoenn put down the telescope and took a bite. Suddenly, he looked at the meat in his hand. In an instant, he understood Larvitar's thought, and finally understood why Larvitar went to the planting base to steal those fruit, and why he went to snatch Onyx's cave. I see. Chapter 116. He finally full one. Larvitar eat fruit he doesn't like because he can't get enough. Larvitar is going to rob Onyx's cave because he's ready for the evolution. Once evolution becomes Pupitar, then he will become a chrysalis, and then he won't be able to walk around looking for something to eat like he does now. He took that abandoned mine as food. Hoenn saw that Larvitar's level was already 29. It's one step away from evolution becoming a Larvitar. The plate of meat that Gardevoir brought over opened his mind. Hoenn is very happy to solve the problems that have been bothering him for the past few days. He hugged Gardevoir with his left hand and thanked her excitedly. Xiaolu, thank you. Gardevoir didn't expect Hoenn's reaction to be so sudden and rude. A little stunned for a while. However, when she reacted, her face suddenly became shy. After a gentle and pretentious resistance, it was logical that his face blushed and he was hugged by Hoenn. Xiaolong, don't push so hard the first time, Hoenn said to Charizard. Out tilde. Charizard nodded. In front of Charizard, there is a barbecue rack full of prepared meat. Next to the barbecue, there are also a lot of Pokeblock and a lot of sand scales. These things are things that Hoenn prepared for Larvitar in advance. Now that he knew Larvitar's thought, Hoenn was ready to conquer this Larvitar. That's right, Hoenn's method of conquering is to lure Larvitar with delicious food. Larvitar, who lives in empty silver, has no idea what kind of experience it is to bloom on the taste bud. And, isn't Larvitar not enough to eat? Then fill his stomach and satisfy him. Okay, Xiaolong, start moving. Hoenn waved to Charizard. Charizard nodded and began to flap his wings, bringing a gust of wind. The wind transmits the aroma of these food. Lying on rest Larvitar, he sniffed in his sleep. He smelled something he had never smelled before. This is a whole new experience. Let his mouth drool uncontrollably. Larvitar opened his eyes quickly, looking around for the source of the scent. Ignoring his tired body from fighting, Larvitar immediately began to follow the scent. Hoenn, he's here. Gardevoir sensed Larvitar's approach, and communicated with Hoenn through psychic. Okay, I know. Pretend not to find him. Hoenn turned his back to Larvitar at this time, wanting to see what Larvitar's first reaction was when he found the food. Larvitar pushed aside the grass and saw Hoenn and 3 Pokemon sitting on the ground surrounded by his coveted food. Larvitar didn't rush to the food as soon as he saw it, but thought he was watching secretly. But after observing for a while, Larvitar couldn't hold back any longer. The saliva had overflowed into a river, and he simply stopped hiding his figure. Peek out from the grass. Ow, ow, ow. Larvitar stared at the rotisserie, the scent he had never smelled, the meat he had never seen, eyes full of anticipation. Xiaolu, what is he talking about? Hoenn asked. He was asking if he could eat some of these fragrant things, replied Gardevoir, who acted as a translator. It worked. Hoenn was overjoyed and said to Gardevoir, tell him that you can give him something to eat. Gardevoir understood. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he said to Larvitar, Zanai tilde Shanai tilde. Proud. In Larvitar's sharp eyes, there was a sudden radiance of excitement, and he bit the sandscale fruit on the side. Larvitar just feels great satisfaction tilde. It's like being in heaven. There were bursts of clack, which made Hoenn, who was sitting next to him, feel ashamed. He took a plate of barbecued meat from the barbecue, placed it in front of Larvitar, and said to him, eat some meat. Although Larvitar has never eaten barbecue and doesn't know what it is, his sense of smell will not deceive him. It is a delicious food. He took a direct sip, even with the plate, and swallowed it. As soon as the barbecued meat entered the mouth, the aroma of the meat burst open. The meat is delicious and the juice bursts out in the mouth. In the mouth, there is a little spicy taste. This seems to have opened Larvitar's taste bud. There was a deliciousness jumping between his lips and teeth, which made him involuntarily make a cheerful sound. Out tilde. Larvitar couldn't help indulging in it. After finishing the roast meat and sandscale fruit in 3 or 2 stroke. Haoyan handed the Pokeblock to him, said to him, "Eat this." Proud Larvitar's affection for Haoyan soared. Without any hesitation, he swallowed it directly. It's a whole new taste, a whole new experience. After eating a few large pieces of Pokeblock, Larvitar felt full in his stomach, happy and wonderful. It's been too long, really too long, and he's finally full. Chapter 117. After eating, Larvitar lay comfortably beside Haoyan. At this time, he felt that Haoyan was the best person in the world. He actually gave him so much delicious food. Knowing that his food plan was working, Haoyan said to Larvitar, "Larvitar, do you want to be like today, eating so well and so full?" Larvitar suddenly bounced off the ground and nodded vigorously. He shouted to Haoyan, "Ow, ow." He took the initiative to lean over to Haoyan's side and looked at him eagerly. Haoyan's expression changed, and he had already seen Larvitar's thoughts without Gardevoir's translation. He opened the backpack and took out an empty baby ball from it, just when he was about to tell him that he was going to be subdued. However, he found that Larvitar's body turned into a red light, and took the initiative to get into Haoyan's baby ball. As Larvitar got into the baby ball, there was an inexplicable entanglement in Haoyan's heart. Bonds between him and Larvitar was established. Although Larvitar usually lives on MT Silver, he often goes to the plantation base to eat tree fruit, so he also knows the connection between trainers and Pokemon. This is it. Haoyan's eyes were full of surprises. Unexpectedly, I took Larvitar over for a meal. Larvitar, really a foodie. After releasing Larvitar, Haoyan said to him, "Welcome to Larvitar. We will be a family from now on." Larvitar waved his arms happily and responded to Haoyan. Luca tilde, Shanai tilde, out tilde, Lucario, Gardevoir, and Charizard also issued growl, welcoming Larvitar to the big family. "In the future, I'll teach you how to be a Xiaoxi." Larvitar, Pupitar, Tyranitar, call it Xiaoji. It's not suitable, manual doghead. In order to save life, it called Xiaola. I feel like I have a bad stomach. Better to be called Xiaoxi. Larvitar tilted his head and nodded. Then, he played with Haoyan. During the play, Larvitar accidentally bumped into the backpack that was put aside. When Haoyan took out the baby ball just now, he didn't close the zipper. As soon as Larvitar touched it, the vacant hole widened. Lively Larvitar suddenly stopped. With a face full of covet, he looked at Haoyan's backpack. Haoyan looked at Larvitar, who was having fun just now, and suddenly stopped, and quickly asked, "Xiaoxi, what's wrong?" Larvitar pointed to Haoyan's backpack and shouted at Haoyan, "Ow, ow, ow, ow." The translator Gardevoir went online and translated. Larvitar said that in your backpack, there is something from his covet. That thing can make him stronger. Become stronger. When Haoyan heard this, he immediately became serious. He took the backpack, took out the food from it, and placed it in front of Larvitar. Larvitar shook his head, indicating that it wasn't this thing. "Isn't it food?" Haoyan continued to take things out of his backpack. Take out 10 tactical helmet, Pokeblocks making machine, and medicines one by one. Larvitar both shook their heads. Simply, Haoyan poured it all out and let that Larvitar choose. Proud. Larvitar pointed at a rock the size of a fingernail and shouted at Haoyan. Larvitar said it was this rock that made him stronger. He also asked you if he could eat the stone. Gardevoir, the translator, said this. Haoyan looked at the stone. This stone is a small piece cut from the core called the rock. It was put into the backpack by Haoyan. Haoyan picked up the heavy stone and confirmed to Larvitar, "Xiaoxi, are you sure this thing can make you stronger?" Larvitar covet looked at the stone in Haoyan's hand and nodded seriously. "Okay, let's eat it then." Anyway, Haoyan couldn't figure out any use for this thing, so he gave it to Larvitar to eat. After Larvitar took the stone, he took a mouthful of swallow. After swallow, the white light representing evolution appeared immediately. It enveloped Larvitar at once. Evolution can be achieved by eating. Haoyan was completely shocked. It was the first time he saw this situation. But what surprised Haoyan even more was still behind. After the white light disappeared, a brand new Pokemon appeared in front of Haoyan. Pupitar resembles a chrysalis and is covered in a gray-blue hard shell. Data also naturally appeared in Haoyan's mind. Open black lens bracket Pokemon close black lens bracket Pupitar. Attribute ground rock level 30. Characteristic shed skin. After receiving an abnormal state, there is a probability of self-healing. Introduction covered by carapace. It can jump around freely and has both hardness and speed, so it is extremely destructive. Originally, Haoyan thought that the realization of evolution through eating had surprised him. Unexpectedly, now that he saw Pupitar after evolution, it surprised him even more. The reason is that Pupitar's body has become bigger again. Originally, Larvitar, who was only 1.2 meters tall, actually looked up when Haoyan looked at him. Chapter 118. Let the Gardevoir system learn massage. Pupitar, who reappeared in front of Haoyan, had grown to nearly 3 meters tall. The weight is estimated to be 400 kg. It is estimated that when evolution reaches Tyranitar, this number will have to double. Haoyan's mood is a little complicated. mainly from 2 points. For 1, Pupitar's size fit perfectly with his vision of a team tank. Second, Pupitar is so big, it is estimated that he will be a ruthless character when he eats in the future. In order to solve the food problem, the leader of Lakeport City must be one. Xiaoxi, I want to ask you, why did you become so big? Is it related to the stone I gave you just now? Haoyan asked a question in his heart. Hearing this, Pupitar immediately said growl to Haoyan. Out tilde. Timely, sexy Gardevoir. Online translation. Pupitar said that some time ago, something fell in the air and hit the ground. After that, this round stone ball was left behind. Although the stone ball is only the size of a fist, it exudes a very strong rock system energy. Pupitar couldn't hold back and swallowed the stone ball in one bite. Since then, Pupitar's body has gotten bigger and he's been very hungry, and he's been looking around for something to eat. Just now, the stone in the backpack is the same as the stone ball he has seen, and the energy of the rock system is even stronger. That's why he wants to eat. After listening to Gardevoir's explanation, Haoyan understood what happened. The thing that Pupitar said fell from the sky was probably a meteorite. I just didn't expect that there are quite a lot of meteorites in Johto region. Maybe it's closer to Hoenn region. After he understood this, Haoyan said to Pupitar, Xiaoxi, there is still a big stone ball at home. After I go back, I will get some for you to eat. Pupitar listened, suddenly happy. He jumped close to Haoyan. Pupitar, who is now transformed into a cocoon, although his hands and feet are retracted into the cocoon, the speed between jumping and jumping is not slower than the previous Larvitar. It was so big and heavy, and when it was pressed down at once, Haoyan's body was tyrannical, but he couldn't carry him. He quickly helped him and said, alright, go back to the ball and rest for a while. Hearing this, Pupitar immediately took the initiative to get into the baby ball. Haoyan picked up the baby ball, feeling a lot heavier than before. Okay, the mission this time is over, let's go home. Haoyan said to the other 3 Pokemon, first go to the tree fruit plantation center and tell the mayor of Mahogany Town that he has recovered the mischievous Larvitar, and the evolution has become a Pupitar. Everyone in the entire tree fruit planting center was instantly overjoyed. The mayor Kingsuk also immediately took out the bounty and handed it over to Haoyan. In this way, Haoyan took the plane again and returned to Hoenn region. Fall Arbor Town, Haoyan's home. At this time, Haoyan was comfortably soaking in the hot spring with 4 Pokemon. Back home, of course, is to soak in the hot spring to soothe the tired body and mind. In the past, the large hot spring pool became a bit crowded after adding Pupitar. Pupitar is soaked in the water, which occupies more than half of the hot spring pool. Haoyan was a little surprised that this big guy didn't reject water at all. It stands to reason that Pupitar is a Pokemon of the ground and rock type, and should not like water. Haoyan's Pupitar seems to be an outlier, not afraid of hot springs at all. This question, Haoyan has already asked Pupitar. Pupitar's answer is that there is also a large hot spring on Mt. Silver. There are many stones that he likes to eat near the hot spring, and he often goes there to find something to eat. If he couldn't find anything to eat, he went to the hot spring and drank some hot spring water to replenish the minerals he needed. There are 2 things to do next. First, remodel the home to create a Pupitar room and a corresponding training ground. With the addition of Pupitar, the home is also starting to remodel. After all, Pupitar is so big, it needs a lot of space. Second, take advantage of this time to train Pokemon. Let their strength improve, and then challenge the 3 gyms to collect 5 badges. To enter the Slateport City Leader campaign, you must collect all 5 Hoenn region badges to be eligible to enter. The money on hand now has about 6 million yuan, which should be enough for this period of time. Haoyan was thinking silently. Just thinking about it, Gardevoir, who was beside Haoyan, leaned in his direction. Haoyan consciously rested his head on Gardevoir's shoulder. Gardevoir skillfully stretched out his hand to massage Haoyan. Feel the warm running water and the light and heavy massage of Gardevoir. Simply enjoy life. While enjoying life, Haoyan silently added something in his heart. That is, buy some professional massage book. Let the Gardevoir system learn about massage. Yes, that's it. Chapter 119. It getting bigger again. At Haoyan's house, the yard that was originally used for training was now full of various building material. Base frame made of super heavy stone, 300mm tissue steel frame, connecting bolt. Haoyan purchased these building materials through Devon Corporation. Anyway, he had a 50% discount card from Stone, and he didn't spend much money. Haoyan wears glasses, holds the designed drawings, and direct 3 Pokemon. He feels like a designer. Design drawings, for Haoyan who is familiar with CAD, is very light. Just build a room for Pupitar to live in, and remodel some training ground. It's not difficult. With steel structure, the construction time can also be greatly shortened. Xiaoxi, use dig to dig out all the dirt in the yard. Hearing this, Pupitar began to make a major renovation of the ground. Although his evolution has become a chrysalis and has no limb, it does not mean that he cannot move. With his hard shell, he kept throwing the dirt on the ground. Xiaolong, use the shovel over there to dig the sand and gravel that Pupitar dug up to the side. Lucario and Charizard move quickly, transporting the mud thrown by Pupitar to Hoenn's designated location. In order to speed up, Hoenn specially untied the overweight protective gear on them. Before long, Pupitar had dug the hole Hoenn wanted in the yard. Xiao, take the steel frame and put it here. Xiaolong, the erection over there will be handed over to you. Under Hoenn's careful guidance, Lucario and Charizard perfectly acted as builders. Professionalism, no worse than Kinkelder, who specializes in building houses. Fortunately, Hoenn lives in Arbor in the outskirts of N. There are no neighbors around, so there is no need to worry about noise, and the construction process is quite efficient. Hoenn and the three Pokemon are in full swing. What is Gardevoir doing? She was sitting on the side of the yard with a book in her hand. The title of the book is Quickly Learn the Essentials of Human Meridians and Massage Technique. There are several books on the side. For example, Map of Tuina Technique, the main operating procedures and skills of scraping and cupping. Gardevoir stretched out his hand and pressed in the air while he was looking at the picture. It seemed that she was quite addicted. Under Hoenn's professional coaching and the joint efforts of the three Pokemon, Pupitar's room is finally ready. Given Pupitar's current height, Hoenn built his room 10 meters high, about 100 square meters. The cultivation place in the courtyard has also been built. The foundation is made of super heavy stone, not afraid of being crushed by Pupitar, and many Orberg guardrails are added on the periphery of the yard. In this way, there is no fear of Pupitar training, which will lead to damage. Okay, everyone has worked hard today. With the help of Gardevoir, Hoenn quickly cooked dinner. In the newly built yard, eat together. As soon as the dishes came to the table, the construction workers, who had been working hard all day, began to wind and cloud. In order to increase Pupitar's satiety, Hoenn specially purchased a large amount of sand scales and made Pokeblock for Pupitar. After Charizard was full, he stroked his round belly and leaned back comfortably. A life should be full of food and drink. Lucario was similar. After he was full, he leaned on the table and looked at the stars in the sky, wondering what philosophical question he was thinking about. Gardevoir ate, changed his rudeness before, became more gentle, wiped his mouth, and looked at Hoenn tenderly with his cheeks raised. Pupitar lay directly on the ground, looking drowsy. Hoenn stood up, returned to the research room, and took out a stone cut from the core of the rock. Back in the yard, Pupitar felt the breath, and immediately sat up straight from the ground, staring at Hoenn's hand and the thumb-sized rock. Xiao, can you still eat? Hoenn looked at Covet, the eager Pupitar, with a funny look. Proud. Pupitar said he can still eat. Here. Hoenn handed the stone to Pupitar. Pupitar immediately took a mouthful of swallow to go. At the moment of Pupitar swallow stone, Hoenn's eyes jumped. The beautiful eyes are full of surprise. Pupitar has been upgraded. From the original level 30 Pupitar, it has risen to level 31. Can you level up by eating? No need to practice. It was the first time that Hoenn had seen him to level up after taking a bite of the rock core. After eating the entire core of the rock, wouldn't evolution become Tyranitar directly? Thinking of this, Hoenn brought Pupitar to his research room. I want him to eat a complete rock core. Pupitar was full of excitement when he saw such a large rock core, but he didn't speak directly. Instead, he shouted at Hoenn, out tilde. Pupitar said that the piece you gave him just now, he hasn't fully absorbed. Wait until he's completely absorbed before continuing to take it. Gardevoir translated. Oh, okay. Hoenn wasn't too disappointed. You can't eat a fat man in one bite, and everything will be done gradually. The core of the rock can promote the Pupitar evolution, which is already a good thing. One step is good, but it is not realistic. Xiao, in the future, you should eat less food and eat this rock core. Hoenn raised his head and patted Pupitar. I don't know if it's his psychological effect. Hoenn felt that the Pupitar behind the small piece of rock core after taking it just now, it seems to have gotten bigger. It looks like the room just built today. Will it be a little smaller? Chapter 120 Going Out to Challenge Gym. Time flies, and 2 months have passed. In the past 2 months, Hoenn has been training with 4 Pokemon. During these 2 months, the entire Pokemon world was peaceful. It seems that the evil organizations of each region have fallen silent, but Hoenn knew that this was just the tranquility before the storm. In the yard of Hoenn's house, Hoenn is practicing coaching Pokemon. Xiao, come on, you can do it. I'll make your favorite big steak tonight. On Pupitar, he was carrying a huge overweight stone, beating vigorously. With the helping hand with the core of rock, and with the training, Pupitar's level increased very quickly. The level has reached level 45. The speed of level up is the fastest among the 4 Pokemon. Proud. Pupitar was inspired by Hoenn, or influenced by the big steak. Immediately, he worked hard to carry the overweight protective gear and practice hard. Although Tyranitar is known as a quasi-god, it also has a flaw. That is, Pupitar is a late bloomer Pokemon. When you reach level 55, evolution becomes its final form. In Pupitar's chrysalis state, his attack and defense methods are affected. You can only move by jumping, and you can only attack by hitting. To put it bluntly, at this this stage there is not much combat power. Now, it can only be used as a shield. Hoenn's eyes turn to Charizard and Lucario on the side. Charizard, who is spewing flames at Lucario, is roasting Lucario. In Lucario, for weak point, strength and training, Lucario's weakness is fighting, fire, and ground. These three attributes. Fighting, Lucario is not afraid. Although he is indeed restrained in terms of attribute, he has Hoenn's teaching. Dare to use fighting skills against him, he will only be counterattacked back. Most of the ground-based Pokemon are slower, and they can dodge by taking advantage of their speed. Only the fire element remains. Therefore, targeted training is required. Lucario was burnt mercilessly by Charizard. The original blue-black figure was charred black after being burned by the flame, like a piece of charcoal. Every time the flames approach, Lucario has the fear of wanting to escape. This is determined at the genetic level. Steel-type Pokemon are afraid of flame. However, Lucario, who never gave in, was the one who dared to face his own weaknesses. Want to open the gap with other races. Sometimes in these details, without hard training, there is no leading edge. To be not afraid of fire and withstand the attack of fire, you must pay a price. Charizard the rapist wasn't feeling well either. The uninterrupted spouting of flames is not small for his energy consumption. Originally, he could still wear overweight protective gear and calmly fly in the sky to attack. Slowly behind, they can only stand on the ground and emit a small range of flame. For Charizard, Hoenn has been adjusting his move. The wild Charizard liked to fight in melee combat, but in fact Charizard's special attack ability is stronger than physical attack. So while he was roasting Lucario, Hoenn was also training his ability to quickly regulate energy. Xiao's level has exceeded the level of 50. The little dragon's progress is also very fast, and the level has risen to level 46. Hoenn watched with satisfaction as the two Pokemon were training each other. Lucario, Charizard, Pupitar, they all train very hard. The easiest is Gardevoir. Training, just need to calm mind with Hoenn. It is enough to increase the sum of energy and increase the speed of energy condensation. It doesn't require much physical training. Gardevoir's level has also been raised to level 49, and he is still one step away from breaking through the level of 50. Xiaolu, come and help me prepare dinner together. Hoenn waved to Gardevoir, who was sitting in calm mind in the courtyard. Shanaido. Gardevoir immediately exited the calm mind state and softly agreed. She liked to follow Hoenn's side very much. Hoenn is the closest person to her. As long as she is by Hoenn's side, she can feel the kind of energy radiating from Hoenn's body anytime, anywhere. The energy emanating from Hoenn is of great benefit to her. After dinner, Hoenn took a few Pokemon soaked in the hot spring, and said to them, everyone has been practicing hard for so long, it's time to test everyone's actual combat level. Tomorrow, we'll go out and challenge Jim. When a few Pokemon heard it, they immediately became excited. The opportunity to fight is here. Luca, Shanai, ow, proud.